Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. A Chef's Rebirth 1, Return. The talk show had been a lively event, with both pro heroes and other mundane celebrities like actors and singers. Its host was a bubbly young woman with frizzled red hair and a perennial friendly smile capable of easily putting people at ease. She was just finishing her latest interview by going through the section she knew her audience loved the most, 10 questions from the audience, and she was clearly pleased to see her current guest take part to this with honest interest, instead of the fake forced courtesy many VIPs before him had always used to keep their image safe, even when they were blatantly annoyed by most of those questions. Said guest was a tall, imposing man wearing a red and black-colored chef's uniform with striped designs on the middle front and shoulders, a black sash around his waist, a pair of knee-high black boots and a large puffed toque chef's hat. He was also keeping his uniform's collar raised. He had very chiseled facial features, moderately long white hair which kept braided into a ponytail and a well-kept long pointy beard and mustache, even a faint trace of freckles that had survived his teenage years, but his green eyes held the purest gentleness compared to his otherwise austere aura. "So you still practice every day?" the woman asked, actually impressed. Who? Of course. No matter the age or experience, a professional never stops practicing. And I actually do enjoy it. It helps me feel just a tad younger. The old MSTR chef answered with a low chuckle. "I visited your restaurant a couple times, and I can testify to it, you are still diamond good," the host answered, chuckling to herself. "Oh, I know that. Miso soup, pork belly cutlet and carriage. Or donburi, if you have something on your mind," the old man answered, looking at her like a grandfather looking at his favorite niece. Why you remember," the woman said, shocked. "Believe it or not, I remember every single order of my regular customers," the chef answered. "Wow. But I want people at home to know that I don't eat all that at once, it's either one dish or the other. I do take care of my girlish figure," she countered with an ashamed expression. "What's wrong with enjoying food? I am happy you ask for seconds whenever you come visiting my restaurant." "My Doria-san," the woman said with a long, embarrassed whine, and burying her face in her hands as the entire studio was immersed in the laughter of the live audience present. "Sorry, my dear. I didn't mean to embarrass you," the other replied with a tiny smile surfacing from under his beard. "You just did, though. Again, I apologize." "Fine. Ready for the 10th and last question?" the host asked with a childish grumble. "Ask anything you want." "Good. This is a question from Miss Takebana, Sokai Prefecture. She would like to know why you decided to become a chef, and when," the woman asked while reading the question on the giant screen behind them both. Who? That is a good question. You may be surprised to know I made that decision when I was 16, right after waking up from a year-long coma. For me, a lot of things changed during that year. The old man answered with a chuckle. "A year of coma changed your life?" the woman asked, surprised. "Yes, you can say I lived an entire different life during that coma, in a sense. And that helped me focus myself on a new dream, one that I knew I could actually turn into reality, and that was becoming a chef. I believe I can say that I managed it quite well. I'd say. Your restaurant is basically legend nowadays, even pro heroes swear high and low when they can't secure a table. But please tell us, do you want to share some details of that life you said you lived during that dreadful year?" the interviewer asked, chuckling amicably. Not yet, maybe one day I will, but for now I won't steal more time from you, I risk looking like one of those grandpas that never shut up otherwise," the chef answered, equally amused. "It was a pleasure talking with you instead, sir. Time totally not wasted. So please, dear audience, let's give Mr. Midoriya a last applause as a thank you for being our guest today. Clap, 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 clap." As asked, the audience went wild in their applause while saluting the retreating chef. "Chef Midoriya, gentlemen. The world's greatest chef. The woman declared one last time before the show took a small pause for the ads to roll out and give time for the host to relax before the next guest's arrival. The world's greatest chef. That would be a nice story to tell. The old man thought in amusement as he walked out of the TV studio and towards the car awaiting for him, his mind returning to that fateful day when he woke up from his coma and his life changed forever. Several years ago, Izuku Midoriya, age 16, Musutafu, hospital, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was over the moon. Her precious baby boy was finally awake. Awake after a long year of coma after that bast. Son of a bit. Piece of shit. After the Bakugo brat blasted him away with his quirk in retaliation for Izuku daring to save his life from a villain. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 really hated cursing, but what Mitsuki's spawn had done to her small ray of sunshine almost guaranteed 𝐒𝐿𝐴 would have snapped the brat's neck with her bare hands. She didn't though, only because murder was still a crime, and she didn't want her precious 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to one day wake up and learn his dear mother was in jail for putting down a rabid Pomeranian. Mitsuki had apologized for months about her son's behavior, but 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Hisoshi returned from his business trip as soon as he learned of the incident still slapped her, the school and her psychotic son with a restraining order and the hospital bills and ruined almost any chance the boy had at entering UA University. Now even if the maniac managed to join the hero school, both Midoriya parents knew there wouldn't be a single breath or step Katsuki could take not under the constant watch and utmost scrutiny of the entire university staff. Assaulting somebody just because he believed that the quirkless useless nerd made him look bad in front of pro-heroes by saving him from being suffocated by a villain was not hero behavior, and many luckily thought the same. Pro-heroes especially since they still struggled everyday to squash any rumor of there being an elitist quirkist mentality that many believed the profession was riddled with. But all of that was not important now. Now their beloved Izuku was finally awake after 1 year of coma. Hisoshi and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 were just finishing signing the last of the paperwork that would ensure their boy's release from the hospital as soon as the doctors declared that he was no longer in danger. You think he was serious when he asked us to remove all his hero merchandise from his room? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked. I don't know, honestly. But when we mentioned how you kept everything clean and proper he looked tired of it, somehow. As if those had lost every magic they held for him. Hisoshi answered, unsure. Knowing he was quirkless was a huge blow already, maybe seeing his friend attack him like that the one time he tried to be a hero himself simply smashed his dream. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 answered. You said he looked depressed already, before that animal was attacked by the villain, maybe something happened even before that incident. He doesn't want to talk about it, he just says he understands he cannot be a hero. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 answered, sighing. Maybe we can help him find a new dream. A new direction. He is a smart boy, maybe now that he no longer wants to be a hero he can become something else, like a doctor or a lawyer. Hisoshi offered. 𝐿𝐴, the woman asked, shocked. I almost lost him, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. 𝐿𝐴 almost lost him. I. The last time I saw my son he was a kid. To him I was just a voice on the phone until yesterday when he woke up. He almost did not recognize me. His dad. Hisoshi answered, eyes overflowing in tears as he cried and hiccuped so hard his body shook. You always provided for us, darling. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 answered, hugging her husband as tightly as she could. Yeah, with money, he spat, bitterly. But I was not there when he entered high school. I was not there when the bullying started. What memories does he have of me? A voicemail and some pictures. The man said. My dad is overseas working. I can easily imagine all the bullshit they said to hurt him, like that I did not love him because of his quirklessness or that I cheated on you or who knows what else. It's okay, we know you love us. And we love you too. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 assured him while gently caressing his back in small circles. I ask you just another year. Another year to finish this project, then I will be back for good. I will ask to be transferred back here to the Musutafu branch. We'll be a proper family, promise. Hisoshi promised. Oh, Hisoshi. There's no need. Yes, there is. Hisoshi insisted. Just give your best, it will be enough for us. No matter if you are far away. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said with a kind smile. Trust me, I will make it happen. I will return to you too. Hisoshi answered, eyes ablaze in determination. At the same time, Izuku's room. The room had the same sterile white standardized decor of every other room, down to the exact same pictures hanging from the walls in the exact same positions, and Izuku's room was even more impersonal thanks to the total lack of flowers or get-well-soon cards, something that disturbed the nurses and doctors present so much they actually gave gifts to the boy to liven up the room when he woke. "Your mom and dad are almost done signing everything, now we just need to make sure you are healthy enough and you will be able to get back home," the gentle nurse said with a kind smile. "That's nice," Izuku answered, plainly. "Listen, I know it must hurt to not see your classmates send you anything, but maybe they were waiting for you to wake up," the young woman offered. Her only answer was a half-lidded stare that made her face flush red in embarrassment. "Sigh. I know what you are thinking, I am quirkless, so they don't care. And maybe it's true in their case, but not everybody out there is like that. Look at me. I am still here, and not just because it's my job," the woman said while showing the 4 arms her quirk gifted her with. "Ahoo. There are good people out there, people that don't care if you have a quirk or not. People that will love and respect you all the same if you give them the chance. Having or not a quirk is not the be-all end-all, you can do amazing things if you set your mind to it. Humans did it before quirks even existed. Have faith in yourself. I bet you can find hundreds of friends both quirked and quirkless that will trust and love you just for who you are, not your powers. People you will be able to love and trust back with no fear," the nurse said while grabbing his hand in hers to give it a gentle squeeze. "I really hope so," Izuku answered, sighing. "Trust me, the world is not a nightmare ready to beat you down," she answered. Sigh. "Okay. Have faith. Good things come to those who work hard," the woman replied while walking away. "Hey." "Yes?" she asked, stopping right at the door and turning back to look at him. "Can you live an entire different life in a single year?" he asked while looking outside the window with a faraway light in his eyes. "You mean while in a coma?" the nurse asked. "Yes. It's hard to say. Many say they were fully aware of the world around them but unable to move. Others simply said they had a normal dream like when they slept normally and just woke up after years, while for others everything lasted only an instant. It's complicated enough that there is not a simple answer." "Oh, so you dreamed of a different life for yourself?" "Either that or I got iced and just got back home," Izuku answered with a chuckle devoid of any real emotion. "Considering life is not a manga, I am more inclined to say it was just a dream," the woman answered, chuckling amicably, and secretly happy to see the boy finally showing her a more genuine smile, albeit minuscule. "Yeah, then I guess it was just a dream then," he replied, looking down at his hands. "Can I ask what you were doing during that life?" the nurse asked, with a gentle smile. "I was a chef," the boy answered, simply. "It's a nice job. You like to cook?" "I like food, especially katsudon. Yes, I can say I do like cooking." "Maybe then it's a sign for a future career." "It depends. It doesn't take a quirk to be a great chef. Just talent and the will to put in lots of hard work. You can try to see if you have what it takes." "A chef. Can I be one? Do I deserve to be one?" Izuku asked, looking honestly scared. "Why not? You won't know if you don't try," the nurse answered, smirking, before walking away. "Once a chef, always a chef, you fool," a voice echoed in the boy's ears like a faint whisper, making him jump in fright and look around himself wildly. That voice," he muttered with wide eyes. That night he would not sleep at all. Every time he tried the same disembodied voice of an old lady he was sure he knew personally would keep berating him. "You and I are chefs. We do not stop being one, ever. We do not retire unless we die. Our destiny is to die in front of a chopping board while cooking, and only once the dish is ready, like Frozasama did. And you know it." Then finally, after the 3rd day of continuous visits from the voice whenever he slept, the dreams too came, memories Izuku desperately kept suppressing in the belief they were just his imagination, his early days in his new life, his first dish, his first apprenticeship, then his first restaurant. All he learned, all he did. And then the rare flashes of what the other him did after 𝐒𝐲 used his accursed taste change, on him to turn him into the guy's puppet, and the pain he caused. It was not you and you know it. You would have never done any of that and you know it. I know the real you. The real 𝐿, who you were before 𝐒𝐲 corrupted you. You want redemption. Then grab the kitchen knife and cook like you used to. Recover your honor like only a chef can. By honoring the ingredients. That night Izuku would wake up screaming, covered in cold sweat, and start crying immediately after while begging for forgiveness over and over. Setsuno. I am sorry, the boy begged in tears. Then show it, you idiot. The boy asked to the empty room once heard the voice answer with a friendly chuckle for the first time since he started hearing it. It will also be the last time he ever heard that voice of the woman the other him considered his greatest friend and rival. 3 days later, it was finally the day the doctors deemed Izuku healthy enough to be took back home. The boy had already been helped by his mother to dress and was sitting on a wheelchair his father was pushing. The three of them were even chatting of few inane things when a loud cacophony of curses and screams started echoing in the corridors, coming from right in front of the hospital entrance. The cause of the ruckus was a guy with a quirk turning him into a tiger-human hybrid arguing with a guy with a gorilla quirk that made his body huge and obscenely muscled. F you. No, F you. And the two punks were apparently uninterested in the absurd noise they were making in the middle of the hospital while they argued about something, although the fact both were covered in bruises suggested they both were in the hospital to finish whatever fight landed them there in the first place. What is happening? Inko asked, scared. Apparently the gorilla guy destroyed the tiger guy's new car while parking. The two beat the CRP out of each other until they both passed out and were brought here a couple hours ago, and now that they are finally awake, they have started all over again. A nearby doctor answered with a tired voice. Shouldn't somebody stop them? Inko asked. Security will be here soon, have patience, the doctor answered, sighing. Izuku did not exactly know what he was doing, but simply following the memories of his year of coma, he felt compelled to walk towards them and tap the shoulder of the tiger guy, shocking the doctors and his parents by getting up from the wheelchair with no apparent issues. Tap! Tap! What the F do you? Both arguing men started yelling at the same time while turning towards the intruder, when they stopped abruptly. Because for some reason the kid whose head could barely reach the tiger guy's armpits or the gorilla guy's belly button had become in their eyes a giant easily towering over them both as soon as they locked eyes with him. This is a hospital, can you two please go fight somewhere else, monkey and cat? The boy asked with a calm and yet infinitely threatening tone. You little keep it down. The tirade of the duo died immediately when the kid's booming roar, delivered though with the grace of a king, eclipsed both their voices and made their furs stand up like they were electrified. And at hearing his order everybody in the entire hospital stopped breathing for a couple seconds. The boy was standing with his back straight and hands clasped behind him in quite the regal pose and with his eyes narrowed, his hair were even casting a bit of a shadow over those same eyes too. The most daring abnormality though was that many could swear they saw a glimpse of a giant red-furred gorilla of sort with big ball-like tusks, and enough muscles on its human-like torso and arms to shame a pack of bodybuilders, appear behind him for an instant with shining eyes and a BLD red flaming aura of energy covering its entire body. Why it's cool man. It's cool. We are done arguing, yes. The gorilla guy whimpered with his complexion turning chalk white in fear. Why yeah. We are sorry if we make a scene, sir. And no need to get violent, yes. This is a hospital after all. The tiger guy added while nodding violently. Good to know. Then please, do take a seat so these gentle nurses can look at your bruises. Izuku answered with a gentle smile, one completely devoid of any threatening intent. Oh of course, sir. No problem, sir. Both punks answered as one and hurrying to sit on the waiting seats with their backs straight and without uttering a sound, but just following the kid's every move with unblinking eyes while sweating heavily. Nice. Thank you. Without another word, the young teen walked back towards the wheelchair and collapsed on it, he too utterly drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. Iken. You okay? Inko asked immediately while kneeling down in front of him to check his now very pale face. Whyas, I am fine. I am just tired, that is all. He answered with a forced smile. Was that intimidation? How? The boy thought, feeling overwhelmed by his own confusion. Well, whatever you did was kind of foolish, you could not know if they would attack you, Hisoshi answered, sighing. Sorry, Dad. It's okay, luckily they calmed down instead of getting violent. Just do not think things will always go this well. Of course. Very well. Let's go home now, I just recently filled the fridge, I want to celebrate your return, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said with a wide smile. Okay, Mom. Later that day, Midoriya household, the family of 3 was just finishing setting the table, with Izuku managing with great effort to talk his parents into letting him help them, even if maybe he did whine a little too childishly for his tastes. I am not made of glass, Dad, he said. You just got out of the hospital, please do take it easy. Hisoshi answered, frowning a little. I will take it easy, promise. But I am used to helping, you know. I like to feel useful. I won't deny that, just don't rush. Okay, Dad. Good. The man answered, showing from where the boy took his cinnamon bun smile from as both father and son matched each other. Since you both feel so well, are you up for a small adventure? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 asked with a teasing smile. An adventure, darling? Hisoshi asked, curious. Ahoo. I found a new recipe on the net, do you feel adventurous enough to try it? She asked. That would explain why you insisted on buying that giant wok. Okay. Okay, Mom. Izuku echoed behind his father. Good. Let's hope it will be good. This is the first time I'll make it after all. 𝐒𝐿 answered while making a show of rolling up her sleeve intensely enough to make the 2 men behind her laugh in amusement. The recipe looked simple enough, even if the big wok kept sizzling extremely loudly, something that raised an alarm bell in the back of Izuku's head the boy wasn't even aware existed. And when that burning oil spilled out after a too violent twist of 𝐒𝐿's ladle, the entire content caught fire and produced a giant flame followed by a deafening WH sound. Kai-ah. The woman had barely the time to jump back and not get burned, slipping on the floor while pulling the wok filled in flaming oil with her. 𝐒𝐿. Both Hisoshi and Izuku yelled at the same time while hurrying to help her, but while his father managed to grab the woman in a protective embrace that saved her, Izuku peripherally watched the wok fall in slow motion towards the floor, and he swore he heard the horrified scream that seemed to come from the food in it. When the thing reached halfway to the floor, and once his instinct told him his mother was actually safe, the young teen moved with a burst of speed that surprised his parents and grabbed the wok's handles and rapidly lifted it to put it back on the fire to start stirring it with the same ladle he took from his mother's hand. A bit more salt. Some pepper maybe. The seasoning does need some adjustment. As if in a trance, the boy tasted the content and started adjusting the seasoning while continuously stirring it, his hands moving fast enough they simply disappeared. There should be some beef in the freezer. There it is. He then muttered, grabbing a knife nearby and managing to cut the still frozen meat without trouble. 𝐒𝐿 asked, dumbfounded. Potatoes. I need potatoes, the boy mumbled while preparing the tubers, then onions, peas, pepper grains and more at the same time at high speed. Son. Hisoshi tried again, just as shocked as his wife. The beef stew is looking good. The mushrooms need to be cut thinner still, 𝐒𝐭𝐴. The tenderloin needs braising. Drats, no red wine. I'll use sake, are those strawberries? I know what to do for dessert. Nice. Izuku. This knife is too diamond dull. I need to find a milk here too, 𝐒𝐭𝐴. 𝐒𝐿 called out, raising her voice. The stew is ready, so is the meat. Vegetables are ready too. So are appetizers, first course, salad, dessert and side dish. Everything is Izuku. Both his parents yelled at the same time as loud as they could. What? The boy uttered while distractedly finishing putting everything in the respective plates. How? Hisoshi asked with wide eyes. How what? Ooh. The young teen asked back before finally noticing what he had done and how long he had actually zoned out. The kitchen table was now fully stacked in a full-course menu for 3, every dish worthy of a 5-star restaurant in appearance and preparation. The table itself seemed ready to collapse under the weight of the immense quantity of food on it while the scent permeating the house was unbelievably good. Did I do this, he asked. Me and your mother were kind of too overwhelmed to do it, so I guess it's a yes, the man answered, unnerved. I was just thinking about how to help. Izuku tried saying. 𝐿𝐿, you were in a trance, your usual mumbling was there, but in the meantime your body moved. And it was unreal. 𝐿𝐭 answered. Did I do wrong, he asked, unsure. By nose and eyes I would say no. And since we did say we needed to celebrate your waking up and returning home, this would have been the final result all the same. I just did not think you would have been the one cooking. Hisoshi answered. Me neither. Izuku admitted. So, what's this? 𝐿𝐭 asked while pointing at the table. Beef stew, mushroom salad, sweet and sour pork ribs, 3 meats hot pot with beef tenderloin, pork belly and chicken guts, tuna carpaccio, scallops in aromatic pottage, and I put some strawberry sorbet in the freezer for a late snack. I think. The boy answered automatically, before growing puzzled by his own answer. Those were all leftovers, except the tuna. How did you do all this just with that? 𝐿𝐭 asked. I don't know. Izuku answered. Well, let's see if it is good at least, Hisoshi muttered while trying the stew. And develop a blissful expression food should not give to somebody. He actually looked frighteningly close at having an ahegao. Both mother and son gurgled out at the same time. It's good. Hisoshi emmed in awe and with his mouth still full while shamelessly filling and refilling his plate over and over. Darling. Manners. Please contain yourself. 𝐿𝐭 said, appalled, while trying the pork ribs. NOM. To then show utter hypocrisy by attacking the dish herself with the same lack of manners, like a starving animal. Hey, leave me something. Izuku yelled in horror at seeing the dishes apparently he made getting empty fast. Since when can he cook this well? Hisoshi asked between mouthfuls. I have no idea, but I know I can't stop. 𝐿𝐭 answered. Me neither. Izuku replied, just as entranced as they were by the taste. When the three finally stopped eating, almost 2 hours later, the family collapsed on the sofa, all 3 of them groaning because their bulging stomachs filled to the breaking point. Oh, God! I am going to explode. Izuku admitted in agony, and yet not regretting a single morsel of what he ate. You said you wanted to become a chef. Hisoshi asked. It was just an idea, Dad, I don't know if I have what it takes. My stomach says you have some solid bases to start from, 𝐿𝐿. 𝐿𝐭 admitted before burping loudly, a thing that made her face burn red in shame. Sorry. If you say so, Mom. What I don't understand is how you became this good all of a sudden. Hisoshi wondered. I have a theory. If you have an open mind and can actually help me make sense of this. Izuku answered. I can barely move, so it is not like I have no time to listen, his father admitted. Me too, 𝐿𝐿. 𝐿𝐭 added. Well, I am not sure, but there is a chance my coma has something to do with it. Ah. You see, 3 weeks later, Musutafu Market Square, the so-called Market Square, was just a small rectangle of paved street near a park where on Saturday the househusbands of half Musutafu met to assault the various vendors for ingredients and other amenities in a free-for-all to hunt down the best sales. Today, though, the entire thing had been booked by a renowned school of cuisine for a small cooking showdown between some of their better students and 3 amateur chefs, the prize was a mere toaster, and everybody knew both challenge and prize were just an excuse to collect funds for the local association, making sure homeless people had a place to eat for free. So this is Dad's plan? Izuku asked in dread while watching the big stage the association built for the challenge. Hooah! Before returning to his office, he said that if you really gained knowledge from your coma, and if you want to fully use this knowledge to become a great chef again, then you will need to catch the eyes of professionals so to gain entrance to a proper school for aspiring chefs. This contest should help a lot if the rumors Hisoshi-kun heard about this year's edition are as good as he said they were. 𝐿𝐭 answered. You think Dad will be able to see if it was really just a dream or transmigration as he called it? Izuku asked, unsure. I know 𝐷𝐿𝐿 well, I didn't teach you how to cook like that, and yet you demonstrated skills I never saw before. The fact that you went into a trance every time we tested it was what ticked off your father, He literally said it was like somebody else was controlling your movements. Then why not a quirk? Izuku asked. We took the test again, 𝐿. It's still negative. 𝐿 answered, showing him again the same result papers she showed the judges when she managed to enlist Izuku between the amateurs challenging the cooking school students. I know. It's just. An isekai sounds so unbelievable. Your dad begs to differ, honey. That's because he is a geek. You are a nerd, 𝐿 answered, chuckling. Those are two different things. If you say so, dear. Okay, quirker. Hey, the woman answered with an overly hurt expression that made him chuckle. Hoo. Just go there and give your best. Whatever happened during that coma left you with a gift. If it was you to live as Zhao-san in another world, or it's just his knowledge passing to you, what matters is that you now can do those things here as well. Chefs are supposed to be a gift, right? Heroes bring smiles by protecting people, chefs do it by filling their stomach, you said so yourself. Your dream is still the same, you can still do it. Why you think I can do this? Izuku asked, scared. Yes, I do. I believe in you, and your father does as well. 𝐿 answered. I will make you proud then, the boy answered while marching up the stage with the other two amateurs to take position at his small kitchen. We already are, 𝐿. 𝐿 muttered with a small smile. On the stage, good evening, people. Welcome to the 5th edition of our cooking showdown. The host of the event was a bald old man wearing a bright yellow tux addressing the audience under the stage through a gaudy golden mic. 𝐿 had in the meantime started recording everything on camera since due to the time difference Hisoshi could not see it live, so he gently asked to have a recording of the thing sent through email once done, for bragging purposes other than further data for his theories about Izuku's new skills. As always, we have 3 daring challengers here to face against the top 3 students of Inoshiki Culinary School, a friendly showdown to collect funds, so do not get too angry should you lose, you are facing pros just to help the less fortunate, not to get fame. But let's introduce the challengers and their dishes, shall we? The host said while nearing the area left to the amateur chefs. Let's start with you, you are. Hi. I am Nana. Yumibozu Nana. I will prepare my special vegan pork cutlet. The young 30-something woman replied with a wide smile. There is nothing vegan about pork. Cutlets, dear. The host commented, dryly. There is if you use tofu instead of the meat of some poor pigs, she answered, frowning. Then don't call it pork, but whatever floats your boat, darling. The old man answered, grimacing and walking towards the second woman. Good evening, I am Mitsuki Bakugo. I will prepare my own version of the oden. Mitsuki answered, stealthily stealing a glance at Izuku next to her and flinching when she saw the boy take a tiny step aside to avoid her. And flinching harder when she saw 𝐿 glare at her with all her strength. At least somebody here can prepare good food. Good to know. The host replied, smiling happily. Corpse eater. Go 𝐒𝐿 turnip, woman. The host replied with a scathing glare that silenced the first contestant before finally focusing on Izuku. Hi. I am Izuku Midoriya and I will prepare a dish called golden fried rice, with shrimps and pork belly meat. Izuku muttered with a shy voice, and even the MIC had trouble picking his answer up to make it audible for everybody else. Oh, a simple dish. You plan to make a lot of plates then? The host asked with a smile that kinda looked too mocking for 𝐿's tastes. If it's not a problem, the boy answered. It won't be if it will actually be good. Let's introduce the judges now. The guy answered before kind of shoving Izuku away for a girl to walk forward. As you know, we usually have a panel of both teachers and common people to decide who is the winner, but this year we have a special threat. Our association, the one usually collaborating with Inoshiki School to prepare this event, has managed to strike a deal with a famous Japanese chef that accepted being our head judge and even brought along some colleagues. So please, give an applause to Chef Samui, owner of the legendary 3-Michelin-star Samui restaurant in Tokyo, and his friends. The woman declared as 5 judges dressed in fine chef attires all sat together at the same long table on the right side of the stage. All of them also sported on their chests the insignia of the restaurants where they worked, and not one of them had less than 2 tiny stars under those restaurants' names, meaning that all of them were definitely pros. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's a pleasure to see my alma mater, Inoshiki School, still producing such amazing chefs, so I am honored to be here to give my own 2 cents on their level of preparation. The head chef, Samu, declared once the applause calmed down and the MIC was passed to him. We will be strict, though. So be advised, we want you to give your best. The man said before sitting down on his chair in the middle of the judge formation. Well, you heard the man. When we'll give you the start signal, you will have 40 minutes tops to prepare your dish, so don't slack off. The host yelled in glee. 40 minutes only. Oh, God. Izuku thought in worry as the host started listing the plates the students will prepare, and all of those sounded very complex compared to his. What's wrong? Afraid. Since when? Ooh, the boy thought in surprise at hearing a deep baritone voice. He recognized it as Xiao's appetite demon, a very prideful food spirit that very rarely talked with the man, and that after the events with Xiao fully turned his back to the chef and never again talked with him. Why was he there? And why did he talk to Izuku? This is your second chance, partner. You want redemption. Seize it. Be a chef again and do not lose your way again. You can't retire, Xiao-chan. Once a chef, always a chef. Setsuno. That's a memory, you buffoon. She is not here. I am here, and I want to eat, not be your nanny. So don't expect me to hold your hand or talk to you whenever you are nervous. I followed you here just for one reason, food. So dry your tears and straighten your back. Do you still have your skills? Then use them. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Your time starts now. The host yelled, giving start to the challenge. I can still be a chef. Even after what I did as Xiao. As a villain. Izuku thought in worry while mechanically collecting the ingredients he needed from the communal fridge they all were given access to. Before is before, now is now. You were Xiao, now you are Izuku. Who the hell cares? The ingredients want to give you another chance, so where's the problem? Grab the knife and do your job. You heard me. It doesn't matter if you are Xiao or Izuku now. You are both. I am. Both. Small soundtrack suggestion to listen while reading. Link, Toriko Battle OST, Tosuhano. YT link. Yes, DMN it. You are still a chef at heart. Then cook. The appetite demon said with a fierce roar, and from the outside, everybody saw the young teen eyes turn inhumanly sharp as he grabbed a kitchen knife. And performed a miracle. Chop, 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 chop. The judges were speechless. The shy kid had picked up speed to the point the knife could not be seen at all and utensils went swapped at unreal tempo. I am Izuku. Cutting. The kid muttered as ingredients went cut into thin slices with just one slice of the knife. So fast the boy would just hit the counter to have the ingredients jump up for him to cut while they were still in midair. I am Xiao. Braising. He then whispered as the fire roared to life under the wok and the meat went braised to absolute perfection. I am both. Sautéing. At the same time other pans hovered over the flames in complete stillness with only the rice and shrimps in there moving without stopping. The more he cooked the clearer Izuku's memories as Xiao became and his movements more precise. Everything then became his own skills instead of implants from reincarnation, until Izuku and Xiao became one and the same, a single being. And food honor was returned to the young chef. Plating. Tack. 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 Plates upon plates, in an absurd number, were delivered as soon as the dish was ready, each plate not even having the time to fully rest on the counter, and the boy was already back to cooking more. His covering the work of an entire kitchen staff by himself, one of the judges muttered in horror. Too slow, my body still can't keep up. Izuku thought in worry as he knew that had his body moved like his old one as Xiao, he would have done at least 10 times the amount of plates he was preparing in that moment. If not more. I can't keep up. What the F? One of the people in the audience, a girl with a speed-related quirk, was feeling dizzy as her eyes could not keep up with what he was doing on stage. Go, Iken. Gu. 𝐒𝐭 in the meantime was going wild in cheering for her son. Nobody could miss the fact she was incredibly proud of him. Tack, 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 tack. Is he cooking for everybody? The girl cooking next to Izuku shrieked in awe as the plates kept amassing, all absolutely perfectly done, and at a rate the staff struggled to keep up and deliver them even while focusing on Izuku alone. How? Mitsuki asked, horrified. Hoi. Slow down. The host asked, scared. No. You others hurry up. Izuku roared in determination, making the idiot finally shut up, and to the others' awe, or horror in case of the other contestants, he actually went even faster. Yes, chef. It was maybe an unconditional reflex, but the students answered with the same tone they normally used in the kitchen where they worked, all for their astonishment while they picked up the pace to keep up with the kid. Other than the time needed for the ingredients to actually cook. That speed is unreal. One of the judges muttered with wide eyes. No, he is still faster than that, the head judge growled. He is shortening the time needed by doing everything at the same time, but instead of having somebody helping him, he is doing it alone. Is he using his quirk to speed up his movements? The Michelin chef hissed in annoyance. Actually, he is quirkless. What? He is quirkless, that is all natural talent. The woman repeated while showing them the copy of the medical test 𝐒𝐭 brought along. Impossible, the chef yelled in disbelief. It was indeed impossible, because who was cooking was the second legendary chef of another world, second only to a woman with unfathomable skills called a national treasure. But since there was no Setsuno in his original world, Izuku's abilities could really be called peerless. The skills of the king of chefs. 40 minutes later, preparation complete. Sorry for the wait, please enjoy your meal. Izuku declared with a bow a minute before the judges could actually stop the competition. In front of him there were lots of plates, other than the 5 for the judges, of gold-colored fried rice perfectly prepared, each plate a work of art finely decorated by an absurdly detailed drawing of a cherry blossom's branch made of soy sauce glaze and flowers of sweet and sour sauce, while on top of the rice stood a humble tiny patch of green leaves. How on God's green earth the boy actually got the time to also take care of decoration presentation was anybody's guess, but every person present agreed on the fact that the smell was truly, literally divine. Holy I am hungry, Katsuki muttered while swallowing down what felt like the 4th mouthful of saliva. Yeah, well, good thing job at alienating the family, now you won't be invited to dinner anytime soon. Neither will I, Mitsuki answered, bitterly, once walking down from the stage after delivering her dishes to the judges. Goddammit, the young teen swore under his breath as no plate even just passed close to him and his mother, making the two of them part of the few that did not receive any. We will now proceed with our judgment of the dishes. Starting with Midoriya-san's rice. The judge's spokeswoman declared. 𝐒𝐭 muttered while accepting the dish her son brought her himself. Please don't start, Mom. I am already a nervous wreck by myself. Izuku begged, shivering violently thanks to his nerves. Judge table, this looks very nice, one of the judges admitted while studying the plate and steadfastly ignoring the loud gurgling coming from his stomach. On top of the white porcelain plate stood the pearl-like rice grains, with every grain perfectly wrapped in the gold of the egg yolk the boy used like a sauce. The egg was not completely cooked either, but had been left slightly viscous to better hug the tongue once eaten. The egg dressing in it literally turned the rice golden as the dish name implied. It even left behind thin threads like molten gold when lifted by the chopsticks thanks to its semi-liquid consistency. It is shining like gold. Head Judge Samui exclaimed in wonder while studying his plate. Not one of them had ever thought that it would be possible for a plate of egg-fried rice to look like a piece of artwork, and when the judges actually tried it, the egg sauce fully mixed with the rice grains and solidified to create an explosion of taste that together with the tender and syrupy pork belly meat, the mix of 𝐒𝐿 and shrimps moved them to tears of awe. How? How did he do it? How? The Michelin chef kept asking himself between mouthfuls, as while the rice tasted godly, each bite of that heaven also felt like a stab to his honor as a chef, until tears started flowing from his eyes without control. He was weeping in defeat and yet he could not stop himself from eating more. Is he okay? One of the judges asked, shamelessly talking with her mouth full but unable to stop eating long enough to ask. I think the boy crushed his spirit with a plate of rice. And gotta admit, this tastes amazing. Gotta ask him the recipe, another judge answered while rudely liking his plate clean, uncaring of people seeing him doing that. I thought you hated rice, that's why you have none on your restaurant's menu. I may change my stand on rice after this. With 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽. I am so proud of you. NOM. Damn it, this is amazing. 𝐒𝐭𝐚, between mouthfuls, complimented her kid and actually wolfed down the remaining rice so to then throw away the empty plate and hug him as hard as she could. Glad you like it, Mom. IIT's kind of a rush job. Though, if you want tomorrow I can make it again and properly. Izuku answered with a sorry expression. Properly. Utter silence fell in the small square as Izuku's words echoed in everybody's ears and pierced their minds like a searing hot blade. This is a rush job. 𝐒𝐭𝐚 asked, shocked. Yes, I had to cut corners and make it immediately instead of preparing the ingredients beforehand to truly bring out the best taste they have to offer. Sorry. The boy answered, looking down in shame, as the 𝐷𝐷 part of him knew the dish could be way better if done properly, but he had not proper equipment or time to work with, especially while working with that dull slab of metal they gave him and had the gall to call a kitchen knife. Wah-ah! After a long silence, a loud wailing of despair was heard as Samui broke in tears while tearing away the restaurant name from the front of his attire to throw it on the floor and then bury his face in his arms to cry even harder. Izuku's victory was a given at that point. What was more important to mother and son and from afar, Hisoshi, was that it was the first time the young teen could call upon 𝐷𝐷's chef knowledge while still being in full control and without the feeling of depersonalization Izuku felt whenever he tried remembering something of his life as the man. Island, a week later. Your son is a DMN monster, Hisoshi. The man's assistant said once visioned the footage 𝐒𝐭𝐚 sent him. Yep. And I am DMN proud of him. Hisoshi answered, smirking. And you say he needs proper knives to do a better job. At the very least, listening to him, the ingredients here are way easier to use compared to 𝐷𝐷's ones, but still, at least the knives he would like to have are like his old ones, the man answered. And that means, since we have no milk here, we'll need to borrow the instruments of Lab 3 to create durable blades with edges sharpened to nanometric levels. Nanometric. Too sharp. I saw 𝐿𝐿 peel a raw egg with a cheap knife. Peel it, Tamaki. He gave a single swipe and the thing lost its shell like a DMN orange and the egg inside was left standing up by itself before splattering down a second later. It looked like something out of a DMN manga. Hisoshi said while reproducing said video on the computer, along with many others from the various tests he had Izuku go through. Is that a living fish skeleton? Tamaki asked, faintly. 𝐿𝐿 calls it food honor. Whatever it is, he used it to fillet a fish so fast the fish did not notice. How the F does that work? No idea. That is why I wanted your help to decipher what the hell happened to my boy during his coma. He either got an isekai and came back, or he somehow downloaded information inside his brain from another world. The brain scan shows nothing out of ordinary besides brain activity way superior than normal, but it still covers the areas of the brain it's supposed to, the assistant said. BLD pressure 2 is normal. Muscles mass 2, and yet speed and reaction times are like you saw. Hisoshi added while passing a hand in his messy hair, something he deeply regretted passing to his boy. Absurd. Tamaki said, smirking. It's not exactly a proper scientific term, but I'll let it slide. I still say we need a BLD sample to run more tests. They took one in the hospital under my request. Here's the results. Hisoshi answered while displaying the results. All in the norm, no anomalies detected. Dad, is my BLD still okay? Izuku's voice echoed inside Hisoshi's mind. Yes, 𝐿𝐿. Those cells you talked about have not surfaced yet. They will come out soon, Dad. I can feel them stir awake whenever I eat. We will keep them a secret, have no fear. Hisoshi, the assistant, asked once seen the man look deep in thought. Sorry, just reminiscing about something trivial. You were saying that this makes no sense. If your boy is exactly as he was before the coma, then there should be no way he can do all that now. Let alone knowledge, he has the muscle memory to go with it, something years of practice gives you, not a coma. You said he would stutter once or twice in the past, but those stutters as you call them are not present in any of the videos I saw. Whatever separation there was between the two him, now it's gone for good or close to be gone. And if we can't find anything with info from before the coma, we will need to run tests now that he is awake and compare the results. Do we have to? Hisoshi asked, scared. What are you hiding, Hisoshi? I got the full story from Izuku, and there are details I know I must keep a secret. He doesn't want to be a hero anymore, he just wants to be a chef and live a quiet life. He has abandoned a dream already, I don't want him to lose another, especially if I know he can reach it. Something happened to him, didn't it? The changes are happening slowly, but are there. I want to see if those changes are dangerous to him, but I am too afraid of others using that data for their agenda. You mean like All for One? We all know a body was never found, he may still be out there. That dangerous? I got an explanation and saw it firsthand. It can be used by somebody with no remorse or care for collateral damages. Then it's decided, me and you will need to be extra careful, but if your boy wants to give his best as a chef instead of a hero, I think I can help. Tamaki offered with an encouraging smile. Thank you, Tamaki. I really want to help my boy reach his full potential. That's corny, Hisoshi the assistant said, chuckling. Oh, shut up, he answered, face red in embarrassment. Let's say I can close an eye and let you use our instrumentation to help him reach the full potential you talked about, the lab director muttered, making both conspirators jump up in fright. Yes, Chief. Hisoshi answered with narrowed eyes. I expect him to take part in some tests all the same. Nothing invasive if you are so sure about his secret being dangerous, but we still need to see if it can really be a threat or if you're being. His father is making you worry for nothing. The old man answered. No BLD tests though. Really? What's in his BLD, Hisoshi? Something I can't talk about. Why? Too dangerous. A virus. A mutation. Can it spread? Not if somebody does not steal his BLD and tries to. And even then, it's inadvisable. How much? Not everybody can withstand the strain, and I don't want to think how quirks would react to that. You know the higher-ups will force us to tell them. If they know about it, sir. Hisoshi countered. And he just wants to be a chef. A simple life as a chef, he isn't even sure he wants to open his own restaurant, just work in one. It doesn't even have to be fancy. Goddammit. Okay. Sir. Let me cover the few traces you two morons left behind, then we'll get to work in preparing his tests. And I hope your son's food is worth it. The old man declared with a growl. Hisoshi, the chief said with narrowed eyes. I kind of sent a drone home to collect some. Hisoshi said with a weak smile. Midoriya, the old man roared in fury. I was having sober withdrawals, the man answered, whining. We have strict rules about secrecy here, Midoriya. And even then, we have a perfectly fine cafeteria here, it's not the same. Hisoshi answered, offended. Fork it out then, let's try. No. It's mine. Are you denying your superior? Yes. Hisoshi, man, just hand them over. It's just soba. Tamaki said, rolling his eyes. Just soba. Fine. He answered with a petulant tone, but still took out one of the boxes he held hidden in his office personal fridge. Here, choke on them, you two. HN. Drama queen. Let's see those skills of your brat, the old man declared while shaking his head and taking a bite. He made them with common equipment and ingredients found in every supermarket, just so you know. Nothing luxurious was used. Say, how many knives do you reckon dear Icon needs to do his best? Hisoshi's chief asked with a way too innocent smile that sent a chill up the man's spine. I think the guys in Lab 13 have a new super alloy that they did not know how to use. I bet they can make awesome pans with that as well. Tamaki added from the sidelines. We'll ask them to borrow some. Level 5 secrecy of course. At the very least, sir. Oh. And I believe that in exchange of your request of transferal back to 𝐼𝐶𝑢 going through smoothly, I will be your dinner guest once a month, if you don't mind paying for my silence with food. Me too. You will just stay quiet, Tamaki. Okay, sir. Damn it, okay, sir. You'll have your bribe. Hisoshi muttered in answer. Wonderful. Now share with me those tests you talked about, I want to see them myself. Oh, God. What have I done? I am sorry, 𝐿. Hisoshi thought in horror. He just hoped nobody else would notice his son's skill before securing his safety. Back to the mainland, 𝐼𝐶𝑢 household, kitchen, there was a somber silence in the huge kitchen of the disgustingly rich family, for a murder had happened there, with ingredients being the victims. It was a massacre. Some strange gelatinous green sludge was slowly dripping from the walls and smelling like dirty socks. A small pan was burning in a corner while completely enveloped by flames, and the oven was giving few last dying electric whimpers before finally succumbing, producing a tiny plume of black smoke and then letting its frontal panel detach and slam on the floor in 1,000 pieces. Why does this keep happening? I just want to be good at cooking. The lady of the house, Reirozu, wailed in tears while burying her face in her husband's shoulder as he hugged her. I know, dear. But you are an amazing woman already. Maybe it's the universe balancing things out by giving you some bad luck, otherwise you would be too perfect. The woman's husband, Saito Yorozu, answered while patting her back in a comforting manner, and at the same time sending an apologetic look at their family personal chef. The guy was weeping at watching the sorry state the kitchen had been reduced to in merely 5 minutes. T2 perfect? Rei asked with a hopeful tone, breaking her husband's heart by locking her now puffy red eyes with his. Of course, it is clearly a sick joke of the gods, pure jealousy, the man answered, shamelessly ramping up his compliments with zero hesitation. As for him, there was never enough simping if it meant having the love of his life smile. You are so good to me. Rei wailed while hugging him again. And so are you to me, dear. Come, while dear Tokishi makes a list of what it will need to be changed near everything, sir. The chef interrupted him with a tone of horrified awe at the sheer destruction he was seeing. We will go watch some TV to relax. Saito growled out the rest of his words while nailing the man with a scathing glare and half-dragging his wife away. Living room, here, darling. We'll watch some silly videos and you'll see you will feel better. Saito said while turning on the giant TV and selecting the internet video app that for the sake of copyright we will call YouTube. I just wanted to be the one preparing lunch for you and Momoin for once, Rei admitted with a small, adorable voice. I know, dear, and one day you will. Saito said. I hope it will be soon. Can we watch that? The woman answered while pointing at the top 10 featured videos, at the very first video dominating the list in terms of visualizations to be precise. The Young Chef Competition. Why is it trending? It's a small channel with barely any followers too. The man said, confused. Maybe somebody screwed up badly. Rei asked, hopeful. Schadenfreude. That will help her feel better. Hopefully whoever it is they fail so hard, Rei-chan will look like a MSTR in comparison. Saito thought in relief as he as well believed that to be the case. Yes, let's see that. A good laugh is always good for one's health, he said aloud while clicking on the video and already savoring the return of his wife's smile and laughter at the expenses of some unknown brat thing-up. Tack, 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 tack. And both adults watched slack-jawed as the video instead featured Izuku going in raw and without lube in the competition while humiliating his opponents. Holy F. He is culinary raping them. Is the video sped up? Behind them their chef was heard shrieking in awe after glancing from the kitchen door. No, Saito answered, shocked as the number of plates the boy made kept growing. Wow. Even a kid cooks better than me. And he doesn't look older than Momo-chan. Rei in the meantime started crying again, not that Saito could actually blame her. I think I found your new cooking teacher instead. It was then that the man devised a new plan while looking at the screen with narrowed eyes. What? Really? Who? Rei asked, still hiccuping. That boy, he seems prepared enough. No. Please don't fire me. I can get better. Even better than that. Their chef said immediately while falling on his knees. He will just teach Ray-chan how to cook better with weekly lessons. I am not firing you after years of loyal service. Saito answered while rolling his eyes. Ah. Okay then. Do you really think you can become better than that, though? Mr. Yorozu asked, curious. Maybe, the chef tried answering with a forced smile. It was utter bullshit, and both men knew that, but chose to not comment on it all the same. 2 days later, Midoriya house, ding. 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 Coming. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 yelled while opening the door to see a tall gentleman with clearly expensive clothes waiting for her on the other side. Good evening. Good evening. You are 𝐒𝐭𝐽 Midoriya, I presume? The man asked. Yes. Saitorozu, pleased to meet you. Pleasure is mutual. How do you know my name? I know a guy, or better, a guy knows you. Saito answered, smirking. Who? Samui, he is the head chef of my family's favorite restaurant. Or he was before his nervous breakdown. Oh. Him, how's he? 𝐒𝐭𝐽 asked with a sorry expression. He is doing okay, or so I heard. Saito answered, shrugging. At the same time, penthouse at the opposite side of the city, kitchen, no. No. It was mellower. And the taste was richer. The famous chef Samui yelled with insane eyes while throwing away another pot of rice behind him. Around him dozens of empty sacks of rice littered the floor, and by looking at him, it was clear he did nothing besides cooking ever since the challenge, not even sleeping or showering. How did he do that? Who? Why ha ha ha. A deranged laugh echoed in the penthouse before the man's assistant finally forced his way into the apartment by bursting down the door and accompanied by 3 burly doctors holding up a straitjacket. Back to 𝐒𝐭𝐽 and Saito, I hope he recovers. But why did you ask him about me? Well, I needed a name to better find you and your son, ma'am, Saito answered. Why were you looking for us? 𝐒𝐭𝐽 asked with narrowed eyes. I heard your son is looking for a university to join while following his dream to be a chef. And for a restaurant where to work part-time so to have some actual experience. Why do you know all this? Because I can offer your son both in exchange for a favor. Saito answered. Ooh. May I come in? So we can talk details without others eavesdropping. We were about to have lunch actually. It's okay, Mom. I made more than enough for a guest. Who's your friend? Izuku said from inside. Not exactly a friend, 𝐒𝐭𝐽. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 answered. Please, madam. I have no bad intentions, I am just offering my help to your son in exchange for him helping me. Get in. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 answered with a sigh. Thank you, madam. Saito said while gesturing his chauffeur to just wait for him. What's on the menu? The man asked, cheekily. I tried my hand at sushi, I hope you don't mind. Izuku answered, shyly, while presenting the colorful display of fish and rice. Amazing. Saito exclaimed in wonder. To my shame lately I have left cooking to Izuku since he says he wants to train in his skills. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 admitted, blushing. I cannot blame you, madam. And it's kind of fun since my wife had tried to prepare a similar dish and failed, that was when I decided to look to your son for help. Saito answered. My help? Was her sushi that bad? I did not try it since she just destroyed the kitchen. And yes, I was wondering if you were open to come teaching my wife how to cook once a week. He answered. How did she destroy a kitchen while preparing raw fish and rice? Izuku asked, confused. I have no idea how she managed, and it honestly baffles me. Sometimes I wonder how it's possible that her bowl of cereal does not catch fire after she poured milk in it. I thank the fact we are not in some crappy comedy manga for that not happening. Saito said, sighing. Oh. Then why asking me? You have skill, clearly, since the other guy I wanted to ask had a breakdown after eating your dish. And also, well, no offense meant, but you are a nobody. Hey! 𝐒𝐭𝐽 growled, offended. I think he means I don't have any fame that may cloud my judgment, Mom. Izuku said. Precisely, I asked around, And you seem to be quite the soft-spoken, gentle boy from how people described you. So I thought that you would have been patient enough to help my precious Ray-chan become at least decent at cooking, 𝐒𝐿 explained. I understand what you mean, but how bad is she, actually? Izuku asked with narrowed eyes. On a scale from 1 to 10, the man asked back. Yes. Between 𝐭𝐴𝐻 Tendao from Ranma and Oti from Gintama, the man answered, bluntly. Good God. Izuku whispered in horror. Quite. As the man of the house, I sacrifice myself by eating what she cooks whenever she tries, and spare Momo thanks to some bullshit excuse I cooked up years ago about my daughter's quirk needing a very specific diet to work best. It's a thankless mission, but somebody has to do it. 𝐒𝐿 explained with a proud voice. You must love her a lot. More than my own life or liver, but the doctor said I can't keep this up or my stomach will start to break down, so she either becomes at least decent, or I will be in trouble. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, my boy. If you really pull this off, then whatever price you will demand, I'll pay. Wait until we decide if it is feasible before saying that. Izuku answered, sighing. Please give it a try. I asked around and I can put a good word for you to work in a restaurant kitchen, nothing luxurious though, as I don't believe those Ponzi stuck-up fools would accept a teen surpassing them. As for the university, that I can actually pay for. I can't accept that. Izuku said with wide eyes. Being good at cooking is my wife's dream, Midoriya-san. Myself and Ray-chan may look like people drowning in cash now, but we weren't so fortunate when we were kids. Our families struck gold only late in our life, not long before we took over our respective family businesses. And you know what that means. Not really. It meant we worked. That's it. When we started dating we wanted a big family, instead we got so absorbed in our work we barely had any daughter, and even then we are hardly able to spend time with her. She grew up mostly with nannies and other strangers, with Ray and myself desperately squeezing out every second we could to spend it with her like a normal family. And now our daughter plans to join UA University and become a pro hero. Meaning even less time to be a family. 𝐒𝐿 explained with a sigh. And where do I fit in this? Izuku asked. Just once, Ray just wants to cook something for Momo. Like a mother should, or so she describes it. I don't know if I have the skills, I don't know how to teach somebody how to cook. Izuku answered, unsure. In that case I will help you as well, if we work together, I know we can do it. 𝐒𝐿 offered. Why me? Why not you? There are hundreds of renowned chefs that I bet would give an arm and a leg to work for you, why not ask them? Or even a student from any school. Because they would give an arm and a leg, as you said, to work for a rich family. You are arguing against teaching a mother how to cook for her daughter. They would not care about the reason behind this, only about the compensation. Like all the others I asked before you. They all just looked at the check I offered and said yes, and then dropped out because they could not be bothered to put in the effort. 𝐒𝐿 answered, frowning. Let's say I accept. Yes. Ray-san will need to put in the effort as well. She will, I swear. And I don't want to get paid. Why not? He asked, surprised. Because I want to make it with my own power, without help. I admire that conviction, it's rare nowadays, the man answered, smiling. So, when do I start, sir? Izuku asked with a tiny smile. Whenever you are ready, Izuku-san. 𝐒𝐿 answered. Then I guess we have to celebrate. 𝐒𝐿 offered. Madam, I know this sounds fishy, but I swear I just want to help my wife, nothing more. Then it won't be a problem if I join as well. Mom. Understandable, there is no problem for me. 𝐒𝐿 answered. Thank you. My husband said he had a surprise for Izuku that will be ready in 2 days. Will it be okay if we come by once we have it delivered? Of course, madam. In the meantime I will tell Ray to get ready. A surprise? Izuku asked, confused. Who? You'll see, 𝐒𝐿. Those will help immensely. 𝐒𝐿 answered with a conspiratorial smile. They were not milk knives, but Hisoshi was sure a high-tech secret lab would not lose to any sharpener working by hand in producing the absolute best knives in the world. And in the afterlife, Melk the First felt extremely offended for reasons he could not fathom. And at the same time, somewhere even beyond mortals' understanding, new host candidate detected. Beginning operations. A chef's rebirth to the system. Verozu household. It was a day of celebration for the 𝐵𝐶𝐻 family. Their only daughter Momo had just been accepted into the recommendation entrance test for the prestigious hero school UA and will soon start her career as a pro hero, something that brought no little pride to both her parents. Pop pop. The family chef had even brought along a few party amenities and decorated the entire kitchen in an overabundance of streamers and banners. There is no need for all this, Momo said with an embarrassed smile. There is. There is. Ray answered, smiling proudly at her daughter. The test is 1 year away. I don't even know if I will pass it, the young woman replied. With all the strings I had to pull to make you jump ahead of the queue, you better, her father, Saito, answered with a smirk. Darling, don't make her feel guilty. Ray chided him in answer. Just kidding. Just kidding. The man of the house answered with a childish, cheeky raspberry. Thank you all the same for helping me, Dad. Momo said while hugging the man tightly. Ah, you are growing up so fast. It seems just yesterday I was reading you bedtime stories and helping you dress up in the morning. Her father replied, crying. Me too. You never wanted to eat your eggs when you were a kid. The family chef added, he too was sobbing heavily. Not you too, please, Takeshi-san. Momo begged, chuckling. Dealing Delong. Ah. This must be young Midoriya. He said he had a surprise for you to celebrate. Saito said once seen Inko enter the house accompanied by their butler. The short, and adorably plump don't you dare lewd her, woman was as always dressed perfectly whenever visiting the Yorozu house, and this time she was bringing with her a carefully folded paper basket of some homemade confectionery. The strange thing was that for some reason her son was nowhere to be seen. Good evening, she offered with a small bow. Good evening, Inko. Ray answered, still giddy at her daughter's success. Congratulations for your acceptance into UA, dear. I know it's not much. But we kinda made this for you, Inko said with a tiny smile. My father has made things bigger than they are, as usual. I did not enter UA, I was just told I will be able to take part in a special form of entrance exam next year, nothing more. Getting into the university is still up to debate. Momo answered while gratefully accepting the small thing. Oh. Well, it is still worth celebrating. Inko answered with a small chuckle. It was honestly impossible to hate the woman. She and her son had been as unobtrusive as possible while Izuku taught Ray the basics of cooking, and especially by showing a godly level of patience during the lessons. Flashback. During the first lesson, let's start with the basics, shall we? Izuku asked with a gentle smile. Oh okay. Ray answered, and used the silent thumbs up of both Saito and Momo to steel her resolve. We'll go slowly, starting with peeling and cutting, since preparing ingredients is the first and most important step. And remember, until you feel secure about handling a knife, always use the cat paws while cutting. Cat paws? Ray asked, confused. Fingers folded, like a cat paw. You know. Yun. Izuku answered, smiling sweetly while moving his hands up and down and even mewing a little. Good God, that's adorable. Saito thought in wonder while his wife and daughter turned beet red at the cutesy scene. Luckily beside that small incident things continued smoothly, and with how slow Izuku was forced to go to make sure Ray could not create another disaster of hers, as they all tragically discovered through trial and error, Saito was actually happy the lessons were free, because it was clear it will take a while before Ray would turn from a lethal to a decent chef. Present time, I don't see Izuku with you, though. Where is he? Is everything okay? Momo asked. Oh. He is still busy training in his chef skills, nothing wrong. He is actually sorry for not being here today. The family noticed how the woman stiffened a little before answering, but did not push the issue as a form of respect. He wants to become a great chef, so training is a must, isn't it? Ray asked. Why yes. Again, I apologize. Don't worry, don't worry. Saito, recognizing the situation was making her uncomfortable, swayed the focus on the small package the woman took along. What is it? He asked. Oh, some Italian dessert. Tiramisu. Something. Tiramisu. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 tried saying. Tiramisu. Ah. He knows you are a coffee freak, Momo-chan. So he made you a coffee-based dessert. Ray answered, amused. I am not a coffee freak, Mom. Momo immediately countered with an ashamed expression. You love two drinks, honey, tea and coffee. You have a caffeine dependency. Saito said with a wink. I can stop whenever I want, she replied, a tad lamely. Suya. Daddy. Hoo. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 could not stop a soft laugh from escaping her, further reddening Momo's face in embarrassment. 𝐒𝐭𝐴-san. Please. At least you. The young woman begged. I am sorry, dear. But I really must go, I still have some errands to run. Congratulations again for your quasi-admission, 𝐒𝐭𝐴, and I will cheer for you when the time comes. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 answered, bowing a little to the family before nearing the door again. Miss Midoriya. Saito called out while accompanying her out. Yes, she asked. The man simply checked that his wife and daughter were distracted by the dessert, and the blissful expressions both had cemented their being elsewhere at the moment, and closed the door behind them both. Saito-san. Once it was clear they were alone, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked at the man with a curious expression. What's wrong? Is Izuku all right? Call it a businessman's sixth sense, but Saito could tell 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was trying to bullshit him, and he instantly got worried. Everything is fine, don't worry. We are just extremely busy lately. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 answered. Midori. No. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, please tell me. Saito asked again. Go celebrate with your daughter, Saito. Today is her day and her day only. We'll be fine, have no fear, we Midoriyas always bounce back. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 answered with a gentle smile, a bow, and then silently walked away. You are not fooling me, my friend. Saito muttered, sighing. He saw how her smile dropped as soon as she turned around, making the smell of bullshit he had sensed before grow 100-fold in power. Returning inside, he could see the small dessert being reduced to a tiny slice his wife, daughter, and personal chef has left him just for manners' sake, since the thing was so thin you could almost see through it. And the three assholes had at the very least the decency to turn around and not look at him while wolfing down the huge slices they took for themselves. Thank you for leaving me some. Deep in thought on the 𝐒𝐿𝐴 problem, Saito only gave a half-hearted remark before tasting the thing himself. To be fair, the dessert was amazing. The cream was fluffy and delicate, with the taste of both mascarpone and fresh eggs mixed together to perfection, while the Ladyfingers biscuits had been soaked in just the right amount of coffee to not crumble into a sludge when sliced and yet melt into the flavorful espresso taste once entered the mouth, making it so that the sweetness of the cream and the faint bitterness of the coffee could playfully battle for dominance in one's palate in perfect balance. As Saito and his family had learned to expect from the boy's dishes, pure bliss. That was why Saito felt there was something strange if the boy was not present and his mother seemed to be shouldering some immense weight. Both mother and son were now friends of the Yorozu family, and that meant Saito felt on a bond to discover what was happening. You okay, dear? Ray asked, once seen his thoughtful expression. I am just trying to taste whatever crumbs you ingrates left me with. It's not easy to taste something if it's smaller than the nail of a pinky finger. Saito answered sarcastically while pretending that nothing was out of the ordinary. I wanted to share it properly, but my mother insisted on cutting it differently. Momo tried saying, still with a bit of chocolate powder on the tip of her nose. I will forgive you because it is your special day, today. But I am very disappointed in your mother. He answered. I am so sorry, darling. Ray said immediately, eyes sparkling just as she could do on command whenever she knew she was being naughty. Sorry, boss. It was really good. The family chef added. You especially. I am the boss of this house. You should not steal my food. Sorry, sir, I'll forgive you, thank you boss. If you make me a giant tiramisu just as good as this one was. Saito added with a malevolent smirk. The chef swore loudly in dismay. 2 days later, Midoriya household. 𝐒𝐭 was sitting on the sofa enjoying a cup of tea while her husband was spewing fire at the phone, both figuratively and literally. You listen here, you brain-dead quirkist. My son does not need a demon quirk to come there teaching a lesson to the spoiled brats you call promising students. What? You believe one needs a tail or a second set of ears to cook? Moron! Hisoshi roared like a beast before closing the call. Another university refused him. Hisoshi's boss, from I-Island, asked while refilling 𝐭𝐿's cup with more tea. Apparently Samui's little friends took offense to their beloved buddy having a mental breakdown because of Izuku, so they made it their mission to stop any attempt of his to get into any possible school for aspiring chefs. Hisoshi answered, snarling. And as a bonus, several food critics too have been asked to strong-arm restaurants into not taking him in for apprenticeship. Everything is hushed, but I called a couple guys specialized in intercepting calls and mails. If it is about food, except with subpar shacks, every venue have been sealed off for Izuku. The old man answered, sighing. And of course if there are queues to get into any university, and no matter what specialization, quirks get pushed forward in line, 𝐭𝐿 added, tears ready to spill from her eyes. The world is not a nice place, I fear, the old man replied. You don't know anybody that can help him, sir? Hisoshi asked. My contacts would have helped had your son decided to go into analysis, mathematics, science, physics, programming. Hard lab science, so to say. Even I-Island does not have food-oriented sections, even if Izuku's abilities have started to interest several colleagues of mine already. I can try to see if I can help him become a researcher and join I-Island once older and ready. But as a chef, I can't help him, I am sorry. It would still be a respectable job, Hisoshi conceded, sighing. Does it really mean that 𝐒𝐭 can't chase his own dreams? That he can only let others decide for him? 𝐭𝐿 asked, heartbroken. If I could give Izuku my quirk I would do it without a second thought, but I am not all for one. Hisoshi answered. Same here, all this fanfare for quirks is still a mystery to me. Besides needing 2 pairs of glasses and seeing in the dark, mine never made me feel all-powerful. The old man from I-Island answered with a shrug while the secondary pair of eyes he had on his forehead briefly opened to look at the parents, before he closed them again with a grimace. Jesus! The headache I get when using them is still unbearable. He then muttered, wincing. Knock. Knock. I'll go see who it is. Hisoshi said, opening the door to see Saitorozu look at him with a saddened expression. Yes. What can I do for you? Hisoshi asked, gulping a little. Can I see him? Saito asked. You know. Hisoshi asked back, sighing and letting the man enter. I made a couple of calls to a few people I know, so I guess I have a small inkling of what happened. No schools for chefs want him. No schools, academia, private tutors or even decent restaurants. And we suspect that should he try to open one himself, half the food critics of Japan will purposely destroy his reputation. Hisoshi answered. Of course, heaven forbid somebody dares shake the pedestal the great Samui sits his ass on. Bloody morons. Saito answered, rolling his eyes. British ancestors? Hisoshi asked with a weak smile. No. My father forced me to study in England. Few things stuck. The other replied with a scrunched nose. Good evening, Saito. 𝐭𝐿 said with a small wave once both men walked back inside. Good evening. The old man also welcomed the new arrival. Hello, 𝐭𝐿, how's he? Sigh. Honestly. Dead in a sense, the last spark was used to make that dessert for dear Momo. Now he just lies in his bed all day, hiding under the covers. She answered, sighing in despair. He took it that badly. He was furious, the rage of a beast. Then I guess he just lost himself in sadness once done burning through the anger. Too many hands stacked against him for things out of his control, he just got fed up with it, I guess. The old man answered with a helpless expression. It's not his fault if he is quirkless and if he has a great talent for cooking. 𝐭𝐿 hissed angrily. We know, 𝐭𝐿. We know. Saito answered, sighing, and trying to knock gently on the door to Izuku's bedroom. Knock. Knock. Izuku. It's me, Saito. Izuku. I just want you to know that for us nothing will change. Rei still wants you to teach her, and Momo still wants your help to revise her notes, and Tokishi still insists on challenging you in a cooking showdown at least once. You still have friends in the Yoirozu family. Your family and mine have not abandoned you. You are not alone, Saito said to the door. Remember, you are not alone. You will find a way, I believe in you, he said before taking a few steps back. What not one of the adults in the living room could know was that the boy was not merely asleep, but actually going through what could be described as an out-of-body experience. Somewhere far away from Japan, Izuku had no idea when exactly he fell asleep, only that he found himself shifting from curling into a ball under his covers to standing in front of a small, unassuming restaurant hidden in a secluded, smallish alleyway in an ancient city he did not recognize. Fang Fang Little Store, he read aloud the store name with an unsure tone. With a sleepy grunt answering him, the boy finally noticed the slim and tall man slouching on a chair in front of the entrance and basking in the sun with his eyes closed. The very fat dog sleeping next to him instead just gave a guttural huff and briefly looked at the kid with only a single eye before returning to sleep. The guy sitting on the restaurant front slowly got up to lazily stretch while looking at Izuku with half-lidded eyes and a face utterly inexpressive. He just tied his long black hair in a ponytail with a silk rope and stood with his crossed arms looking at him. Hello. Izuku tried saying with a weak smile. So it's you. Come in. The tall man muttered with the corners of his mouth faintly pulling up in something resembling a smile before signaling him to follow inside the store. The restaurant was simple, neat and tidy. With an area of 10 square meters and a few sets of tables and chairs, it was indeed a small, homely restaurant. Curiously, the plates listed on the wood tablets on the wall were priced in gold coins and crystals, but at the owner's imperious gesture, Izuku ignored it and sat at a table under a strange tree giving off a soft light. And if Izuku's ears were not malfunctioning, a very faint chime-like sound whenever the wind from outside made its luscious green leaves flutter a little. A strange woman with jade skin and extremely long, silky black hair and black dress was sitting on top of a small boat resting in a corner of the restaurant and looking at him with unfazed eyes while she dangled her feet back and forth. Where am I? He finally asked. My store, the owner answered, his voice coming from the small squared window connecting the kitchen to the main room. Okay. I am Biu Fang, the guy added after a long silence, as if too lazy to even introduce himself. Izuku mid-dash, I know, he cut him off. How? Biu-san. The system told me, the man answered. The system? This is the gourmet system. You have been chosen to become the system's host in the hero world and become the god of cooking of the hero world. A metallic voice resounded inside the store. What it said. Biu Fang added while delivering a plate of braised meat to the boy. What is the system? The system is the system. It will aid the new host in his mission to become the god of cooking of the hero world. You will be given a restaurant to manage, a training regimen to follow and missions to complete to further your growth. The closest similarity the host can use to help understanding is to follow the logic of what you call video games. Each yen you will gain will be translated into experience points. As you level up your body, spirit and senses will become stronger and you will be permitted to use better ingredients from other worlds and better equipment from one of the various god of cooking sets of other worlds. Host Biu Fang has already ascended to the title of god of cooking of the fantasy world. It is now the turn of host Izuku to ascend, the metallic, genderless voice of the system explained. Why? And why me? Because the system deems you worthy and because every world needs a god of cooking. I see. Did you really say ingredients for other worlds? Izuku asked, shocked. The best ones. Biu answered while serving him the meat. At the current level, host Izuku will only be able to utilize ingredients from his original world unless specifically asked by the system to use ingredients from other worlds. The system will take care of delivering ingredients and instruments. Host can rest assured, nobody will find anything out of the ordinary. Host Izuku only needs to focus on cooking and furthering his skills as a chef. The system will take care of all the rest. The rest? Equipment, security, ingredients, location and everything else. Security 2. A whitey will be already waiting for you in the new restaurant along another blackie. Ah. A robot and a lord dog. Bu Fang answered while pointing at the tall robot with a protruding belly behind him and at the very fat dog sleeping outside. Not any normal dog. They asked the most vicious of this lord's sons to play security. They really want you to be safe. The dog answered with a deep, masculine and cultured voice worthy of a king. So I just have to focus on cooking? Izuku asked. Isn't that what a chef is supposed to do? Bu asked back. I want to bring smiles to people with my food, to make them happy, not just cooking. I want people to enjoy my dishes enough to brighten their day. Well said, the man answered with a small nod of approval. Then host Izuku, please prepare for your test, the system said. Test. In 1 year the system will test you. Should you pass, you will be formally recognized as a host of the system and be given the restaurant and everything else. In the meantime the system will take care of preparations and make sure nothing will interfere with the host should he pass the test. Work hard, young man. The voice declared. This may be your last chance before losing another dream. Bu tried saying. My last chance. So I was told. They will try to make your dream impossible back home, but by personal experience, I can vouch that the system can help. Whenever it is not acting too stingy or demanding. My last chance to be a chef. I'll do it. Good. Congratulations. I'll become a DMN good chef again. I did it once as Zeus, I can do it again as Izuku. Izuku said while taking a bite of the so-called red braised meat dish he was served, and as everything faded away, the boy had only one thought crossing his mind. Goddammit, this tastes amazing. Real world, Midoriya household, bang. The 4 adults jumped in fright as the bedroom door was kicked open by Izuku as he marched towards the stove with a determined expression. I'll be a chef, even if I have to go against God himself to do it. The young man declared while turning on the stove and grabbing the knives and pans the guys of Island created for him. It will be hard, you know. Saito said, sad. Then watch and be amazed. Izuku answered, smiling in determination as a fat salmon appeared in his hands. Ooh. It really happened. I asked for the salmon I was tasked with preparing and it appeared. It means that the system really exists. I have 1 year to prepare for my exam. I can't fail. Izuku thought once he'd studied the perfect example of salmon in his hand and the recipe that had been downloaded inside his head as the first exercise for his new training regimen. Apparently the system had a very strict set of requirements for its acceptance exam, one even he as Zeus or Setsuno herself would have been hard-pressed to meet, and Izuku had only 1 year to meet said insane criteria, along a series of techniques, recipes he was supposed to MSTR before the exam came, and he won't slack off. Watch me, you fools out there. I was the king of chefs once, now I will ascend again to the top even without a quirk. With a knife twirling at high speed in his hands, Izuku started cooking with a fervor even superior to his previous life as Zeus. Behind him, Saito, his parents and the old man watched in awe as ingredients kept appearing in his hands out of thin air for him to prepare, along dishes of insanely high quality being prepared at high speed by him. 1 year later day of the recommendation exam for Momo and Gume exam for Izukuro's house, kitchen. It had been a tiring year for the boy, an insane year of sleepless nights where he would revisit whatever memory as his life as Zeus he could call upon together with the encyclopedia worth of basic knowledge the system pretended him to MSTR and memorize to prepare for his test. Izuku's life had thus been reduced to a very strict schedule: get up, breakfast, cutting training, high school, lunch, carving training, homework, cooking lessons with Rei Yorozu if it was Monday, seasoning training, dinner, meditation to recover Zeus memories, special cooking techniques training, sleeping. Rinse and repeat every single day. And each and every training exercise came from the strict guidebook the system gave him, and every single exercise was always done in live streaming so that Hisoshi and a couple of trusted pals his father's boss handpicked could study him, because apparently what were normal skills for a chef like Zeus, in Izuku's original world were absurd, to say the least. The boy was unaware that Island had taken an unhealthy interest in him, and knew even less of how influential the guys in those secret labs actually were. Now we put the pie in the heated oven, and we wait. Izuku instructed while closing the oven front panel to look at the raw dessert bask in the angry red produced by the heat inside the thing. I am so nervous, Rei admitted while nervously patting the flour from the apron she was wearing. You were amazing during preparation, Rei. I never helped you, you did it all alone. The boy answered with an encouraging smile. Except when I almost used salt instead of sugar, the woman said, sighing. Beside that, Izuku conceded, sweat dropping. I will make the labels on the jars bigger still, don't worry. Tokishi, the personal chef of the Yorozu family, conceded while rolling his eyes. And I almost forgot to put the sliced apples in it, that too doesn't matter. And let's not focus on that. You made a wonderful pie to celebrate Momo's passing her test, and you did it all alone. When she comes back, she will find your very first dish waiting for her. Izuku forcefully cut the woman off before she could start a new downward spiral of depression about her lackluster cooking abilities. Are you sure she will pass? Tokishi asked, unsure. We are talking about Momo here, if she doesn't pass, who will? Izuku answered. You hold my daughter in high regard, don't you? Rei asked with a devious smile. She has a very seki brain, more I won't say. Izuku, overly focused on cleaning the kitchen top they worked on, answered without looking at the woman. Oh. Only her brain is secretary. Rei pushed forward, her smile predatory. I won't confirm nor deny that your daughter is also a very gorgeous young woman. My lips are sealed and no amount of nagging will force me to talk, he answered, flashing her a challenging smile. Do not underestimate my nagging powers, boy. No secret remains, so if I, Reirozu ne Katsuragi, want to know them. The woman replied haughtily. You are welcome to try. Izuku's answer faded into a whisper once he heard a genderless metallic voice ring inside his head. 1 year has passed. Host, please get through your initiation test right now. The system said. Right now, he asked. Izuku. You okay? Rei asked, worried at seeing him pale to unhealthy levels. Iken. What's wrong? Tokishi also asked, just as worried. Right now, host. Please move behind the counter and prepare the required dishes following the recipes provided. The system answered. I was wondering if I could prepare something myself to celebrate, Izuku asked with a forced smile. You forgot to get a present for Momo-chan, didn't it? Rei asked, smiling mischievous. Why yeah. So I was wondering if I could prepare your dinner myself. As a present. She will surely be very hungry after using her quirk to pass the test. Izuku answered. Oh. Do you mind, Tokishi? Nah. Fridge is full to the point of bursting. If neither you or Mr. Saito mind, I can sit one dinner out for once. The family chef answered, shrugging. Thank you. Izuku answered with an overly elated expression that made both adults laugh. Tying a green bandana on his head, the young man started collecting ingredients from the giant fridge, although from his point of view, the stuff he was about to cook was far from normal. From Izuku's point of view, as soon as he tied the bandana on his head, the kitchen of the Yorozu family disappeared and an endless white space appeared around Izuku. Nothing beside the cooking area prepared by the system and a giant fridge was there. The young chef was alone in the middle of a pure white nothing. The test was simple. Prepare a full-course menu, meaning, hors d'oeuvre soup, fish dish, meat dish, main course, salad, dessert. Please prepare the first dish, hors d'oeuvre. Ingredient, puffer whale, the system asked. Puffer whale. An ingredient from the gourmet world of Zeus, Izuku muttered in dread as a small and long pure white fish appeared on a plate in front of him. A puffer whale was a deep-sea fish normally around 6 meters in length, but as it swayed habitat and moved deeper underwater, the water pressure of the sea would compress its body to the size of a normal pufferfish. It was a small, pudgy-looking white fish with a round body, thin fins, small beady eyes, and large blue lips. As a result of the deep pressure, the tastiness of the fish would become highly concentrated but would also cause the huge amount of waste produced by its body to become highly concentrated as well, forming what was known as the fish poison sac. Its poison sac resembled a small gooey purple blob whose position in the body constantly varied between puffer whales. When the fish gets startled, a chemical reaction would cause the release of its poison, causing its body to turn into a dotted dark purple color that shows off its intense toxicity. Izuku watched the thing with scared eyes, because while he still had his transmigration lifetime's worth of knowledge as Zeus, his original body was not as trained, as his trembling hands could testify. To ensure the puffer whale is safe to eat, before any further steps can be taken, someone with keen senses must first ascertain the location of the poison sac. Afterwards, extremely precise cuts must be made to open the puffer whale and reveal the poison sac. If the handling is off by even a millimeter, the poison sac will instantly rupture and render the fish unsafe for consumption. Izuku mumbled aloud while recalling word for word the teachings of Zeus' old cooking teacher. Complicating this step was the fact that the location of the poison sac was completely unique from fish to fish, meaning there were at least over 100 variations of cuts needed to expose the poison sac. Likewise, the puffer whale's body was deceptively dense for its size due to the extreme compression it had undergone, making the precise knife work needed that much more difficult. Once the poison sac was exposed, it could only be removed with bare hands, during which the sac must be constantly rotated whilst simultaneously removing the mucous membrane. It was no surprise that many chefs of the gourmet world put preparing that ingredient on the same level of disarming a bomb. As an incentive for the future god of cooking of the hero world, host Izuku will be permitted to use one piece of the God of Cooking set for the duration of this test, temporarily unlocking the knife of the God of Cooking of the abyssal world, the Silver Sea Dragon kitchen knife. Ah! What appeared in the young man's hand was a humble-looking kitchen knife with a long and thin blade giving off a faint light similar to moonlight. Both blade and the handle were made of pure white bone, with the handle carved in a delicate recreation of dragon scales. Created with the bone of a 1,000-year-old silver sea dragon, the goddess of the sea that rules unopposed the deepest oceans of the abyssal world, the system explained. And I can use it to cook? Izuku asked. Host, the dragon herself that was used to create the knife resides in another world and is a being that has ascended to godhood. In this world the host currently lives in, there is nothing that cannot be cut by this knife. Nothing, he asked, gulping. Nothing. Its supreme sharpness will also count as a test for the host cutting and carving knowledge. I will start then. I will prepare puffer whale carpaccio. Izuku answered, and loudly chose the recipe between the ones the system suggested for the test. Good. Please start at once. Real world, Rei and Tokishi were unaware of what Izuku and the system were talking about. They only saw the young man grab a fat fish from the fridge and start carefully palming it as if to study every inch of its body. He is treating it like a bundle of lit dynamite. Rei muttered, unsure by the overly focused light in Izuku's eyes. He must really want to do a good job for Miss Momo, the chef answered, thoughtful. You don't say, the woman replied, smirking. Yes, he normally is at least a bit chatty when cooking, but now. He is so focused I think he wouldn't notice if we shot him with a rifle. The chef answered, smiling just as mischievously. In the meantime they watched Izuku finally open the fish belly to remove the guts inside with slow and very tense movements, as if actually afraid those innards would blow up. In truth, from his point of view, he was actually managing to remove the poison sac from the special fish. Since he is working so hard, shouldn't we also invite him and his mother? I would feel bad if he works this hard and doesn't get a taste. Tokishi muttered. True. Pass me the phone, I will ask Saito-kun if he is okay with having 2 guests for dinner. Rei answered after a short pause of thought. Sigh. Once the innards of the other 2 fishes as well went safely removed, they watched Izuku relax visibly, and start carefully removing the fins and head with a more calm disposition. What is he doing? Rei asked. Going with how he is slicing the fish, I think he is preparing fish carpaccio, the Yorozu family chef answered, looking at how carefully Izuku removed the skin of the fish to leave out its plump, pristine meat. What the two did not know was that as soon as the poison sac and skin was removed, the system swayed the fish that used to be in their fridge with the puffer whale Izuku was actually preparing, surprising the chef with how fresh and gorgeous said fish flesh looked. Damn, that is one nice ingredient. We got a good batch this time, he admitted. Considering how much we spend every time you go out for groceries, it was a given. Ray answered. Now the cutting. They heard Izuku mutter while lightly raising the knife in his hand and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 holy F. Both cursed in awe as a blurry of motion gave the impression the young man's hand managed to split into hundreds of copies of itself to slice the fishes into hundreds of extremely thin slices at every swing of the knife, so fast ere itself went shredded. Satisfied by the slices being all of the same thickness, Izuku dared to show a tiny smile while taking out 2 wide plates, and once gently slapped each and every slice of fish with the flat side of the knife. He composed the 2 dishes by positioning the slices like petals of a flower and with each layer alternated so to create the image of 2 giant pure white translucent lotus flowers. He finished the 2 dishes by mixing olive oil, herbs, vinegar, and lemon juice to season the carpaccio by gently drizzling the resulting aromatic oil all over it. Hors d'oeuvre is ready, Izuku muttered, elated, while adding a tiny pinch of pepper and rock salt and putting a single tiny cherry tomato carved into a rose in the middle of each plate. Wow, he turned a tomato into a rose. That's not mere carving, the family chef muttered in bitter envy. Soup. I need to make the soup next, Izuku muttered while moving to grab a big slab of meat from the fridge. Please use this boulder armadillo meat to make the soup dish, and host Izuku should remember the method the system taught him to tenderize its otherwise steel-hard meat into a dish good for human consumption. After a test about handling delicate ingredients, it was time for the system to test the young chef's knowledge in boiling and stewing. Once removed the topmost layer of fat, Izuku moved the slab of meat on the chopping board and easily cut what to him felt like an ingot of steel into cute little cubes. He then moved into a tall pot he filled in cold water. This knife is really sharp, he muttered while putting the pot of water with the meat cubes on the fire to boil. I sharpen them every day, thank you, Tokishi answered, puffing out his chest in pride. Down with the ego. What's he doing? Ray asked. He is blanching the meat. He covered it in cold water and put it on the fire. As soon as it will boil the meat, some will float to the surface like a foam. He will then skim that foam away, rinse the meat and use fresh water to repeat the blanching until all the scum is removed. Like that the soup will have clearer broth, so it will be more pleasing to the eyes. Tokishi answered. Ooh, nice. The woman answered, intrigued. In the meantime the two watched how once blanched, the small cubes of marbled meat got seared in olive oil and then gently braised with garlic and onions to then be submerged in a wine-based broth before being moved in the oven, where the meat would become meltingly tender. 2 hours in the oven before it's done. I can move to the fish dish in the meantime, Izuku muttered, grimacing, as the next test was about steaming. The young man first squatted down and took out a few succulent fishes and various kinds of herbs and 𝐒𝐿 along with a bottle of white wine from the fridge and a few sheets of parchment paper from a near cupboard. The scales have to go, Izuku muttered, and just like before, the kitchen knife in his hand moved at shocking speed to remove the scales on both sides of the fishes, bringing to light the pristine and unblemished meat under it. Just as with the puffer whale, every time Izuku started preparing a dish in the white nothingness that was the system's testing ground, in the real world the ingredients used were swayed with those special ingredients the system provided, everything without Ray or Tokishi noticing. As the kitchen knife began to dance gracefully in Izuku's hands, the blade made a clean cut on the fat fish's bellies, and with a swoosh, their fillet was delicately removed and set aside. The bones, Izuku muttered as he grabbed a pair of pliers with one hand and used the other to gently slap on the fish meat with the flat side of the knife, and once heard whatever sound cue he needed, his hand started moving back and forth at high speed to remove each and every bone from the mount of fish meat in front of him and then separating its skin from its flesh once done. He placed the meat into a porcelain plate and covered it with thin slices of herbs and 𝐒𝐿. Once the stir-fried sauce and other side ingredients were prepared, the young chef cut the various sheets of cooking paper into a heart shape. Oh, look! A heart! What a surprise! Tokishi muttered with a knowing look. I know, who would have guessed he would have used a heart shape to prepare a dish for Momo? Ray answered, just as amused. Unaware of the two joking at his expenses, Izuku spread the paper wide open and went ahead to grab the skinned fish meat once finished spreading a good spoonful of the stir-fried sauce on the hearts. Once placed the fish fillet above the prepared sauce, he added few more strips of herbs on top of the fish fillets to completely cover them. After that, he uncorked the wine bottle and poured a small glass of it over the fish's meat, preparing to wrap it once using some egg white as glue as he slowly wrapped the paper inch by inch around the meat until a cute-looking paper ball emerged as the final product. Curious recipe, Tokishi admitted, amused, and watched the various wrapped fishes being put inside a steamer and the thing added to the oven together with the still cooking stew. Almost done, Izuku declared with a sigh. He was completely drenched in sweat, but the light in his eyes was still burning fiercely. He had many dishes still to prepare. 2 hours later, I am home, Momo declared with a tired sigh as she entered the huge house. She looked tired and emaciated, meaning that the recommendation exam forced her to give 110% of herself and pushed her quirk, and so her own body, to the limit. Welcome back. To her surprise, not only her parents and the family chef Tokishi were present, but Izuku and Inko as well, with the young man looking just as dead tired as she was. Oh, I did not know we had guests. I am not presentable, the poor girl said once seeing her own disheveled look in a near mirror. It's okay, Momo-chan. You have worked hard, so it's a given, Saito answered while hugging his daughter as hard as he could. Come, I will help you freshen up a little, like that dear Izuku will have enough time to finally finish cooking, Rei offered with a kind smile. Him? Momo asked. I may have gone a little overboard, I hope you don't mind, Izuku answered, smiling weakly. He too looked pale and drained since the main course dish he had been tasked with preparing demanded him to infuse it with the gourmet energy from the gourmet cells he brought back from his isekai as Zaus. Izuku considered cooking by infusing the dishes with gourmet energy cheating. The system preferred calling it evening the odds against quirks. I-Gururoro. Momo's answer was cut short by the inhuman gurgling sound that echoed from her stomach, with her face burning bright red right after. I am so sorry. Please ignore that, the young woman begged, mortified. It's okay, for a chef, that's music to the ears, Izuku answered, smiling gently. That doesn't help, Momo replied, distraught, and walked away behind her mother on the notes of everybody's laughs. Once everybody was seated, Izuku helped Tokishi serve the various dishes he made for his test, having been informed by the system that those were indeed the same plates he prepared for his test and was now free to eat as his prize. And apparently, another prize was being able to use puffer whale as an ingredient even without the proper level. Host has passed the test with a final score of 100%. Congratulations. You are deemed worthy of becoming a host of the gourmet system. Your journey to become the god of cooking of the hero world will start tomorrow at the DLVRY of the restaurant. You will be given the precise address tomorrow and will find everything ready for use and the restaurant already decorated and furnished to your specifications. Congratulations. Your path to greatness is now open. Work hard, young man, the system declared with a happy-sounding fanfare once every dish had been brought to the table. Everything was simply amazing. The raw fish of the carpaccio had a slightly springy texture that made it bounce lively a little at each bite, with the meat seemingly never losing taste no matter how much one chewed. Holy! You improved again, Inko said in awe. The stew had a dense broth that felt like silk while traveling down one's throat, and the meat had turned from hard as steel to buttery soft to the point of melting on the tongue, filling the mouth in thick meaty aroma at every bite. Same goes with the paper-wrapped fish, mixing perfectly the gentle taste of fish with the astringency of the wine or the giant steak right after. A steak that, while very thick and resembling a piece of marble thanks to its thin lines of fat, was instead perfectly cooked to be juicy and tender. You still up to challenge him, Tokishi? Saito, uncaring of his mouth being completely covered in oil, asked with a smirk. No, the family chef answered from the kitchen counter while wildly shaking his head, causing a new round of laughs to ring around the main table. It's a shame you still can't find a restaurant to work in, Izuku. Your skills are simply unreal, Momo said with a saddened expression while helping herself to more seafood risotto, Izuku's main course of the system's test menu. Actually, I may have found one, Izuku admitted with a low voice. Yuch, the entire table uttered as one in surprise. Really? Rei asked. Apparently a business group is trying to enter into the world of restaurants to broaden their horizons and needed a young chef to take care of cooking in their first restaurant. I apparently was deemed good enough, and so they offered me the job. Tomorrow they will call me and tell me where the restaurant is. He explained while pulling out of his pocket the business card the system prepared for him to show if asked. "Can I?" Saito asked. "Sure." The system incorporated. "Never heard of it. Do you mind if I dig around a bit? Just to be sure it's not a scam." He offered. "Feel free to accept, host Izuku. Everything has been taken care of." The genderless metallic voice of the system answered. Sure. At least I will be sure they are not trying to pull one on me." Izuku answered. "Good. I'll keep this if you don't mind then." Saito answered while pocketing the plain business card. "When will they call?" Momo asked. "Tomorrow in the evening, a bit too close, but I should be able to dig something up by then. Just in case we can accompany you, so you and Inko won't go there alone." Ray offered. "Oh, no. I don't want to impose." "No can do," the woman answered. "I am sorry, Izuku. My parents hardly stop when they set their mind on something. My apologies," Momo offered with a small smile. Sigh. "It's okay," Izuku answered, sighing in defeat. "Let's just focus on the dinner for now, Iken. What about dessert?" Inko asked, trying to cheer her boy up. "Right. My lemon meringue pie and Ray-san's apple pie. I will take them here immediately." The young man gasped in horror before hurrying back to the kitchen to take out the dessert. The next day, Yavin Street, also called Gluttony Street, as it housed the greatest ensemble of restaurant in the entire city, was a very long and straight street with restaurants of every type on both sides, from traditional Japanese restaurants to cheap sushi bars to Italian, Chinese, Mexican, American, Thai, Greek restaurants, and so on so forth. It was said that if one wanted to eat everything planet Earth had to offer, they only needed to visit Yavin Street and just eat their way through it. At number 4 stood a brand new restaurant called Green Cloud Restaurant, a small restaurant with an area of 12 meters squared, neat and tidy, with walls painted pure white decorated with tiny cute green clouds and few tables adorned with comfy seats with plush emerald green cushions. On the opposite side of the entrance there were 2 smallish trees framing the window connecting the kitchen to the main room and a dull glass panel acting as door to the kitchen. 2 giant windows at both sides on the entrance made sure the people passing by on the street could see clearly everything that was happening inside. From outside nothing looked out of ordinary, and even the other restaurants around and in front of the small new one seemed to accept its existence without too much of a fuss, partly thanks to the chef being a well-mannered and friendly young man. But there were actually 3 strange things about the Green Cloud restaurant. Its chef was extremely young and talented. There was a strange tall robot with a plump belly and a shining bald head acting as security, and a big black dog with luscious fur could be seen asleep in front of the restaurant, right next to the entrance door, at every hour of the day no matter what happened. Ding! 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 A tiny bell chimed happily from above the door as a new customer entered the small new restaurant. "Welcome. What can I do for you?" Izuku, wearing a green chef attire, asked while surfacing from the kitchen to welcome the new guest. The path towards becoming the king of chefs once again was long, Izuku knew that, but he was ready to do whatever it took to reach his goal. A Chef Rebirth Chapter 3, Punishing Troublemakers. Number 4 Yavin Street, Green Cloud Restaurant. It has been a month since Izuku opened the restaurant the system provided for him, and even if the pool of customers was so thin many in his place would have fallen into despair, the young man instead treated it as a challenge to improve himself. He also got visited by the Department of Hygiene at least once a week, thanks to Samui's colleagues, as the old man from I-Island informed him, but other than acting prissy and stuck-up, those morons were always forced to run away with their tails between their legs once seen the immaculate restaurant being a step close at being sterile like a hospital operating room. 3 more cockroaches have been removed, the system alerted Izuku inside his head. Those guys sure are persistent. One would think that after 2 weeks they would have understood that strategy was just a waste of time. Izuku muttered with a sigh, by now aware that one of Samui's friends was using her quirk to manipulate cockroaches and other vermin into forcing their way in his restaurant. Those poor things though would last barely an instant before being disintegrated by the system itself, leaving nothing behind. There have also been 2 instances of crooks being sent to contaminate the restaurant's water pipes. Whitey has took care of them before they could manage. While the restaurant's water and electricity come from the system, the other restaurants around it shall not be damaged by brain-dead simpletons. The metallic voice added. Another thing Izuku learned was that his sponsor was a merciless entity that took its mission of aiding the boy's ascension to god of cooking of the hero world very seriously, more often than not forcing him to beji the system to not overdo and show mercy. Giving the finishing touches to the udon noodles he was preparing, the young chef gave a last shook to the wok to make sure the thick meat broth would mix with the noodles before moving the content into a cute white porcelain bowl decorated in tiny green clouds. He then toppled with a spoonful of his homemade extra strong chili sauce. "Blackie, time to eat," Izuku said while moving the giant bowl of noodles in front of the big black dog sleeping in front of the restaurant, with the intense aroma of the dish catching the attention of the people passing by. "Good God! That dog eats better than me." A particularly sad man in a cheap business suit that had just ran by mentally whined as he saw the gorgeous dish being served to a dog. That was part of Izuku's new everyday life. Once finished high school, he had started working full-time in his new restaurant. He actually slept in the small flat above the restaurant as well. He would get up at dawn, get down to the restaurant kitchen to train his cutting and carving skills following the system's training regimen. Then he would prepare the noodles for the black dog outside, acting as secondary security measure, always serving them in the bowl with Blackie written on it so to not mix it with the bowls for his customers, and then finally opening the restaurant properly for his customers. The vast main menu was fixed and proudly displayed on a trio of wooden plaques carved with elegant calligraphy and hanging on the wall by the entrance. An extra and tiny blackboard next to them instead showed the 4 dishes of the day. Izuku was free to decide daily based on his fancy. He even offered a small breakfast menu. Although he had to wrangle with the system for days to do it, the entity was just as obnoxiously strict as he was warned about. "Good morning," an elderly voice said as a very short woman with long white hair passed by the restaurant while using a tall wooden staff like a pogo stick. "Good morning, Oba-san," Izuku answered as he watched the tiny old lady open her own Chinese restaurant in front of his. "Buongiorno." "Good morning." Next came a plump boy dragging along his blonde-haired and thinner brother to open the Italian restaurant next to Izuku's. "Hi," the green-haired chef answered, waving at both and getting, as usual, a death glare from the blonde twin before both disappeared inside their store, Aldini's. "All this hatred just because I made pizza once as my dish of the day. That guy needs to learn how to chill like his brother does," the young man muttered while returning inside his kitchen to prepare for the new day. Some time later, lunch break rush hour, Tensai Ida, also known as the Turbo Hero, Ingenium, was starving. Being a full-time pro hero meant that 9 times out of 10 he could not have a proper schedule to manage his private life, meaning that more often than not he had to sustain himself on sandwiches eaten in a rush, sometimes even eaten mid-chasing of a villain, or like what happened that day, skipping breakfast altogether because a moron decided to make a nuisance of himself at the crack of dawn and take a gas station hostage to show his woman he was not a loser. The pro hero still failed to wrap his head around the man's reasoning even after delivering him to the police force. Gororororo. "Life as a pro hero is hard, isn't it?" one of the police officers nearby asked, chuckling, once heard the soft growling of Tensai's belly. "Very time-consuming, Tsukochi-san," the pro hero admitted, sheepish. "Well, I was about to have lunch. You can tag along if you want," the detective offered with a kind smile. "Don't mind if I do. Last night my dinner was some scraps of leftovers warmed in the microwave, and today I skipped breakfast. It almost makes me regret moving out to live on my own," Tensai answered, sighing in dismay. "It's the price to pay for independence. Come with me, I will take you to a small restaurant I know of. I have to be there for a small job as well. At least we'll grab a bite of something nice," Tsukochi answered, signaling at the other to follow him to his personal service car. "A small job?" the pro hero asked while sitting on the passenger seat. "In the last month that restaurant has been visited by hygiene inspectors a total of 15 times, and today we got a heads up about them trying again with a forged order to enter the kitchen proper, something they failed to do previously. The snitcher asked us to stop this nonsense once and for all. together with arresting the food critic that has been handsomely paid to destroy the restaurant's reputation today as well. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered. And you yourself moved for this? Tensai asked, surprised. Can you keep a secret? It comes with the job, detective. If it is an official mission of the police force, I will take the secret to my grave. Good. The snitcher is at the head of one of the labs in 𝐼, the secret ones. The other answered, making the pro-hero bristle in surprise. Whoever is behind that harassment is targeting one of the darlings of 𝐼. Tensai asked in dread. So it seems, the detective answered with a grimace. The darlings of 𝐼 were a rumored tiny group of people that had caught the interest of the more secret side of the lone island very few in the hero business actually knew existed. The darlings were usually people with curious quirks or other strange abilities those scientists studied from afar and wanted nothing to interfere with, so to keep collecting data. Messing with a darling was just suicide, as the people studying them had lots of connections and were not afraid to use them to see the annoyances gone forever. We know full well who is behind this harassment. Several high-ranking chefs, friends of that chef Samui that just recently recovered from his mental breakdown. After today we will make it clear that this kind of mobbing is illegal and that there will be consequences if they don't stop. Same goes for the food critics that won't be professional and just write what the best offer tells them to, instead of the truth. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 explained. And here I thought villains would only kidnap, steal or kill, Tensai muttered, surprised. You would be shocked to see how vicious the world of cooking is. Those guys would gladly stab each other in the back for an extra star on their restaurant. Here we are, we will have lunch there, at number 4. The detective answered once parked the car and pointed at the restaurant not too far away from the parking lot. Green Cloud Restaurant, never heard of it. Tensai admitted, both walking leisurely towards the place with the pro-hero waving back at the awed kids they met along the way. Pretty new construction, inaugurated a month ago and owned by a trading company specialized in ingredients 𝐷LVRY. They just opened their own store and got a young promising chef to cook for them. The dishes are slightly more expensive than restaurants offering similar menus, but the kid's talent is astounding, even as a quirkless, and between that and the overall quality of the stuff he makes, nobody seems to mind. He should be the same age as your brother, actually. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. The same age as Tenya. And he already has his own restaurant. Tensai asked, shocked. Yep. He even got all the papers filled to be a proper chef. I checked their validity myself. He is even a full-fledged 𝐼𝐼, the youngest registered. The detective answered. 𝐼𝐼, literally sushi chef, a title traditionally given to people that have certified mastery over the skills and knowledge needed to prepare proper sushi. What? I saw him in action for that. The kid's a monster. I showed the video to an old acquaintance of mine, and he himself certified the kid as worthy of the title and then some. Now I want to eat there then. Hoo. Hard-working youths are always nice to see, Tensai answered, smiling pleased. Just like your little brother, maybe. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked, smirking. Maybe I am a bit biased, but yes, the other replied, just as amused. Dealing. The little bell on top of the door chimed happily as the duo entered the place. Beside other 2 people inside, they were the only customers. Sure is empty, though, Tensai muttered, saddened. It happens when they try to scare your customers away. The restaurant's popularity is rising, but it's a very slow process. Luckily the kid doesn't seem to mind. The detective answered, moving to sit at a table next to one of the trees. What plant is this? I never saw it before. Are those runes imprinted on the leaves? Tensai asked. I have no clue. I just know that if I sit here my stress melts away, so I don't really mind if the leaves ring like a bell if you flick them. These small trees smell nice, look nice and feel nice, that's all I need to know. The other replied with a shrug and a very relaxed expression. Ring like dash ding. Holy heavens, they do. Please do not touch the leaves, those 2 plants are an endangered species, Izuku asked while coming out of the kitchen to address the 2 new customers. And you use them as afforestation for your restaurant. My sponsor is a little eccentric, I learned to not question them too much. What can I bring you? Izuku answered with a shrug. He knew those 2 trees came from another world, but his customers certainly didn't need to know that. I couldn't help but hear about your beef udon noodles, I think I will try those, thank you. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked. Of course. Mr. Ingenium. What can I bring you? So you know me. The costume is telling enough, I am a fan. Izuku answered, smiling wide. Remind me to leave you an autograph then. I think I will take a portion of those rainbow steamed fish buns I see in the menu and a plate of stir-fried shrimp noodles, thank you. Tensai answered while finally taking off the helmet of his hero costume. I will bring them immediately. Do you also want something to drink or will water suffice? Izuku asked. Water will be enough, we both are still on duty. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered. Okay, please wait a moment and I will bring everything to you, the young man answered before walking back into the kitchen. Apparently he is very fast at cooking, but nothing is pre-made, so we won't wait much before eating. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. You came here to eat before. I usually have breakfast here since his coffee and croissants are to die for. This is the first time I visit him for lunch. Oh. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the giant kitchen had been furnished, under Izuku's request, with every possible high-end apparatus an aspiring god of cooking may need to reach said flamboyant title. But what the young man loved the most was the huge table in the middle of the room occupied by an exquisite-looking giant cutting board in reddish wood adorned by delicate carvings of ingredients of every kind framing it, that and the insane collection of knives of every possible shape waiting for him next to it. I miss that dragon knife, that thing could cut like a dream, Izuku muttered with a sigh of dismay, having taken a large, fat fish from the cold storage of his kitchen and the plain knife from the rack next to the chopping board. Host Izuku will be able to unlock the Silver Sea Dragon kitchen knife, once unlocked 3 God of Cooking fragments. Fragments currently owned, 1, the system answered. Better work hard then, he muttered while removing the scales on both sides of the fish and opening its belly with a fast swipe of the knife so as to delicately separate the fillet from the skin and bones. Once washed away the BLD and the guts, the young chef rapidly cut the fish fillet into thin slices barely an inch wide. Few plump shrimps too went rapidly deshelled and quartered while the ginger root went sliced into literal hair-thin strings, same going for the other vegetables, like carrots and red onions. The rainbow in the dish name was not a fancy choice. The inside of the dumplings was actually pretty colorful thanks to the ingredients used, enough to let Izuku use such prose to name it. Once sure every color was ready, the young man started mixing flour and water to prepare the wrapping for the dumplings, and as the system taught him, by infusing gourmet energy in the mixture while kneading it he made its consistency thicker at an astounding rate. Slap. 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 Loud slapping noises echoed in the kitchen as Izuku's gourmet energy-infused hands kept slapping the ball of dough on the cutting board, making it ripple heavily as the energy influx forced the dough to flip inside out by itself at each slap. When the young chef finally stopped kneading and slapping the dough, the resulting smooth ball had a lustrous luster to it similar to marble and a faintly springy texture, making Izuku develop a small, satisfied smile. Perfect, he declared, pleased, as he started preparing the wrappings by taking tiny portions of the dough ball he then flattened into extremely thin discs he painted in egg white and then filled with the fish fillet stripes and the other ingredients before wrapping the thing closed. Once the wrapping was completed, layers upon layers of creases appeared at the opening and the dumpling looked like a crescent moon. It was so appealing that it was like a work of art. Dumplings are ready, now while they are in the steamer, let's prepare the noodles. Once put the 6 dumplings into the bamboo plate of the steamer, Izuku used the remaining dough to prepare the beef noodles for the detective and the shrimp noodles for Ingenium, with the beef ones being one of the recipes he was most used to make since Blackie would eat a giant bowl of those twice a day as a payment for his services as security, as the dog's rapidly inflating belly could testify. Troublemakers, it was when he had started preparing the hand-pulled noodles that Izuku heard Whitey move away from his corner of the kitchen to march outside with heavy steps. Sigh. Another one. What is with this dine-and-dash craze nowadays? There isn't a restaurant here that hasn't got one fool trying it at least once a week. Izuku muttered with a sigh, unwilling to stop cooking just to deal with some punks. He had Whitey for that sort of things. Outside the kitchen, main room of the restaurant, just a minute ago 2 brothers were occupying the table near the door, one short and thin, the other tall and muscular with broad shoulders. Both had a similar quirk giving them lizard-like appearances and thick skin covered in green scales, The tall one looked like a human-crocodile hybrid, the other resembled a lean human gecko. Tensai had noticed how the two kept stealing glances at the kitchen and then at the door once finished eating, and his hunch about the two being up to no good went confirmed when they both bolted away from the table and made a run for the door. "Stop!" The pro hero immediately ordered as he and the detective jumped to their feet to stop the dine-and-dashers before they could actually leave the restaurant without paying. Slam! To their surprise, the doors closed by themselves and no amount of pulling and pushing seemed able to make the glass door bulge, even under the titanic strength of the bulkier brother. "You are supposed to pay for what you eat, guys. This food is clearly not cheap," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said with narrowed eyes. "What if we don't want to pay, old man? The chef is a quirkless brat, we owe him nothing." The bulkier brother hissed in contempt. "Yeah, he can offer a bite to some guys, what's wrong with being generous?" the thin brother added, shamelessly laughing. "It's wrong because the chef of this place is trying to make a living, he is not here to cook for you just as a hobby." Tensai replied. "Ah, yes. A pro hero," the muscle giant said with a sneer. Once recognized Tensai as ingenium. "Something wrong about my profession too?" he asked, eyes narrowing dangerously. "Swaggering aside, I was supposed to be a pro too, before your lot kicked me out of school for a minor incident," the punk answered, growling. "Minor incident? Now I remember. You are Naofumi Tokujemaru. You tore off the legs of one of your classmates because he was, allegedly, flirting with a girl you liked. A girl later discovered was the guy's sister, so naturally close to him. You may not remember, but it was me who took you to juvenile after that incident. I am surprised you are still up to causing trouble," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. "The weakling was getting in the way, can't see where the problem is," the bulky brother answered, scoffing. "And the fact the girl was not interested in you? Just foolishness. I was supposed to be the next All Might thanks to my power, but I guess you others were just jealous. She would have come around sooner or later. So harassment and violence brought forth by inflated ego. You are no hero material," Tensai declared. "Bullshit," the giant said while punching the table next to him, but to his shock, even with all the strength he used while striking it, the wood table did not crumble to splinters like he expected. On the contrary, not even the plates and glasses on it moved at all. "What the F is that table made of?" the thin brother blurted out. "Troublemakers." From inside the kitchen, the metallic voice of Whitey the robot rang in warning as the tall thing slowly made its way towards the twins. Measuring 2.5 meters in height, the chalk-white robot struck an imposing figure, even with a bulging, soft round belly and a bald round head adorned just by two big round eyes shining in white light, giving it a kind of cute appearance. The robot would normally just stand in a corner of the kitchen and peek out to the main room to keep everything under control, and only coming out when trouble arose inside the restaurant to forcefully evict the troublemakers. I heard rumors about the restaurant's bouncer. I guess it is taking action under the chef's orders," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said while watching the thing move with heavy steps until it stood in front of the bulky brother and actually towering over the guy by a head. "You don't scare me, tin can. Troublemaker, pay the bill before leaving, or you will be punished accordingly," Whitey ordered, eyes flashing from white to red at regular intervals. "What if I don't want to pay, eh? Your boss is a useless quirkless esse. What will he do if I don't pay, eh? What did you call me?" Izuku's voice echoed in the room as he came out of the kitchen just long enough to glare at the twins. "I called you a useless quirkless. So what dash? I hate being called useless. Deku. Whitey. If they insist on not paying, punish them. They are officially blacklisted from entering my restaurant," the young man ordered sharply, cutting off the guy so abruptly the punk painfully bit his own tongue. Never mistake Izuku's gentle disposition and good manners for weakness. After a lifetime as Zeus, he had learned to believe in himself enough to hate his old nickname as useless. He knew he wasn't and detested being wrongly labeled as such. "Understood." Whitey nodded while the young chef merely returned inside the kitchen to finish cooking. "I said I won't pay." "Me neither," the thin brother added. "Then you will need to come with me," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, sighing, as he really wanted to have lunch before any bullshit could fall on his lap. To his surprise though, Whitey gently moved a giant hand in front of him to stop the detective before addressing the twins again. "Troublemakers, pay the bill." it said, again, with his robotic monotonous voice. "F you," the tall brother said, spitting on the robot's face. "Then you shall be stripped as an example to others," Whitey declared. "Eh?" the four men present exclaimed as one in shock. Clang! Faster than he could react, the bulky brother got his entire head grabbed by Whitey's big hand, with the robot effortlessly lifting him up from the ground until his legs dangled from the floor. "Let me go!" Smash! 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 Tensai was actually surprised. Just judging by the loud sounds of the guy's punches landing on Whitey's face, he could tell a common human would at best last 2 blows before being knocked unconscious thanks to the monstrous strength behind each hit, but the robot was unfazed as his head wasn't moving of an inch whenever a punch landed on it. Troublemaker is unwilling to comply. Beginning stripping, Whitey declared without mercy as his other hand grabbed the front of the guy's clothes. "Strap." "Ah?" The buff lizard guy whimpered in shock as every shred of clothing on his person went torn away in a single motion, something that also showed that other than his biceps, down there nothing was actually big or imposing. What happened to the respect between people? To the respect of the bro code? The tall guy mentally whimpered while fat tears of shame fell from his eyes. His spirit had been shattered under such a shameless attack. No. That's a stripping monster. The robot is a maniac. The thin brother in the meantime ran back towards the door to slam his fists on it, begging to be let out. Clink! Clink! The sound of Izuku bringing a small tray of freshly baked bread and the cold bottle of water to the pro-hero detective duo's table rang loudly inside the restaurant, catching the full attention of everybody present. My sponsor seems to have a twisted sense of humor. To them, stripping troublemakers is an adequate answer and a good way to teach humility, and so they programmed Whitey accordingly, and it isn't even against the law thanks to an old incident with a pro-hero mistakenly stripping the villain she was fighting against. Her avoiding being sued created a precedent I can use to defend myself, so I suggest you pay the bill. Or you'll be next. Izuku explained with a calm tone. What? Sadly true. Laws against public NDTY have become pretty lax nowadays, especially since a few pro-heroes of both genders do need to show some skin to use their quirks. Even if women are expected to show some modesty still. So unless he cripples you, he can actually get away with stripping you. Even if it would be better to leave at least the unmentionables untouched. Tsukochi confirmed, sighing. I will take note of it. Whitey, collect the money for their bill, or punish them. Whichever they choose. Izuku instructed right before disappearing back into the kitchen. Understood. The robot answered while dragging the 𝐒𝐴𝐺 naked bulky brother towards the thin one. Pay the bill, troublemaker, or face the consequences. We don't have money with us. We forgot our wallets back home and just hope to eat well and make a run for it. Please have mercy. The thin brother begged. No. Wham. Stryip. Wham. In answer, the thin lizard brother too went stripped, although he was left in just his boxers, and both twins went then slapped by Whitey out of the restaurant in a high fly, drawing a rather appealing arch in the air before both landed headfirst into the big dumpster at the opposite end of the road, with only their pale butts sticking out from the pile of garbage inside the thing. 2 exceptionally shiny buttes, thanks to their scaled skin. Troublemakers dealt with. Whitey declared while delivering the IDs, phones, keys and a copy of the twins' bill to Tsukochi while the torn clothes disappeared inside the literal bottomless hole the robot summoned once opened its soft big belly like a mouth. Another function of Whitey was garbage disposal, and Izuku loved having a literal black hole able to endlessly collect every scrap left by customers or his own practice cooking. Everything just ceased to exist once swallowed by the robot. Sigh. Yes, I will make sure those 2 morons will get back their stuff and actually return here to pay the bill. Okay. The detective merely accepted the silent request with a small shrug and watched the robot silently walk back inside the kitchen. This place does not joke around. Tensai commented, tersely, while the 2 returned to their table. I'll go make a call to have the 2 collected, just call me when the food arrives. Tsukochi finally understood he had to take care of the 2 naked and unconscious young men outside before they could run away, so with a heavy heart, he left the restaurant to do his job. Although, Both men's mood improved considerably when their food finally arrived and they could have their lunch in peace. Please enjoy your meal, and I apologize for the sad spectacle. I have no patience for bullies and troublemakers since because of one my life was almost forfeit. It's a scar that is still too fresh, Izuku explained with a small smile and a bow, and leaving the duo their order before moving to free and clean the table once occupied by the two lizard twins. His life was almost forfeit. Tensai muttered, unsure. Something must have happened that almost killed him. I think I will give it a look into it. Tsukochi answered while grabbing a hold of the noodles with his chopsticks to give them a tentative bite. Slua-yu-yu-yu-yu-yu-yu-yu-yu-yu-yu-yu-yu. An outrageously loud slurping noise soon echoed in the restaurant as the wide-eyed man pretty much inhaled the entire mouthful in raving hunger, his cheeks bulging like a hamster's as he loudly chewed on and on with half-lidded eyes of bliss. Each bite felt like a massage was being given to his tongue, while the thick broth hugged his palate and released endless streams of meaty aroma, followed by waves upon waves of 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 sweetly accompanied by a light spicy feeling from the chili sauce that had been mixed with the broth. The tiny cubes of meat as well were buttery soft and releasing the full blast of their aroma every time the detective chewed them. The entire dish was a flavor bomb that seemed to never end. I guess it's good? Tensai asked with an amused chuckle, watching the professional detective throw credibility to the wind and wolf down his plate like a hungry ghost until his mouth was shining from the broth on it. Scud. God so good. The detective gurgled out, his mouth was simply never empty enough for him to answer properly. Well, I will give it a try myself then, the pro hero, still utterly amused, declared while opening the tiny bamboo casket containing his steamed buns to release a thick pure white cloud of vapor that fully submerged him in the gentle scent of the sea. Whoa, shaking his head a little to stop any sea-related daydream from surfacing, the young man grabbed one of the 6 cute dumplings with his chopsticks to study it. The steaming had turned the thin wrapping semi-transparent, giving him the chance to faintly see the ingredients inside and take note that indeed those dumplings could be called rainbow-colored thanks to what lies inside. It does look pretty, Tensai muttered before giving it a bite. Izuku gave an embarrassed chuckle as he watched one of the big guns of the pro-hero business give a very awesome-like of appreciation before starting to eat like, well, a pig. The young chef was still unused to the flamboyant reaction first-time customers had with his food. He knew that thanks to his time as Zaus and the tutoring of the system his cooking skills were good, but couldn't people just tone it down? Just a little bit. It was really embarrassing. Ingenium-san. There are people watching. Izuku thought with a shy blush as few people that were passing in front of the restaurant had stopped dead in their tracks to watch a pro-hero and a detective of the police force gorge themselves in abandon. And while it was very good publicity, it didn't make Izuku feel any less embarrassed. With Tensai and Tsukochi, the young pro-hero was in heaven, his empty stomach was crying in joy as bites after bites of pure happiness were rapidly filling it. The fish of the dumplings had pretty much melted into his mouth as soon as he had bitten through the thin dumplings, thus creating a soup-like broth once mixed with the other ingredients inside the tiny thing that kept rushing down his throat like a raging river of flavor at each bite. Amazing! Tensai muttered, immediately falling in love with that delicate taste that warmed his heart. His new favorite dish was then soon followed by the stir-fried noodles adorned with shrimps so fat and juicy that they bounced between his teeth at each bite. SHT empty already. Tsukochi gasped in horror once seen his empty bowl, and barely caught himself from liking the plate clean, something he hadn't done since he was 5 years old. I know. The plates are big but they finish so fast. Tensai answered, just as sorrowful at seeing his own empty plates. Should we order something else? The detective asked, unsure. He seems to have a nice selection of meat dishes. And it has been a while since I had some steak, Tensai muttered in answer. I got some nice Argentine beef, if you want. I also have some A5 Kobe steak if you feel like pampering yourself. Izuku offered, making both men SCK in a cold breath. Argentine beef and A5 Kobe, the undisputed kings when it came to steaks, ludicrously expensive, but otherworldly delicious as well. Tensai's face immediately turned red as an intense battle raged between his heart, his mind and his stomach, each one giving valid pros and cons to the idea of a 5 please, medium rare. The pro hero blurted out, his stomach seizing victory out of sheer gluttony. It will also blow a hole in Tensai's finances, but at the moment he straight up didn't care. I'll go with a more mundane normal steak, thank you. Tsukochi declared with a bitter expression, totally not jealous about pro heroes being able to throw away money like that. Absolutely. Not at all. Not even a little bit jealous. DMN rich bestiaris, he thought. I'll be back immediately, Izuku answered with a bow and disappearing soon after inside the kitchen. Attracted by the two big shots eating to their heart's content, few of the people outside ventured into the new restaurant owned by the youngest chef they had ever seen, soon filling every table with curious new customers. When 1 hour later the bribed health inspector and food critic arrived, they both found a pro hero and detective waiting for them and very ready to shut down their backers' plan once and for all, and feeling almost tempted to somehow unleash Whitey on them for added measure just to make sure the lesson stuck. The next day, at university, the students of Class 1A were having a small lunch break in the university-owned cafeteria, chatting about their first month of school and still recovering from their teacher Aizawa's quirk test, and also a bit angry at his threat of expulsion in case of failure merely being what he called a logical ruse. They all were certain the man didn't actually know what a logical ruse was supposed to be. Why ha 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 ha. It was then that a loud guffaw shook the cafeteria as a girl from Class 1B with a bunny quirk went overcome by a gut-wrenching laughing fit. Rumi-chan. Please don't make a scene. Pony Tsunotori begged with a red face. Can you please have some decency? At least laugh like a proper lady. Tenya Ida, little brother of Tensai, asked with a kind of prude tone, annoyed by the outburst since Class 1A and 1B had their tables next to each other. Oh, stuff it, glasses, the bunny girl snapped back. I never, the young man bristled in shock at the rudeness. What made you laugh like that? Can we at least know the cause? Momo asked, rolling her eyes. You idiots from 1A all have a stick up your butt. I just watched a video update from a guy I am following on TW at Ter. The bunny girl, Rumi, answered with a huff. A nice joke. Kaminari asked immediately. In a sense, a duo of morons tried to dine and dash, but as always Whitey the Mighty punished them. Rumi answered. Whitey who? Here, idiot. Rumi answered, showing them the social media page owned by a small-time influencer. The lizard twins had made their debut in the guy's special feed as they were shown being flung out of Izuku's restaurant by the tall bald robot, completed with stock sound effect of something falling from the sky whistling, and a final score detailing the style, landing and technique of their flying journey towards the garbage bin at the opposite side of the street in their case an 8.5 as a total score, completed with the stock sound effect of a roaring applause. It was not an isolated case, in fact, that influencer working in one of the restaurant in front of Izuku's was making a killing by posting a video series featuring troublemakers flying out of the restaurant thanks to Whitey, rapidly racking in followers and likes at each new update. Stripping Demon, Troublemakers Must Be Punished, Mighty Whitey, ST Ripping Avenger, Food Orgasm, Cinnabon Cooks Good, Cutie Chef, This Taste Awesome and many more hashtags were also trending a lot, increasing the popularity of both restaurant and robot exponentially. PFFFT. Why in their boxes? The invisible girl Toru asked, giggling. What a better way to punish some losers than stripping them? Rumi replied with a feral smirk. Green Cloud Restaurant. Oh. I believe my brother went there yesterday, he praised its chef quite a lot. Tenya admitted, unsure. In truth his brother spent hours gushing about the chef's talent, and maybe, just maybe, Tenya was a tiny bit angry at the idea of somebody else being praised that much by his brother. Green Cloud, you say? Momo repeated, eyebrows shooting up to her hairline. You know it. It's Izuku's restaurant. Heavens, I promised I would have gone to visit him and still have not done it. I can't believe he opened a month ago and I still haven't gone there. The young woman admitted, ashamed. It was a very eventful month, Momo. I am sure he will understand, Mina answered with an encouraging smile. We can go there together tomorrow if you want, Okako added. Do you mind? She asked back. Not at all, the other girls answered as one. We all will go, I am curious myself. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 admitted he too had heard of the place, and the few reviews he saw were all very positive. Might as well go there myself, before you 𝐼𝐴 buffoons stink up the place too much, Rumi declared haughtily, causing many of her classmates to facepalm in annoyance at her rough attitude. Of the 2 tables, only one guy was not thrilled at the idea of visiting the restaurant and meeting its chef. Katsuki swore with a low voice, with his normal perennial scowl gaining an edge of dread in a matter of seconds. He really did not feel like meeting the guy yet. A Chef Rebirth Chapter 4, The Pro Hero Who Wept Because of a Spicy Dish. UA University, Class 1A, Ping Ping. Ping Ping. A happy tune echoed inside the classroom just a minute before the lesson started. Oh, and as always, Momorozu's smile turned from formal to warm, as soon as she saw the message heralded by that custom alert. Have a nice day. You too. Should I put a smile? Or a heart? She muttered, thoughtful. Smile for a friend, heart for something more. When in doubt, use the kissing face, it can be used for both. Toru the invisible girl answered. Thank you. Momo answered, sending the message and then releasing a tiny sigh. Your chef friend. Mina asked. How do you know? I didn't. But the alert sound is different from other messages and you never pull out your phone in class, unless it's an emergency OR that sound effect plays. You just confirmed who the sender is yourself. The pink girl answered, smiling smug. Oh, Momo muttered, looking a bit guilty. Don't be sad. He is just a good friend, yes? Toru asked. Yes. Took too long to answer, you would like him to be something more. Gyro asked with a smirk. Me and Aizu. No. She replied, face burning red. Liar. Gyro answered with her earjacks jokingly poking Momo's cheeks. I am not. You still up for a visit to his restaurant then? I checked, it's in Yavin Street. Kind of fancy location to open his place, and it's not too far from here either. Mina asked, she too with a fanged smile on her face. Couple bus stops at most, Toru added. I don't think we can. Actually, I believe it will be possible. Tomorrow there will be that mysterious outdoor visit Professor Aizawa didn't want to give us details about. After lunch we'll be free, so if we actually leave to have lunch in another place, we should not have troubles, if we alert our teachers before that, of course. Tenya offered. You others are coming too? Mina asked. Everybody in our class is, apparently. Ribbit. I heard a couple guys from 1B2 will go, the rumors about that restaurant are spreading quite a bit. Tsuyu answered, croaking faintly. I am happy he is finally getting some recognition. Recently he had been harassed a lot by complacent health inspectors that just kept visiting him in hope of forcing him to close. Momo answered, sighing in relief. Why? Jealousy mostly. My brother was there when the police force questioned them. Few friends of Midoriya-san's rival tried discredit him, they have been finally told to stop. Tenya answered. Oh. Underhand tactics to stop a chef threatening their businesses. Now I really want to try it. Mina answered, smiling intrigued. Then it settled. Will we all go? Kaminari asked. If you don't mind, Momo asked. Okiko. I can pay for you if you want, Tsuyu offered. I don't need charity, the girl answered, ashamed. It's not charity between friends, silly head. It's just being friends. You will offer me lunch next time. The frog girl answered, smiling wide. Oh. Okay then. Cool. So we all are going to visit Momo's boyfriend then? Toru declared. He is not. If you react like that, nobody will believe you. Now sit down and let's start our new lesson, shall we? A woman in a skin-tight hero costume said with a cheerful tone. Yes, Professor Midnight, the entire class answered as one. Later that day, number 4 Yavin Street, Green Cloud Restaurant. The famous gourmet street was, as always, bustling in activity as the city's foodies congregated there en masse during lunch hour to satisfy their bottomless stomachs, clamoring and walking over each other to secure a seat in their favorite restaurant. De Amen. They really have everything here. They even have American-style barbecue restaurants. Mina said in wonder. They say rent is not cheap here, does he manage? 𝐼𝐻𝐻 asked, curious. He has a very good sponsor, even if my father is still digging around to see if it was a scam. They actually bought the entire 2-story building and asked Izuku to cook for them there. In exchange for his work the flat above the restaurant it's his to use. Momo answered. He has a sponsor. Shoto asked. A certain The System Incorporated, specialized in import-export of ingredients all over the world. Or so they present themselves. Never heard of them. Mizo admitted. Me neither, but everything seems to be in order. That's the place. Momo answered, pointing at the Green Cloud restaurant once the place came into view. Ooh. Small and cozy. Nice. Kirishima admitted with a wide smile. Doggy. Koda said with a happy smile as he neared the black dog sleeping next to the entrance. What do you want? The dog answered with an annoyed tone, only opening a single bleary eye to look at the boy and glare him into 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵. Nothing, nothing. Just saying hi. He answered immediately. Ah. Okay. Hi. Blackie answered with his baritone, magnetic voice gaining a sarcastic undertone before he returned to sleep. Don't bother the talking dog. Katsuki said, rolling his eyes. Sorry. Too sexy a voice for somebody with that bulging belly, Zero commented while eyeing the faint rolls of fat that had started to appear on the once lean lord dog's stomach. It means the food's good then. Let's get in. Mina ordered with a cheerful scream while barging inside. Dealing. Dealing. The tiny bell on top of the door chimed happily as soon as they got in, with all of them turning extra happy at feeling the faint chill of air conditioning lowering the temperature just right and even. Happier at the amazing mishmash of food aromas wafting everywhere. Good evening. What can I do for you? Izuku was soon walking up to them to welcome the students with a gentle smile. He is a cutie, your Momo chose well. Toru whispered. She must be into freckles, his cheeks are adorable. Gyro whispered back. I find his chef uniform quite dashing too. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 added. Quiet, you three. Tsuyu silenced them. Sorry if I took so long to pay you a visit, Izuku. Momo admitted with a sheepish smile. No need to worry, you are a future pro hero, your studies take precedence. My restaurant and myself will always be here for you, so there was no rush for you to come visit. He answered, chuckling amicably. Yes there was, I want to show you my support. I know my parents came here at least twice already, so it was only fair I came as well. So in exchange I brought along a few friends. I hope it won't be a problem, Momo replied in conviction. Hoo. Thank you for the extra customers then. I have a couple of tables close to each other so you can sit together. There are also other students from AU, if you don't mind their company. Please, this way. The young chef answered while guiding them to their tables. Fellow students. No problem for us, Midoriya-san. Tenya answered. You must be Mr. Tensai's brother. He spoke very highly of you, he just left for his patrol, Izuku said with a surprised expression. Big brother came here today too. He seems to love my rainbow dumplings and stir-fried shrimp noodles, the other answered sheepishly. Do I see cold soba on the menu? Shoto asked, sounding almost surprised instead of monotonous. That would be my father's fault, he loves that dish so much I kind of put it on the menu as an homage. Why? You like them too? Yes, the young man answered. Oh. Thing amazing. Those idiots from 1A are here as well. It was then that a female voice growled in annoyance. Rumi, please. Pony Tsunotori begged with a groan. Hey, if they are idiots, it's only fair we call them that. The only boy of the 4-people table answered, huffing. Tetsu, not you too. Itsuka as well looked ready to die from embarrassment. What? You look for a fight, F.R. Katsuki asked with a challenging, fanged smile. Please don't fight inside my restaurant. Go out if you need to have a PP fight. Izuku asked, unimpressed, while Whitey's robot head immediately peeked inside the room from the kitchen. Troublemakers. Not yet, Whitey. It's okay, cutie. We are not here to cause trouble. Rumi answered with a sweet smile and kicking Tetsu's shin hard enough she forced him to fall back down sitting. Thank you, the chef answered, showing a tiny smile. Sure, if you bribe me with a kiss to the cheek I may feel inclined to make extra sure they all sit quietly. The bunny girl then said. Rumi! Pony yelled in scandal. Outrageous! Tenya gasped in horror. Teach, it was faint, but Okiko could swear she heard a strange, annoyed growling sound come out from Momo's mouth. I am afraid I can't do that, it would be highly unprofessional. But I am honored you offered me the chance. Izuku answered, bowing slightly. Oh. Well, there is always next time. You won't be able to say no forever. Rumi answered, unperturbed. I can kiss YA if you want. I can kiss you everywhere. Especially on both of your lips. Mineta said with a lewd smile. STRP. Bang. Disgusting pervert dealt with. Whitey said proudly once Flash stepped into the room, stripped the short guy down to his boxers and then beach-slapped him out of the restaurant in the span of a single second to then return inside the kitchen. Thank you, Whitey. If he does it again, he will be blacklisted. Izuku answered with a sigh of relief. I like this place already. Toru admitted, amused, while she and the others took their seats. Good to know. Menu is written on those wooden tablets by the door while the small chalkboard lists the specialties we are offering today. If you don't see desserts, I will list them to you personally, since I like to change those daily. Everything is homemade, so sometimes I switch dishes around to offer some variety. Any particular request for drinks? Water for now, maybe a bottle of cola later, Momo answered, getting a few nods from the others. Perfect. Please study the menu as much as you want and call me when you are ready, the young chef answered, giving them a bow before leaving. Once left alone, the two tables quietly started deciding what to order when a towering giant of a man with fiery red hair entered the restaurant with a scowl. Where is the chef of this place? The man asked. Oh, nice. Endeavor, Shoto uttered in disdain once seen the guy he was forced to call father enter the place with his usual lack of tact. That would be me, can I help you? Izuku asked after returning from the kitchen with a tray of food he delivered to a more isolated table. Damn, that stuff smells amazing, the pro hero with Endeavor admitted with a low voice as soon as the aroma of those dishes filled the restaurant. Not now, Hawks. Is it you that kicked out my assistant, boy? Enji demanded. If you mean that unpleasant hag that was making a nuisance of herself just because a quirkless cooked her food. Yes, it was me. She was bothering my customers and stinking up my restaurant with her misplaced overblown ego. As the owner of this place I have every right to evict an eyesore like her. Izuku answered, still remembering the insults she gleefully hurled at him and at the man's son that was apparently at fault for not being perfect like Endeavor himself. The very same son that Izuku was certain was the boy with red and white hair at the moment glaring at Enji in barely concealed hatred. She is a pro hero, boy. Show some respect. Respect is earned, not a fancy gadget you get because you are obnoxious and have some superpowers. Izuku replied, unfazed. You dare, the man roared with a booming voice that rattled everybody's ears while fire covered his body. In answer the young chef took a huge breath as a fiery red flaming aura of energy enveloped his entire being. Like the clap of thunder, the short scream the small young man produced assaulted Enji and snuffed off the flames of his quirk. The sheer volume also almost blew up his eardrums, just like it almost deafened everybody else, while outside cars were heard come to a screeching halt as their windows exploded. Not a single piece of glass inside the restaurant got damaged, though. Wanna see who can scream the loudest? Izuku hissed in contempt as the towering figure of his old appetite demon he took back from his izakaya gorilla with BLD red fur and boar-like tusks briefly appeared behind him. What's that? A stand? Kaminari asked. You can't make a JoJo reference in 2160, Katsuki answered, groaning. But it looks like one. With Enji, you dare raise your voice against Dash, you dare. You dare. You dare. Who are you, exactly? A pro he dash second place under that moron of All Might. Let it be clear, I am the last guy you can wow with the title of pro hero. I treat everybody equally, male or female, quirked or quirkless, pro hero or civilian. As long as one is a customer, they can rest assured I will treat them with the utmost respect and deliver them the food they asked for. Posturing idiots, bullies, and troublemakers instead are neither needed nor will be missed. Your secretary, that I am starting to think you have an affair with, was bothering everybody, and between her and my customers are more important. Ergo, she had to go. Her doing it willingly was not an issue. 𝐒𝐿 answered. She is a pro-hero, boy. 𝐒𝐿 is a useful member of society, contrary to you, chef. 𝐿 hissed in contempt, and spitting chef like an insult. A tense silence fell into the restaurant as 𝐒𝐿 bristled in blatant fury. An ignorant fool dared to insult the category of chefs. Host 𝐒𝐿 must avenge his honor and teach this buffoon the true horror of an angry chef. Abrupt mission: teach endeavor humility. Reward: 10% bonus on your experience points total and unlocking the wine cabinet of wonders. The system's voice echoed inside 𝐒𝐿's head soon after. What's that cabinet? He asked, slightly surprised. Host 𝐒𝐿 will gain the ability to add to the menu a selection of wines offered by the system. At the increase of host 𝐒𝐿's level, the number and quality of wines offered will also rise. When the host level will rise to the third step, host 𝐒𝐿 will be permitted to produce his own wine. The voice answered. And 𝐒𝐿 found it a good incentive to shut the moron up. So you think we chefs are nothing? 𝐒𝐿 asked with a low, dangerous tone accompanied by the growl of the demon behind him. Seriously, what the hell is that? 𝐒𝐿 whispered. Looks a bit like Dark Shadows. Only solid. SSH. You people can barely cook a decent meal, nothing more. 𝐿 answered, scoffing. Let's put that to the test then. 𝐒𝐿 said with narrowed eyes. HN. Last week I offered a small challenge to my customers, eating an entire bowl of spicy mapo tofu. The prize was a free meal ticket for 2 people and not any of them managed to last and win. I will prepare for you the exact same dish and if you can eat it whole without a single problem I will personally kneel in front of you and beg for forgiveness. But if you admit it's too hot, or even just gasp for air or show discomfort, you will cover the bill for everybody here. You feel up for it, pro-hero? The young chef asked while imitating the same scornful tone of endeavor. Ah, that's it. Then just kneel and be done with it. I am not one of those losers that eat here. You are not dealing with a sissy that can't handle some chili sauce. Endeavor declared haughtily, unknowingly losing any chance at sympathy from the customers present. If you feel so sure of yourself, then you won't have problems going through this bet, right? I will humor you, kid. Bring it on, eating for free is always welcomed. 𝐿 answered, taking a table together with Hawks. I have a bad feeling about this, the winged pro-hero muttered in dread once the young chef disappeared inside his kitchen. Endeavor challenged the wrong chef. Momo declared. You sure? Shoto asked. 𝐒𝐿's talent is more vast than what you may believe. I have full trust in his abilities, she answered. Inside the kitchen, system, I need my special chili sauce, is it ready? The new batch has finished fermenting and it's ready to be used. Thanks to the devil peppers that had been added, spiciness has increased by 70%. The system answered as a side cabinet opened to show dozens of unlabeled glass jars containing homemade chili sauce. Good. 𝐒𝐿 answered with a chilling smile as he took out a jar to study its BLD red content. 𝐒𝐿's own creation, a blend of chili peppers and other spices mixed together to create a diabolical mixture that can only be described as agony in sauce form that the young chef created in his lifetime as Zeus to appease his newfound love for spicy food. And to make Setsuno's life hell when he was younger as even SE had trouble withstanding its power. 1 drop would make normal people sweat as if they ran a marathon. Normal dosage 2 drops could melt through a normal human tongue. Challenge dosage a spoonful could cause vivid hallucinations. Blackie's requested dosage 2 spoonfuls were literally lethal for normal humans. 𝐒𝐿's own lunch-dinner dosage 𝐒𝐿 in a bout of edginess had called the first version Satan sauce, but to be fair once he'd seen its effects the name became surprisingly apartment. The young chef had decided to use 1 spoonful only of the thing, though he almost went for 2, but even the system could not reassure him 𝐿 would have survived that. So he opted for a single spoon. And 5 drops. Mapo tofu was a fairly easy recipe of Chinese tradition, and actually born to be spicy, thus Izuku's first choice when he wanted to have his Satan sauce take center stage to show both its divine taste and its world-ending spiciness. Let's see what the number 2 hero of Japan is made of, the young chef declared while taking a wide wok and putting it on the fire with some fresh oil already inside. Once stir-fried a mixture of 𝐒𝐿 until they became fragrant and tasteful, Izuku then poured in the same wok few ladles of chicken broth to simmer it in the spice mixture. Once done, he delicately added the pure white cute cubes of tofu he personally cut and infused in gourmet energy. Each one of those cubes trembled heavily at every faint movement of the wok as he gently turned them around in the sauce. And after adding some scallions, he toppled everything with his chili sauce, soon turning the harmless cubes fiery red and making them almost shine in the room's lights like pieces of ruby. Finally ready, Izuku declared, smirking. Once moved the finished dish into a big white bowl decorated with tiny and cute green clouds. Main room. Everybody watched as the young chef calmly walked out of the kitchen while holding with both hands the bowl of mapo tofu for his bet against the pro hero. Here he comes, Hawks muttered, his feelings of dread increasing tenfold at each step of Izuku. Let's see what you got, boy, Endeavor said with a feral smirk that faltered a little when the bowl was actually put on the table in front of him. As he took a deep breath and perceived the aroma surging out of the dish, his eyes widened. It was arguably a really spicy dish, and from its aroma, it was obvious that its spiciness was not just intense, but ferocious. This is my prized Hellfire Mapo Tofu. It's a variation of the traditional Mapo Tofu recipe I only make for this chili challenge. It's extremely spicy and intense. You can still back down from the challenge if you don't feel able, Izuku explained while pointing at the big bowl in front of Endeavor. Are you looking down on me, boy? The pro hero asked, growling. It's the usual warning I give to whoever takes this challenge. I won't be held accountable if you have vivid hallucinations or explode. The young chef answered, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. I handle fire every day, boy. You are not the one who decides if this dish is intense or not, it's me. I am the unquestioned Lord of Flames. Enji answered, sneering. Host Izuku should not worry. If one wants to tickle the nose of fate, then they can only blame themselves for their misfortune. The system declared, making Izuku wonder if even the genderless, strange entity as well found the pro-hero unbearable. What are the crossed fingers for? Tokoyami asked. Lesson in humility or self-combustion. Mizo added. Or coma. Mineta added as well, having just received a rare second chance from Izuku after some begging from Class 1A and returned to sit at the table once Momo created a giant and long shirt for him to cover himself with. Yes. Shoto answered. Then please, do enjoy it. And also remember the terms of our bet should you lose. Izuku answered with a sigh. He had heard the man was callous, but he just wasn't aware Enji was that much of an egomaniac. Get ready to lose. Enji sneered as he picked up the porcelain spoon next to the bowl and took another whiff of the tofu's aroma before scooping up a spoonful of it with a thin trail of red juice following behind it. I have become an instrument of your revenge and justice. I hope you know you owe me one now, Izuku declared while walking back towards the kitchen, leaving behind a confused Shoto. In the meantime, Endeavor slowly raised the spoon filled with tofu to his mouth, idly noticing how the BLD red color of the wobbly cubes was getting more sinister the closer the spoon came to his mouth, along the small voice in the back of his head growing more frantic in trying to stop him. Squish. Once seen him swallow the spoonful of tofu, the completely silent crowd watching him heard a soft squishing noise come from his mouth as he chewed. Oh, it actually tastes kind of good, Enji was forced to admit, awed at the pieces of tofu being so soft and tender they easily melted from the slightest bite and pretty much flowed down his throat by themselves, eager to be eaten. It was a given that it would also taste good, other than being spicy. Momo felt the need to remind him, as a way to defend her best friend's cooking skills. I still can't feel the spicy dash. Then it happened. As soon as his mouth was filled with the tofu's rich fragrance from his second spoon and he grew complacent, like a deadly snake poised to strike, the true power of Izuku's personal blend attacked the pro-hero's entire being when he least expected it. At first Enji felt a wave of numbness travel from the base of his spine up to his head that made every single hair on his body stand straight like a needle, then came an overwhelming scalding sensation surging from right under his skin and wildly rushing outside, as if every pore of his body had become a volcano ready to vomit lava everywhere. It felt even hotter than his own fire somehow. Ah, the man gurgled out pitifully, soon regretting his believing that thanks to his fire quirk he could not get scalded by a dish. Good God, he was wrong. He was so wrong. Too wrong. He is sweating, 𝐒𝐿 said, matter-of-factly. No surprise. I felt my nose hair get singed as soon as my Dorian walked out of the kitchen with that plate. I don't want to think about what it feels like to actually eat that. Toru admitted. Like eating my acid? Mina asked. Something tells me that Endeavor-san would gladly drink your acid as a reprieve from that, Tsuyu answered, actually looking at the pro hero in pity. Ah. By now Enji was fearing having forever lost his ability to taste. If somebody told him he was eating boiling lava, he would have believed them. There was seemingly no end in sight as the spiciness kept mounting inside his mouth while his body turned completely red. Whoosh! Even his quirk awoke, covering him completely in flames as his instinct was fervently hoping the heat of his fire could somehow spare him some of that misery. Enji-san. Hawks yelled in worry. Have no fear, he won't burn a thing. Izuku, looking absolutely unfazed, reassured the customers present while delivering a new order to a table nearby. The table is not burning. Okiko confirmed with a faint voice. Indeed, the table, tablecloth, glasses, bowls, spoons and seats and everything else was still pristine clean. Even the floor was not getting damaged by the intense flames covering Enji's body. Not a single scorching mark was appearing anywhere, nor smoke or the smell of burning matter came to be. Are the tables made of asbestos? Mineta asked with a gasp. Tak. This is pure wood, and the tablecloths are made of cotton. And yet they aren't burning. Katsuki answered once, gently knocking on the table. As I said, have no fear. Endeavor-san does not have the skills to break anything in here. The answer of the young chef made several eyes bulge out in shock at the bold, but apparently true, statement. Everything has been built by the system. I was assured nothing can break anything in here. Izuku thought while walking away. Why I accepted. Enji groaned between clenched teeth as huge beads of sweat began to drip down his head and loudly splatter on the table. The pro hero was already re-evaluating many of his life choices while swallowing the last mouthful of tofu remaining inside his mouth, and to the now overly sensitive skin of his throat the jelly soft thing turned as rough as glass shards, leaving behind deep scorching marks everywhere during their journey towards his stomach. Ah! The pro hero could no longer hold back his groans, turning into a whimpering dying animal as his nostrils contracted and emitted thick streams of smoke at each breath. Poor thing. A nearby woman muttered in sadness from her table. It happens when you don't know your limits, dear. He can only blame himself now. Her husband replied while taking her hand in his in a comforting manner. I am the one suffering, not her. Comfort me. Endeavor roared mentally. Now tears as well started flowing from his eyes in thick boiling hot streams. Sir, how does it taste? Is the dish spiciness intense or not? Izuku, maybe channeling a bit too much pettiness, asked with an overly innocent tone. Gabu. Whatever Enji tried to say came out garbled and distorted, because his tongue had been thoroughly cooked under the unrelenting hell that was the spicy tofu. Why? Why does something so spicy exist, God? For what reason do you let something so evil exist among your children? Enji, maybe already going insane from the spiciness melting his brain, for an instant felt very religious as he sent this heartfelt question up to the heavens. I pride myself in my personal chili sauce. It's my own secret recipe. If it is still not intense enough, you just need to take more mouthfuls of it. My blend is special. The more you eat, the more intense the flavor will be. What you felt up until now is nothing. The young chef explained while describing his chili sauce with a proud voice. Nothing. That where of your mother is nothing. This thing should be forbidden to use like mustard gas, bioweapons and nukes. It's a chili sauce that only exists as a threat to human rights. Able to only roar in the privacy of his head, Endeavor glared at Izuku intensely enough to make others believe he was trying to incinerate the chef with his eyes only. Unless you are a little sissy that can't handle some chili sauce, of course. Turning Juche just a tiny bit evil, Izuku threw back at Enji the exact same words the pro-hero dared to use against his beloved customers. He is dead, Midoriya-san tickled his ego. Shoto said with a sigh. Will he attack Izuku? Momo asked, immediately turning apprehensive. No, I was referring to my father. Now that his ego and manliness have been put in question, he will like that plate clean, even if it means he will die right after. He answered. You don't seem worried about that happening. Gyro asked, confused. Actually, the young Todoroki answered with just a shrug. This dish isn't intense. It doesn't burn. I will eat. I will eat everything. Enji gave a defiant roar, and to Izuku's surprise, the man actually emptied the entire bowl in one go and swallowed the remaining pieces of tofu whole. Tears came like a river then, and even the snot from his nose burned like acid on his skin while the pro-hero's fists pounded the table continuously as he valiantly fought the blistering heat, turning his mouth into an inferno. As sweat kept falling from his forehead like rain, he fixed his blurry and bloodshot eyes on Izuku's, like a feral beast no longer holding humanity inside, glaring at its prey. Ah! It was both scalding and spicy. Endeavor decided then and there that it was not God that made the 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲, it was the devil himself. And that blasted chef was the devil's emissary to bring such foul agony to light. Still not intense. Izuku's gentle question horrified even Katsuki. No human was that merciless. Endeavor was clearly agonizing, and yet the young chef asked that question with a completely calm demeanor. Because remember, if it hurts now, it will hurt even more later, because all that will have to come out from your body, eventually. The young chef explained. Ah! Enji's complexion turned ashen immediately as that revelation dawned on him, and unknown to him, the looks of sympathy from the other customers grew in intensity. A moment of silence for his 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Before Mineta could finish his disgusting remark, Mizo and Zero slammed their fists on the guy's head with zero mercy. There are people eating here, Lil Morin. Don't make me call the robot again. Tsuyu added. I give up. Enji had finally reached his breaking point, as his quirk stopped working. The fire enveloping his body rapidly dispersed and the porcelain spoon in his hand fell on the table with a resounding thump. He felt like he had just stripped off his clothes and jumped into a pool of magma. He could feel the spiciness permeate his entire body like a demonic possession. It was overwhelming to the point that it had begun distorting his view of the world. What was that? Izuku asked, leaning slightly forward as Enji's expression turned unsightly. From red, his face became scarlet, and then gradually began turning purple. Cough. Cough. I give up. You win. I can't take this. It's too much. The pro-hero fell sprawled on the table and coughed severely, with his hand grasping his throat as though it was about to spout fire out of it. Good to know. As promised, you will cover everybody's bill today. Hopefully you will have a different view of chefs after today. The young chef declared with a happy smile. Fine. Whatever. Now give me some water. Tears dripped down to Endeavor's cheeks non-stop, and the heat emitted by his cheeks made the tears seem like they'd evaporate any second. He craved water. He wanted to drink a large quantity of water, as his tears were doing little to moisten his swollen lips. Where am I? Where do I want to go? What am I going to do? Why are my lips so swollen? The pro-hero's thoughts were a mess now, raving like a victim of high fever. I'll bring you some very cold milk. When dealing with spicy food, water won't help much. Izuku gave a sigh and walked back towards the kitchen. Thank you. Enji gasped in gratitude. He would normally be furious with the boy, but the agony of the chili sauce had numbed even his feelings of anger, along turning his normally thin lips into giant sausage-like rolls of angry red flesh. As the pro-hero and Hawks moved to sit in a more isolated corner, the students from 1A and 1B were finally able to order their food in peace. I would have preferred watching whatifdekufanfic him, but I take what I can get. Rumi admitted, grinning in amusement at watching Enji empty the giant bottle of chilled milk Izuku brought him in merely 3 gulps and then developing an elated expression. You already gave a sad spectacle, Enji-san. That's enough for today. A customer said while daintily cleaning his mouth with regal composure. Teasage fine. Endeavor conceded with a bitter tone, before setting down to try fix his blistering lips. That reminds me, are you ready for the fish soup now, Nyan? Izuku asked. Yes, thank you. And congratulations, everything up until now has been delicious. The man answered while adjusting his glasses, having lost not an iota of composure while eating, to Izuku's relief. Yup. Absolutely amazing. Gunhead, sitting with Sir Nightai, added with a thumbs up. Genist at Nightai's other side as well gave a nod of praise. I aim to please. Are you others too ready for the next dishes you ordered? Yes. You bet. I will be with you in a second then, please give me a moment. The young chef answered, bowing, before addressing the tables of the students. Feeling the pressure of a full restaurant. Mina asked with a teasing smile as soon as he stopped at their table. Sigh. I really need to find a waiter or waitress, but I can't seem to find a good one, Izuku admitted with a defeated sigh. Why so? Momo asked. Various things. The last 3 were especially awful. One had such a bad memory she could not remember the customer's orders long enough to reach the kitchen window and tell me. The second was a stuck-up fool that wanted to tell me how to run my restaurant, and the last one left as soon as he learned I am quirkless. Apparently he found working for me an insult to his pride. He answered, I am sure you will find somebody good enough, you just have to have faith. Momo answered, smiling gently. I really hope so. But please, tell me what I should bring you, this small issue with Endeavor-san already made you waste enough time. Izuku asked with a sweet smile, although that same smile turned very stiff once he looked at Katsuki to take his order. You two know each other? Tenya asked once the young chef disappeared inside his kitchen. Between them and the guys of 1B, the ensemble of orders was extremely varied, enough so that the students did feel kind of bad since each one of them ordered something different. Sort of. Katsuki answered. You put him into a coma, Katsuki-san. Momo explained with a cold tone, way colder than usual as her sharp eyes drilled a hole in the blonde's head. What? How do you know? His mother and mine are close friends. Izuku comes to my house weekly to give cooking lessons to my mother, and often Inko-san accompanies him so that our mothers can have tea together after the lessons. My mother managed to have Inko-san explain what happened to her son that made him choose the path as a chef. Your almost killing him was one of the key factors. She answered. I did not. Please don't make a scene. Izuku cut him off while delivering water and a few appetizers to the table. Today I have edamame and pickled cucumber as an appetizer. Feel free to ask for refills if you want, the first refill is free. He explained before walking towards the table of the students of Class 1B to deliver the same small dishes. I did not try to kill him, it was an incident. Katsuki said again, this time with a normal tone of voice. What part of blasting him away after he saved you was an incident? She asked. The blasting part, he hissed between clenched teeth. That sounds awful, Tenya admitted. I was wrong, okay. I was wrong. You almost killed an innocent bystander that actually helped you, that is worse than being wrong. Tokoyami answered. I am sorry, okay. Katsuki answered. Does he know you are? Shoto asked. He doesn't talk to me, he doesn't look at me, nor does he want me anywhere close to himself or his family. I technically have a restraining order his family issued against me. I can get close to him only if I am accompanied by somebody else. I am not even supposed to be here, actually. I guess he did not force the issue just because you others kind of vouched for me. He answered. Do you actually want to apologize? Mizo asked. And tell him what? Sorry if I almost killed you, I wasn't but. He shot back. That would be a good start, Bakugo-san. Izuku answered from behind him as he came to deliver a tray of carpaccio. Your appetizer, Momo. He then said, smiling gently and delivering the big plate of white puffer whale carpaccio he prepared for her. He passed that ingredient for common puffer. Fish whenever somebody asked, but it was actually the reward the system bestowed on him for passing his test. Just like the one you made when I got into UA, she asked, sounding very hopeful. The very same. Please enjoy your meal, he answered before walking away. Thank you, the girl replied, taking a couple of pieces with her chopsticks and swallowing them whole. And developing a blissful expression of pleasure while chewing. SHT. He heard me, Katsuki swore again. At least you know where to start. Shut up, birdhead. Can I try it? Tsuyu asked. Here, looking a bit reluctant, Momo moved her plate a bit towards the frog girl, who had the brainwave of taking just a single piece once seen the tall girl turn frantic at her chopsticks grabbing two. Curious, she muttered while studying the small piece of fish fillet and then trying it, going wide-eyed right after once tasted it. Mine. Momo, maybe sensing danger, immediately said while pulling the plate closer to herself. How's it? Okako asked as she watched her friend chewing rapidly and without any intention of stopping. Holy se, does it mean it's good? Gyro asked, smirking. Holy ribbit. I take that as in it's very good. Mina answered, chuckling. Izuku-san. I want a plate too. Tsuyu asked as soon as she saw the young chef come out from the kitchen to deliver a few dishes. To the other's surprise, she sounded extremely needy. Now I am curious, Ayama admitted. Me too. Midoriya-san. Can we have some as well? Toru called out as well. Puffer carpaccio. Okay. How many of you want it? Izuku asked. All of us. Okay. We want some too. Itsuka asked. Very well, can I eat it while using your abs as a plate, though? Rumi added with a feral smirk. That is impossible at the moment. Hoi! 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 Enji shrieked in horror once seen the price of the dish they all asked for. You lost the bet. If you did not want to pay for all this, you should have won. Shoto answered, merciless. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, the pro-hero bellowed with an expression of pure betrayal. What happened to the bond between father and son? To the love between family members? The man thought in misery. After that, more and more plates went amassed on the tables of the students of Class 1A and 1B, with the young men and women there gorging themselves, and looking at the young chef in awe for the sublime taste of the food, all at the pro-hero's expenses. 2 hours later, I am about to explode. Katsuki said with a strained voice while massaging his bulging belly. It was all so amazing. Kaminari muttered in awe. We have to come here again, Toru said, groaning in fatigue. I want to eat more, but while the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak and ready to burst. Tenya added while looking in sadness at all the dishes on the menu he had not tried yet. That tiramisu was orgasmic. Mina admitted. Yes, it was delicious. Momo confirmed, having taken a few very generous portions of said dessert once she'd heard Izuku made it just that morning. The table with the 4 students from Class 1B was similarly stuffed to the breaking point, and from afar, Endeavor soft sobbing was heard in all its misery. Those greedy students tried to eat him into poverty. Monsters. I take everything was to your liking. Izuku asked while nearing the students' tables. Yeah. I am coming here again. I don't care if my BLD turns into ragu sauce or a heart attack kills me. UEFA have just become my DMN favorite cook. Tetsu answered with a thumbs up. Glad to hear that. What about you others? The young chef asked. Are you open to the idea of marriage? Rumi asked. The students of Class 1A almost died of fright at the sudden roar that tore its way out of Momo's throat once heard that. Yeah, marry him and invite me for dinner once a week. Pony shamelessly suggested. Me too. Itsuka chorused. To their surprise, Izuku turned cherry red and bashful, catching the eye of the female customers present at the cutesy scene. I don't think I can do that. You are a very pretty woman. I am afraid I am not worthy of marrying somebody pretty as you. You deserve somebody a lot better than me. Sounding absolutely shy, the young chef answered with a low voice and a very embarrassed expression. Fwoosh. You should not sell yourself so short, you know. You have plenty of good qualities yourself. Plenty to attract any girl. Rumi had said that as a joke, having already prepared a pretty crass counter for his eventual answer, but being praised with that much honesty was not what she planned for, and while pulling down one of her long rabbit ears with one hand and playing with a fringe of her long white hair with the other, she gave a stuttered, embarrassed answer herself. AAW. They look so cute, isn't that right, Yomo? Toru asked, both playful and actually gushing. Yoromomo. Is she okay? Mineta asked, scared. She is not blinking, Tokami whispered, sounding afraid. Yo. You there, big melon speedaboo. Katsuki was actually the only one that got an answer from the young woman. Her fist moving backwards, she slammed on his nose without even looking behind her, and that made his entire face sink inwards in a perfect imprint of her knuckles. Not too far away, Sir Night Eye and his colleagues left the money for their bill to Whitey and left the restaurant on the notes of Class 1A and 1B arguing with each other, and while Genist and Gunhead happily went their way once exited, the bespectacled pro-hero remained on the sidewalk to watch the young chef inside the restaurant. He knew Izuku had not been fully honest with Endeavor. They boy did recognize the value of pro-heroes, the serious ones, and what they did to society, and yet he also clearly held both Endeavor and All Might in slight contempt. And while one may understand how Enji could earn somebody's dislike, Toshinori instead was a different case, and Night Eye was not letting his personal feelings get in the way of his judgment either. That young man has something against Toshinori, something personal. You don't use that much distaste while calling somebody a moron just because you are not a fan. That is a feeling with deep roots. He muttered, thoughtful. Whatever it was the boy's own personal affairs, something the pro-hero did not want to intrude upon, even if it did make him curious as to why that was the case. He calls himself a quirkless, and yet he could scream that loud and summon that avatar behind himself. And he doesn't like Toshinori. It was then that a theory faintly formed inside his head. Another quirkless asked me if he can become a hero even without powers. I might have been a bit too blunt in telling him it was not possible. He looked exceptionally hurt. There had been a moment, right after Toshinori had passed his quirk to Night Eye's pupil Mirio, that he saw the blonde man turn sad all of a sudden and deliver that line with a regretful tone. If I heard correctly, Midoriya-san has been put into a coma by one of those students around the same PRD of time. Could it be? Night Eye muttered as he studied the young chef as he momentarily stopped by the table occupied by the students from Class 1A, and whatever he said, it seemed Ochako found it especially hilarious. Or at the very least, she seemed to find him personally endearing. Night Eye decided that he needed to check a couple hospital reports to see where and when the young man had been brought to them, along remembering the date Mirio had his second quirk injected, because the last thing they needed was another villain acting on his hatred for heroes because the #1 hero of Japan destroyed his dreams before he could actually manifest his powers. There were many villains that turned to evil for far less. If that is the case, he may have manifested his dormant quirk thanks to the coma. If we get him soon enough, we can still teach him how to use his powers for good. Whatever those powers actually are. Night Eye muttered, thoughtful. Just to be sure. He then muttered as he managed to lock eyes with Izuku. He had exchanged a polite handshake with the boy before leaving, meaning that he could actually use his quirk foresight to peek into the young chef's future to see if they could actually avoid him turning into a villain. Juge. Unfortunately, as soon as he tried using it, something forcefully and mercilessly snapped their connection, making Night Eye stumble a few steps back with a splitting headache and blurry vision, and if he was not mistaken, there was BLD dripping from his nose. Whatever it was, Night Eye was almost sure it was not Izuku himself that repelled his quirk so brutally, but a third party. That theory was helped by the chef showing surprise at first and then annoyance as he glared at him briefly before returning to work. What was that? He muttered with a low whisper. A warning. You are trying to see into things beyond your understanding, kiddo. Next time your pretty eyes will be forfeit. That chef is beyond your or everybody else's reach. What is protecting him is not something you guys can trifle with. To the pro-hero's surprise, the answer came from the lazy dog sleeping next to the entrance. His voice was magnetically warm and deep, absolutely unfitting for a dog. What do you mean? Is this Lord Dog your teacher? Then just walk away and forget what you saw or heard. This is just a normal restaurant, nothing more. I said scram. Blackie muttered with a tone of finality, and as dog and man locked eyes, a deep sense of primal terror washed over Night Eye for a brief instant, before the dog returned to sleep. This doesn't make any sense. The pro hero muttered while walking away, dozens upon dozens of questions piling up in his mind instead of going away. He felt there was something wrong about that restaurant, and he felt the need to see deeper into it and possibly save the young man working there from whatever nightmare was hiding behind its doors. Later that night, after closing hour, once the last customer was gone, Izuku could finally close the restaurant, tidy up the place and spend a good 2 hours talking to the phone with his parents about how his day went, since Inko and Hayashi were apparently not happy enough to just be able to visit Izuku's restaurant whenever they wanted. Not that Izuku minded, he loved his parents too much to refuse their visits or calls. Once everything was done, the young chef washed himself and prepared to go to bed, only for the system's voice to suddenly ring in his head, followed by a happy fanfare. Congratulations to host Izuku for reaching the 100 dishes served goal in the month time limit. An extra 2 bottles have been added to the wine cabinet as a prize. The voice said. The wine cabinet Izuku unlocked thanks to Endeavor willingly destroying his bowels for their bet was a tall fridge-sized glass cabinet completely transparent and big enough to contain 40 bottles of wine, 5 for each row. It now contains 6 different kinds of white wine and 6 reds, counting the extra ones he was just gifted with, and while only middle range in quality, they were still the sort of stuff wine lovers would love to see on the menu. Speaking of Endeavor, Izuku found himself idly wondering what the pro hero was doing at the moment. With NG, his personal office inside his hero agency, God, W.I. A miserable shriek of agony echoed everywhere inside the office as the pro-hero Endeavor was still blocked sitting on his personal toilet trying to not defecate his own organs out of his body. His underlings could only listen powerless as their boss and favorite hero sobbed uncontrollably while trumpeting sounds kept exploding out of his behind, bringing his shame to new heights as a result. No more. No more. I'll respect chefs, I swear. Just put an end to this torment. The man whispered while crying fat tears of sorrow. Back with Izuku, I hope he is okay and not suffering too much. Izuku muttered with a sigh. All things considered, he loved his restaurant, even if he kind of missed the more exotic ingredients of the gourmet world, that while difficult, were always a pleasure to cook. About that, dear host, as soon as that thought crossed his mind, the system talked again. And here I jinxed myself. Host Izuku, as the aspiring god of cooking of the hero world, you must not be idle, but venture outside to hunt for ingredients. Be brave and work hard, young man. The system declared. Hunt down ingredients. Okay, I guess. Where am I supposed to go? The sea. The mountains. Izuku asked. The system will teleport you into another world, where you will have 24 hours to collect enough ingredients to fulfill your quota. Find the special ingredient to unlock an extra, special reward. Another world. A simple human world like this one offers not the right ingredients to nurture a future god of cooking. As such, the special rules have been implemented. Tomorrow at dawn host Izuku will be brought to the jungle world by the system's teleport array. Reward for successful meeting of requirements, 10% bonus EXP 1 fragment of the god of cooking set. Access to the rainbow fruit from the world the host knows as Zeus World. Bonus reward for the capture of the king python. Access to the ingredient known as BB corn from Zeus World. The system answered. A second fragment. If I do this I would then only need another to unlock that knife again, and even gain access to 2 other good ingredients from the gourmet world of Zeus even without leveling up. And while not ingredients of the highest grade, here those 2 would be a huge sensation all the same, just like the puffer whale already is. What happens if I fail? Host Izuku will lose 60% of his total EXP and lose his washing machine privileges for a month, the system answered. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, the young chef grasped his chest in horror. Not only would he lose a ton of experience points, thus slowing his leveling up, but he would also be forced to wash all those dishes by hand for a month. He hated doing the dishes by hand. I accept the terms. Izuku answered with blazing eyes. Due to his cooking teacher's methods for punishing his students, washing the dishes had become one of the young man's worst nightmares, making him ready to do everything to avoid such a fate. Good. The system will immediately start organizing for the teleportation of tomorrow. Nobody will notice host Izuku's absence. Host can rest assured and only worry about preparing himself for the trip. The metallic voice answered. Okay, the young chef replied. When the next day he woke up, Izuku went through his usual training regimen of cutting and carving until the system alert for him to get ready came, and once took a shaky breath. The young chef moved to the middle of the kitchen to wait for his trip to another world to start, Whitey already standing behind him and ready to accompany him. He was ready, full of supplies and shaking heavily. Is host Izuku ready? The system asked. Yes. Good. Commencing teleport. The metallic voice answered, and in an explosion of blinding light both chef and robot disappeared without a trace. Whoom. As soon as the rain of starlight faded away, the young man found himself in the middle of a luscious forest of giant trees as big as skyscrapers and very tall grass. All around him the chirping, growling, howling and cawing of numerous faraway animals. I can do this. It's not different from any trip I made to the gourmet world as Zeus. I did it once, I can do it again. Izuku muttered to psyche himself up before walking forward with Whitey silently following behind him. And while this happened, Momo and the rest of Class 1A were going to visit the USJ building, unaware of what a disaster that school trip would be. The invincible Lord Dog. UA University, parking lot. Katsuki wore a thoughtful expression while he waited for the rest of the class to board their bus for whatever little expedition their teachers saw fit to tell them nothing about, and even if it was for safety's sake, the young man found the entire thing stupid, to say the least. Bunch of paranoid BS'ters, he muttered. As of lately, though, his thoughts shifted a bit towards an old acquaintance of his, once dreaming of becoming a hero, and now working as a chef in a small restaurant. You would have found all this exciting, wouldn't you? Blabbering on and on about everything, always so furiously mumbling about bullshit you find interesting. I wish you were here. Sitting alone in that bus, Katsuki muttered that admission with a long sigh. He fed up, that much he could admit at least in the secrecy of his thoughts. He finally saw him after more than 1 year and Izuku had treated him coldly. He didn't like that. And the more he thought about the chef, the more he found things were strange. The light in his eyes, the posture, the mannerism. He was serving pro heroes and was not fangirling about them. What happened to him? Something's up with him, he muttered, and he almost didn't notice the bus departing as soon as the last student boarded it. He needed to have that restraining order revoked. There was something wrong with the nerd and Katsuki needed more freedom of movement to uncover the truth. He needed to look deeper into that restaurant. Izuku was supposed to be a bubbly, annoying and ever-excited nerd, not that block of wood he had met. At the same time, jungle world, forest patch, truffles. Giant white truffles as far as eyes can see. An extremely excited squeal reverberated through the entire forest as a young chef kept digging up giant white truffles as big as watermelons by the dozens, and all of them of astounding quality. Contrary to Katsuki's fears, Izuku was still the ever-excited, bubbly nerd he remembered, only now his interest had moved from heroes to cooking thanks to his do-over as a chef, and now that he was in another world and surrounded by ingredients he had never seen before in both his lives, he was mumbling non-stop about every dish he could possibly make once back home. One of the aspects that assured Izuku he was in another world was that the trees forming the forest were absolutely immense in size, and it was not just a hyperbole. Every single one of them could easily be hollowed out and turned into apartment complexes. The bright blue leaves most of them supported also helped. Bang! Of course, just like in the gourmet world of Zeus, every excellent ingredient was never really alone, but surrounded by other animals mounting guard to it or using it as bait for their own prey, like the giant flock of four-eyed boars each the size of a truck that had made their home in the same area where those truffles grew. Luckily Whitey was more than eager to smash its big metal fists on the thing's heads to knock them out so to leave Izuku free to collect truffles at his leisure in total safety. A male and a female are kept alive, while everyone else will be properly prepared and stored. Remember? Izuku asked the robot. Understood. Whitey answered, leaving 2 adult exemplars alive while giving the finishing blow to the other adults, the young ones instead were permitted to escape. With this, I have collected enough ingredients to cover the 1-star and 2-star level, plus extras to have some reserves that will last me until the breeding program back home is stable, the young chef said, sighing, while moving to clean the dead boars, removing the skin, separating the meat in its various cuts, and so on. The system's mission was fairly straightforward: collect ingredients in great quantities, animals and plants, on a list separated in levels from 1 to 5, each level representing how difficult it was supposed to be for Izuku to collect them. And if they were animals, whenever possible he was also supposed to capture a male and female alive that will be put in the breeding area of his restaurant's storage room he will be free to visit whenever he wants once returned from this particular trip into the jungle. 20 different 1-star ingredients, 20 different 2-stars ingredients, 10 different 3-stars ingredients, 10 different 4-stars ingredients, 5 different 5-stars ingredients. Luckily plants and animals were not counted separately. Izuku feared how long it would have taken him otherwise, but with how hyped he felt, he was not exactly as worried as he felt he was supposed to be. Okay. All of a sudden a loud storm of angry howls echoed all around Izuku, and the source was a crowd of furious monkey-like beings with bright yellow fur and goat horns on their heads appearing from their hiding spot on the tree's foliage. They all glared downwards at the chef with their purple eyes narrowed into slits while showing their drooling maws in a threatening manner. Each fang of theirs was dagger-long and very sharp. That should be. Izuku, unfazed, muttered while perusing the small booklet the system gave him and detailing the ingredients he could ideally find in that world, all neatly separated by level and deliciousness. RHA. Rare monkeys. A 3-stars ingredient with tough but delicious meat. That means they will be a good ingredient for stewing, steaming, and much more. And the higher level is all just because they always attack in big packs. Izuku said, amazed, while opening a small box he took from a pocket to recover a thin and long needle. Crack. Knocking. The favorite hunting method of the people from Xiao's world. Good for capturing ingredients non-lethally by striking the nerves or pressure points that controlled the movement of living creatures with the use of specialized techniques or the use of biodegradable needles fired from various implements, known as knocking guns. If that any beast could be transported alive at the hunter's leisure, however, the location of these nerves was different in every species, so a great amount of knowledge and experience was required to use knocking techniques or knocking guns effectively. As a possessor already of a knocking patent, Izuku had more than an inkling about how to use it on himself or other beings for an insane variety of offensive, defensive, support and healing effects, like he just did by STMLTNG the pressure points of both his own arms, and especially his fists, to make them grow exponentially in size until both arms turn giant and full of enormous bulging muscles. Let's capture them all, he yelled in glee. Understood. Whitey answered, eyes flashing red. The monkey's eyes too turned BLD shot red out of rage, angry at the small furless thing not finding them scary at all. Yes, they were small compared to the boars, but they were many. And their heads were harder than rock while their claws and fangs were super sharp. Was it so hard to get some fear from their prey? They were monkeys with ambitions. Not some food. Oh, okay. With a very battle cry-like roar, the pack leader initiated the assault himself, by showing that their ornate twisty horns weren't there just for show as the male used its strong legs to shoot forward like a bullet to headbutt the new prey to death. Bang! 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 Each of the dozens of monkeys around the leader as well jumped forward at high speed, soon covering the area in deep craters as the big monkey bullets rained from the sky from every direction one after another. Feisty. I like it. Izuku declared happily, having dodged the first salvo with a forward burst of speed that brought him right in the middle of the monkey group. Body pestle, giving him the needed opening to nail the second in command of the pack with a bone-shattering right hook that cracked heavily the monkey's skull and sent it flying. Body, from Buddhist terminology, enlightenment. So, pestle of enlightenment punch. Okay. The outrageous act apparently launched the pack leader, and every other monkey, in a BLD-thirsty frenzy that resulted in all of them attacking both chef and robot at the same time. All 45 of them. Izuku couldn't help but shriek as the horde rained on him. 1 hour later, USJ building, earthquake emergency area, with Katsuki, Change of plans, I am happy the nerd is not here, the young man mentally hissed as he fought against a guy with patched leathery skin tossing blue fire at him. Come on, hero. I want to see how good you are. The villain mocked him relentlessly from his hiding spot. The so-called school trip had gone to SHT as soon as they just entered the DMN place. The boss of the building, Pro Hero 13, was just giving her opening speech when a portal opened and several villains walked out, all swaggering and stuff. We are the League of Villains. One of them, a guy with a body apparently made of blackish smoke, had declared once finished his speech about the entire class of AU+ teachers being perfect as a first act for their BRH, and while Aizawa and 13 had been left behind to fight the monster the villains brought along, every other student had been neatly divided in groups and teleported by that Kurogiri into different sections of the building where various other villains guided by one of the guys that arrived with the portal were already waiting for them. He and a couple others were facing the villain they called Darby, and the young man's fire was strong enough to repel Katsuki's explosions long enough for him to dodge them. This in turn left enough of an opening to the other villains to try blindsiding him right after. Run a bit more. I can see you can do better than this, kids. Darby would also mock them relentlessly from the sidelines at every given opportunity, another thing that angered the students facing him quite a lot. With Momo, fire disaster area, can you see her? Momo asked with a faint voice. Not at all, Okako answered. The two girls, along with Gyro and Hantashiro, were at the moment trapped in the fire-themed area and put against a blonde girl called Himiko that seemed able to melt into the few shadows in the room to disappear. Can you tell where she is hiding? Hanta asked Gyro. Too much fire and other sound effects, I can't hear that psycho. But I can easily tell you where the other BSTRDs are. The girl answered. They all were covered in shallow cuts as Himiko took clear pleasure in seeing them bleed, thus wishing to prolong the fun as much as she could. It's still something, the young man answered. How much tape can you still make? Momo asked. Not much, and not enough to trap all of them. This fire is making me dry up faster than normal, soon I won't be able to use my quirk anymore. He answered. I am running low on body fat too, I will be forced to stick to small creations for now. Momo admitted. Then we'll need to first leave and regroup with the others. Okako suggested, and got nods of approval from her friends. He. Why leave so soon? We are having so much fun. Himiko's disembodied voice came from their side as the girls swiftly jumped out of their blind side to slash at them with a wicked-looking combat knife. Gyro! Momo yelled while pushing the girl away and watching the blade open a deep cut on her shoulder as a result. Momo, the other yelled with wide eyes. He. See, it's so fun. Himiko, giggling deranged again, declared before melting into the shadows once more to disappear. Here. This should hold for now. Hanta said immediately, and added a long stripe of tape created by his quirk to the clean piece of fabric the girl created with hers to patch her arm enough to stop the bleeding. Thank you. We need to hurry and regroup with the others before that girl kills us a piece at a time, Momo answered with a grateful tone and elbred breath. She and everybody else though were unaware that something was keeping tabs on what was happening, and that close call between Momo and Himiko raised several serious red flags for the entity watching. Crisis detected. Likelihood that the girl's death will hinder the host's ascension to God of Cooking, 67%. Preparing countermeasures. As soon as the system determined the state of emergency, the plump dog sleeping in front of the closed Green Cloud restaurant opened its sleepy eyes and frowned immediately. So a weakling is putting this Lord Dog source of spicy beef noodles at risk. Certain sins deserve divine punishment. Woof. The dog declared with a magnetic, baritone voice full of merciless annoyance. With Izuku, Jungle World, Night, the young chef was at the moment bent over a stone basin having an improvised cooking showdown with the so-called chef of a semi-primitive tribe of lizardmen he had met while ingredient hunting. It was either accepting the challenge or be eaten alive, not much of a choice on the matter. The system had told him that due to different time flow, the 10 or so hours he had spent in that jungle world roughly translated into a single hour in his original world, thus explaining why the entity told him to not worry about people noticing his absence. If things went properly, he would actually be able to open his restaurant in time for the lunch rush hour. If those lizard men actually stopped bothering him. He only had 14 hours left in his time limit and he still had to collect enough 4 stars and 5 stars ingredients to complete his mission, even if thanks to this challenge he was forced to take part to mean he could pilfer a couple 4 stars ones when nobody watched. 5 stars mean either very rare or very dangerous ingredients. Where do I look for them? Izuku thought while adding the fillets of fish to the soup he was making once done removing their very tough, purple-colored skin and scales to show the milk-white tender flesh under it. Coral fish, a 4 stars ingredient. You want to meet the god of mountains. You must cook good offering then. The bulkiest, tallest and meanest lizard man of them all, the leader, explained while studying the big pot the young chef was working with. But if you lose, we eat you, a near guard added while licking his lips with a long purple tongue. I know, the young man answered with an annoyed sigh. Leaving the soup to simmer under a low flame, the young chef focused on the second dish he planned for, a giant steak made with the meat of an enormous crocodile-like creature with a scorpion tail. The system, in all its unoriginal cringe, named Scorpiodile 4 stars, a name that made Izuku's skin crawl every time he thought about it. Naming things is hard, host Izuku, the system said once again. Deciding. The ingredient was good enough by itself to not require much extra work to make it tasty. He just worked the tender meat hidden under the bulletproof skin of the thing into a mouth-watering medium-rare steak, releasing thin strands of oily juices whenever he moved it on the flat and thin rock he was cooking it on. You would need a .50 caliber rifle to puncture the skin, and yet the meat under it is so amazingly soft and tender, the young chef muttered impressed. A couple of living specimens of the various ingredients he found in the tribe's cages and nearby river had also been borrowed by Izuku before the challenge even started, and he still played dumb whenever the daughter of the tribe leader asked him over and over if he saw her 2 crocodile pets anywhere once she discovered their disappearance. Rororororo. Several stomachs whined in agony as the guards too close to Izuku went continuously bombarded by the thick waves of aroma coming from the young chef's soup and steak. This is torture, chief. We want some. One of the guards said with a whining tone. No. Offering for the god of mountain can't be eaten by others. The leader answered with a barking growl. The god of the mountain. I hope my hunch is right and the king python I am hunting for my bonus is the same creature. Izuku thought while turning the steak on the stone and releasing a new dense cloud of aromatic steam that further tortured the guards, making sure he wouldn't try to escape until finished the challenge. Stranger can't win. Father made offerings for god of mountain. Grandfather made offerings for god of mountain and I made offerings for god of mountain. The lizard man chef Izuku was fighting with declared while still glaring at the young man. You did not remove the fish skin or innards when boiling it, nor remove the surface fat from the crocodile meat, nor clean the stomach before roasting the whole thing on the fire, both will taste too bitter. Izuku answered, finally tired of the thing's jabs at his cooking abilities. Stomach and innards stay. That's where the taste is. That's where both animals' feces are. Izuku snapped back. Fe what? Sorry, Mom, they're SHT, you moron. If you want to use the innards, you clean them first. Cleaning? Why? Who says SHT does not taste good? The lizard man chef asked back, annoyed. Pretty much everybody, apparently. Izuku hissed back in answer while pointing at the tribe leader and everybody else's faces turning even greener than what they already were. Chief. I don't know if you use that to cook. Please do not use it anymore. The tall lizard man half begged while gagging. I knew the food tasted strange when he made it. I was right. One of the guards was heard muttering right after. You others know nothing of good food, the lizard man chef replied, huffing haughtily. Neither do you, one of the elders countered. Your mother is a 𝐒𝐻𝐿 breaker. Hoy! You wash tongue when talking about my mother. The elder shrieked back. Enough! The leader of the tribe gave a loud roar that immediately silenced the argument, before looking at both chefs' dishes. Your food is ready. Yes, both said. Good. Bring them to God's voice, she will tell who is the winner. The god's voice was an extremely old-looking female lizard woman with gray-green scaled skin and only one eye working, the other was dull and devoid of life. She walked while leaning on a tall wooden stick and smelled of burnt herbs. "This is offering for the god of mountains," the old lizard asked with a whisper of voice. "Yes, voice of god. Stranger wants to meet the god of mountain, so he must prepare a better offering than tribe chef." "Then the voice of god will judge," the old female answered while nearing Izuku. "Your future is mist to me." "How so?" she said once studied him for several minutes. "I don't know, voice," the young chef answered, unsure. "Great power helps you, scary great power. This is your offering." "Yes. Soup made with the fishes of your grand river and steak made with crocodile meat." "Crocodile steak fish soup, please. Let this weak one taste for you, your offering, great god of mountain," the old lizard said before taking a sip of the soup and a tiny bite of the steak. And the thing's only working eye widened slightly at the taste of both. As Izuku expected, the fish soup he made with those 5 different fishes offered a delicate taste, further enriched by the various keys he added to the stock to create a slightly dense soup, bringing forth the full flavor of the fishes and perfectly framing their tender and flavorful meat, but without the unpleasant smell usually accompanying fish meat in general. The steak was soft and fragrant instead, with a strong meaty aroma that filled the mouth and tickled the nose at each bite while bouncing between the teeth and caressing the palate whenever one chewed. "The stranger wins." "You did not try my offering," the lizardman chef yelled in outrage. "You always prepare the same food, day after day after day. Offering is just the same every time too. No need to try it." The old lizard answered, waving him off, before calling the chief closer to her to whisper in his ears. "Yes," he asked. "Kick Moran to big wolves and keep the stranger. Good food is a blessing." She said. "You sure? Best food ever eaten. Your daughter is also raping the stranger with her eyes since he arrived. If we lucky, he is also virile enough to give her many eggs other than good at cooking for tribe. I want to be a great-grandmother soon." She answered. "Yes. I am too young to be a grandfather." The tribe leader shrieked in horror. Wham! In answer, the old lizard whacked him on the head with her wooden staff. "I say keep him." "But, Moom," the chief said with a long whine, and getting a second whack on his head from the old lizard. "I am old and want great-grandbabies, and she clearly wants to have his eggs too. She still looks at him in need when he doesn't see her. Keep him in here. We need good food and new eggs to grow a strong tribe." "Okay, Mom," the chief relented with a defeated tone. What's happening?" Izuku asked, unaware of his innate talent of attracting hot things working even in other worlds. "You have no need to worry, stranger. Say, ever thought about starting a family?" "Big family," the old lizard woman answered while she, the chief and his daughter, Izuku and the tribe chef and the other lizard men walked into an ordinary procession towards a big gate made of bones residing in the back of the small village right on the edge of a tall cliff. "A couple of times," Izuku answered, unnerved by the strange question and relaxing only when he saw Whitey walk right behind him to shield him from the strange looks the chief's daughter kept leveling at him from time to time. She was pretty in a certain way, and the fact that she dressed in just a tiny loincloth and striped BR showed off the very generous curves Mother Nature bestowed on her, especially the chest with both mounds of her BST being slightly bigger than her head, and her very tall and well-trained physique too was objectively nice. But she just could not capture Izuku's interest, and for some reason he missed. He kept comparing that lizard woman to Momo and found her lacking every time when compared to the young hero student. Finally, the long procession reached the bone gate. Next to that, the river protecting the back of the settlement was noisily throwing itself down the cliff into a giant waterfall, saturating the air in a thin mist of water particles and filling the small lake of the valley below. "Put the offering on stone, the god of mountain will accept your offering and give you the answer you seek," the old lizard woman explained while pointing with her wooden staff at a crudely made altar made of rock. "Okay." Patting the belly of the robot following him, Izuku carefully put the pot of soup and giant steak on the stone and took a step back. "God of mountain, we have an offering of stranger for you. Help strangers find answers with your wisdom, we beg you," the old lizard prayed with a loud voice. "Barrow." Right after that, the tribe chief unclasped a big horn from his belt and blew through it, releasing a deafening low tune that echoed on the valley under them. When the last echoes of the horn died down, The ground under the group started shaking violently and an enormous shape surfaced from behind the waterfall to climb the mountain upward and meet them. Is that the king python? Izuku mentally asked with eyebrows rising up to his hairline. Correct, host. That is the special ingredient you need to collect for your bonus. This 1,000-year-old specimen will be especially tasty once prepared thanks to the extremely sedentary life it has lived in the resources-rich territory around you. Please capture it either alive or dead, dear host. The system answered. Easier to say than done. The young chef admitted with a low voice. The king python was a monstrous giant snake with lustrous black scales and a stubby red horn on top of its head. It was a towering beast big enough to easily swallow an entire subway train whole with lots of space to spare in its maw and gut. God of Mountains is here. Present him your offering and ask your question after he eats the food. The chief whispered to Izuku before he and the old lizard woman walked away to leave him and Whitey alone with the thing. Hiss, a giant pink tongue briefly poked out of the thing's mouth as it neared the offered food. You can't make offer. I make offer. When he saw the giant snake actually accept the food, the tribe chef turned near insane in rage and tried jumping Izuku with its knife held high. Stop! The tribe leader yelled in fear as the noise clearly put the giant snake on alert. Killing intent against host detected. Entering battle mode. Whitey answered, eyes flashing red, by grabbing the crazed lizard man by the neck and lifting him. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. The lizard gasped in pain, but undeterred by the hold on him, he threw the knife at one of the giant snake's eyes. Splotch. With a tiny spurt of BLD, the giant snake threw back its head and released a loud high-pitched shriek. Enno, the old lizard woman yelled in horror. If you like God of Mountain, then get Iron God's belly, the crazed chef yelled in glee. While still thrashing around violently, the giant python slammed against the cliffside with its whole body, destroying the altar and the terrain under it and causing a small avalanche when an entire side of the cliff crumbled to dust under the animal's immense weight. Whoa! Izuku yelled as the ground gave in under him and he found himself falling into the void. And right inside the mouth of the angered giant snake waiting for him with its maw fully open. Chomp! With a thundering sound, the giant python swallowed the chef whole and gulped him down together with the falling food and few hundred kilograms of rocks, before sending a glare to the rest of the tribe and moving to attack them as well. Attempt to detect the host's life. Switching to extermination mode. Kill. Whitey eyes immediately turned from red to purple, while his left hand sunk into his arm to switch place with the wide blade of a squared butcher knife. What? That was how far the tribe chef could go before the robot cleaved him vertically in half with a single swing of his arm blade, before boldly jumping on the giant python's face to fight with it. You fool! Great power protects stranger. Now ruin will reign on us. The old lizard woman yelled while taking the hands of both tribe leader and his daughter to pull them away. But the God of Mountains. Screw the God of Mountains. Our lives are more important. Iron Thing and great power protect stranger and we offend both. Now we run. The old thing yelled in fear while dragging both away in a surprising feat of strength for something as ancient as her. Boom. Boom. Thump. Crash. As they ran, the three could hear the battle between Whitey and the giant snake demolish the gate and the few foolish guards that tried intervening. Unfortunately, only the chubby robot seemed able to go toe-to-toe with the creature while everything and everybody else just went pulverized by the python's massive tail and body. Host must be protected. Kill. Whitey would roar from time to time while either smashing his big fist on the python's head or hacking away pieces of its body with the arm blade, soon turning the giant snake head into a mess of broken scales and flesh-dripping BLD in astounding quantity. Badu! A rather violent bodyslam the snake attempted to shake off the robot caused another big chunk of the cliff to turn to dust, a piece big enough even the animal couldn't avoid falling down to the valley below, still with Whitey holding onto its nose with one hand and relentlessly slashing down with his arm blade. Boom! The impact with the ground was terrifying, demolishing hundreds of trees and rising a giant cloud of dust as the giant python landed headfirst on the ground below but finally throwing Whitey away. The robot simply rolled on the floor a couple of meters before returning to his feet with not even a scratch on his body. Hiss. 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 Meanwhile, the giant python was strangely moving around in clear agony before setting its eyes on the robot and trying to swallow him whole. Destroy. Whitey in answer welcomed the assault and once avoided the bite climbed again on the snake nose to plunge the arm blade elbow deep inside one of the animal's eyes. Hiss-ha, the python shrieked horribly as it started slamming its head on the ground over and over, desperate to shake off the chubby robot. Kill. Still unsatisfied, Whitey took a hold of the eye the blade was piercing through with his other hand, and with a mighty pull, he managed to gouge out the giant eyeball of the snake in an explosion of thick blackish BLD boom. Finally too tired and wounded to fight anymore, the giant python collapsed on the floor with a weak whimper-like sound and its breathing growing rapidly shallower the more BLD it lost from its various wounds. Host? Whitey asked once calmed down, blade returning inside his arm to leave its place to a proper hand and eyes once again colored white. The insane amount of BLD covering the robot had also rapidly evaporated thanks to the system, leaving it perfectly clean. Forcing the almost dead snake to lie on its side, the robot finally understood why the snake was thrashing around violently in agony during their fight when he noticed a strange bulge appearing on the python's belly at random intervals, as if something was trying to push out from deep inside it. Script. Finally, the tip of a common kitchen knife branded with 𝐼 insignia faintly surfaced from a tiny cut on the snake's belly, immediately catching Whitey's eyes that moved towards it with heavy and rapid steps. Host is alive, the robot declared while gently shoving both hands inside the tiny slit Izuku opened on the python's belly from inside to tear a giant hole open for the chef to walk out of the animal's stomach. Okay. The first sortie could have gone better, he admitted while grimacing at the smelly gastric acids and drool covering him. Congratulations to the host for capturing the special ingredient for your mission, the system declared with a happy chime while cleaning off the muck from Izuku's body and clothes. Lavender. Nice. The young chef said once, giving a whiff to his now clean clothes and skin. The king python will be now moved to the restaurant storage, and the ingredients inside the stomach that are still in acceptable conditions will be also counted as properly captured as per host's request. The system said, making the giant snake fade away and disappear without a trace, gouged out eye too. Good to know the ones I put aside while in there are still valid for capture. That means I only need 2 5 stars and 1 4 stars ingredient left to find to complete my mission. Izuku said with a sigh of relief. As the entity said, the snake was used to easily gorge itself with everything it came across, and that meant a wide collection of good ingredients was waiting for the young chef as soon as he arrived inside the python's stomach. It was at dawn of the following day, after a short pause to sleep, that the young chef managed to find the remaining ingredients he needed, one of which a pair of giant bears and their cubs categorized as 5 stars, and as soon as the system transported them into the restaurant storage area, the same noiseless explosion of light engulfed both him and Whitey to bring them back to Izuku's original world. Green Cloud Restaurant. Inside the kitchen, the same light shone brightly in the spacious room as the young chef and robot returned home from their little sortie, and a rapid look at the clock on the wall confirmed the system's promise. Izuku had left the restaurant at 6 a.m., and after 20 or so hours in there he was back to see the same clock sign 8:32 a.m. of the same day, barely an hour late for his breakfast service. So with still plenty of time for organizing things for lunch. Convenient. Izuku admitted with a low voice while cracking his back and yawning a little. Luckily gourmet cells also meant his body possessed superhuman adaptability, meaning that for him having slept barely 4 hours was still enough to recover fully. He was just as well rested as a normal guy sleeping for 8 hours. Thank you for all the help, Whitey. You have been a lifesaver. Once given a friendly pat to the amazingly soft belly of the robot, the young chef moved the sign on the door to open, unlocked it, opened the drapes obscuring the restaurant main room completely so to bask in the early morning light, and watched Blackie walking towards the door with cat-like steps once exited from a pitch-black portal and then lie down next to the entrance to sleep, like usual. Blackie, he asked. Yawm, the dog grunted as an answer. You okay? Something happened. Izuku said, knowing well the dog pretty much never left his place next to the restaurant entrance except to sleep inside at night, as far as he knew. Don't worry about it. While you were away, this lord dog has been asked to lend a paw to fix a small issue, nothing a gentle caress of mine could not manage. Blackie answered, sounding overbearingly smug. Ah! A small emergency arose where one of host friends needed support. Since host was occupied elsewhere, the system simply assured no harm to come to the girl known as Momo by sending Blackie on site. She is now safe and unharmed. The system explained. Momo. What happened? Izuku asked immediately. The system will offer a small debrief to the host while he prepares the breakfast for the approaching customers and initiates the preparations for the lunch dishes. Rest assured no tragedy happened. The entity answered. Oh, okay. But you need to tell me everything. If it will help host calm down, the system will. Thank you. Izuku answered, grateful, before welcoming with his usual gentle smile the small group of customers coming in for breakfast. While he prepared the pastries and croissants and the coffee and cappuccinos for the customers, he was enraptured by what happened in the few hours he left to visit another world. USJ, main hall, earlier that day, things were bad, really bad. Even after finally regrouping in the main hall of the USJ and fighting together. The situation was an utter mess, that much Aizawa could regretfully admit. He was proud of his students because they were holding their own against the crooks that League of Villains had brought along for their merry attack, but whenever one of those that first accompanied the leader of the group joined the fight, things spiraled into disaster. Tell me you have a plan, Eraser. I beg you. 13 begged as she kept battling a guy with a body made of dark smoke. Trust me, if I had one I would have already implemented it. Aizawa yelled back in answer, happy to see the last remaining students rejoin them in the main hall of the place after that smoke guy Krogiri had first separated them, and all of them looked utterly bruised, meaning they had pretty hard fights too. And whatever that Nomu thing was, it was now keeping up with Toshinori of all people. The two hulking brutes were just punching the CRP out of each other with both holding nothing back, and neither of the two seemed to make a dent on the other. You are indeed a tough guy. But I know I will just need to give you 100 punches more to be done with you. Texas smash. Toshinori declared, still trying to inspire hope in such a desperate situation. They just keep coming. Katsuki bellowed in anger as he and a few others managed to get into the main hall. That brat is still cursing. Good, they too are fine. Aizawa welcomed that potty mouth like a blessing for the first time since the kid joined his class. We need to escape. I can't keep this going for much more. I am melting myself in my own acid. Mina admitted with elbred breath. What about you, Tenya-san? Momo asked, looking pale and malnourished, having used her own quirk to its limits and so with very little fat mass remaining in her body and still weak from the stab wound on her arm. I can still fight, but I am running out of fuel as well. They may be weak, but sheer numbers are making up for it, the tall bespectacled boy answered, gasping for air himself. Yeah, Kaminari too is reaching his limit, no more lightning for him. Gyro translated for the others. Gyro, your ear is bleeding. Okiko, swaying on her feet in nausea, asked. That knife beach that is now fighting with Aizawa-sensei almost cut one of my earjacks off. It was a miracle if it's just a shallow cut, she answered. My shoulders hurt like hell. If I make another bang I will kiss my arms goodbye. SHC. Katsuki added, snarling. I think my leg broke. Zero-chan. Help. Toru asked, being held by the shoulder by Gyro, to help her walk. I am thirsty as hell, no more tape for me, that monster dislodged 3 of my extra arms, I won't be of much help either. Mizo said, teeth clenched hard in anger. I can't harden anymore. I think I have a couple ribs broken. Kirishima added. Me too. Rib it. Have no fear, reinforcements are coming. Aizawa yelled while dodging another fast swipe of the crazed blonde girl he was fighting with. This is taking too long. I am getting bored. Shigaraki declared with a bored sigh as he too finally joined the battle. Don't let him touch you. 13 warned in fear as the guy was soon upon Okiko, both hands ready to grab her. Okiko-chan. Tsuyu yelled while pulling her friend away with her prehensile tongue. Kia! The brunette shrieked in surprise, only to grow relieved when she saw the floor develop a giant hole as soon as the villain touched it. Hey! I wanted to kill that girl. The villain roared in offense. Stop playing around, We have a mission to complete. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 answered, using his warping powers to escape 13's quirk once again. I am trying. But she is cheating with that tongue. She isn't playing fair. It was my PvP fight. Kiro, is this a game to you? Tsuyu asked, disgusted. Ho 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 ho. Yes it is. And I can't wait to finish it with a new high score. Crush them, 𝐵𝐻𝐼. Shigaraki ordered with a pleased smile as the hulking figure immediately stopped fighting against all might to charge the students like a raging bull. Stop! Toshinori ordered in abject horror. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐽, surprising the kids with its speed, the thing was soon upon them with both fists up in the air to squash them. Scatter! Shoto, eyes wide, yelled, making the others scamper away. Ah! Just as Momo tripped to the floor, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was at her side to help her get back up on her feet, unfortunately leaving them both as easy prey of the monster. Momo! 𝐒𝐽𝐽! Mina shrieked in horror as the two giant fists of the 𝐵𝐻𝐼 were about to squash both into a pulp of broken flesh. Nu! Toshinori yelled as he desperately tried to reach 𝐵𝐻𝐼 before it was too late. Woof! It was then that the void got blew open by an unseen mighty force to show a fissure in space itself, a hole hovering in the air and showing pitch-black nothingness inside, and whatever force opened that portal it also pushed the 𝐵𝐻𝐼 away so violently the creature tumbled like a rag doll on the floor for a couple of seconds and away from its potential victims. The entire room went plunged into complete silence as both sides of the fight were waiting with bated breath to see who would come out of that portal, if reinforcers for the villains or the heroes. Another warp quirk. Aizawa hissed with narrowed eyes. One of us, 𝐒𝐻𝐽. Darby asked. Nobody beside me has a warp quirk in our organization. 𝐵𝐻𝐼 answered. To everybody's surprise, a rather big pitbull dog with lustrous black fur walked out of the tear in reality that closed by itself as soon as the animal fully came out, walking between the two groups with elegant cat-like steps until he got in front of both Momo and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and sat down, as if wishing to protect them from the hulking muscled monster that in the meantime had jumped back on its feet. Oh! What a cute doggy! Himiko gushed with a wide smile. A stray dog! With such a rare quirk. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 muttered, surprised. Not much of a stray if it has a pot belly. Darby commented. 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Isn't that the dog guarding that restaurant? Mineta muttered, gasping. Blackie! Momo whispered, just as surprised. Does this lord look like a stray to you, brat? Show some respect, or else this lord's paw will smack you until nothing remains. Blackie answered with his baritone, magnetic voice carrying forth his overbearing attitude. It talks too. Bit of an inflated ego, though. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 answered. Why are you here, Blackie? Momo asked. This is a dangerous place. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 added right after. Foolish girl. This lord was enjoying his nap when he was asked to come save your life, and here I am. Last thing I need is for sorrow to affect the young man I swore to protect. Apparently you are precious enough for him. I personally had to make a move. Blackie answered, scoffing. Now. The system had already sent Whitey with Izuku into another world, and it also knew the boy was harboring feelings for Momo, so, since the entity felt that his sorrow at losing her could potentially hinder Izuku's ascension to god of cooking, the mysterious system asked Blackie to intervene and save the girl's life. Problem was that Blackie had only two priorities in life: fighting a good battle and eating Izuku's spicy beef noodles 2 to 3 times a day, so the dog hurried to protect the girl as a way to preserve the high quality of his food, reason why in his hurry to leave he missed who exactly was the girl he was supposed to protect, and since his pride forbid him from asking for clarifications, he just made sure to look and talk to both girls at the same time while delivering his line, sure that at least one of them was the right one, since both were about to die a messy death before he arrived. This lord's noodles are too important. If I have to play babysitter to make sure the kiddo does not lose cooking talent because of sorrow, then so be it. Woof. The black dog thought in determination. Izuku was worried about me, Midoriya-san was worried about me. Both 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and Momo thought at the same time. And while 𝐒𝐽𝐽 found strange that a boy she just met already felt she was that important to him, she could not help feeling touched all the same, like Momo was, At seeing the tiny help the young chef still sent her way, neither could both girls deny feeling a small prickling in their chest as they heard Lord Dog declare how much Izuku found them precious. This can't be happening. The system had not the ability to facepalm, but at that moment it really wanted to. AAW. So you were sent by a friend of theirs. How sweet. And pathetic. 𝐿𝐵𝐻. Kill that fleabag. The hands-covered leader of the league commented in cruel mockery, before pointing at Blackie and giving his order to the hulking brute. Zhuo, the giant of muscles, immediately ignored all might again to assault the plump dog. You dare call your lord dog a fleabag? Preposterous. Blackie's eyes narrowed dangerously while glaring at Shigaraki. He didn't seem to find threatening the charging 𝐿𝐵𝐻 enough to even just spare it a glance. Snap. Nobody expected it. Everybody in fact looked at Blackie with wide, bulged-out eyes as the dog's mouth merely opened and closed in a blurry of motion to give 𝐿𝐵𝐻 single bite that completely obliterated the entire top half of the 3 meters tall mountain of muscles, leaving behind only a small fraction of the 𝐿𝐵𝐻's torso and its legs to fall to the ground in a rapidly expanding pool of viscous blood munch. 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 They all heard the dog loudly chewing his mouthful of 𝐿𝐵𝐻 while the up until now invincible monster lied dead at his paws. Also, none of them could actually explain where all that flesh meat actually went, considering that Blackie was at best a fifth of the 𝐿𝐵𝐻's overall sizes and so not something a mere dog should feasibly be able to eat whole. What the F? Katsuki loudly swore, neatly encapsulating everybody's feeling at the absurd spectacle they just witnessed. Bleer. As expected, it can't even be put on the same plane of existence of this lord's beloved spicy beef noodles. What a waste of meat. Blackie muttered to himself once swallowed the 100 or so kilograms of 𝐿𝐵𝐻 he had just bitten off, and even as a dog his expression clearly showed contempt and disgust. Boom. Splat. Still unsatisfied, the dog added insult to injury and gently patted down with a paw. The collision of the well-manicured thing with what remained of the 𝐿𝐵𝐻 exploded the ground and shook the entire USJ building hard enough many thought the thing would collapse on top of them, and digging a perfectly drawn, very deep and huge imprint of a dog paw covering the entire floor of the main hall. As for what had remained of the 𝐿𝐵𝐻's body, that simply turned into a fine red mist dispersing in the wind as soon as the paw struck. Completely erased from existence. Toshinori. Toshinori felt wronged, or even insulted, somehow. He had just declared that 𝐿𝐵𝐻 a worthy opponent and something he would need 100 punches of his to beat. And a mere dog instead killed it with a single bite and then disintegrated with a playful pat of a paw. Did I offend somebody? Is this bad karma showing up? Why? Was it so necessary to show me up this badly? What did I do wrong? All Might thought in sorrow as he coughed awkwardly and shifted to stand next to Aizawa. What the F happened, Kurogiri? Shigaraki asked, annoyed. I don't know, the other answered. Hey! Are you a mob boss? What the F are you doing here? The young man asked. First you call this lord dog a fleabag and then a measly mob boss. Are you tired of living? Now Blackie was really annoyed, and the imperious way he talked and lifted his exquisite paw again clearly showed it. WOH. Down. Down. Put down that paw. Slowly. Himiko yelled immediately. I am no mob boss, you weakling. I am your lord dog. A moderator. Showing a bit of knowledge of modern media, Blackie declared haughtily his correct title while giving a lazy pat forward with his paw, and to the other's shock an unseen force slammed with ungodly fury on Shigaraki's body with the force of a world-ending meteor, launching him flying back at insane speed and through the wall behind him, and through other 3 walls behind that still, each and every time leaving behind a perfectly cut hole in the shape of a dog paw. Boom! What was shocking was that whatever sent the villain flying affected him and him only. Not even Kurogiri standing right next to the guy was affected. Shigaraki! Kurogiri yelled in alarm as he hurried at the young man's side as soon as he saw him crash landing and his successive boneless tumbling on the floor until he remained in a very humiliating face-down, but up position. Both Shigaraki's arms and legs were broken in various parts and twisted at odd angles, his body was covered in bruises and deep cuts, the right eye was swollen completely shut while the left one had been gouged out and was still bouncing on the floor at few feet from him. the ribcage had been smashed inward and even the young man's testicles were clearly burst to shreds while every single hair on his entire body had been torn away, just like his clothes, leaving the young villain completely naked. Bald, unconscious and broken. It was a miracle he was still alive, and Kurogiri almost expected Shigaraki to soon develop a deep-rooted fear of dogs as soon as he woke. This should be enough. You can wrap the rest up by yourselves. This Lord Dog has a nap to return to, my beauty sleep shall not be interrupted. Blackie declared while rising again his paw, and once amused himself with the terror he saw in everybody's eyes once they saw him do that, he patted the air in front of him to blast open a new pitch-black tear in reality. I did my part, you stay alive now. He will apparently miss you dearly if you die, and the last thing this lord needs is for his protégé to succumb to sorrow. Farewell. The dog said that to Momo and Okiko at the same time before leaving, still secretly unsure and wondering if he actually helped the right girl or not. Bye, sir. And thank you for the assistance, sir. Tenya, either by good manners or fear, answered with a respectful tone and a deep bow he did not get up from until sure the dog was gone. That's one hell of a dog. Aizawa admitted, finally releasing a sigh of relief once the black tear in space closed by itself and disappeared. One of us? Toshinori asked. To hell if I know. 13 admitted with a helpless shrug. Actually, we kind of know who that dog is, and who he belongs to. Mina admitted. You know his owner. Are they some pro-hero? Toshinori asked once seen the leading group of the League of Villains being forcefully teleported away by Kurogiri once clear they were now at disadvantage. I don't remember one of us fighting alongside a dog. I would recall a dog and hero able to do that. 13 answered. Actually, that dog belongs to a chef. Mina answered, sheepish. Ah. He is Blackie, he is the guard dog of Green Cloud Restaurant, a restaurant owned by a friend of my family. Momo explained. Green Cloud. Wasn't that the restaurant gunhead doesn't stop gushing about? 13 asked. That one. Aizawa answered with a groan, clearly remembering the annoyance at the man's talking non-stop about the place. It was just food, damn it. No need to be so extreme. Night Eye too had talked about that place to him, Mic and Nemurai, only in a more worried tone while mentioning the need to give it a deeper look since he found out how some things did not add up as they should have when he visited that restaurant. Oh. A retired pro sent us some help then? Toshinori asked. Phut nope. A quirkless sent his dog to save your butt. Katsuki answered, tone full of mockery. The dog didn't save my butt. I was doing fine. All Might answered, mighty annoyed. Sure. I was. Toshinori answered, maybe a bit too petulantly for somebody his age. Katsuki-san, don't annoy the #1 hero of Japan, please. Tenya begged with a groan. I was just dash you say ruin. Hello, Izuku. Yes, I am okay. Yes, Blackie did help us. The mood shifted abruptly when Momo's phone rang and she picked up the call immediately. That's the special ringtone of our chef friend, Mina said, chuckling a little. Speak of the devil, Toru added, sighing elated. Ribbit. Well, he did send his dog here to help us. It was a given that once he returned he would call to see if she was all right, Tsuyu answered. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that a dog that strong is happy to work as a simple guard dog for a restaurant, owned by a quirkless of all things. Ayama admitted. Nothing says they can't be friends. Quirk or not. Tenya replied, huffing. I bet the food helps too. Mineta added, shrugging. The dog owner. Aizawa asked. Yes, sensei. Okiko answered. Well, the guy did help us, so I guess we owe him one. What's his name? I think he deserves at least a thank you for sending us some help. Even if I don't understand how he knew we actually needed it. Aizawa asked, in truth feeling an ever-growing need to check on that chef exactly because the guy somehow knew they needed help when ideally nobody was supposed to know they were in the USJ building to begin with. How did he know? Is he a villain trying to butter us up? A spy? An independent threat? In any case, how did he or his superiors know about the attack? The man thought with narrowed eyes. He was starting to understand why Night Eye had some doubts about the place and the mysterious system incorporated behind the restaurant. Not only about the young chef working there, the arrival of that monster dog was just too optimal in terms of timing. The name. Oh. Izuku Midoriya, sensei. He is our same age. Mina answered. Thank you, Ashido. Why does that name sound familiar? Toshinori muttered, unsure, as a strange cold feeling blossomed in the mouth of his damaged stomach. And why did he also fear actually learning the truth behind that name? Meanwhile, Jim, a tall blonde young man, was standing alone in the middle of the ample room while studying the tall human-sized sandbag while gasping for air. His muscled body was completely drenched in sweat with fat drops loudly rapping on the floor under him, and in the empty room each drop was as loud as an explosion. Once again, the tall young man, Mirio, wheezed with his eyes squeezed shut and his teeth clenching hard. Texas, he said as his sweating immediately tripled in volume, but also evaporated as soon as a new sheen formed, making his entire body release long streams of steam for all around him. Smash! The right hook Mirio slammed on the sandbag instantly snapped the thick chains holding the thing up and shot the sandbag against the wall where it exploded in a giant cloud of sand. NGH. Any form of satisfaction though failed to show up as Mirio fell on his knees while clutching his chest, his body dropping the power-up state of the one-for-all quirk he received from Toshinori instantaneously. It hurts. Why does it hurts? My heart. Mirio gasped for breath as he forced himself to stand back up to his feet. Still with troubled breathing, a splitting headache and with blurry eyes, the young man silently dragged his feet while walking back to the changing room for a rapid shower. He needed to ask Recovery Girl, he needed to know why whenever he used that quirk his heart felt about to burst open. He knew he had no history of heart problems, so he knew there was something wrong going on, but more importantly, he knew he had to keep it a secret from All Might and Sir Night Eye. He didn't want to disappoint them. The Chef of Miracles. Yavin Street, number 4, Green Cloud Restaurant. Things were still operating as normal in the famous gourmet street of the city. Every restaurant in there was bustling with activity under the constant assault of customers, either local, from nearby prefectures, or even tourists from all over the world that happened to pass by when visiting that part of the city. One of said restaurants, residing close to the entrance of the street, in a prime position, was the curious and small Green Cloud Restaurant, appeared out of nowhere and rapidly making a name for itself thanks to the lone and young talented chef working there. Luckily the young man was overly friendly, thus making sure that except few rare cases, the other restaurant owners left him do his job undisturbed. Although, unknown to everybody, various eyes were keeping tabs on the restaurant for different reasons. One of the traffic cameras, for example, had recently started sharing its footage with a small squad of observers in a secret lab in an isolated island not too far away. Island, Lab 17. Hawkeye, the restaurant seems to be in perfect order, can you confirm? One of the guys of the 4-man team keeping tabs and studying Izuku from afar, asked. This is Hawkeye 1, nothing out of the ordinary. Some guys were harassing a table of girls, but the robot guard of the place placated the situation. The strapped morons have safely landed inside the garbage truck that was emptying the bins at the opposite side of the street. They are unharmed, just a bit humiliated. One of the field agents masquerading as a jogger answered while pretending to fix her shoelaces. This is Hawkeye 2 and 3, nothing to signal from our station either. We still can't use our quirks and microphone to hear what is being said inside, but by reading their lips I can tell nothing is out of ordinary. Subject 37's mannerism has finally relaxed. As we suspected, he somehow learned of the USJ attack and got worried. He is fine now. Another agent said he and his pal were looking straight at the restaurant from their secret base in a room of the flat above the restaurant in front of Izuku's. They had set up several cameras by the windows of the apartment and pointed them straight at the young chef. Good. Keep us informed regularly and be ready to intervene should something happen. In the meantime, we will try to understand what is stopping quirks from working on the restaurant and its chef. The old man at the head of the small team, and Hisosh's boss, answered with a pleased nod. Yes, sir. But they were not the only ones interested in the place. Across the street from the restaurant, found the dog, an old lady said to a hidden microphone while sitting on a bench giving her full view inside the store. Does it match the description? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked from the other side of the small transmitter. A big dog resembling an overgrown pit bull with a pot belly. I heard the chef working there call it Blackie, as you said was the thing's name. But besides eating or sleeping, it never seems to leave its sleeping spot next to the door. I only ever saw it waking up to eat the guy's noodles. The old lady answered. You can hear a pin drop from 200 meters away thanks to your quirk. Are you sure that dog never talked? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked. I am DMN sure. I have not heard anything from it ever since I started spying on it. I have been using my echolocation powers to cover for my lack of eyes my entire life thanks to the detailed picture sound waves draw in my mind. I can even tell apart and recognize the specific heartbeat of my target even if they hide in the middle of a crowd. And that dog has never, ever, uttered a word. It just keeps huffing and woofing like a normal dog does. Are you sure it is the right one? We got a picture of it sleeping in front of that store, and even Shigaraki is sure it is the one that attacked him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered, remembering with a grimace the shrieks the still bedridden young man released once seen the dog's picture. Boy, was it an awkward meeting he and the others had with their boss, the legendary villain All For One, right after Shigaraki awoke. There were no good ways to explain how a dog completely fed up a simple mission like their raid against the USJ in such a grandiose way. The boss pet project was now a blubbering mess crying about mean moderators. All For One was obviously not amused. Well, I heard the chef was out of the restaurant during our USJ mission, ingredients hunting. I was told, it was written on the door as well, apparently. Everybody was certain he had left the dog behind, and a few actually saw it do the warp thing way after the chef had left, and come back after the guy had returned. The old lady said, has anybody ever heard the dog talk? I tried asking around. Nobody here ever saw that thing do anything besides eating and sleeping. Or growl menacingly at a few troublemakers. Keep monitoring that dog. We need to see when to strike to capture both dog and owner. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ordered right before closing the call. It was almost time to change Shigaraki's diaper and the Nomu was anxiously counting the days before his charged's lower half would heal enough to no longer require such services. Understood. Even if I don't get it why you guys are finding a stupid dog that interesting. The old lady answered, annoyed. Unknown to her, Blackie heard everything she said and was now silently glaring at her without raising his head from the ground. A weak bad guy wannabe like you dares to insult dogs in front of this lord. Thor. The Lord Dog thought in mild fury before taking in a tiny breath. Woof. It was near silent, almost ultrasonic in nature, but that tiny wisp of sound generated by Blackie's tiny, and kind of adorable, woof traveled at high speed all the way to the villain spy and assaulted her fully. Nobody else heard it or noticed the dog's movements at all. It all was too sudden and fast for them to catch it, even for the ones actually spying on Izuku. And with a small ripping sound, that woof blasted the woman's eardrums to shreds and immediately turned her completely deaf. Nobody else heard it, but they all heard the scream of anguish and pain the woman released once her ears started bleeding profusely. 𝐂𝐲𝐻. The villain shrieked again and again while stumbling away, now truly blind thanks to the lack of echolocation her quirk gifted her with. What happened? Izuku was seen exiting his restaurant, like many other chefs and owners from theirs, to see the poor old lady being helped away by a few bystanders towards a member of the police force that was already calling for an ambulance. Seems like she is having a panic attack, a bad one. The chef of the restaurant next to Izuku's tried guessing. Poor lady, I hope she will get better soon then. I know how hard panic attacks can be to deal with, the young man admitted with a sigh before returning inside his restaurant to finish cooking and reassuring his customers nothing too outrageous happened. Not too far away, parking lot, an unassuming car was just in that moment being parked in the parking lot close to the restaurant, right next to a more expensive one from which nobody had dismounted yet. From the first car came out a man with disheveled hair and shadow of a beard, a man with stylish blonde hair and a woman with long purplish hair. From the second car that had been waiting for them came out a tall man in business suit and sharp glasses and a more lanky, skeletal man with a wild mane of blonde hair and a too wide white shirt over cheap cargo briefs. Sorry if we are late, had to make sure the kids got acclimated well with the new campus Cementos is building. Aizawa declared with a sigh. For a rush job, it's as much a nuclear bunker as he could make it without making it too obvious, to not scare the students further. Nemurai added. Even after a week they are still shaken, for obvious reasons, MIC added, sighing. Except for the Yorozu girl, she has already recovered. And I have an inkling as to why. Nemurai answered with a conspiratorial smirk. I remind you this is not a friendly outing, we are actually here with a mission, to ascertain if the chef is a menace or not. Please refrain from ringing wedding bells until we are sure he is just unaware of what his sponsor really is, instead of an accomplice of theirs. Night Eye chided them. Rival villain organization or not, that guy's dog had been a lifesaver, so at least for now, I want to give him a thank you. Then we'll see. Aizawa answered, grunting, before walking alone towards the restaurant. Wait for us, Grumpy. Nemurai and MIC answered at the same time while chasing their friend. Hey, it was then, when they were alone, that Toshinori addressed another issue. Yes. Night Eye uttered back in answer as they too started walking towards the green cloud. Are you sure this chef is the same boy? The pro hero All Might asked. I know one can't expect you to remember everybody you meet, but he had been put into a coma the exact same day, something like a few minutes after you told him he could not be a quirkless hero in what you yourself admitted being a way too blunt tone, all things considered. The timing was too tight to not be noticeable. I was caught up in training Mirio, to be honest. And you said he may have manifested a quirk during his coma. The other answered, uneasy. I said it was a possibility considering the strange avatar he summoned behind himself and the present MIC-like scream he released. What is making me nervous is the fact that no file can be found about his quirk test, or anything else, anywhere. Everything about him seems to have become classified all of a sudden. Everything? Toshinori asked, confused. Beside his middle school grades, everything after that has been forcefully removed from every registry and put under heavily classified encryption. Nobody I asked seemed able to recover that info, and not only that, but just 1 year after he woke up, a mysterious economic empire nobody heard about before bought an entire restaurant and took the boy in as their only chef. A restaurant where quirks do not seem to work if used on that young man, and even if I didn't try to use my quirk on him outside the restaurant, he hardly leaves it to begin with. Night Eye explained. And he has a bone to pick with me, Toshinori muttered. A personal reason to dislike you, something that a smart enough unscrupulous character can twist to their end and transform into hatred for every hero. All for One is not the only megalomaniac with a deep-rooted hatred for heroes. What I don't understand is why they are using a restaurant as a cover. What are they looking for? And why do they need that boy? Are you sure he doesn't simply possess a sort of quirk immunity? I could tell it was not he himself that snapped my connection with him before my quirk could see his future. My own instinct told me an outside force got in the way. That is why I am worried. The threat that dog blatantly threw at me didn't help either. I saw that dog in action. I can't imagine somebody that prideful and strong just playing guard dog. Toshinori admitted. Then maybe he is doing that and making sure Midoriya-san does not step out of line. Night Eye answered, thoughtful, and looking intensely at Blackie as soon as their small group reached the restaurant door. Good evening, Aizawa said. Why do you speak so formally to the dog? Nemurai asked. Because he has been taught manners and shows respect to this Lord Dog. Now get in, if you have to play spy, at least do it properly and stop being so suspicious. Blackie answered with his deep, magnetic voice dripping sarcasm from every word. How? Night Eye asked. That would be telling, kiddo. Just get in and eat. My protege is rightfully proud of his cooking skills, just pay it the due respect too beside trying to stick your nose in his personal affairs. The dog answered before turning the other way and resuming his sleep. Wow. Our cover lasted literally nothing, MIC admitted with a grimace while the group entered the place. And watched with bulged-out eyes Nezu of all people sitting by himself at a table while devouring a gargantuan steak with gusto. Nezu! Here! Why? The group of pro-heroes all thought at the same time, and before they could actually ask, the small rat bearman Chimera sent them a discreet glare that told them to keep their mouths shut. Here is your side dish, Nezu-san. At that moment they saw Izuku come out from the kitchen holding a tray of grilled vegetables. Good. Leave it here, please. The small guy answered. Is the steak to your liking? Yep. What did you say it was? Crocodile meat, legally bought from a private crocodile farm down under. I have all the papers signed if you want to see them, Izuku answered. Yahahahaha. I am not a cop, Chef Izuku. No need to worry. But you are the boss of your university, as you said, the young man mumbled, thoughtful. Still thinking I am a spy? Nezu asked, amused. Yes, my lips are sealed, so keep guessing if I am here to spy or just here to enjoy your food. I am not telling, so it will be more fun. The other answered while playfully shooing him away. Of course, sir, the young chef muttered, dejected, before disappearing inside the kitchen. Once sure the young man was back in his domain, Nezu rapidly whipped out his phone to write a lightning-fast message he then sent to both Aizawa and Nemurai, before returning to eat, and he was clearly not faking his enjoyment of the thing. Pro Hero Table, ping. Nezu gently asks us to not blow his cover. He apparently has been coming here every day ever since the USJ incident to investigate that young chef and playing everything off as a coincidence. We were not the first ones to think about coming here in person. He also suggests trying the crocodile steak. He says it's good. Aizawa explained once, reading the text on his phone and then sighing. We'll need to be discreet then, just in case he suspects something. He knows we are pro-heroes, so he will be on the defensive. He doesn't seem to trust heroes a lot. Night Eye answered. Dealing. As if the universe tried to prove him wrong. The next set of customers that entered the place were far from being discreet about anything, especially their being pro-heroes. Chef 𝐒𝐿. We are hungry. The green-haired girl at the head of the group yelled with a cheerful tone as soon as they barged inside the restaurant. Tomoko-san. Izuku answered, just as happily, while peeking out of the kitchen to see who it was. Ready to feed 4 poor kittens, the pro-hero known as Mandalay asked with a challenging smile. Hoo. I am always ready. Over there, the official favorite table of the Wild Pussycat happens to be free. I will be with you in a moment. The young chef answered, chuckling amused and clearly happy to see those pro-heroes visit him. Nice. The seat under the magical relaxing tree is mine. Pixie Bob called out immediately while diving for said seat. Oh, come on. It was my turn this time. The only male member of the 4 said with a whine while the rambunctious quartet of pro-heroes in civilian attire sat at a corner table right under the strange trees adorning the back of the restaurant's main room. Okay, he clearly has some heroes he trusts instead. MIC said with a raised eyebrow. Magical relaxing tree. Nemurai asked. Whatever those trees are, they seem to exude a faint calming aura. The chef and the robot make sure nobody can take away leaves. But I heard a few botanic experts have started theorizing that those plants actually possess a quirk-like mutation able to forcefully disperse stress from people and animals sitting close to them. Night Eye answered. Like joke and her quirk. Or Nemurai's. Aizawa asked. Pretty much. Only about relaxing instead of laughing or falling asleep. And they use those rare as hell plants as decoration. Toshinori asked, confused. That is another reason why I find this place too suspicious. SSH. He is coming here. Aizawa silenced them as soon as he saw Izuku near their table. Good evening, the young man said with a stiff smile. Hi there, young man. MIC answered while channeling his hero persona a little to hopefully help the boy relax around them. Sir Nighty, glad to have you back in my restaurant, and this time with another group of your friends. Izuku answered, and even if he hoped for those heroes to not notice it, they all caught the tiny pause he had before saying friends. Everybody loves good food, so after listening to me and Gunhead giving a very good review to your dishes, they too wish to try them, he answered. Sigh. It's about Blackie coming to the USJ, isn't it? Izuku whispered while tiredly massaging his temples. None of the heroes present could think about a proper answer, but the disappointed glare Nezu sent their way did make them flinch heavily. Amateurs. They saw him mouth towards them with the corner of their eyes. Listen, can I at least finish my job for today? You'll be free to arrest me after I am done with the lunch rush hour. I am not going anywhere. But I want to leave on a good note without ruining these people's moment of pause. He asked with a tone of defeat. I got it, I can't be a hero, okay? I have a more humble dream now, can I have that at least? I just want to be a good chef. I get up at dawn, practice, clean and start cooking for the day, that's it. He added. We are not here to arrest you. At least I am not. Aizawa cut him off abruptly before the young man could say something else. Ah. Your dog saved us, especially 2 of my students who owe their lives to you. So, as far as I am concerned, today I am here to thank you, not to throw you in jail. He explained. But you don't trust me. Actually, because I was not supposed to know about the incident in the USJ, isn't it? My sponsor alerted me that this would happen. Sigh. Exactly. While grateful, we also are worried about how you and them knew we needed help during a school trip nobody was supposed to know about in a secret location. Night Eye answered, no use in being discreet if the other side already knew most of it. I am no villain, Sir Night Eye. I lost interest in your lifestyle after being told heroics were not for me thanks to my lack of quirk and getting almost killed when I tried proving the world wrong. It took me a year of coma to decide to wash my hands of this entire affair and focus on a dream I could actually reach. Owning a restaurant of my own. And here I am today. Izuku answered. I am. Sorry. I was a bit too blunt when I told you that. Toshinori admitted, sheepish. You Texas smashed my dreams, sir. That was far more than being just blunt, you were brutal. The young chef answered without even looking at him, and making the pro-hero grimace heavily in answer. I could have phrased it a bit better, maybe. Yes, maybe. That answer burned like acid. What do you know about your sponsor? Night Eye asked. Everything. The other replied with a shrug. Everything. Who they are, where they come from, why they gave me this restaurant. Everything. The absolute truth. And I am not telling you. Listen, if it is about All Might Nemurai tried saying. No, it has nothing to do with him. Izuku answered, and Toshinori felt slapped by that way of saying him. It almost sounded like an insult. I just promised I won't say a thing. For 2 main reasons. 1, I know you won't believe even a fifth of what I could tell you. 2, I don't exactly trust you. You don't trust us. Why? MIC asked, hurt. You took my being skilled and reserved as a villain trait just because who is helping me has a wider reach than you can imagine and I am not easily bullied by people with quirks. I don't know what you believe is going on here, but I am just a chef trying to get by and get better at cooking, but I guess a quirkless shouldn't dare to raise his head too much around here. This has nothing to do with you being quirkless, I swear. Nemurai answered with a gentle tone while taking his hand in both of hers. I hope so. So, are you going to order something or was this just an excuse to ask me about the incident? We'll order. Aizawa answered with a sigh, clearly sensing the hostility barely hiding below the surface, and he could not exactly blame the boy either. Tell you what, as a show of trust, you decide. Nemurai said with a tiny smile. Ah. Choose by yourself the dishes we will eat, the woman explained. It's okay, I will be back in a couple minutes so you will be able to choose in peace, no need to worry about leaving the fate of your lunch in my hands. Izuku answered with a small smile, and left them alone after a short bow. Well, maybe Nemurai can actually get him to open up a little, I guess. He did not sound as mistrusting with her as he was with us, MIC said. He is a good boy, I can tell. She answered. Drying. At once the phones of all of them rang at the same time, all sporting the same unknown number text on their screen. All of us. Toshinori said once seen Nezu too had his phone ringing, though only he seemed to recognize the number, and once sent them a look, he actually answered. Maybe we all should take this. Night Eye said while answering. Strange. MIC commented, unsure. Glad to see you all are being reasonable enough to pick up. The old man at the other side of the call said with a pleased tone once all of them answered. Who's this? Aizawa asked. The director of one of the hidden labs of Island. I guess dear All Might and Sir Night I know what I am talking about. Seems like it. Nemurai commented, dryly, at seeing both pro-heroes pale a little. What can we do for you, sir? MIC asked, eyes narrowed. While I have nothing against people enjoying good food, I am way less happy when one of our darlings is being bullied, the old man answered. SHD, the rumors are true. Aizawa muttered between clenched teeth, and once turned around to look at the street through the restaurant's giant window, he saw a young woman in jogging attire playfully wave at him while pretending to stretch her legs. We too are keeping tabs on him. As you can imagine, a quirkless able to surpass the so-called limits of the human body with a mutation in his base DNA different from the standard one can only attract my interest, along with the interest of few of my colleagues. The old man explained, chuckling. A mutation they heard 𝐒𝐲 ask in their shared call. Why do you think everything about him is now confidential? Standard tests show no difference between him and a normal quirkless. And yet we have hundreds of hours of video proof of him taking what we knew of peak human skills and making confetti of them, and that means he must have some sort of power different from quirks to justify it. I will share a few harmless videos with you, watch them and tell me how we could not find him utterly interesting to study. Also, he is the beloved son of one of us as well. He is family. The old man answered. Do you know anything about his sponsor, sir? Night Eye could not stop himself from asking. You mean that System Incorporated? We are almost certain they are not a villain group, if that is what you fear, but we can't contact anybody working there. Everything seems to exist online only, and yet there is perfect paperwork for everything. And the fact that it is all that perfect raises questions. But no matter what we try, we can't answer a single one of them. Not even you can find anything? 𝐒𝐲 asked. 𝐒𝐲, you know that between hackers and quirks we have a DMN good reach. The old man answered with a tired groan. But for all we know, the HQ of that group could be housed on Mars. Every trail we follow branches into hundreds and then thousands others, and after weeks of questioning we finally got a message from that System Incorporated telling us it would be better to stop nosing around and let them and their chef do their job. You make it sound like bad news, though, MIC said. Because that exact same message appeared at the same exact time on every phone, every computer, every tablet, every fax, and every pager of Island. Everyone from the crappy phones of our clerks on cleaning duty to our level 7 servers and operatives got it. We all received a copy even on our own personal computers back home. We stopped asking questions after that. The old man answered, tense. You got breached. 𝐒𝐲, they raped our firewalls and security system without getting a single alarm off. They assured us they just want to help their chef become the god of cooking or similar nonsense and that no villain plans are boiling under the surface, but promised that if we keep getting in the way there will be consequences. You pro heroes may like to tackle impossible odds with a smile, but I have a family, all of us here have, and we won't step over that line. We can freely look from afar and study him if we want, but any threat won't be welcomed, and we won't risk it. Does the boy know? Toshinori asked. Not at all. In fact, we are de facto forbidden from alerting him they got involved in threatening us. They said it was to not distract him, but I can't help being worried about him all the same. They openly admit to having plans for him, we just are unable to uncover them. So that is also a reason why you are studying him. Exactly, if we can see what those guys saw in him for their plans, maybe we can counter them and stop them, thus saving him. We can help, Aizawa said. If you really have to, but keep a very low profile. I can't even promise that this call's encryption will help. Actually, it is not helping, the system's voice echoed in the phone call. Stricken horror frozen the heroes and scientists solid. Sigh. Please forgive them, they take their mission too seriously. Are you ready to order? Izuku said, and scaring the pros with his appearance behind Toshinori unseen thanks to their distraction. Why you trust them? Honestly, yes. I only have to follow a very strict training regimen for my cooking techniques every morning, then I am free to do as I please with this restaurant. They even give me all the ingredients I ask for, so as far as I am concerned, I don't feel threatened. No strange requests, no questionable customers and nothing illegal. They just want me to become the best chef I can be. As the name of their initiative suggests, I will become the god of cooking. It's a bit edgy, I admit it, but it also explains well what they hope to get from me, my very best. 𝐒𝐿 explained with a shrug. Why, though? What do they get from doing this? Nemurai asked. Ha 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 ha. What else? Publicity. They get that and I get a restaurant, everybody is happy. The young chef answered, laughing amused. That's it. Night Eye asked, eyebrows shooting up. Mr. Night Eye, not everybody with money or influence wants to conquer the world, few of them are just eccentric enough to do something like this just because they can. Like Elon Musk. 𝐒𝐿 answered. Okay. But should something come up, we are right behind the corner to help. Remember. Just call for us and we will help you. Nemurai whispered while giving a squeeze to his hand. Thank you, he answered with a tiny smile. In the meantime we will order our food. At least we can trust that being the real deal. MIC said with a thumbs up. Of course, the chef replied, nodding. Island, secret lab. The old man at that point closed the phone call by himself, and silently watched through the cameras outside how the young chef took the table's order and rapidly moved away to cook everything. Mannerism. Everything suggests he was saying the truth, sir, one of the technicians answered. Relaxed. Not really. I see. Keep observing him. Just in case. He ordered before leaving. Yes, sir. The old man was the only guy in Island beside Hisoshi and the guy's colleague friend Tamaki to know the truth about 𝐒𝐿 and his abilities, but in order to keep the secret he knew he had to pretend to study the boy like any other darling and pretend he too knew nothing, especially since by doing this he would actually be able to protect the young chef from any plan he feared the mysterious system Incorporated may be trying to implement against the boy. Green Cloud Restaurant, in the kitchen. Congratulations to host 𝐒𝐿 for covering for the system, the voice said once the young man returned inside the room. It won't be easy to keep your true nature hidden like you asked if you keep threatening them. Hero society is all based around the idea that everybody is a potential villain if we don't know everything about them and their personal life, and most of the pro-heroes are a bunch of paranoid control freaks, especially so the guys in business suits and in positions of command behind the hero business. Paradoxically, it would be easier to explain that you are an extra-dimensional entity that wants me to ascend to godhood through cooking. 𝐒𝐿 answered, sighing. Understood. Host 𝐒𝐿 is also aware that the customer known as All Might possess poor health and may die in a few years. Do you wish to heal him? The system asked. Heal him? Yes, host 𝐒𝐿. If things remain unchanged, he is fated to die in 2 years. The young chef silently leaned on his workstation, a bit surprised by how much it still hurt to meet All Might again. The shadow of death has been cast on him. Should the host intervene, such a fate will be broken and the man will live long enough to die of old age. That will also mean the heroes of AU will keep an even closer eye on you. Host wished to be a hero once, yes, the voice asked. Does the host hate All Might? Hate is a strong word. 𝐒𝐿 finally uttered a word, and it was filled in bitterness while his head hung down low. Host can just cook normally and let the man live through what fate planned for him, the system answered. Mom, one day I will be a hero like All Might. A small voice, that of a kid, echoed inside the young chef's head in answer to that while tears streamed down his cheeks. I am sorry, madam. We can repeat the test 1,000 times over, but the results won't change. Your son does not possess a quirk. I am sorry. Yo. Here comes the useless freak. I am sorry, my boy. A hero without a quirk is simply impossible. Maybe you should lower your expectations a little and live a more humble life. Not everybody can change the world, no matter how hard they try. Sometimes dreams are just that. Dreams. Just a Deku. 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 Host wants All Might gone. Whitey can accompany him to the door if you want. Deku. 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 To hell with it. 𝐒𝐿 roared in anger while slamming both fists on his workstation. Luckily nobody in the main room could hear him thanks to the entity turning the kitchen soundproof for their talk. Host. How do I heal him? I will show him and everybody else that we chefs too can make miracles. Not just heroes. He is fated to die. Then I will take that future and snap it in half with a dish. He declared with burning eyes. Well said. Normally, the system would purge any alien energy contained in the dishes prepared with ingredients of other worlds like the gourmet world of 𝐂𝐽𝐽, but in this case those life energy and vitality energy will be left in the resulting dish. This means that the host will be required to use every ounce of skill he possesses to not ruin the dish by dispersing those energies through unsuitable handling. The system answered, life energy and vitality energy. Exactly, same for the gourmet energy host can infuse in the dishes to improve the quality of their taste. Those two form of energy too will enrich the dish host will prepare, and as a bonus the dish will be able of purifying 𝐼𝐺's body and heal him completely by saturating his body in pure life. Is the host ready? Yes. Understood. Abrupt mission. Show to 𝐼𝐺 and the other heroes that a chef too can change the course of fate. Reward, 10% bonus experience points and unlocking the ingredient jewel meat from 𝐂𝐽's world. The system declared. Good. Izuku answered while opening the ingredients cabinet. Hero table. The pro heroes were looking with bulged out eyes the few videos Hisoshi took of Izuku mid-training for his boss, most of which showing the boy taking laws of nature and common sense and bending them over like only a 90s shonen hero could do. DMN. That's some fast knife work. MIC commented in surprise. Teacher, a young voice said in surprise as a young woman entered the place accompanied by her parents and Izuku's. Oh. Yaoyorozu. Are you here for lunch? Aizawa answered with a raised eyebrow. Sort of. Oh, something bigger. Nemurai asked immediately. Apparently some formalizing is needed, Saito mumbled. Honey, it could have been worse, he is a good boy at least, hard-working too. Rei answered. Formalizing. Nemurai asked. Momo, they heard Izuku exclaim in surprise. Hi, she answered, uneasy. Sorry to barge in like this, son. Apparently there was no choice, Hisoshi said, smiling sheepish. Ah. Mom apparently had to tell my father what happened, so now he wants a proper explanation. Momo explained with her face burning deep red. Your father called it meeting of the in-laws, but that's beside the point, her mother added, looking more mischievous. Ai-san. You promised to keep your mouth shut. The young chef shrieked in shame while covering his face with both hands. Nope. You two wanted to be secret lovers. Not on my watch. Come on, let's take a table and talk a little, shall we? Rei said while taking over a table for the entire group, the one right next to the pro heroes table. It was just a kiss, Momo muttered, ashamed. Too much tongue to be just a kiss, dear. Rei countered. Ua. Saito gurgled out in agony. Details, Yaoyorozu. Details. Now. Nemurai demanded immediately. Nima-Aizawa tried saying before her glare paralyzed him. Silence, she barked in answer. Sorry, Madam the Fearless. Pro-hero Eraserhead muttered with a meek tone. Oh. It was just 2 days ago. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was giving me cooking lessons when I got an emergency call from work, and in order to answer that I had left him and Momo alone in the kitchen, Rei started telling what she personally knew, and what she got from Momo after hours of relentless questioning. Orozu house. The previous day, Rei had just walked out of the kitchen to answer the call from her agency, something that she assured them was an emergency since she had instructed her secretary to not disturb during her cooking lessons unless something big happened. As the woman's faint voice echoed back into the kitchen from the living room, Izuku and Momo were left alone to watch in silence the lasagna Izuku instructed Rei to prepare alone and without help, as a way to test how she did by herself without the chef correcting her. She forgot to use salt, didn't she? Momo asked, chuckling, while both were crouching down on the floor to keep looking at the slowly cooking thing through the oven glass panel. Yes, but at least she didn't use sugar again, it's already a huge improvement, he answered, making both share a short laugh together. They both fell silent after that, just standing with their faces close as they watched the food cook and slowly form a crunchy layer on top. Izuku, Momo said with a low whisper. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for sending Blackie to help. Had he not come, I don't know if I would be here today. She admitted, shivering. Momo, he answered, and when both turned to look at each other, they actually discovered they were close enough that the tip of their noses touched. And there they stood, looking into each other's eyes in silence, until the young chef gently cupped her cheek. Closing her eyes tight in shyness, Momo puckered her lips a tiny bit to welcome the kiss that when it happened took her breath away. It took a couple of seconds before both actually noticed what they were doing, and with faces burning bright red both jumped back to their feet and forcefully looked elsewhere to avoid the other's eyes. I kissed her. SHT 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 SHT. Izuku thought in horror. He kissed me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Momo thought at the same time. You. I mean me. So. You know. You. Me? The young chef stammered in total brain blackout. No. Yes. I mean no. No, yes. To hell with it. To his shock, Momo's own blackout lasted way shorter until she gave a distraught roar, grabbed him by the collar, and tried to tear off his tonsils with her tongue. Two voices resounded in the kitchen then as the two hormonal teens hugged the life out of each other and went at it in a war of tongues. This time the kiss was far from being as romantic as the first one. This one spoke of hunger. It was especially bad for Izuku since he was feeling the pull of TWO lifetimes of suppressed longing, since as Zaus he had been pretty much married to his job and thus had fully suppressed or ignored any urge he may have had, and now both lives' hormones were begging for attention and he was eagerly giving in to the call, and even if he had to stand on his toes to kiss Momo due to their difference in height, he didn't give a DMN. That was when Rei returned into the room attracted by the noise, to find her daughter and her cooking teacher sking each other's face off with drool flowing down their chins like a river from their connected mouths and both teens' hands roaming around a bit too wildly to be proper. Izuku. Not here in the kitchen. Momo gasped with a when he started biting and suckling greedily on her neck, although her grabbing a fistful of his hair with one hand to draw him just a bit closer to herself showed she was not fully against the idea. Yes, not in the kitchen. Please. My lesson is not over yet. Rei declared with an evil smirk. She really enjoyed the look of sheer panic both teens developed as soon as they heard her, stopping abruptly what they were doing to just look at her with wide eyes full of horror. Hands where I can see them, Midoriya. You too, Momo, and that means your left hand has to stop moving and come out from inside his breathes. It's still too soon for you to give him a draining massage, young lady. She added, gleefully watching their feeling of shame reach untold peaks never before seen. Their talk after that was awkward to the extreme. Back to the present. That is what happened, and since both seemed to be into each other enough to be ready to molest each other, here we are to formalize the relationship. Rei finished explaining. In my son's defense, he gave her a chaste kiss, clearly. She made the first move. Hisoshi pointed out. This doesn't mean he did not return the affection. By Rei's words, his own hands were not idle either. He clearly pinched and squeezed to his heart's content. Saito countered, annoyed. She almost deflowered him. And he almost did the same to her. My Iken is not a pervert. Hisoshi growled. Neither is my Mo-chan. Saito roared in answer. Actually, that very same night both teens literally wanked themselves into unconsciousness while thinking about each other and what could have happened had Rei not stopped them while loudly calling out the other's name. But both fathers didn't need to know that their precious Cinnabuns were actually normal teens with normal overcharged energy. Yet. Very dirty, Yorozu. Very dirty. Congratulations. Nemirai said with a mischievous smile and a thumbs up. Teacher. Momo answered with a long whine, ashamed beyond belief. So, Izuku. It's easy to say you are now engaged. Do not try anything strange or I will chop your PP off. Saito declared with narrowed eyes, and stoically ignoring how Rei instead rolled hers while calling him edgy. Yes, sir. Off you go then, you still have work to do. We'll talk more later. More, the young man asked in dread. Much more. Saito answered. Okay. Restaurant kitchen, at the same time, once he escaped in a manly way, tears and all. Back inside his kitchen with the excuse of cooking, the young chef threw himself on his mission from the system as a way to clear his head from any sense of impending doom, and while waiting for the other pro heroes' orders to be ready, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gave his undivided attention to Toshinori's own healing dish. The man had asked for some fish, and the young chef decided to modify the original recipe slightly to make sure as much life as possible could be infused in it. The chosen ingredient was one of the coral fishes he took from the forest world he had been in and had borrowed from the lizardmen tribe. The thing was still very much alive once summoned from the system's storage area, and it kept violently rolling its fins around as if trying to swim in the air while jumping up and down on the chopping board. "Thank you for being my ingredient," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 muttered as a small prayer before puncturing the animal's brain with a long and thin needle. The fish gave a last weak flap with its gills and spat out a thin jet of water before quietly and painlessly falling into eternal slumber. The system had suggested the coral fish for two main reasons. The meat was actually very tender and nutritious, and those fishes could reproduce like crazy when it was mating season. The giant bulging belly full of roe now in front of 𝐒𝐭𝐴 meant that the specimen in question was particularly rich in life energy, perfect for what the young chef needed. The dish All Might had chosen was called sweet and sour fish, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had assured him it would have not troubled whatever was left of the man's stomach even if fried, further shocking Toshinori that had indeed forgotten how much 𝐒𝐭𝐴 actually knew of his dirty little secret, something that had made Night Eye facepalm hard. Grabbing a filleting knife with 𝐼 insignia engraved on the handle, he started cooking by piercing right behind the fish gills and delicately cutting upward following the curve of the fish head to cut the entire thing off and put it aside, before removing the fins on the ingredient's belly, back and the tail's end. Swaying. Ping. 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 Fully displaying their being hard as rocks like its name implied, the scales flying away from the fish body at each knife swing pinged on the chopping board with loud tingling sounds echoing all around the young chef, and even a knife made from top-notch equipment with high-tech superalloys kept struggling against such otherworldly ingredients, requiring the system to renew their edge after each usage. After finishing descaling one side of the fish, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 grabbed the fish's tail and gave it a toss, turning the animal 180 degrees to the opposite side to repeat the cleaning. Done with the scales, next is the slicing of the cheek, as well as the removal of the organs and bones. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 mumbled thoughtful while cutting the thing in two, following its spine to remove the main bones, and once removed the organs, washing the inner meat with fresh water, followed by him pulling away the few bones remaining hidden in the meat with lightning-fast movements of the pliers in his hand. The flour has been mixed with the minced medicinal herbs perfectly, life energy contained in the herbs after preparation, 99%. "Good job," the system declared, solemnly. "Perfect," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 muttered in answer while spreading the flour interspersed with tiny colorful herb fragments across the entire body of the fish until it was completely covered in it. Whoosh! Intense flames roared to life under a wide wok, making the oil in it start sizzling loudly in a matter of minutes, and once hot enough, he grabbed the tail of the fish and tossed it into the oil that produced layers and layers of white foam upon contact with its flour cover. "How's the fish?" the young chef asked while a hint of gold shade slowly started covering the thing's meat. "The innate vitality energy of the fish has been fully preserved at 98%. It is suitable for the success of the mission." "Good, let's add a bit of sauce then." Once seen the huge quantity of high-quality fish eggs he had extracted from the ingredient's belly, he decided how he would actually deviate from the recipe by adding a secondary sauce to it made with said roe. Having given a new toss to the wok's contents to make sure the fish was cooking properly and not sticking to the bottom, he then mixed the fish roe with minced garlic and capers and tossed everything into a second pan with hot oil already waiting to fry the fish eggs. After that, he added white wine and a few spoonfuls of tomato sauce to the mixture and slowly boiled everything into a thick and flavorful fish egg sauce he then passed until creamy and smooth without the smallest lump. As the fish and egg sauce finished cooking, a sweet fragrance started to spread out from the kitchen and into the main room, enticing the appetite of the waiting pro heroes, now suddenly very happy at their decision to spy on the young chef. Few minutes later, All Might's dish, as well as the others, were finally ready to be served, and with a delicate swish of his ladle, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 scooped up the deep-fried fish from the wok and placed it onto a wide porcelain plate decorated with tiny green clouds. "Done perfectly. Let's see if fate can really be defeated with a dish," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 muttered, growing a bit squeamish when a tiny feeling of worry crept up his spine. Host should never question his abilities. As the future god of cooking of the hero world, there is no place for fear in your kitchen. Work hard and believe in yourself, young man. The system immediately tried to cheer him up. Right. I can do this. The young man psyched himself up while refilling the wok in oil to stir-fry a new mix of medicinal herbs together with vinegar that was the sour side of the dish. Done with the frying, he also tossed some icing sugar into the wok, making the once sour creamy soup instantly become more sweet and thicker, and a taste test confirmed to Izuku that the thing had actually reached the right balance of sweetness and sourness he desired. Sizzle. Sizzle. With an elegant movement of his ladle, the sweet and sour sauce was lightly drizzled over the fish to uniformly cover it, while the thick and creamy sauce made with the roe was pulled on a side and adorned with tiny pieces of minced chilies and a spiral of fresh olive oil. It is done, sweet and sour coral fish. Completed. Izuku declared in relief while using a piece of cloth to wipe away the excess oil on the plate to make the dish more presentable. Evaluating. The dish overall grade is 99. 9, 100. Congratulations, host Izuku. You have prepared the required dish to heal the customer called All Might. At the paying of the bill, the reward will be unlocked. Well done. The system declared with a victory fanfare that made the young chef chuckle a little while delivering the dishes to the pro hero's table. Smells amazing, if I can say it myself, he admitted, pleased, while taking out Toshinori's and Nemurai's dish. I really need to find a waiter or waitress, though, or at least a bigger tray. He then muttered with a sigh of dismay. I'll help you. 𝐒𝐭 said immediately. There is no need, Mom, he answered shyly. Nonsense. Here, take the other plates so we'll deliver them together. The woman replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, Mom, the young man said, grateful. Momo. Up. Ray muttered. Me too. He needs you, she answered with a mischievous smirk. Wait, I will help as well, the girl declared, a bit shyly, while getting up as well from the table. Oh. TT, thank you. Wait here, I'll take the remaining plate, the young chef stammered a bit, but he still stoically ignored the subtle chuckles he heard from the other customers in the room, along their thumbs up at seeing the two engaged youngsters working together. Here we are, sweet and sour fish for Toshinori-san, he listed once the three of them reached All Might's table together. Thank you. Crocodile grand steak for Nemurai-san. Rare. Yuppie, the woman cheered with a childish happy smile that made him chuckle. 4 meats courage, Nanban style for Mic-san, with extra fried chicken and sauce as asked. Nice, the blonde man replied in perfect English with a thick accent. Seafood risotto for Sir Night Eye. Thank you. And chicken curry for Aizawa-san. Mild spiciness. Perfect, thank you. Thank you for choosing the Green Cloud restaurant, please enjoy your meal. Izuku answered with a bow before walking away a bit stiffly. He now needed to prepare what his parents and Momo's own ordered, then he will have to face whatever talk those scheming adults had planned for, and he was not exactly eager to do it. All Might's table, well, I guess it's time to see how good the boy actually is, Mic said while snapping apart his chopsticks. Yes, let's see, Toshinori answered, unsure, while using his own chopsticks to delicately peel off the thin skin of his fish to inspect its insides, and growing shocked at the heavenly sight. The sweet and sour fish meat was almost as clear as glass and glittered under the room's lights once exposed, making Toshinori feel a bit guilty at actually eating it. It's glistering like a crystal, how? Nemurai muttered in or once seen All Might's food. I expected this, all things considered, as I was aware of the chef's skills, and yet I am still very surprised. Night Eye answered, his stomach too grumbling a little as the fish succulent meat emitted a wondrous fragrance that was pretty much torturing the entire table. The sweet and sour sauce has a smell which increases one's appetite. It's a bit of a dirty trick, I admit it, but it will also make it taste better. Izuku muttered while delivering the last plate to his parents' table. It's not a dirty trick, 𝐒𝐭. It's part of the magic. Hisoshi answered, chuckling. Yep. Now sit here with us, let's talk. Saito answered, tone ice cold and eyes narrowed. Yes, sir. Pro Hero's table, please don't kill the cute chef, Nemurai muttered with a pout. We'll stop any tragedy before it happens. I say we eat, though, because good looks aside, the taste too matters. Thanks for the food. Toshinori said while picking up a piece of fried fish meat to watch it jiggle a bit in his grasp. The thick seasoned sauce boiled incessantly and looked like thin threads holding the fish meat together while following behind the chopsticks all the way to the man's mouth, while the jiggling fish meat caused the pro-hero to chuckle amused at the lively scene. Holy, All Might though muttered in or once tasted it as the sweet and sour scent of the dish exploded in his mouth at the very first bite, and not a trace of the unpleasant fishy smell of the main ingredient or any unpalatable oily feeling from the frying could be felt either. Only wave after wave of warmth and sea and spiciness and sourness and sweetness and so on and on and on. Maybe forever, the pro-hero could not tell. The fish alone was a mouthful of heaven, but the sweet and sour sauce and the rose sauce managed to enlarge the feeling and turn it into an all-encompassing embrace of taste that almost drowned Toshinori, to the point his own brain grew pleasantly numb and just enjoyed the happy endorphins ride the dish provided. This steak is dim and amazing and tender too. I did not know crocodile of all things could taste this good. Nemurai, mouth still full like a hamster and absolutely drenched in the meat juices, said in praise, blissfully unaware of how monstrous the beast she was eating actually was, nor she knew that the thing's detoxified scorpion-like tail's meat and fat had been used to create the delicious milky white sauce decorating the steak. Okay, I am convinced. Whoever those guys are, they are betting on the right horse. Mic confirmed while his chewing grew shamelessly loud. He just kept eating without even a pause to breath. Oh ooh. Would you look at that? Mr. I can live on coffee alone Aizawa is actually eating like a normal human. Maybe we should take you here more often. Nemurai said, smirking. Shut up. I am still not convinced yet. Aizawa answered, ashamed, while hastily swallowing his mouthful of food and forcefully dropping the tiny satisfied smile he was sporting while chewing. Ah. I am not talking about the food, this stuff is DMN good. I meant the group sponsoring him, call it instinct, but I think they are forcing him to hide a few details they know we won't like. He explained while continuing to eat. No drags involved. I took a few tests once back from eating here, and even Recovery Girl did not find anything that could have been used to make me believe the food was good. At least the food quality comes from honest skills, not tricks. Night Eye answered, while being the only one of the group eating with proper manners. Okay, that just shuts down one of my theories. Aizawa admitted, sighing. Shota. At least swallow before chastising me, Nemurai, the man begged with a groan. Sorry, the woman replied, blushing. The rest of the lunch continued fairly tamely in comparison with what they expected, with Izuku softening enough thanks to Nemurai's own motherly gentle prodding between each subsequent orders they make that gained them few more details from the young chef about his job and sponsor. When it was time to pay the kinda expensive bill, Mic and Nemurai would later apologize profusely for the 4 servings of dessert they each ordered. The group stumbled their way out of the restaurant with bulging bellies and a more relaxed attitude towards its chef, but not towards the system. Parking lot. Okay, this proves it. He is just a good boy caught in some sort of cult-like plans of an eccentric millionaire fixated with food. Toshinori declared, still puffing a little thanks to his overfilled stomach. He did not openly call it a cult. But the way he described this god of cooking initiative can easily be passed as such. Night Eye added. Yeah, but he surely knows how to make some godly creme brulee. Mic added. And cute rainbow-colored fruit desserts. I could eat that fruit jelly to death and not regret it. Nemurai added. We noticed you loved his desserts. Aizawa answered, bitter. I'll pay you back, I swear. Mic replied with a begging tone. Liar. A pro-hero. Never forgets. His wallet. Mic. It was sudden, but they saw Toshinori's face turn bright red and his breathing became elbred as he leaned forward with both hands on his knees to try catching his breath. You okay? Night Eye asked. I feel hot. It's too hot. Them burning. The pro-hero gasped for air as he started sweating at an astounding rate. Oh, God. Are you allergic to something he cooked with? Why didn't you say something? Nemurai gasped in horror. I was sure I had no allergy to any it itches. It itches so much. The man shrieked while tearing off his shirt to rub the crater all for one left on his body after their fight, so roughly he drew BLD from the deep nails marks he was digging on his side. Calm down, we'll go to recovery girl and dash night. I tried calming him down, but was forced to hurriedly jump back when his old friend projectile vomited on the floor. Gwa! Toshinori felt a taste outrageously awful travel up his throat at high speed, and what actually came out from his mouth to splatter loudly on the floor was a mass of black rotten flesh smelling of decay. What the hell is that? Aizawa asked. 𝐤𝐻. Oh, God. He is puking again. MIC shrieked in horror at seeing him double over again. Thump. 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 To their surprise, they could actually hear Toshinori's heartbeat clearly while the man's eyes bulged out so much they looked ready to plop out of their sockets as he drew back his head. And screamed. It was a howl worthy of a mighty beast, and under the shocked eyes of his friends, the pro hero number 1 All Might made his explosive appearance as Toshinori's body transformed even faster than usual, but showing even more muscles than what he was famous for once done changing. Ah! 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 Toshinori gasped for breath as thick lines of steam escaped his muscles and mouth. Every inch of his body was flushed red while his veins bulged out to pump his BLD with furious power. Just by looking at him, in fact, power was the first thing that would come to mind. You okay? Night Eye asked, faintly. I feel good. Okay. I feel great. Great. Why ha ha ha. A loud, happy laugh escaped the pro hero, strong like thunder as he studied his body in wonder as if seeing his own muscles for the first time. I feel so strong. Like back in my youth. How? Toshinori asked while studying his clenched fists in awe. There was no longer the fatigue, the pain, that feeling of a viscous hand squeezing his heart whenever he transformed. He was pretty much back to the days when he first got his quirk from Nana. Burning with energy and... Ay! That thought gave him pause, actually. It was not like he could see the power of One for All, there was never some visual clue, it was more a feeling of it being there, and after passing it to Mirio, he could feel that he had been left with just a few dying embers. Then those embers had now turned into AF supernova. And no way, he muttered, shocked. Toshinori, transform back before someone notices you. Aizawa warned him. They are already looking for the source of that scream, they will see you any moment. MIC added. Alright, still feeling his body ready to explode from the surplus of energy he felt traveling furiously through his veins, Toshinori closed his eyes and focused on himself and dispelled, for the lack of a better term, his all-might form, to return into being his skeletal self. I said to detransform. Aizawa said. I did it. No you didn't, you moron. Opening his eyes to look at himself, the number 1 hero saw that he was still the same mountain of muscles. I know I did it. The feeling of turning it off was the same as always. He then said, frustrated. I'll turn it off myself then, Aizawa answered, rolling his eyes, before activating his quirk and looking straight at All Might. Only for him to remain the same mountain of muscles that now made Broly look like a wet noodle in comparison. Ay! Are you doing something wrong, Shota? MIC asked, unsure, while Toshinori swiftly moved into a crouch to hide behind Night Eye's car to not be seen. No. I am doing what I always do. His quirk is just staying active. Toshinori. It was then that Night Eye stole a look at the Green Cloud restaurant to see Izuku standing by the door and looking straight at them with narrowed eyes. Yes. I need to use my quirk on you. I need to check something. He asked. Oh okay, go on. The other replied. A handshake later Night Eye locked eyes with All Might to see the man's future, something he had promised to never again do after foreseeing Toshinori's death. To his surprise, though, the same vision lasted barely a few seconds before turning grey and shattering like glass, same going with the shadow of death he had always seen hanging around the man, with enough force to almost split Night Eye's head in two with the backlash. You okay? Nemirai asked at seeing a few drops of BLD dripping down the man's nose before he recomposed himself. Yes. But, Toshinori, your future changed, Night Eye said with a low whisper before his head whipped back towards the restaurant to meet Izuku's eyes. The young man merely gave a small bow of his head and flashed a tiny satisfied smirk before swiftly turning around to get back to work with the restaurant door closing behind him by itself. What do you mean, my future changed? We need to talk with Recovery Girl, there is something unnatural going on here. Let's go. Night Eye answered while rapidly mounting his car. Can you explain it to us normal mortals too then? Nemurai asked with a growl while she and the others too got into Aizawa's car. I believe I now know what that system incorporated wants from Midoriya, but I need to have a medical expert confirm my theories first. Night Eye answered. Inside the restaurant, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, you okay? 𝐒𝐿 asked immediately once seen her son become pale as a sheet as soon as he returned inside. I don't feel so well, he admitted while collapsing on a chair. Izuku, his father and Saito immediately were at his sides to help him sit upright. Here, drink this. Momo was right behind them with a glass of cold water, she too looked worried sick just like 𝐿 and Ray were. Let him breathe, give him some space. Seeing people getting worried, the group of pros wild pussycats swayed gear from being goofy friends on a break and back into acting like professional heroes that moved to keep the situation under control. It's okay, Chef 𝐒𝐿. Take a breath and relax. Young or not, you can't overwork yourself. Tomoko offered with a kind, and incredibly wide, smile. I am fine, he tried saying, faintly. Not yet, but we are here to help you until you get better. Mandalay answered, she too offered an encouraging smile. He really needs to find a helper, he can't manage everything alone. Momo muttered while looking at the full restaurant in worry. Luckily the guests seemed to understand and were not making a fuss about it. In truth, unknown to them, Izuku was worried for a completely different reason. I thought he was going to explode. That scream was not normal. The young chef thought in near hysterical terror. That was fully between predictions, host Izuku. The overabundance of life and vitality energies inside the dish have saturated All Might's body up to 400%, cleansing his organism and recharging his spirit and vitality, and also rejuvenating his dying quirk as a side effect. Dying quirk. He was losing his quirk. What kind of illness does that? Izuku asked, confused. An artificial tumor-like infection of the BLD, host Izuku. In order for him to expel and repair all the damage left behind by that thing, enormous quantities of vitality had to be infused. In 24 hours his body will burn through the excessive energy and he will find himself back to what could be called youth days of his prime. Congratulations. Jewel meat has already been unlocked and several tons of it loaded in the restaurant storage area. It is now possible to request it freely when cooking. Have no fear, just like with every other ingredient stored by the system, it won't spoil but remain perfectly fresh. Success. Thanks to the bonus in experience points from the abrupt mission, host Izuku has reached level 2 on the path to become the god of cooking of the hero world. Physical and mental stats have increased accordingly and higher quality ingredients can be exchanged with the system. Vitality cooking training can now be initiated along advanced dessert making training. Keep working hard, young man. The system answered. As long as nothing bad happens. And more things to train in. At least they sound interesting. Izuku muttered with a sigh and finally recovered a bit of color on his face, for everybody relief. UA University, Infirmary, 1 hour later, a short old woman was looking at the results of her tests while a very ashamed Toshinori, still in muscle form, silently dressed back with a very red face. Apparently, whatever affected him that much also worked on his little might. As Recovery Girl, Nezu and the group of friends that took him back to the school had the misfortune to see when he undressed under the woman's orders. As soon as Toshinori had remained in his All Might printed boxes, they all saw the impressive and furious tent he had pitched, causing the great All Might to shriek in shame and cover himself while hiding in a corner. Well, the little show you gave us was already a good telling, Recovery Girl started saying. You had 𝐒𝐿 DSFNCTN. That's why you and Ryukyu did my see. Toshinori shrieked back in high octaves, silencing the guy. You and Ryukyu. I knew it. Nemurai exclaimed, guffawing. As I was saying, the old woman roared angrily enough to silence the people in her office. Your awakening down there was already a telling sight of something changing inside your body, but the BLD test I took right after confirmed it. You have healed. Every reading has been shot way off the chart, but everything seems to be slowly stabilizing already. She said. Healed? As in, I am free? Toshinori asked with a small voice. I double-checked and used that rotten piece of flesh you brought along for cross-reference. Whatever they did to you, your body expelled that thing by itself and is at the moment healing all the damage at an insane rate. I will keep checking, but I am pretty much certain you defeated that thing. You won, so to speak. Recovery Girl answered. And his quirk? Night Eye asked. What about it? It's still there, maybe it is just reacting with your cure and will probably settle down soon. What have you done exactly? I hope you did not take any experimental medicines without a proper doctor following you. She answered, before looking at him with narrowed eyes. Well, you see, Toshinori said, unsure. Toshi, the woman yelled in disappointment. Oh, come on. He just had some fish. Don't be so melodramatic, MIC exclaimed in annoyance. Fish, she blurted out, confused. MIC. Nezu groaned in disbelief. Ah. Ops. The man offered with a forced and guilty smile. God, you have the same ability of a 5-year-old when it comes to keeping secrets. Aizawa muttered, facepalming. How could an idiot like you make it to pro-hero status? Nemurai added. Details. Now. Recovery Girl hissed. Sigh. I will be the one explaining, if you don't mind, at least like that I will also offer few theories about it, maybe together we'll be able to understand what is happening. Night Eye answered, sighing in dismay. As the system predicted, Toshinori's miraculous recovery and the resurrection of his quirk caused the staff of EU to put Izuku fully in their radar, something that made the young chef momentarily stop his night training to sigh in dismay once the entity delivered him the news heroes 2 other than villains were growing interested in him. He just wanted to manage his restaurant. Was it so hard to ask? Completely unaware of the full range of his own ability to attract troubles, he was also oblivious that Okako Uraraka happened to read his AD on the local newspaper where the young chef listed what he looked for in a waiter or waitress for his restaurant, with the girl deciding to give it a try both for some extra cash to help her family along, and to test the waters and know the chef better. It should be a harmless enough way to see if he does have feelings for me, and if I can possibly return them or not, Okako muttered, unsure. Izuku's Wrath. Inoshiki Assault Arc Part 1 No. 4 Yavin Street, Green Cloud Restaurant. It was just another morning for Izuku. He woke up at dawn, trained hard his cooking skills following the system's training regimen, sent a good morning message to Momo and then prepared the spicy beef noodles for Blackie before giving a rapid cleanup to the restaurant before opening for business, starting with his breakfast service. Soon filling the main room in the amazing scent of croissants, cupcakes and freshly ground coffee. And the latter was a joy for a coffee junkie like Izuku. He had at his beck and call over 100 different kinds of coffee to use, something that made him very happy. Another thing that made him happy was not only the jewel meat already becoming a cult classic of Yavin Street with meat experts clamoring to have more, Izuku actually found a waitress. He finally found a good one. Miss Okako was a dear friend of Momo, the young woman assured was a very bright girl. In fact, he could testify how young Uraraka had took the job seriously from the get-go. She was fast in delivering dishes and recovering the empty plates. She needed only a week to memorize most of the menu and was quick on the math for the customers' bills and even faster to stop dine and dashes. Even her quirk was incredibly useful to deliver more dishes at once in a single trip. 3 days a week was all the time UA and her own hero training left her as free time for the job, but compared to nothing at all, the young chef gladly accepted the extra help, especially since those 3 days covered the weekends where the influx of customers was the highest. She was even chatty and curious about him personally, and didn't mind Izuku's numerous questions about her quirk and the hero course in general. She actually looked like she was eager to be his friend. So, yes, there were now many things that made sure Izuku could be outrageously happy while working lately. Unfortunately that morning there was instead something that made him a bit less happy, seeing Toshinori, in his all-might persona, enter his restaurant as soon as he opened while wearing a yellow-striped suit that would make fashion designers everywhere gouge out their eyes. Yes. Here again. This is the second time this week, he asked, a professional smile still present but clearly not reaching his eyes. Now he really felt like he needed Uraraka as a filter of sorts between him and the man or his old partner Sir Naite. Too bad it was Monday so Okako could not be there to take the bullet for her boss. Pali. The pro-hero tried asking with a nervous smile. You mean the let's put aside hostilities and talk like civilized people thing? Izuku asked, sighing. That one. Get in, he answered after taking a huge breath and pinching the bridge of his nose. Having sensed the hostility still lingering about and took a table on the far back under one of the restaurant's infamous quiet trees, Toshinori took a deep breath himself and addressed the core of the matter. Do you hate me? He asked, bluntly. Hate is a strong word. Do you? No. You wouldn't have helped me if you did, I see. Not really. Ah. To my shame, I mostly did it to show you and your hero friends that even as a chef I can change the world if I want to, but I did save you and changed your future with my dish all the same, didn't I? The young chef asked. So you knew? Toshinori asked. About Sir Naitai's prediction and how it got shattered. Yes, I was told by him during one of his numerous visits after your recovery. Same going with your dying quirk, is it back to normal now? That gave All Might a pause. He had felt one for all returned to full power even after his passing it to Mirio after eating Izuku's food, but at the beginning he had thought it was merely a temporary thing, but instead it looked like the young chef in front of him forcefully moved time backwards for All Might's body and quirk, a testament of which was the fact that now between Toshinori and All Might there wasn't much difference in muscle sizes. Toshinori's body and quirk were now back to what he was before that fateful battle against All for One, as if nothing ever happened, and he could not understand how the boy did that. My quirk was supposed to fade away, but you resurrected it, and me with it. How? Good food and skills. Why do you say your quirk was supposed to fade away? Izuku asked back. I am sorry, I can't tell you. Then I can't tell you how my abilities work. Sorry, but as it stands your secrets are not more important than mine. Izuku answered while moving away to welcome a new duo of customers. Chef Izuku. The usual. The blonde woman in hero costume asked. Sorry for bothering you as soon as you opened, but she gets crankier than usual without her breakfast, her masked companion added, sighing. No problems for me. I am always happy to serve my customers. I also got the chocolate cake out of the fridge before opening so it is now soft just how you like it. Does Miss Mount Lady want some together with her coffee? Izuku answered, this time with an honest happy smile. Yes, Miss Mount Lady would love that, the woman replied with a cheeky smile. Me too, if you don't mind. Kamu Woods added, shrugging. I'll be with you in a moment, he answered before walking away. Good morning. Toshinori said once seen the two sit close by. First you get that villain before me and now you want to steal my breakfast. Mount Lady hissed in contempt. I told you that I didn't want to steal anybody's job, I was just passing by when I saw Headgear taking hostages. Yeah, whatever, she answered, making Kamu Woods shake his head in dismay at her manners. One after another, more customers came and went, and Toshinori had a first-row seat on seeing the boy managing the tables by himself while also cooking and recovering the empty plates, working tirelessly and yet exchanging smiles and jokes with the regular guests of his restaurant. Except with him. Rumisa-Rumi-chan. Chan. It's not that hard. The bunny girl said with a mock glare. Rumi-chan. I can't be your plate, that would be hardly hygienic. And also highly unprofessional, Izuku answered. But it would make liking the plate clean so much better, she replied. That too would be bad. Afraid of getting hard, she asked with a knowing smirk. Among other things, he admitted. I swear I won't mind if that happens, Rumi promised while purposely passing her tongue extra slowly on her lips to turn them glistening. I would mind, instead. I would mind it a lot. Momo chose that moment to make her presence known, and actually sitting in front of Rumi at the same table. Momo? Izuku asked. Took a little detour for a cup of coffee and a good morning, and I am glad I did it. Don't worry, I will deal with her myself. She answered, and turning just a bit smug at the kiss on the cheek she got from the young chef before he left their table. This means nothing. Rumi hissed. What do you want from him? Is he another notch to put on your belt? What the hell do you think I am? The bunny girl asked with a growl. Somebody coming here daily at random intervals to molest him. He is trying to do his job and doesn't need a corny rabbit clinging to his leg. How dare you? What is his favorite color? Least liked movies. His mother's name. What's his dream? His worst fear? Momo asked with a calm tone, opposite to Rumi's own furious one. I know many things about him and will learn even more because I am honestly interested in him, just like he is interested in me and is slowly learning more about me. On the contrary, you just want him the same way a spoiled toddler wants a new toy. I am learning to know him, the good and the bad, just like he is doing with me. And you? Do you know anything about him? What do you want from him, really? The bunny girl simply sat down at that. Thought so. He is just a new pastime until you grow bored and find something else to keep you entertained. Well, I won't let that happen. Momo declared, firmly. And what if I am serious about him? Have you two met outside the restaurant? Have you exchanged something more than a polite greeting? Talked together? Laughed together? Shared common interests? I think not. You just come here, make some crass jokes, unashamedly flirt with him to get him embarrassed and then leave. Sorry, but no relationship can be born just from teasing and flirting, no matter what your favorite shoujo manga may suggest. And you did all that instead? Rumi asked with a challenging tone. Yes. Ah. We go on dates, talk on the phone, he visits my home to teach my mother how to cook and I visit his parents' home to spend some time with him and his family. We have already argued and made peace twice this week, we have officially been together. We kissed. Yes. We just embraced and enjoyed each other's company in silence. Yes. I got his head on my lap and my head on his plenty of times too. We are close, something fundamental to develop a relationship. Do you understand the difference between us then? It was clear Rumi was angry, and yet tears too were mounting in her eyes, if from her rage or something else thought was known only to the bunny girl herself. This means nothing. Nothing. And I'll prove it to you. She hissed in answer, eyes full of animal fury. How? Let's hear. By stealing him away from you. You make him happy. Well, I'll make him happier. If I had any doubt about courting him or not, thanks to you I got my head straight, he will be mine. She declared before marching away. Over my cold dead body, Usajayama. Momo growled back. Don't tempt me, Yorozu, the other answered, slamming the door closed and disappearing around the corner. What happened? Izuku asked. He had just left the kitchen to bring Momo her breakfast to witness the bunny girl storming off. Just a fool fighting a losing battle, don't worry, she replied with a gentle, sweet smile while accepting her coffee and croissant. Okay. Just don't get hurt, please. Izuku begged, worried. Don't worry, if somebody gets hurt, that won't be 𝐴𝐻𝐻, promise, she answered. That does not reassure me, truth be told, he admitted while walking towards All Might to deliver the man's American-style breakfast he had ordered, mountain of pancakes included. My God. I missed you, my old friends, Toshinori admitted with teary eyes while looking at the waterfall of syrup covering the small mountain of pancakes from top to bottom, then at the roasted sausages, at the crunchy bacon, at the sunny-side-up eggs and at the huge pitcher of chilled orange juice in front of himself. The oranges are freshly squeezed. Imported from Sicily. Please enjoy your meal. The young chef said mechanically. I am really here to make peace, young Midoriya. Toshinori said with a sad smile. Sigh. Fine. I don't have a quirk, Toshinori-san. It's another set of abilities that I have trained very hard for. I can't say any more. Izuku whispered with a tired sigh. HN. The pro hero almost choked on his food at that admission. What about you? The chef asked. I am sorry, I can't tell you. Hypocrite. Whatever excuse Toshinori was about to use died in his throat when he saw the young man's eyes lose focus and then bulge out once he finished listening to whatever distracted him. You gave your quirk to somebody else? Izuku asked between clenched teeth. How do you know that? All Might asked in horror. It was mere luck they were talking with hushed tones and nobody heard them. Shut up. You said a quirkless hero was impossible even while having a way to make it possible all this time. Good God. Why? Listen, the situation is a bit more complex than what? Did 𝐼𝐻 seek you off in exchange? Did he sleep with you? Did he take up his butt or something? Izuku said with a hiss. I did not sleep with him. Wait. You even know his name. This time Toshinori actually shrieked loud enough that everybody turned to look at them. For the love of... I will go back to my job before I say or do something I will regret. And you should thank God I respect my ingredients so much, or spitting on your plate every time you come here would be the nicest thing I do to you. Hypocrite. Liar. Betrayer. Piece of... No, my mother taught me better than this. Izuku's angry tirade was legendary, enough to shock the other customers at the rare scene. But the young chef actually stopped himself before cursing for real. He just gave a strong kick to Toshinori's shin before marching back towards his kitchen and leaving behind the famous hero All Might crying in pain while nsng his abused leg. Okay. Back to square one. He still is unhappy with me. Toshinori declared to himself with a wince. His second visit to the restaurant after he confirmed his full recovery didn't go as well as he had planned for, and only made it clear that the universe had stacked the deck against him. And he didn't even have the chance to ask the young chef the questions Recovery Girl demanded Toshinori to ask. The pro hero just knew the pint-sized medic will pretty much go ballistic once learned of his failure. Did you make him dirty, All Might? Tsukochi asked as soon as he and a few of his colleagues entered the place to see the pro hero in his current predicament. Is it that obvious? A bit, but you are still in the clear. You have not been stripped by Whitey, after all, the detective answered, amused. Yeah. Small mercy that, Toshinori replied in sarcasm while watching the chubby robot peek inside the room to keep things in check and run a thumb along its neck in a threatening manner once it locked eyes with the pro hero. Although what worried Toshinori the most was seeing the Black Lord dog outside take a glance inside for a moment to send a glare at the pro hero. Bang! In that moment every noise in the restaurant died when four burly young men wearing cheap plastic face masks and armed with crowbars and a gasoline tank barged in. Okay, assholes, out. We are here to teach some useless quirkless trash that there is no place for him here. The boss of the quartet started barking orders as soon as they all got in, and only then finally noticing who exactly was he yelling at while brandishing his crowbar, Detective Tsukochi himself, accompanied by four massive officers in full police force attire. The ninja pro hero edge shot together with the pro hero Ingenium, both with their chopsticks midway to their mouth for their very first bite of long-awaited breakfast. The retired and converted to quasi-good Mexican villain El Macho that had come to visit his daughter, a hero student at Ketsubatsu University and already known in the city as Miss Pain. With them there was also pro-hero Miss Joke acting as a guest in that breakfast meeting between father and daughter to talk about the girls' school results and future apprenticeship. A duo of undercover agents from I-Island that were using the excuse of them keeping tabs on Izuku to have some good breakfast. One of which with a quirk generating lightning from his closed fists and a pangshang for TSTCL punching. The pro-hero Hawks that was standing in a corner waiting for a table to get free. Momo that had already created a thick police baton with her quirk and looked ready to start bashing heads. And last, but not least important, All Might himself. They all were looking at the hooligans while slowly getting up from their seats if they were sitting at a table, and all of them were pissed beyond belief. Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. When Whitey 2 made his appearance from the kitchen flashing red eyes and zero mercy, the hooligans understood they were in trouble. Scatter. At their leader's order the very scared grunts did the smart thing and bolted out of the restaurant to board the car waiting for them with the engine already warm so as to get away at high speed. Get them, one of the police officers yelled, but before the group could give chase, Izuku stopped them. No need. He said, they are not worthy of you all abandoning your breakfast. I got Whitey for this sort of bullies. But they dash Whitey, fetch. Izuku ordered while patting the robot's soft belly. Understood, the robot answered while the restaurant door opened by itself. Bang. To the present surprise, the chubby robot simply blurred away at insane speed, soon followed by the noise of the sound barrier being torn to shreds by a speeding body. Please return to your breakfast, and as an apology for this inconvenience, the first coffee refill will be on me this time. Izuku offered with a bow and a gentle smile. Relax, guys, that robot has everything under control. The undercover agents from I-Island reassured the others while returning to their table with a knowing smile etched on their faces. Oh, yeah. They are screwed. With Whitey, 𝐤𝐻. The sports car the five guys had rented for their escape was roaring at full throttle as they tried escaping from the fat robot, which instead was rapidly gaining terrain on them while running with heavy, thumping steps. Thump. 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 Faster. Faster. I am trying. The driver shrieked in answer, and using all her abilities to take a daring turn, so suddenly the car went briefly on two wheels before slamming back down on all four to sprint away. Bang! What the F? To their horror, as soon as they actually turned the corner, Whitey was already waiting for them to grab the front of the car and abruptly stop them, with the back wheels of the car spinning in place so fast the tires looked ready to catch fire. Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. Whitey declared loudly, thing that made the people around them in the area grow horrified at the strange threat. Let us go, the leader of the gang yelled. No, was the robot's answer as his grip on the car's front tightened, and with a mighty pull of his big hands, the entire vehicle went torn in half as if made of tissue paper, making the five hooligans fall sitting on the street with bulged-out eyes. Beginning stripping protocol. Whitey said once thrown away the two car halves while walking towards the five with heavy steps. F off. Knife hand. One of the guys said while activating his quirk and turning his fingers into dagger-long blades. Slap. Bang. Stryip. Unfazed by the incoming attack, Whitey gave a downward slap to the guy that slammed him headfirst on the concrete hard enough to knock the jock unconscious instantly, and once sure he was not moving, the robot grabbed the back of the guy's clothes and pulled, tearing those to shreds and letting the unconscious young man still in his boxers fly away and land on the near walkway. One down, for remaining. Stay away. Devil's leg. Another said, igniting his leg on fire thanks to his heat-controlling quirk to deliver a flaming spin kick to Whitey's head. Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. The plump robot simply took the attack head-on without a scratch or his head moving at all. He just looked at the attacker straight in the eyes, unfazed. What the F are you made of? The guy shrieked in horror, but his only answer was a backhanded slap that knocked him out for Whitey to SE down right after. Too bad the guy decided that day was a good day to go commando. 3 troublemakers remaining. Whitey declared once thrown the second fainted hooligan on top of the first. Together, brother. Yeah. Magnetic twist huge. Before the two twins could actually initiate their combo attack, they both had a magnetic quirk. One brother had a positive pole, the other a negative pole. Whitey simply opted for flash stepping in front of them and smashed their heads together a couple times until they too fainted. Then he stripped them and threw them on the pile. 1 troublemaker remaining, he then said as his red eyes landed on the only girl of the group possessing a quirk making her a human-cheetah hybrid. NRO screaming in terror, the young woman showed her enhanced speed by turning around and running as fast as she could. No escape. The robot was unimpressed, and simply pointing his right closed fist at her, the entire arm detached at the elbow and shoot forward like a missile to immediately grab her ankle and start pulling her back towards Whitey. Ah. No. No. Please no. Anything but that. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please. Please. Ah. Reduced to a blabbing mess crying in hysteria, the last masked hooligan clawed in despair on the floor as she was rapidly dragged back, gaining her many looks of sympathy as bystanders started begging Whitey to show mercy. Troublemakers must be stripped as an example to others. Whitey answered as soon as his arm reconnected and his hand grabbed her by the collar. I'll talk. I'll tell you who sent us. Others told us to do this. I swear I am innocent. I had no choice. The young woman begged while crying heavily, snot and tears drenching her face mask. I am listening. Whitey said after a long pause that almost scared the woman to death. Then his eyes turned from red to white and the robot just observed her. "I will talk. I swear I will talk. I am innocent. They said I would have been kicked out if I didn't do this." The girl babbled and hiccuped heavily. Troublemakers will be taken back to the restaurant for questioning. Any resistance will be met with extreme prejudice. Whitey declared while moving the girl on his right shoulder and holding the other unconscious men under his left arm. "Yes," the woman shrieked in answer. Boom. Once again a loud sound blared around the robot as the thing dashed away at high speed to return to Izuku, leaving behind a shocked audience of passerby, one of which a young woman by the name myheroacademia that was looking longingly at the robot in badly restrained need to disassemble it to learn how it worked. Not too far away, a hidden spy of the League of Villains that happened to be in the area to kidnap Tomoko of the Wild Pussycats was instead cursing the robot's existence, because half of the hooligan's car Whitey threw away actually landed on him before he could do the deed and overpower her in that empty hallway, and by the looks the young green-haired woman was throwing at him now that she was free of his hold on her, the lackey just knew the car wreckage that smashed his legs will be the least of his worries, especially once he'd seen the furious intent the famous ragdoll was cracking her knuckles with. Had someone seen it, the old-school beatdown the pro-hero administered on her wannabe kidnapper would have gone down in history for its raw brutality. Unfortunately for the guy, nobody saw them, and the lack of witnesses meant Tomoko could go as much heavy-handed as she wanted on the guy while tenderizing him. All for one won't like to discover that because of Whitey, both the Wild Pussycats and several other pro-heroes now knew he was interested in capturing Ragdoll. The villain was starting to really dislike that accursed quirkless chef. While Tomoko was brutalizing the villain with a brick, green cloud restaurant, the customers were indeed surprised to see Whitey return just a couple minutes after his departure while carrying the unconscious hooligans like sacks of potatoes the robot just threw on the floor once inside. Troublemakers captured. The female one is willing to talk. The robot explained. Really? Okay, then. Why did you try to destroy this place? Let's hear. Tsukochi asked while he and his colleagues cuffed them all. Yamato. Rector Yamato sent us. She said that if we didn't smash this place and force the chef to stop cooking she would have failed us all. I swear. She sent us. The others did it for fun because he is just a quirkless, but I had no other choice. I am in Inoshiki Academy with a scholarship, I need that to keep studying. The young woman said immediately while eyeing Whitey in fear. No lies detected. Whitey informed the detective. The rector of Inoshiki Academy, Izuku muttered with a cold tone. Yes, I can tell she is not lying. Tsukochi answered. The rector is called Yamato Kurogawa if I am not mistaken, one of the officers said. Why did she want this place gone? Miss Joke asked, confused. Because I scared her precious friend Samui with my skills during a small cooking competition they both were in as judges, Izuku answered, and many of the present felt a chill crawl up their spines at the absolute lack of humanity in the chef's voice. First they tried burning down my restaurant, then to contaminate the water, then they tried sending cockroaches and rats, and then they bribed health inspectors and food critics to force me to close. The young chef hissed while pulling away her mask so as to better glare at the young woman. Growling. When the appetite demon appeared behind him to growl at the cheetah girl, Izuku's glare grew tenfold in intensity, soon making her pale to unhealthy levels. Do you have proof of all that? Tsukochi asked, tense, and ready to intervene should things escalate between the two. Of course I don't need to tell you that they were smart enough to not leave behind anything leading back to them. No, it's very likely they covered their traces, and even should Izzy confess, they will probably throw her under the bus and say she was just trying to blame them to save herself, the detective answered, sighing. Host is rightfully furious about this new attack. It is time to move on the offensive and teach the enemy the true horror of the future god of cooking of the hero world and his rage. Abrupt mission. Challenge the 5 best students of Inoshiki Academy in a cooking contest and defeat them. Challenge the 4 best teachers of Inoshiki Academy and its rector in a cooking contest and defeat them. Reward, 10% bonus on experience points and 1 fragment of the God of Cooking set. Special reward for completing 5 cooking challenges in a single day, time-elapsing cabinet. Everything put in that cabinet to marinate, decanter, ferment or freeze will do so at an accelerated rate up to 100 times faster. You have 1 month to complete the mission. Work hard and destroy your competition, young man. The system instructed as soon as Izuku's anger reached the peak, and the fanged smile that almost split his face in two actually made the bound cheetah girl pee herself, if one watched the big wet spot that appeared on the front of her breathes. Very well. If they want war, I will give them war. You are a student of Inoshiki Academy, yes? He asked. Why will you? The young woman replied, nodding as fast as her neck could let her. Good. I want you to go back and give a message to your rector Yamato Kurogawa. In exactly 7 days I will pay your university a visit. I want to challenge your 5 best students and the 5 best teachers, one of which will be Yamato herself, to a cooking duel. If they win I will close my restaurant forever, but if I win, they will leave me alone and stop bothering me. Can you do this for me? Izuku asked. Why yes. But I don't know if they will accept. It's either that or him taking this to court. I too will personally vouch for him in court if he needs, Toshinori tried saying, clearly disappointed in such villainous tactics being used. All of the present will testify as well. Miss Joke added, arms crossed with a frown on her face. Many around the room nodded as well. Oh okay, the cheetah girl said, weakly, while being helped to stand thanks to Tsukochi pulling on her arm. Very good. While my colleagues take your friends to jail for attempted acts of vandalism and assault, me and you will go deliver this fancy little challenge, then you will join them, okay, the detective said. Yes, sir. I am sorry. She answered, crying once again. Sigh. We'll be gentle in your case, since they forced you to be the driver for this idiotic farce. Let's go, he answered with a sigh of dismay while he and the other agents, begrudgingly, left the restaurant after barely having had enough time to actually drink their coffee. While this happened, the 2 undercover agents sent a message to Island telling them what happened to one of their darlings and about the cooking challenge. This in turn angered the old man enough he himself made a couple phone calls to make sure those guys did accept the challenge and took it seriously. Are you sure you want to do this? Inoshiki is one of the premier schools for chefs, you told me so yourself. Momo asked, worried. This is the last chance for them to close this feud they have against me in a civilized manner. After this, I will either send Whitey or Blackie to deal with them, depending on how hard they spit on my offer of peace. Izuku answered, sighing. Blackie, the young woman muttered while stealing a glance at the Lord Dog sleeping outside. Wouldn't that mean sending a nuke towards them, she asked in dread. As a last resort, I am no bully. I just want them to leave me alone, but they keep pushing and threatening me. I am just returning the favor. He answered with a tiny smile. Just don't overdo it, okay? I won't, Momo. Thunk. It was then that Whitey walked inside the kitchen and brought out a big squared wooden cabinet made in lacquered dark reddish wood giving off a faint and pleasant flowery smell. The thing was decorated with cloud carvings and hinges and corner covers were made in shining bronze. Host, please collect a knife from each chef defeated and put it here, as a reminder of your skills. Whitey repeated the system's words while opening both doors of the thing to show the various empty hooks inside. Taking trophies may be a bit too harsh though. Toshinori commented, unsure. It is not my fault if we came to this. I am just taking a knife with their names written on it as a reminder of my victory, as a way for me to feel pride for my skills. They will still be able to study and all. I am not crippling them. Izuku answered while caressing the thing. Okay, I will do it, he then said aloud. Who heard him thought he was accepting the cabinet suggestion. In reality the young chef was accepting the abrupt mission of the system. Understood. Whitey said before taking the wooden cabinet and mounting it on the wall next to the small window connecting kitchen to main hall. It was still empty, but many wondered how many knives will one day fill it since there were a lot of knife-holding hooks ready to be used. After that, the customers present that had already eaten left so that others could fill the main room of the Green Cloud restaurant and have their breakfast, and among the ones leaving, many were already telling their friends what had happened, and those friends told their friends, who told their friends and so on, soon spreading the rumor of a lone chef moving a personal crusade against his enemies. A week later, Inoshiki Academy, main cooking classroom. The rector of the private university for aspiring chefs, Yamato Kugogawa, was a middle-aged woman in her 60s with her hair in a very strict chignon and wearing her old chef attire with the utmost pride. The thing was also still sporting the 3 stars she had added to the small pocket over her heart when in her youth she had gained the 3rd Michelin star for her personal restaurant, nowadays owned and directed by her son himself. He too present to help her face Izuku's challenge. The woman was now marching between the seats of the full kitchen class and admiring the 20 students there, especially the 5 that were placed in the first row and puffing their chest out. I pride. I won't sugarcoat it. The guy that challenged our school's pride is a monster, somebody with unnatural cooking talent that popped out from the woodwork like the nightmare he is. He openly challenged our 5 kings and our 4 best teachers, and myself, to a cooking showdown. The woman said before walking back towards her desk to look in the eyes of the students in front of her. Normally I would have laughed at this preposterous challenge, especially so since he is also a quirkless, but other than astounding talent, the little bstrd has powerful friends backing him too, and after an incident where 4 of our EX students forced a 5th to act as their driver while they went to punish him for some inane reason, we risk being dragged to court for a case of assault that will simply destroy us if we don't go along and accept this challenge of his, she then said, barely hiding her anger at remembering how the morons she sent on such a simple mission to scare a quirkless had failed so hard All Might of all people was ready to intervene in what could be the greatest PR nightmare she had ever seen, second only to when those paparazzi caught her father basking a still-alive turkey with his PP that had been a nightmare and a half to cover. Why us? One of the 5 best students of Inoshiki the 5 Kings asked. Because those idiots tried saying WE sent them to demolish the restaurant and beat the stuffing out of that boy, and since I have a past with that chef, due to common acquaintances, it wouldn't be hard for him to twist things in a way that makes all of US look like the villains, and that means both students and teachers will have their reputation tarnished forever, and I will be caught dead before that happens, she answered, and the class gave a loud roar of appreciation to her words. Good to see you all motivated. This is what we will do. We accepted the challenge and will play nice while following the rules we both agreed on. He and us will use the same ingredients and the same appliances to cook and the best dish and chef wins, simple as that. There is a catch. If he wins, he will take one of your knives as a trophy and pretend the loser to write their name on the blade as a reminder, but if he loses, he will actually close his restaurant forever. We only need one of you to defeat him, so do your best. The old woman instructed. We'll destroy him, madam. The girl ranked number 1 of the 5 kings answered immediately. I hope so. Now, head count, kings. Yamato's son gave a barking order. Number 5, meet King. Toshio, present. A chubby boy with fiery red hair said while stepping forward. Number 4, Fish King. Sadao, present. A lean girl with long lime green hair walked forward next, eyes narrowed into slits. Number 3, Dessert King. Michiko, present. A short girl with blotchy cheeks and a dozen purple tentacles for hair said right after while adjusting her thick glasses. Number 2, Vegetable King. Tokyo, present. An extremely tall young man with broad shoulders and muscled body answered next, his voice loud like thunder. Many girls in the class swooned hard once heard him, as always whenever he talked. Number 1, Soup King. Marco, present. The last one was a tall girl of incomparable beauty, white hair and grey eyes able to freeze the BLD of whoever she looked at. She was just as appealing as she was cold and merciless. This time it was the male half of the class to simp loudly for her. You all trained and studied extra hard these 7 days, do not disappoint me. Yamato ordered with a low voice. Never, madam, the 5 students replied as one. Attention please. All students be advised. He is here. A young voice was heard saying gravely from the speakers inside the classroom, just like from every other speaker around the university, and that message caused a deep silence to befall on the entire campus. Tell Professor Kyowa to bring him here, it's time to start. Yamato asked her son with a tense tone. I'll do it, and I will also alert the teachers you have chosen and tell them to be ready, just in case, the young man answered before hurrying out. Thank you. You others, take position and take this challenge seriously, treat it like a fight with your life on the line. Of course, madam, the 5 kings answered as one. University entrance. Izuku was looking at the wide and opulent entrance garden leading to the majestic gate of the building proper, and declaring whoever built the place to be an avid rom-com manga reader, because the entire path towards the entrance had at both sides 2 long rows of giant cherry trees, meaning that during the right season pink petals would fall everywhere around the students in a very cliché way during their entire walk to the entrance. Now I understand what the main character of a 90s manga feels like. Should I run through it with toast dangling from my mouth, I wonder. Sigh. Let's go, Whitey. Giving a gentle pat on the robot's soft belly behind him, Whitey was also carrying on his back the wooden knife cabinet. Izuku lightly slapped his own cheeks and marched forward towards the lanky man in expensive suit waiting for him. Midoriya, the man said as soon as the young chef reached him. Ahoo. Follow me, the teacher answered before walking away with a brisk pace. Eagle 1, I have a clear view of subject 37. I will follow him from outside, over. A small drone also followed the duo from outside thanks to the ample windows in the corridors. Inside, Mimic 3, I see them. They are going to classroom 7, over. The guy pretending to be one of the janitors said to the hidden microphone inside the broom in his hands. Understood. Here is minimize, I will shrink myself to ant size and enter the room. I will record everything but go radio silent. Over. Another spy of Ireland answered with a nod before activating his quirk and shrinking down to the size of an ant to pass under the door and spy on Izuku's challenge. Attention to all posts, be ready for forceful extraction should those morons try anything. Over. The old man guiding the operation ordered. Yes, sir. Inside the classroom, Miss Ray, your friend just entered, what do I do? One of the girls in the back stealthily wrote on her phone as soon as Izuku got in. Keep an eye on 𝐒𝐭𝐻 for me, and send me a call should things go south. Your mother and I will come to recover him and you in a matter of minutes, so just buy us time in case of an emergency. Rei Yorozu texted back. Okay, the girl replied, rapidly hiding her phone before anybody could catch her. Good evening, Izuku said with a formal bow towards the old woman. Good evening. This challenge was a bit of a show of strength, and not a very refined one. Yamato said with a cold tone. There was no other choice, you and your little friends glued your derrieres on top of a pedestal and started attacking me as soon as your poor friend Samui got scared of competition. If good manners don't work, I will use strength. I won't be bullied. He whispered while presenting his hand to her. Listen here, you little upstart Shui. Making the mistake of shaking his hand, the old woman felt a hydraulic press threaten to turn her bones to dust when his hand almost squashed hers to stop her cussing, although the merciless light in his eyes came right after to silence her subtle shriek as well. No human should have those eyes. First your students, then your teachers, then you. You caused this, not me. He answered before walking towards his own cooking station to check it. No tampering has been detected, host Izuku. You can give your all. The system informed him while Whitey swept the room with red eyes and then settling in a corner of the room to observe everything. Whenever you want, I am ready. Izuku said while tying a green bandana on his head. You'll have to work your way up, kiddo. But while I may be the 5th, I am still way beyond you in abilities. The 5th king, meet King Toshio, said with a sneer, shaking his flabby cheeks heavily as he took position on the cooking station at the opposite side of Izuku. The rest of the classroom moved away to give the two all the space they needed while the other kings sat on chairs right in front of them to observe. Yamato and her son did the same right after. As the very first challenge of Midoriya Izuku vs the 5 kings, we prepared something special for this first round, Yamato said with a malicious smile as her son brought along a tray covered by a pure white cloth with Inoshiki's insignia embroidered on it. You will regret leaving the choice of ingredients to us, boy. I will destroy you. No quirkless upstart shall put my grandfather's Inoshiki Academy to shame. The old woman mentally roared as her soul momentarily turned putrid black. This will be your ingredient, bear meat. Yamato's son, Minato, declared while uncovering several amazing cuts of marvelous meat neatly disposed and divided into groups following the type of cut. WRW, the class as one gave a loud scream of awe. Look at that meat's marbling, a young man said in reverential awe while committing to memory every delicate line of fat adorning the meat. That luster. How can raw meat shine like a jewel? A girl said right after, sounding almost ready to cry at the innate beauty of the thing. That is truly the peak of what bear meat can be, a third said, awed. Analysis. Meat quality, passable. Does the host wish the system to swch it with the berserker bear meat host collected in the jungle world? Host can also use dual meat if he so wishes. The system declared in a tone of almost contempt instead of monotonous. As expected from an entity as merciless as the system, your standards are way too high. No need, dual meat or those bears would be like going to a gunfight armed with a nuke. I will fight them equally, no need to cheat with them. Izuku thought in answer while checking the meat himself. You bled, carved and processed this quite well. 2 different people did it, though. The belly meat has been carved with a different technique than the other cuts. Izuku said after a couple minutes, making Yamato and Minato's eyebrows shot high in surprise. Indeed. You have some good eyes. Minato admitted, impressed. And you have bad knives. This cut on the belly meat is 2 millimeters off. As far as I am concerned, this meat is unusable, if not completely ruined. I will use the paws. Izuku countered, displeased, while taking the skinned paws of the bear and returning to his station. They wanted to play the prissy game. Then they will face a MSTR. He used to be the king of chefs as Zeus. He used to have a net worth of billions with thousands of restaurants under his direct control. He had standards he could be annoying about if he so wished. Especially when he and Setsuno used to go into sing contests when younger and purposely finding every tiny chance to criticize the other's dish as a form of friendly rivalry, he still remembered how to be annoyingly picky on purpose. Why you? Yamato hissed between clenched teeth, happy to be secretly streaming the challenge for thousands to see him fail. You are insulting meat, you quirkless BSD. Toshio growled while taking his own selection of bear meat and preparing some frying oil together with batter. No. You insulted it by using the bear paws as mere decoration to demonstrate what animal this was. They have barely bled, and who skinned them did so just to not make them unpleasant to look at by leaving the fur on them only. The paws are the pride of a bear, and you ruin them just to appease your ego. So I will make sure this poor bear will have her revenge by using her ruined paws to slaughter that ego of yours. Izuku answered with sharp eyes. You know it's a female. Yamato asked. I am a chef, Yamato-san. I honor ingredients every time I put them on the chopping board. I thank them from the bottom of my heart for their sacrifice and always make sure their taste is worthy of such sacrifice. That is a true chef to me, he answered, and a few for an instant thought the paws in front of him gained just a bit more luster at his words. Unknown to them, Izuku could still hear the voice of ingredients, and the paw's feeling of gratitude boosted his morale to high levels. Many also laughed at his bold claim, except for the king's number 2 and 1 that instead seemed to appreciate his words, somehow. We'll see if you are as good at cooking than at talking. Let's go. Toshio roared as he slammed a meat grinder on his workstation and started grinding roast, back ribs and round bear meat together into a rough mix. Of course. Izuku answered while studying the paws and delicately adjusting the meat's smoothness ruined by the improper skinning with a few feather-light cuts of his knife, then gently removing the small claws and setting them aside as a lucky charm of sorts. To be fair, it was not exactly carelessness or unwillingness the cause of the paw's bad shape. Most chefs simply preferred not to use the paws due to the high ratio of tough muscles in them compared to the rest of the body, so while a bit tasty in itself as an ingredient, whoever prepared the meat thought that in a challenge between kids nobody would have dared to use the paws, so a light-hearted job was done because of it, for the sake of appearances. Sniff. Sniff. Yes, this will suffice, the bouquet is good enough. Izuku said while positioning both paws into a pot and fully covering them in white wine to remove the faint traces of unpleasant smell still clinging to the meat after its incomplete treatment. The other contestant, instead. 5 flavor berries essence, Japanese sake, diced onion and just a pinch of salt. And the unpleasant smell of bear becomes heavenly delicious. The Meat King was heard muttering with a low, ominous voice as he ground the meat again once mixed those ingredients with it, his smile unpleasant and creepy as drool faintly flowed down his double chin. Whitey, the class heard Izuku say. Host. Bring me these herbs and this honey from that cabinet. I would prefer to not leave my workstation unsupervised. he asked after jotting down a rapid list on a piece of paper. Understood, the robot answered while walking towards the ingredients cabinet Yamato furnished for this challenge. There is no need to fear, we won't need to cheat to win this. Marco, King number 1, answered, sneering. Forgive me if I do not trust you, but I am still in enemy territory, caution is essential, he answered while returning the stare with interest. Host, here are the ingredients. Whitey in the meantime had returned with the spices and herbs and the honey the young man asked for. Good. They will help me prepare a good stock. Izuku answered, happily, and soon filled the room in the aromatic scent of the stock he prepared with those and left to boil at low flame. Afraid of the bear meat aroma? Toshio asked with a savage smile. Echen. Let me tell you a secret, bear meat is my favorite ingredient. There is not a single thing I don't know about it. I already cooked it in every possible way. I dare say that I have eaten enough bear meat to put the species at risk. The fat boy said while collecting a thick broth-like sauce made with the bear meat itself and adding it to the ground meat, fearlessly adding more of the innate wild flavor of the bear meat to the already flavorful mixture he just created. Not surprising, really. Izuku admitted while recovering the bear paws from their wine bath to lightly coat them in honey and then submerge them in the bubbling stock. Are you calling me fat? The young man shrieked with bloodshot eyes. What? No. I meant that of course they would choose an ingredient you are most suitable with to try and get an easy win. I would never insult somebody for their looks. Izuku answered, appalled, and actually looked hurt at the insinuation. Oh. Okay. No offense taken then. The Meat King replied, immediately calming down. While this small exchange happened, the fat boy had prepared the side sauce for the hamburger patties of highly aromatic bear meat he had knelt by hand, and as soon as the oil in his pan started sizzling, he started frying, soon engulfing the room into an explosion of meaty aroma, but even if the people present felt like they were choking, the scent was still amazing. Do you feel it now, you little pest? The pressure of my students. Of the kings I personally nurtured. Yamato thought maliciously while looking at Izuku in hope to see him despair. And finding him utterly uninterested instead, too taken by his own cooking to even notice what was happening around him. HN, not bad. That was all the comment she heard him give at the aroma, and even that seemed half-hearted at best. I hate you, the old woman roared inside her head while looking ready to spit venom everywhere. Your hamburgers are ready. Izuku actually said aloud a couple minutes later. He hadn't been looking at Toshio at all, he just took a sudden sniff to the scent in the air and gave his verdict. Mind your own business, you bloodhound. The Meat King roared in answer, only to notice his hamburgers were indeed ready, and taking them out of the oil immediately with a surprised expression. By frying I have concentrated and strengthened the bear aroma even more. A razor edge between deliciousness and ruin. You can't get closer than this. He declared once finished preparing his dish. The big fried hamburger steak glistened in the room's light thanks to the thick fatty oils gently flowing down from its top, releasing an intense and thick aroma every time Toshio moved it while dividing it into portions for the judges and Izuku himself. Amazing! He used bear meat in a way that produced such intense aroma without a single iota of stink. How? A girl asked in shock. He is the Meat King. What the hell did you expect? Another student answered. Mincemeat katsu. With meat straight from the bear's bones. The most intense bear flavor humanity has ever seen. Toshio declared, boldly. We will proceed with the tasting then. Yamato declared once she, her son Minato and the other kings all got a plate. Bit of an unfair judging group. Izuku admitted, sighing. I don't know what is the history between our rector and you, but I do have a sense of pride as a chef. If Toshio made an inferior dish he would lose, if he made a better dish he would win. School pride has nothing to do with this. King 2, Tokyo, answered. And again his female classmates simped hard for him. Same here. If he loses, it will mean he is just unfit to be a king. No need to cheat and save a loser. I do have my dignity. Marco, King 1, chorused as well, and both kings skillfully ignored the hateful glare Yamato stealthily sent them. That's a bit too harsh. Izuku answered, sighing, while trying the piece of hamburger steak Toshio prepared and growing pleasantly surprised. Sour, bitter, sweet, spices, and salt. Only somebody truly knowing every facet of the taste of bear meat can achieve such a result and turn the stink of a beast into a gourmet delicacy. Yamato declared once tasted the thing. She too pleased to the core. Good control of the flame and oil's temperature, the meat has been cooked just right to make it tender and flavorful. Impressive for somebody so young. Minato added, his narrowed eyes were also studying the cross-section of the meat created by his bite and the knife that cut through it. Thank you, Mr. Minato. Toshio replied while puffing out his chest. Too greasy, though. There is oil everywhere. The boy's sails went then immediately deprived of wind by Mako's words right after as she scrunched her nose a bit at the overflowing of oil when she tried squeezing the meat. That is part of the dish. At each bite the meat juices and the oil mix together with the meat to create a soup-like dish. Do not talk about soup with me, pig, the king number 1 interrupted him with a glare, silencing him. This is at best a good dish for some barely decent fast food restaurant. Good for nothing beside clogging arteries and satisfying fatty losers. You ground some meat and fried it, big deal. Now be quiet and enjoy your win, if you win. Since that other idiot at least used more complex techniques compared to yours. The young woman's tirade was frosty cold, probably thanks to her own quirk since the temperature around her did turn colder the longer she spoke. Sorry, Miss Mako, Toshio muttered while looking down, chastised. High-strung, maybe. Izuku thought, surprised by the outburst. The girl's quirk generates cold by absorbing inside herself the warmth around her. As a side effect her self-control slips and she is victim of a burst of anger once enough heat is stored. One can say she overheats herself to turn everything else around her cold, the system explained, and the young chef could only look at the girl in amazement, and just a bit of pity. That side effect gave him a good inkling as to why she didn't try to become a hero even with such an amazing quirk. I like it, instead. Izuku declared. Ah. Yes, it's greasy. Yes, it is not a fancy dish, but I can see friends share some good moments while eating this. The taste is very strong, in a good way, and the garlic and berries counterbalance well the gamey aroma still in the meat. This is very good. As you said, every bite is a bomb of flavor that makes me crave for more, good job. He explained while happily eating his own portion. Thank you, but I don't need your pity. Toshio muttered, bitterly, yet thankful all the same. This is a good start for this challenge, now finish your plate so we will be able to choose the winner. Minato asked once every plate was eaten clean, except Mako that left her half full to keep her point. Almost ready, the young chef answered. Once satisfied with the first boiling, Izuku took out the bear paws and put them aside to clean the wok and refill it with clean water and a new batch of diced herbs and spices. All the while the bear paws kept letting out thin steam lines carrying meaty fragrance with a touch of gamey undertone, just enough to entice the appetite without resulting unpleasant. The young chef repeated the boiling another 2 times at always shorter length and changed herbs and spices used at each new boiling, slowly letting their flavor deep inside the meat. Washed the wok a 3rd time. Oil was finally used to rapidly fry herbs and berries before the paws went added to the wok he then left to simmer in peace. The fragrance still had a hint of a gamey smell but now any trace of stink had been fully removed, leaving behind only the pleasant smell of such unique meat cooking slowly, and whenever Izuku gave a toss to the wok to turn the paws in it around, many female students could not help but be entranced by the young man's serious expression and the glittering of his eyes while he admired his work. Unknown to him both in the class and in the livestream, he was very slowly gaining the attention of the onlookers, all for the chagrin of Momo that saw the comments in the same livestream she found thanks to her mother, and she didn't like it one bit to see more girls showing interest in him. After boiling and simmering the bear paws, the meat had become extremely soft and tender while retaining a faint trace of its old marbling. The 2 things looked extremely delicate and appealing like a replica made in precious stone. Retrieving a huge and round porcelain plate, the tender bear paws were then placed into the center and decorated by a thin layer of minced aromatic herbs, and once put aside some of the meat juices remaining from the simmering, the wok went rapidly washed and cleaned a last time to prepare a thick gravy to which the tiny portion of the sauce from the simmered paws went added once almost ready. Then the ruddy sauce went gently drizzled on top of the meat, producing a wave of aroma and gently enveloped the entire room. Holy F, how! It smells just as good as Toshio's dish, only gentler. The same student from before commented in awe. Red braised bear paws, please enjoy. Izuku said once properly cleaned the plate with a piece of cloth and cut the paws meat in thin slices with zero effort, as if to show the sublime tenderness the once tough meat now possessed and the delicate rosy color still present in the innermost part of the meat. Plates went rapidly filled in meat, not only for the judges though, but for the rest of the class as well. A sheepish Izuku could just give a shy smile and explain that in his haste to avenge the bear he prepared too much meat and that he would have hated to waste it. To prepare the meat he managed to cut it while perfectly following the direction of the muscle fibers. This is the job of a surgeon, not a chef, Minato said while studying the delicate and thin slice of meat he picked up in great interest. The gravy's thickness and texture too is impressive. What school do you come from? King 3 asked, honestly impressed. A private tutor. As a quirkless I always end at the bottom of the waiting list. After a while I stopped bothering and found a personal teacher and a sponsor. Izuku answered, shrugging. That's a DMN fat shame, this looks amazing. What about the taste? King 4 answered while taking a bite and falling dead silent. Sniffle. 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 Everybody's attention soon turned to Toshio the Meat King, and the fat tears falling from his eyes as he chewed his own portion. The boy was crying his eyes out and yet looked unable to stop eating, no matter the almost physical pain that taste caused him. What? Yamato muttered as a dark sense of foreboding climbed along her spine at the sense of déjà vu the scene gave her. Holy F, a student in the back was heard gasping in shock. It's soft. And tender. And the aroma is strong yet gentle, how? A girl added with wide eyes. Strong and gentle. You mean like the bear pride he talked about? SHT. He turned a bear's pride into a flavor. You can do that. Another said, talking with her mouth unashamedly still full. The piping hot piece of bear paw meat was topped with bits of chopped herbs and peppers while the red broth dripping from the pieces of meat exuded steam. The scent was fragrant, but not too dense. Spicy enough to tickle the nose without completely covering the inborn wild taste of the meat, but enriching it. No matter how much one chewed, there seemed to be no end to the taste, it just kept coming and filling the mouth in its vigorous flavor, helped by the still chewy texture of the meat that even if really tender still maintained part of its springiness. OMNOMNOM. Takeo the Vegetable King tried really hard to ignore the loud munching sounds coming from the girl sitting next to him, valiantly trying to preserve the dignified image of Marco he had long since created in his mind ever since they went to the same middle school together all the way to the same university. Can you at least try to keep your composure, Marco-chan, he begged. Shush, the secret foodie answered, annoyed. How is it? How does my dish taste? Izuku asked, watching Yamato struggle with her words once tried some herself. Goo. The old woman growled while glaring at him. Mother! Minato asked. It's decent. As far as I am concerned, Toshio wins. She answered. Silence fell into the room, a silence of pure disbelief. Mom? Minato exclaimed with a disappointed sigh. Toshio wins, end of story. I lost, Toshio himself admitted right after. You, the old woman roared in anger. It's true. The meat is tender but not greasy, fresh, and does not smell, its taste is simply amazing. The Meat King admitted in tears. He had seen it at the first bite already, the very bear they both had cooked, he saw it. Rose to her hind legs and swiped down with her paws to crush Toshio with all her might, destroying him and his dish with a single strike and avenging her lost honor. He could not summon enough pride to forcefully declare himself the winner, he just could not. The flavor of the bear paws meat lingered on his palate. It tasted delicious, and he almost lost himself to its flavor. Before that moment, he had never tasted such a unique flavor in his life. No matter how many experiments he did while cooking his beloved bear meat, that very same balance of tastes had always escaped him, and now with Izuku's dish, he had finally tasted it, and the bitter truth that he could not reach that taste obliterated his pride as a bear meat expert and meat king, hence the tears. The entire classroom was filled with the loud sound of people munching still, and each one of them had an expression of bliss, or greed if their plate was already empty and they were looking for more meat to gorge themselves with. The choice of ingredient was a daring gamble, considering your ingredient had been badly prepared too, but the technique displayed while cooking was nothing short of sublime. No matter the pride I may feel as a student of Inoshiki myself, I am still duty-bound to judge objectively. This round is yours, Midoriya. Minato declared with a nod. Traitor, his mother Yamato howled in fury. We second the motion. The winner is Mr. Midoriya. The other kings declared as one after a short whispered conference between them. "NOO." Yamato roared. It was a given, Miss Rector. I hold no regrets. Toshio answered with a sorrowful expression while taking one of the knives he had used to cook his dish with and using a permanent marker to write his name along the blade before delivering it to Izuku. She was right, you are a DMN monster. Can I have a rematch sometime in the future? He asked, meekly. I would be honored. Izuku answered. Both young chefs exchanged a bow at that. Do it in private. You are hereby out of my university. I won't have a subpar loser ruining my reputation. Yamato's outburst shocked everybody, even herself, before turning towards her assistant. Tell me at least that nobody saw this shameful display during the live stream. Live stream? Izuku asked. Live stream. Minato also chorused. Madam, we have 50,000 viewers, and more keep arriving. The poor assistant replied with a small voice. Turn it off. Turn it off. The old woman ordered immediately. Imda. We are no longer hosting it. I can't turn it off. Somebody hijacked the transmission. She demanded, and the question made a couple hackers from Island smugly flash their middle fingers at the screen while making sure more people were notified of the attack on Inoshiki Academy so as to add more viewers to the livestream. Along making sure Toshio could find an acceptance letter for another private university for chefs already waiting for him when he will get home. I am out. Fair enough, I never liked it here anyway. Working under a hag that believes we youngsters don't want to work hard, it's a nightmare. I am chubby because I want to be, and maybe because I eat too much meat. Laziness and ungrateful new generations have nothing to do with it. I'll just find another university that will appreciate my hard work. Toshio declared with his head held high while marching out. How dare you? Piss us off back in your pyramid, you mummy, the former meat king answered, unfazed. Hey! Destroy the others too, nothing personal. But if you throw Yamato down her high horse, maybe she will become a bearable human. Toshio declared before slamming the classroom door closed behind himself and leaving the school with his head held high once retrieved his personal belongings. Okay. Maybe there were some buried issues between him and us. Fish King Sadao admitted, grimacing. I blame Marco, she is the one with an attitude, the Dessert King answered. Hey! Marco answered, face red in annoyance. Little shameful display aside, Minato said while nailing his mother with a glare thankfully strong enough to silence her. We still have more rounds to go through. You up for it, Mr. Midoriya? He asked. Yes, thank you. I would like to challenge all the 5 kings today before leaving and leave the teachers and Yamato-san for tomorrow, if it's okay for you. Izuku answered with a nervous smile. Everybody fell silent at that request. It was just too bold, too wild, and nobody actually knew how to answer that besides gaping at him in shock. Okay. We'll have a 5 minutes pause to clean everything, then we will continue with the next round, Chef Izuku versus Fish King Sadao. Minato declared, unsure, while the livestream chat exploded in awed comments. Yamato instead could not help feeling something cold starting to form in the pit of her stomach. The system hoped it was ulcer, but that was beside the point. Battle against the kings. Inoshiki Assault Arc Part EU University, between lessons, okay. 1 down. 4 to go, Momo said once checked the livestream of the cooking challenge Island hijacked from Yamato's control. Your boyfriend is really attacking a cooking school? Mina asked. Their 5 best students, their 4 best teachers and then their rector, a 3 Michelin star level chef. Yes, she answered. You did not deny the boyfriend thing. Gyro said, unsure. Because he is. He just got my father's blessing. Momo answered, a tiny smile surfacing on her face. No way! Mina yelled. With wide eyes. Congratulations, you're Momo. Toru squealed in happiness for her friend. No! At the same time, Mineta was heard yelling from the back of the class while rushing towards Momo in tears. What is it to you? It's unfair. He doesn't even have a quirk. He doesn't deserve your melons or butt. I am a better man than that useless loser, and I'll show you by plowing you until you love me. Let's FUC them. The class became dead silent once seen the classy and elegant Momo answer to that disgusting request by uprooting her desk from the floor to bash Mineta's skull with it hard enough to dig a perfect imprint of the boy's entire body on the concrete floor. I don't know what kind of sordid pornography you constantly drown yourself in, but there is not a single woman on this planet that can be converted to love by having sex with her, even less likely if against her will. Especially with a subhuman pervert like you. Drop this cuckolding crusade of yours for everything female in a 30 meters radius, or I will personally see to it to have you neutered. I won't forgive your SXL harassment against me or my friends anymore. The young woman declared while repositioning her desk back down with a low thud. Had Izuku seen that, he would have understood why the system insisted in him enriching Momo's food in vitality and gourmet energy that much after the USJ incident. The other students though only saw an amazing feat of strength from somebody without a strength-related quirk, but any comment about it went forcefully put on hold once seen the BLD dripping from the desk right where it had almost split Mineta's skull open. Even Katsuki decided to not say a thing. Why yes, the boy managed to say before blissful unconsciousness mercifully embraced him. Jesus, Kaminari whispered. What happened? Okiko chose that moment to enter the class accompanied by Nemurai. She had been talking with the woman about her dubious feelings for her boss at her part-time job, and she still didn't have an answer to her dilemma. Not even knowing he was in a relationship with Momo already seemed to make her heart stop beating wildly when with him. Mineta finally got on Momo's nerves. He tried saying he was her ideal man and pretended to show it by demanding her to have sex with him, probably meaning right here and now in front of the entire class. I think that's the gist of it. Toru answered, still a bit shaken. And that was all it took for you to somehow uproot a desk anchored on the floor with concrete to almost flatten him? Midnight asked. That and the SXL harassment me and my girlfriends are targeted with daily. Momo answered. And the panties thievery. Mina added. And his attempts to put cameras in our showers and locker rooms. Tsuyu said. And the crass jokes about any of us just missing out without. Sking him off. Gyro said with a scowl of disgust. I am invisible, but he still tries to take pictures under my skirt. Toru said. I did find him sniffing my shoes after gym practice a couple of times, Okiko said with a small voice. I think I saw him take a couple of pictures of his PP right before asking us if we had the phone number of any of the girls. Luckily none of us actually gave him one. I managed to alert everybody just in time. Mizo admitted with a low, unsure tone of voice. Those are serious allegations. Why has nobody said anything before? Nemurai said, pinching the bridge of her nose and groaning. I don't know if it is a proper excuse, Professor, but at the beginning his jokes and mannerism were just tasteless and annoying, but nothing too extreme. We boys did ask the girls if they needed help in dealing with him, and so we usually kept him grounded. Then serious schoolwork started and none of us could spare enough time to keep him on a leash, shall we say. I fear that he then saw it as a green light of sorts to go all out and enjoy his depravity. Tenya said. Few of us also thought that sooner or later the teachers too would have started reining him in. Tokoyami added, sighing. Thing unlikely. The midget thinks with his PP only. How I don't know, since we boys shower together and I happen to see only misery down there. A bit of trivia I could have easily lived without gaining. Katsuki answered, scoffing. Even Bakubro had to take counseling rounds for his anger management. I thought Mineta was getting similar counseling for his energy. Kirishima admitted with a shrug. No, unfortunately he hasn't. But he will, if he really was that bad, but you all will need to testify and bring proof of his demeanor. Do broken hidden cameras, stolen socks and panties and blurry pictures clearly taken from unaware girls mid-changing do, another teacher said from the door. Ectoplasm. One of my students found a hidden camera in her bedroom. We tracked the IP and power loader found out it connected with the laptop of one of your students. Once we entered his room, we found a lot of trophies clearly stolen from female students of several classes of every year, along stacks of pornography in clear violation of the campus rules. Where is Minoru-san? He's on the floor with a concussion. Nemurai answered, groaning even louder. Who was it that smashed him? Ectoplasm asked. I did. He demanded that I have sex with him following some deranged fantasy of me falling madly in love with him. Thanks to that, Momo admitted. If they ask, I gave you a very harsh punishment followed by a lecture about excessive force. For this one time I say we let it slide, as we teachers obviously had ignored a pervert harassing every girl in our school while hoping this mess would fix itself. Do not make it a habit, any of you. Yes, Professor, the entire class answered. Good. I'll take the little idiot to recovery girl, then we'll talk about his punishment, his future in UAIF. He will have a future here and very harsh counseling meetings that will start immediately after he recovers. We will curb this idiocy of his or he will die trying. The pro hero answered before unceremoniously dragging Mineta away from the class. God admit, I so do not need this. Nemurai admitted with a groan. Sorry, teacher. Don't be, Yorozu. It was partly our mistake as well. Like you others, we too hoped he would have calmed down by himself. Whatever, let's focus on our lesson now. Yes. Ah. Did your friend win his little challenge, Yorozu? He just defeated the first king, he will now go against the second, she answered, unsure. Good. Me and few others have a betting pool ongoing about that. I bet he would win every fight, and since I don't want to lose my paycheck, he better sweep the floor with them. Nemurai answered, smirking. You have a bet about him. Shota and I have him as a total winner. Same for Lunch Rush. Toshinori and Nightai instead said he will win against everybody except the university rector, and MIC didn't think he will actually win against the first teacher. He did bet the most between us, so I think he is now very afraid of losing. She answered. TCH. Momo hissed in contempt. Something tells me Professor MIC dropped low in Momo's scoreboard. Mina muttered, smirking, and getting an amused snort in answer from Gyro sitting next to her. Yep. Meanwhile, Inoshiki Chef Academy, classroom, Yamato was still fuming for the defeat of the Meat King, the last of the top 5 students of Inoshiki University, while King number 4, Sadao the Fish King, took position at the workplace at the opposite side of the room from Izuku at the front row of the class. The other kings were once again sitting next to the rector Yamato and her son in front of both contestants, but instead of aloof, all of them looked tense since the old woman in a bout of anger had kicked out the Meat King as a punishment for his defeat. The next fight will be Midoriya Izuku versus Yumikage Sadao, the Fish King. Both contestants, are you ready? Minato, son of Yamato, asked once he saw both chefs finishing checking their instruments. Yes, both chefs answered. Good. Just like before, Chef Midoriya has left the choice of ingredients to us, and following Sadao's own request, we prepared this, Pacific Sori. Minato said while taking out of a near fridge a wide tray covered by a cloth with Inoshiki insignia on it. Once removed, the class and Izuku saw a dozen shining fishes neatly put on display, all of them so fresh they looked like they had been just pulled out of the water an instant before the challenge. The fish all had a long body with dark green-blue cycloid scales on the dorsal side and silvery scales below. They also sported small, bright blue blotches distributed randomly on the sides. Their mouth was small, and there was a series of small finlets between the dorsal and anal fins. They also possessed a small forked tail. Wow! They are all so fresh. Izuku admitted in surprise. Got delivered this morning, barely an hour before your arrival, actually. For an instant we thought we would have had to postpone Sadao's own challenge until they arrived. Minato admitted with an uneasy smile. It would have been worth the wait, Mr. Minato, they are gorgeous. They will be our ingredients. Yup. We will use Pacific Sori as the main ingredient. Compared to Toshio, though, I am giving you the freedom to choose first which one to use. We can also use different side ingredients instead of the Sori only. I want you to give your best, just like I will. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 showed her more bubbly personality while tying her ridiculously long hair in a ponytail so as to free her eyes from the long fringe normally covering them and fully displaying a pair of amazing eyes the color of pure emeralds. "Thank you," Izuku answered, shy, but his eyes did turn extremely sharp once focused on the big display of ingredients in front of him, once again attracting the attention of a few other girls in the class. He looks so hot when focused, many thought while looking at him in newfound interest thanks to his show of worth after the defeat of the Meat King. They now knew he was not exactly a nobody. "I will use these ones," he finally said once selected the still whole fish from the dozen Yamato prepared for the challenge. He actually chose some of the best ones. "He really does have amazing eyes," Minato muttered, once again calling on himself his mother's Aya. "Good choice. I am glad to see you are not an amateur. Good coloring and state of the eyes. It means that we both choose the absolute freshest ones of the bunch." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 complimented him with a small clap while cutting a few pieces of parchment paper into squares. He instead covered his fishes with a finely grated spice mixture. "Where did you get the sori? Now it's not exactly a good season for them," Izuku asked while he started mixing some dashi traditional Japanese fish broth with soy sauce, sake, sugar, and some mirin sweet and thick Japanese sake with low alcohol content to slowly boil it into a thick sauce. "He is making kishi sauce. Why? That is usually used for ramen and other noodle dishes." Yamato thought, confused, unaware that her precious kings too were having the same thoughts as her. In the meantime they all watched as the young chef also removed the fish's innards while keeping most of its fat aside. He then cooked with some extra virgin oil and wine vinegar to create a secondary sauce giving off a mesmerizing fish scent. He. Inoshiki Academy is special. We have our own personal ingredient providers. These sori are not exactly from around here. They come from a private breeding specialist overseas and were delivered by air this morning just for this challenge. Those guys have a very special breeding method, so we can have them perfectly plump whenever we want. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 answered. She instead was mixing butter with black pepper, garlic, parsley, and thyme to create a dense and aromatic cream. "Cool. But, hey, you two make your own herb butter?" Izuku asked, impressed. "You fufu. I like mine with just a bit more pepper than normal. I like strong tastes," she answered with a giggle and a wink. "Nice. I usually make it with a bit less time." "Do they know they are supposed to be enemies?" the other students thought in dismay at 𝐒𝐭𝐴's overly friendly attitude. "Stop fraternizing and destroy him." Yamato shrieked in fury. "You are starting to worry me, Mom," Minato admitted, sighing. "Shut up. With Izuku, why does our rector hate you?" 𝐒𝐭𝐴 asked. "I made a plate of rice that made a dear friend of hers feel inadequate. That's it." "Yes. I still find this hatred she and her other friends have against me a bit overblown, but I don't pretend to understand what happens in the heads of egomaniacs. I am just defending myself," he admitted with a helpless shrug. In the meantime his sauce had evidently reached the right thickness as everybody saw him pull it off of the fire to let it cool down by itself while he focused on the fish proper. "What did you use to season the sori?" 𝐒𝐴 asked once to see him clean away the spice he had covered the fish with. "Dried pimenta de oca fruit. I had some with me, luckily, since I could not see any in your spice cabinet. I would have been in trouble without it," Izuku answered. "Pimento? You carry that stuff with you?" King number 2 asked, confused. "Not only allspice, I came full of other keys too," Izuku answered, briefly opening the jacket of his chef attire to show the 6 or so small jars of keys strapped in the inner area. "I didn't know if you would have let me use your condiments, so I brought some along by myself." He then said, in truth he could easily retrieve every spice he needed from the system's dimensional storage, or whatever the name was, but just saying he had hidden pockets with spice jars inside was easier to explain compared to having access to the powers of an extra-dimensional entity. "That's very paranoid," the Dessert King admitted, taken aback. "I am in enemy territory, I could not just wing it," the young chef answered while cutting some garden radish into cute little circular slices he then carved into small flowers. "Is that overly detailed carving necessary?" Minato asked. "You tell me, isn't a good plate supposed to also be good looking?" Eyes too play a part in the enjoyment of a dish. Either building a dish in a manner simple, complicated, or minimalist, a chef should always put great care in the final product. Well said, the man answered, smiling pleased. Stop praising him, Minato. Yamato hissed between clenched teeth. Ha 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 ha. You sound like a philosopher when you talk like that. Not a chef. Taste is important in a dish. Nothing else, 𝐶𝐸 countered, laughing in amusement while finishing preparing a few mussels, deveined shrimps, and steamed clams. She then added to the sori on top of the parchment paper. We agree to disagree then. But still, you are making quite the adorable cartoccio. Pot meets kettle, perhaps. Izuku answered. Blair. The girl replied by just pulling out her tongue. She then added cherry tomatoes and mushrooms to the seafood mix, and once topped each sori with a spoonful of her herb butter. She wrapped everything inside the parchment paper and moved the wrapped fishes in the oven. Done. What about you? She asked. Technically I am done too. The last part to finish my dish can be done just before serving, so I will wait for you to be done before getting through with it. In the meantime I will prepare a baby spinach sauce as a side dressing. Normally I would leave the spinach just steamed a bit so to use the leaves as a decoration, but if I don't do something to pass the time while we wait I will go insane. Izuku admitted. We can play cards if you want. It's okay, I'll keep myself occupied with the sauce, he answered, smiling gratefully. Okay, the other answered, more than happy to just WHP out her phone to watch some funny videos online. That's it, it's official, she is physically unable to take anything seriously. Marco, king number 1, declared with a groan of disbelief. 20 minutes later, ding. The sound of the egg-shaped alarm cut through the silent room like a searing hot blade, causing 𝐶𝐸 to almost drop her phone in surprise. Ready? Izuku asked while giving a last filtering to the baby spinach sauce to make sure it was extra smooth and free of lumps. Yes. This is my special Pacific sori flavor bomb cartoccio. What about you? You done? She answered while opening the cartoccios and inundating the room in a pleasing scent of cooked fish. Holy SHT! The scent of the sea. A student gasped in wonder while her nose greedily sniffed the air. That's the fish king for you. She is the greatest fish expert of them all. Second to Mako-sama herself by just a tiny margin. A boy answered, just as amazed. Wow! This smells great. Izuku admitted, impressed. Thank you. When the rector Yamato told us about your challenge I just knew I had to make this dish. Sori is among my favorite ingredients because it is just so versatile. And between cartoccio and aquapazza, I knew this would be a killer. 𝐶𝐸 answered while decorating the cooked sori cartoccio with a slice of lemon each. Good to know. I was afraid I misread your intentions after all. Izuku admitted with a wide smile as he cut the sori he seasoned into thick slices he positioned on a wide plate in a flower-like shape. Then he used a brush to cover the pieces in a generous quantity of brown sauce before taking a burner and turning on its flame. What are you, Foosh? Many gasped in surprise at watching the green-haired chef mercilessly scorching his plates without a hint of fear, but many more turned shocked at the intense amazing scent the dishes started emanating once he was done with the burning. How the F does burning fish release this amazing scent? What joke is this? It matches the scent of 𝐶𝐸's dish. How? Many usually use kishi for ramen and noodle dishes only, but that really is a multi-purpose seasoning that can be used in a myriad different recipes. It truly is a staple of Japanese cooking. And the right trick to use to make scorched carpaccio, isn't that right, Chef Izuku? Minato said with shining eyes and a smirk once seen the young man give a rapid-fire bath to the sori carpaccio once finished brushing the sauce on the surface of all the plates. He prepared. Hoo. Correct. Even with a powerful burner like yours, burning the surface of fish in the proper way is difficult, but using kishi it becomes easy thanks to its sugar content. And it also acts as an insulator of sorts and protects the sori from most of the heat, preventing loss of freshness from the continued influx of heat since I only need to scorch the fish surface fat, not the meat inside. Izuku answered, smiling proudly at himself. Once satisfied with the scorching, he also added the sori fat dressing sauce and the baby spinach sauce on top and around the fish slices before topping everything with the flowers of radish. Scorched 𝐔𝐬𝐽 𝐶𝐻, my dish is ready. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 declared once every plate was composed. This aroma. 𝐔𝐸𝐽's dish is literally an explosion of flavor as the name implies, but Midoriya's own is just as strong, but instead focused like a blade. I wonder who between them complemented best the delicate taste of the Pacific 𝐒𝐸𝐽. King 2 muttered with his eyes narrowed and focused fully on 𝐒𝐿𝐴's face. Miss Yamato was right, that guy is a monster. We should not underestimate him, if he wins against 𝐒𝐸𝐽-chan as well. Dessert King answered, thoughtful. Where does he come from? Knowing Miss Yamato, a talent like his would normally be something she would do everything to snatch. Then why is he here as our enemy? Marco wondered with a low voice. You heard him, that is not a good enough excuse, there must be something else behind this, she interrupted the other girl with a hiss. We will proceed with the taste test. 𝐒𝐸𝐽, you first. Yamato said once seen both chefs deliver their plates to her, Minato and the other kings. Oh, my. It does look nice. Tokyo, Vegetable King, admitted once pried open the fish meat with his chopsticks. Yes, she did an acceptable job, this time. Marco conceded, huffing. Tone it down a little, nobody likes frosty beaches, Marco-chan. Dessert King Michiko jokingly warned her. Marco-sama. We love you. Queen Marco. Many boys yelled in rapture at seeing the Soup King show a tiny sneer of annoyance. Except those guys, Michiko added, sighing. Focus. Yamato barked angrily, silencing the other kings while studying the wobbly piece of 𝐒𝐸𝐽 she grabbed from the plate. I must admit the cooking method chosen was excellent, it does put on display the natural taste of the Pacific 𝐒𝐸𝐽. You also managed to control the natural oily feeling of its meat and diminish its intense fishy smell down to almost zero while leaving just enough to maintain the feeling of sea evoked by the scent. Good choice of supplementary ingredients too. The aquapazza made with the mussels, shrimps, and clams help supporting the main ingredient and are all a pleasure to eat, especially the steamed clams, that even if cooked in 2 different methods, remain pleasantly springy and flavorful. You gave your dish the perfect name, it's a real sea flavor bomb while remaining melty sweet and tender at the same time. Congratulations. Minato said with a pleased tone. I second the judgment. You used the Pacific 𝐒𝐸𝐽 almost perfectly, especially its thick meat. I could chew this forever and never get tired. Tokyo confirmed with a dashing smile. Several girls swooned again, all for Izuku and the other king's chagrin. 𝐒𝐸𝐽-chan is a bona fide fish expert, always a pleasure eating what she makes. Michiko added with a thumbs up. Good, it's good, but the ingredient was the Pacific 𝐒𝐸𝐽, nothing else. You gave too much importance to everything else. The 𝐒𝐸𝐽 should have ruled supreme. It is still good, though. Marco said, uninterested. Hey! Cheer up a little. What your friend made tastes amazing and it's also very nicely presented. Do not be a stick in the mud and enjoy it, this dish is good. Izuku answered, annoyed a little, he had already finished his portion and was not ashamed to show he liked it. Thank you, maybe in the end I did make it a bit cute too, other than good tasting. 𝐒𝐸𝐽 said with a mischievous smile while eating her own cartoccio. That you did. Izuku answered, smiling. Then this is obviously a win for 𝐒𝐸𝐽. I am sorry, boy, but your defeat was a given. Get out and do not bother us anymore. Yamato said with an evil smile. What? She asked. Mom, you are becoming annoying, we have not even tried his dish yet. Minato said while massaging his forehead to push back the incoming migraine his mother caused. TCH. It's just some raw fish slightly burned with fire. You can't expect it to be better than. Then, the old woman tried saying while despondently shoving a slice of the scorched carpaccio in her mouth, and growing unhealthy pale while her eyes bulged out. Tea, the source of Pacific 𝐒𝐸𝐽 innards. He prepared it just by adding oil and vinegar to the fish's fat and part of the innards, and yet the taste is permeating my tongue. And is making the sweetness of the fish meat stand out so much it's making me drown in its taste. Michiko admitted, shocked. How many speakeasies did you use? Tokyo asked, just as surprised. Only the pimento, or allspice. Depending on which name you want to use. Those Pacific stories were already good by themselves, adding more sounded like a waste, so I just tried enriching and polishing that flavor with a couple small pushes from the sauces and the spice. Izuku answered, shrugging. If 𝐶𝐸 created a bomb of flavor, yours was a single bullet from a sniper rifle, no waste, no fanfare, and no collateral damages. One strike, one kill. Only pure Pacific story flavor, marvelous. Minato admitted, clapping a little. Thank you. What do you think about it, 𝐶𝐸? Izuku's question died a messy death when he saw 𝐶𝐸 eat with zero manners her own portion of scorched carpaccio and even liking the plate over and over until it shone. Glad you liked it, he said, unsure. You are a lady, show some manners. Mako chastised her while mid-like of her own plate. I give up. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 muttered in dismay while trying to ignore her. Cough. We will proceed with the vote, who do you think won? Minato asked, fake coughing to cover his own embarrassment. I vote for Midoriya. Sorry. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, smiling uneasily. It's okay, Take-chan. I'll do better next time. 𝐶𝐸 reassured him with a thumbs up. I vote for 𝐶𝐸-chan. Michiko said with a wink. Thank you. Midoriya, at least he used the Pacific story 𝐿𝐿. Mako said. You are a picky eater. 𝐶𝐸 answered, pouting. I will have to vote for Midoriya as well, my apologies, but I must recognize the ability needed to bring out such amazing flavor with so little ingredients. Minato said with a sorry expression. No harm done, sir. I loved it too. Yamato-san. 𝐶𝐸 asked. Get out of my school, the old woman answered with a low, defeated voice. Go back to your seat, 𝐶𝐸. You are still a student here. Minato subverted the order. Silence. You are already giving a sad spectacle. Don't think I won't rein you in just because you are my mother. The man roared, shocking his mother. But I am saving you from yourself. 𝐶𝐸 gave her best and that's all that matters. She is still a first-year student, she can still get a lot better if you give her a chance. Wasting talent just to appease your tantrums won't help nobody, not them and especially not you. Now calm down and be a proper, professional chef, or else I will take over and select a new judge to take your place. Minato said with narrowed eyes. Okay, Yamato conceded with a small voice, her body losing every ounce of fight she had at the beginning. Good, I will still keep you grounded, because I know you are not a bully, but a great chef, and I want to preserve that part of you. Michiko, you are next, are you ready? He asked. Of course. I need to avenge 𝐶𝐸-chan. The short girl answered. My hero. 𝐶𝐸 answered with an exaggerated swoon while retaking her seat next to 𝐒𝐭𝐲 once delivered one of her knives to Izuku with her name written along the blade with a permanent marker. She also added a cute little heart next to it, apparently a fixed part of her signature. That guy is tearing through us like a tank. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 muttered with a low whisper and his eyes fixed on the wooden cabinet Izuku brought along now containing two knives belonging to their fellow kings. This time Miss Yamato tickled a dragon's nose once too many times, and now we have to deal with the catastrophe. Mako answered. I will use my secret weapon, you. He asked. Me too, conventional dishes won't cut it this time. Flavor demon. As you said, he deserves our worst, molecular devil. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 answered, eyes narrowed. Very well. We'll have a 10 minutes pause to clean everything and let young Midoriya catch his breath a little. Minato declared, nor he or anybody else heard what 𝐒𝐭𝐲 and Mako said. No need to worry, but I will use these 10 minutes to recover an ingredient for my dessert dish, since I can see apples being washed and prepared to be our chosen ingredient. Izuku answered with a grateful smile. Something we can get for you. No. I have those already ready back to my place. He answered before motioning Whitey to come closer. Host, the robot asked. I need, what the young chef whispered to the robot, nobody heard, but they all saw the big chubby robot scratch his round bald head with one of his big hands before nodding. Understood. Whitey answered, before opening the door of the classroom and Terra knew one to the sound barrier while running to the Green Cloud restaurant and back in the 10 minutes of pause Minato gave him and carrying a small jar of dull glass. Perfect. Thank you, Izuku said with a grateful tone. That thing ran back and forth between here and your personal kitchen in 10 minutes. Where do you live? Yavin Street. At the opposite side of the city. Whitey is very fast, Izuku answered, smirking. Even too much. In truth, Whitey only covered half the distance before the system summoned the glass jar in his hands. Izuku insisted on secrecy, so this little lie had to be organized. I am eager to see what you will come up with, but rest assured that it will still be useless. Your defeat will be sweet, though, so don't feel too bad. The bold claim came from Michiko as soon as she started slowly preparing a pot filled to the brim in boiling caramel. I admit I am not exactly a dessert-oriented chef. I prefer to branch out as much as I can and cook following as many different styles possible, but this doesn't mean I won't give my all, he answered. Good. Because I want to smash that smile of yours into dust. The Dessert King answered as she took out more plates and pots. Echen. Izuku uttered, confused. Watch and be amazed. I will now prepare a cheese mousse, apple jelly, blue cheese cream and a sponge cake made with crushed walnuts, at the same time. The short girl declared with a crazed smile. How do you plan to do all that, alone? The young chef asked. By going all out, you quirkless loser, she answered while throwing away her own bandana and unfolding the tentacles on her head. To everybody's shock, Michiko's tentacle hair then sprang to life and divided into two groups. 6 held a plate each while the others held the utensils, meaning that together with her own hands, she could prepare 7 different parts of her dish at the same time. A duo of tentacles was already boiling the apples for the jelly, another was holding up a pestle to crush the walnuts they will then mix with eggs, 2 were expertly preparing a pot full of matcha green tea leaves she will soon put to boiling, while others were mixing the 2 kinds of cheese until each turned into a fluffy cream. Michiko herself instead was mixing cranberry juice with gelatin to create a cranberry nappage. Nappage is a kind of glazing used when preparing sweets. This is my secret technique. Tiki's 7-in-1 cooking frenzy. Michiko said with a maniacal laughter. There it is. They say she can challenge an entire team by herself thanks to her quirk. A student gasped in awe. So you all have decided to leave behind any sense of decency and will start using your quirk. Fair enough. Izuku answered with a tone of disappointment. Why should they limit themselves? It's not their fault if you don't have one. Yamato answered, happy to ridicule him. As you wish, if that's how you see things. I have all the more reasons to wipe that smirk off your face, the young chef said, giving a twirl of the knife in his hand and swaying. With the loud and sharp sound of a blade cutting through air, his hand became a blur that moved in a straight line through the apples still untouched in front of him. Plop, plop, plop. And one after another, every fruit lost its peel in an instant and got sliced into perfectly identical slices thin as a hair, while a small amount of extra thin apple peel appeared right next to Izuku. Astounded silence fell in the room as Yamato's mouth hung slightly open. I don't like quirkists, as I believe people's value is not measured on the power of their quirk, but in the strength of their beliefs, and if I have to fight everybody in order to teach you fools a lesson, then so be it. Hoi. What happened? Sadao asked with a shriek. He peeled and cut all those apples at the same time. With just one swing, Tokyo answered, unsure. That is impossible. Do you know how many laws of physics would need to be ignored for that to happen? Marco answered. Will host start infusing gourmet energy in his dishes? The system asked. No need. I didn't do it before, and I won't do it now either. I will just up the level of skills I will show. Izuku answered, it was a matter of principles. If he used that power to increase the flavor of his dishes, then he wouldn't be different from somebody using their quirk, and the challenge originally stated that no powers were to be used. Sure, it was an unspoken rule, but that didn't change its value. While Michiko was finishing her outrageous preparation of several ingredients at once, the young chef had instead just reached the final stage of his kneading of 2 different kinds of dough he had mixed by hand. He was in fact giving the last slaps to the smaller ball of dough of the 2. Both finished spheres were whitish in color and almost unnaturally smooth, looking more similar to ball of marble than actual food. The first part is done, now I need to add my secret weapon to both and knead them again, Izuku muttered with a shaken breath. He made both bread dough and tart dough, what is he planning to do? Michiko muttered with narrowed eyes, and watched with bated breath as he finally used the mysterious jar he sent his robot bodyguard to recover. Pop whoosh! When the young chef opened the jar, there was no apparent scent coming out of it, but then he poured a minuscule deep red drop of liquid from it into the 2 types of dough he was kneading, and an explosion of aroma washed over the entire room with every student standing rooted on the spot. The boys only felt an amazingly sweet flour scent assault them, but the girls had another reaction altogether. Roses, one girl squealed, as she unknowingly had the same daydream of her friends. Each girl saw herself as the main character of a fairy tale, a princess standing on a long path of white cobblestone with at both sides an endless field of red roses cut in half by that small road, red petals flying everywhere around them bringing along the flower's delicate scent. And at the opposite end of the pure white path there was their Prince Charming flashing a heart-melting smile and wearing a majestic silver armor, with his hand stretched out as if beckoning them to reach him. Momo would also be miffed to death at knowing how quite a few of those girls were also unashamedly putting Izuku in the role of the Prince Charming. Rose essence. And one so strong. If he is not careful, that much aroma will make everything inedible. Minato muttered, surprised. How can you make a rose extract so strong? Michiko asked with wide eyes. Secret recipe. Izuku answered, unconcerned, too focused on preparing the dough properly to summon enough brain power to properly answer or even just look at her. With the rose extract provided by the system, Izuku needed to focus fully on the quantity and flavor distribution, because it was not normal rose extract one could ideally make home or buy. This one had been purified by him using his knowledge as Zeus and the system's own help. A serum purified enough times it was now 99% pure. Any misstep would be a catastrophe. Just a spoonful contained the essence of several hectares of red roses. He had to be careful. At the same time he added some rose extract to a big pot of water as well and soaked the apple slices together with some extract from the apple peels, and left the slices to rest untouched to the side before returning to focus on the dough. Slap. 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 The scented ball of dough were then continuously slapped and kneaded until they all became faintly pink and utterly smooth spheres, done so that he simply kept them neatly separated in smaller parts on a side. Now, the rest of the apples. Once satisfied with that, Izuku started to simmer some of the remaining apples with apple cider vinegar and water, and once turned them into a cream, he added normal butter and tirelessly mixed everything until perfectly fused together. Apple butter and apple confiture. Can he really balance both roses and apples in a single dish? Minato muttered while studying every movement of Izuku. Creating pure rose extract with that level of aroma is already ridiculously hard, but actually managing to slowly soak that rose flavor into the apple slices in the right amount, together with the extra apple flavor from the apple peel extract to reach the right balance, is even more insanely difficult. Where does this brat come from? Yamato thought in anger while biting down one of her nails. Her own bloodshot eyes were fixated on Izuku's. And a tiny feeling of fear of the boy started blooming in her heart. With Michiko the dessert king, damn it. That thing is a scent bomb. But there is no need to worry, he is using 2 ingredients only, I am using 8. The young woman thought while creating small discs of sponge cake batter. She then moved into the oven to cook. You may use the young scent of roses, but I will use the nostalgic taste of autumn. Let's see which one will come out as the winner, she declared. So it will be spring youth versus autumn maturity. Okay, I accept the challenge. Izuku answered. You will regret challenging me, quirkless. Michiko muttered darkly. Some time later, as soon as the dessert king saw her sponge cake turning golden in color, she took the discs out of the oven and rapidly cooled them down, and then giving the final touches to her side ingredients, like the extra leaves of matcha green tea she was powdering at high speed thanks to her hair tentacles handling extra knives. Her dessert is clearly not simple. Minato muttered, impressed. She is preparing her infamous autumn leaf viewing entremet, the dish that cemented her position as the dessert king here in this school. Yamato answered. Oh. She is going all out as well, the vegetable king muttered. I am glad to see she is taking this seriously at least. Mako answered. You know she hates being challenged, It was a given she would not show mercy. If her self-esteem is frail as glass, it's her fault only, the young woman answered. Uninterested in the judge's scrutinizing stares, Michiko had finally started assembling her dish, using the sponge cake discs as the middle layer while carefully creating several layers above and under it with the various cheese creams and fruit jellies she made previously until a vaguely spherical shape was created. She then covered the whole thing with the cranberry gelatin to turn it in a perfectly smooth red sphere as big as a golf ball. Finally done. Get ready to lose, quirkless, the girl declared with a mocking tone while preparing a few more spheres. She then moved to the fridge. If all your insults revolve around my lack of quirk, sorry, but you won't go far in making me feel under pressure. Izuku answered while shaking his head. TCH. While ignoring the fuming short girl brushing her caramel on an anti-adherent sheet of parchment paper to create thin, perfectly transparent shards, Izuku took note that the apple butter was finally ready along the apple slices having been soaked in the scented water long enough to satisfy the green-haired chef's requirements for his own dish. Echen. The tiny, satisfied grunt escaping his throat almost managed to freeze Michiko's blood in her veins. What? She asked. Just that time's up and I too can now finally build my dish. The young man answered with an adorable eager smile while first collecting several spheres of rose-scented bread dough to knead them back into a single, bigger blob to which he then added part of the apple butter too. First, the basket, he then said while pinching the giant ball and pulling aside a long string of it while twirling it gently between his pointer and thumb. Swish. 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 What teeth? The students behind him cried in shock as they watched the young chef pick up insane speed once again to create dozens of finger-thick strands of dough. He then started waving together to create an actual basket with a twirly handle arching above it, and no matter the intricate design, he was building it so fast many felt dizzy by looking at him. Done the basket, the tarts. Done with the creation and decoration of the basket, the following move was building the base of the desserts, tiny cup-shaped empty tarts, those two made at ludicrous speed. Around, in the oven, Izuku said while carefully putting the basket and the empty tarts inside the oven to cook. I wonder if the apples. Yep. Perfect. He then said once given a taste test to the soaked apple slices, now dyed into an eye-catching pink color, and since he was evidently satisfied with the results, he carefully removed them from the aroma bath to dry them. I have no idea what you are doing, but I'm not afraid of you, Michiko said while pointing an accusing finger at him. Good. I am not here to scare anybody, Izuku answered with a happy smile. And my dessert will soon be ready. Then we'll see who is the winner, she answered. Of course, he replied with a thumbs up. Some time later, ding. 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 As if it was planned ahead, the kitchen timer Michiko had set for her dessert in the freezer rang just a minute before Izuku's own for the oven, signaling both were now in the final leg of their challenge. You can do it, Dessert King, the students cheered for her. Dessert King. Dessert King. Dessert King. She will win this. Emboldened by the loud cheering, Michiko positioned a sphere in the middle of each plate. She then decorated with a tiny pinch of the powdered matcha green tea leaves and 2 wings of caramel shards at both sides of the shining red spheres. She had even created small maple leaves with some remaining sponge cake she had then positioned around the plate. Closing the dish there was a warm cup of green tea as a side drink for the dessert. Done. You are finest swoosh. Michiko's taunt she tried delivering once finished assembling her dish went interrupted by Izuku's hands once more moving fast enough to disappear as he started grabbing the apple slices one by one with a duo of pliers to build the tarts after he used a brush to paint the inside of the empty tarts with the apple butter and then the apple confiture. She is screwed, a boy blurted out in dismay as a rose bloomed inside each tart, and not just a rose-like shape, but a perfect replica of a big rose made with thin pink apple slices recreating the flower's petals with ludicrous precision of details. A couple minutes in the oven to make the apple slices extra crunchy, and the tarts are ready, Izuku declared while moving the tarts back in the oven after brushing some apple peel essence on top of them. What came out of that oven once done that bombarded the students and judges in the sweet scent of cooked apples and the alluring fragrance of roses, the insane balance of the 2 scents though worried Yamato, she once again saw Izuku thread on the thin line between success and failure without a hint of doubts in his steps, and the tiny feeling of fear in her own chest grew a tad. Bit more. Here is my dish. A bit on the feminine side, but nothing says that I can't make a cute dish if I feel like it. Queen apple tart, with damask rose aroma. Thank you for waiting. Izuku declared as he walked towards the judges by actually grabbing onto the basket's handle and using 2 long pliers to deliver a small tart to each one of them. By the way, the basket too is edible. It's made with fragrant apple and rose bread. I have put aside some extra apple confiture if you want to add it to the basket bread. He then added, with a more cheeky smile. To put both rose aroma and apple butter into the bread, the required balance of quantities to make sure the bread won't break down and still be flavorful would need to be calculated down to the micrograms. Did you really have to risk it so much? Mako asked. You want me to lose? I want to win. I have too much to lose from this challenge, so I can't hold back, but be ready to bet all of myself at every step. Izuku answered, sighing. We'll start with Michiko's dish since she finished first. Yamato decided. Please help yourself, the dessert king answered with a cocky smile. Nothing for me. Izuku asked, honestly hurt. Sorry, but I don't expect you to have the right palate to truly enjoy it, so I prefer to not waste ingredients, she answered, huffing. Host. Whitey asked, and even his normally robotic voice sounded annoyed, somehow. No, Whitey. Down. Izuku ordered while shaking his head a little. Look at the cross-section. Simply perfect. Yamato was heard exclaiming with a proud voice. The red sphere dessert in her plate had been cut cleanly enough one could still see the various layers of the different creams and sponge cake forming the inside of the dish, all neatly separated without even the smallest smudge. The sponge cake is incredibly soft, like a cloud, and even its positioning is not casual. By forming the middle of the dessert it can perfectly mix with every other taste used. You did study the position of each layer, isn't it? Minato asked, very impressed. Correct. I spent an entire year experimenting with both position and thickness of every layer, even their density is not a chance. I tested over and over every possible combination to make sure every layer of taste would mix with the others to perfection when bitten. Nothing is left to chance. Michiko answered, her smirk reeking of smugness. It shows. Even such a strong cheese like gorgonzola has been carefully nestled between the apple jelly and the sponge cake, you can almost tell every taste apart at each bite. Well done. Minato declared. And it goes well with green tea, even if I am not exactly a tea person. Tokyo added, taking a sip of tea every few bites of dessert. Fine. I admit it, it makes you taste the autumn. Happy. Mako admitted, annoyed. You know I don't have a fondness for sweets, but you're always a good exception, I love it. Sadao the Fish King said. Thank you. What about you? Michiko answered. Besides saying you have a wonderful technique, I can't say more since I have not tasted it. Izuku answered with a shrug. Then be born with a quirk in the next life, she countered, smirking. Be thankful I was born a gentleman still. Many of my old acquaintances would have kicked your teeth in a long time ago with that attitude. Zebra would have directly eaten you alive. Izuku answered with an annoyed sigh as even his legendary cinnamon bun patience was starting to run thin under her constant verbal onslaught. TCH. You don't scare me. It was an extremely good dish. Now we will proceed with the tasting of Chef Izuku's dish. Yamato declared. Said that, every judge grabbed the tart from their respective plates and took away a piece of the basket handle along with a bit of apple confiture, and judging by Minato, Sadao, and Mako's expression, the three of them actually found it a pity to break apart such a cute bread basket. Sigh. Here, Izuku begrudgingly handed a rose tart to Michiko himself. Blair. Take that thing out of my sight, I won't eat that. She answered with a scrunched nose. SCKS to be you. Well, to our challenge. And to your future as a lonely old woman surrounded by cats. He answered while eating the thing himself. Hey, the girl growled back in answer. Crunch. Holy hell. Tokyo the Vegetable King yelled in amazement once given a big bite to the tart. Ooh, the Dessert King gurgled out in surprise. Judging by your reaction, it's good, the Soup King asked. Them an amazing. It feels like biting a very juicy apple while sitting next to a rose bush. It's sweet and almost refreshing. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 answered, still chewing with a big smile on his face. I see, the young woman answered while giving a big bite to her own rose tart. Marco? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 asked, worried at her petrified expression. The onlookers knew people were not supposed to clench their legs that hard while eating, but the king number one did look like she had a demon bigger at eating that dessert, no matter how insane that sounded. Right, you and I both have a very sensible palate, should have warned you, the vegetable king admitted with a grimace. Ah, this is so nice. And this dessert too goes well with your green tea, Michiko-chan. 𝐶𝐻𝐻 admitted while shamelessly gorging herself without a shred of manners. Yes. It's good. At the same time they heard Yamato admit that with enough pain in her voice she scared them. When you bring one to your mouth, the first thing you feel is the sweet and delicate aroma of roses, but then you bit into it and you get submerged into a sea of apple fragrance and taste, from the crunchy and sweet petals of the rose to the homely feeling of butter and confiture of the filling. He put in there just a thin layer of both, but those two together with the crisp tart dough base fit each other like a dream. The rose scent and faint taste stimulate the nose and relax the spirit, while the apple taste massages the mouth and warms the body. It's unreal, Minato admitted while studying the half-eaten tart in his hand. The secret is in the balance of taste, as you said. My rose extract has a strong scent and even stronger taste, so redistributing that immense concentration of flavor everywhere equally is a real pain. But once done properly, it is simply amazing. Izuku admitted, sheepish. The diamond basket is tasty too. Alone it has the subtle taste of cooked apples and fresh butter, but if you add the apple confiture too it becomes a knockout punch of apple taste I can't get enough of. Do I also feel a twinge of cinnamon in it? 𝐒𝐿𝐲 said with narrowed eyes. Just a bit. I added that to the confiture along with a tiny amount of lemon peel. Correct. Izuku answered. Impressive. The vegetable king was forced to admit with a groan. What? The dessert king demanded with a frown. I don't know how to say this, the second king admitted with a low tone. What? I am sorry, Michiko-chan. I know you voted for me before. But, 𝐶𝐻𝐻 admitted with an ashamed expression. You two are too soft. A defeat is a defeat, we should not sugarcoat it, we have our pride as future chefs to defend. Marco chastised both with a huff, clearly unafraid of casting her vote for the winner. No, the dessert king whispered, horrified. You were amazing, Miss Hideyoshi, so at least my vote is for you, even just for the complexity of the dish itself. Minato offered with a kind, albeit uneasy, smile. Yamato instead simply stood in silence and avoided meeting the king's eyes at all cost. No. I can't accept it. Michiko roared in defiance. Ah! Izuku uttered in confusion. You can't win this time too. I won't accept it. You just made a tart. I had to come up with a method to make a layered dessert of different tastes while making it as small as a golf ball. I refuse to be defeated by a sloppily made cheap dessert. The short girl yelled. Sloppily made, you say? Izuku asked, eyes narrowed. Yes. Everybody here can make that dessert. I am the genius here. I am the prodigy of dessert making. Not a quirkless nobody like you. A tense silence fell into the room. Troublemaker. You will be stop, Whitey. There is no need. Here, taste this. Just a drop. Izuku answered, unfazed, while handing her the jar of rose extract he used. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. This was my secret weapon. Taste it raw and tell me if you would have been able to handle it like I did, he asked. Fine, she answered. Just a drop. Yeah. Michiko answered while pouring a single drop of the rose extract inside her mouth. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. Sweet. Roses. Sweet. 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 Roses. Sweet. Sweet. sweet, 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 roses, sweet, 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 roses, sweet, 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 roses, sweet, 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 roses, sweet, sweet, roses, sweet, 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 roses, sweet, 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 roses, sweet, 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 𝐒𝐻. The dessert king could barely reach the classroom garbage bin in time before vomiting and heaving heavily for a couple of seconds while hugging the thing with all her strength, all the while hiccuping non-stop. Michiko! 𝐒𝐿 yelled while running at her side to gently rub her back. So, can you use that to make a tasty dessert? Can you handle its intense flavor to make something edible? Something good? Ah! Don't look down on me just because I am a quirkless. Izuku was heard saying with a grave tone while grabbing one of her knives and handing it to her. I take cooking very seriously, as it is the only field where I know I can put you all elitists in your place and stand toe-to-toe with you. A mutation won't automatically make you a better chef, never. It takes hard work to be good. He declared. Your name on the blade, please. Your name. Tears started falling from her eyes. Michiko. 𝐒𝐻𝐿. I can't lose against a quirkless. You people are inferior. She answered while crying. Sigh. Forget it, you elite are hopeless, the young chef answered with a sigh while writing Michiko's name on the blade himself and putting it with the other two inside the cabinet. That's mine. Michiko-chan. Please. 𝐒𝐿 begged with a sad expression. No. My mom always says that a quirk makes us special. Like gods. He should just go die in a ditch somewhere. There is no place for quirkless in this world. The girl raved madly, forgetting that there was a live stream ongoing and that many were growing more disgusted the longer she talked like that. And the live chat soon filled in insults aimed at her. I can't believe there is somebody so bitter like you around. Kind of ironic since you are an expert in dessert, Izuku said with a sad smile. Shut up. Give me back my knife. I won. I won. Not you. Michiko yelled while making her hair tentacles snap forward to grab Izuku. Clamp. 𝐂𝐻𝐿. The short girl though shrieked in pain as soon as Whitey intercepted the attack and his big hand grabbed the tentacles to lift her from the floor. Troublemaker, cease the attack or you will be stripped as an example to others, the robot ordered with his round eyes shining in an eerie red light. Many also shrieked in fright at the sight and the strange threat the big chubby robot delivered with his thundering monotonous voice. Fight me yourself, coward. Michiko shrieked. Take your DMN knife, I don't need it to know I won. But try to grow up already, you are 20, not 5. Izuku simply answered with a sigh, and put the knife back on her workstation while shaking his head. Get back to your seat, Michiko. You already ashamed yourself and our school enough, and I am not talking about you losing. Surprisingly, it was Yamato who silenced the girl as soon as the robot dropped her. But, Rector Yama-, I said to be quiet and sit down, child. Now. The woman roared, and Izuku finally saw the woman's quirk when a long prehensile tail with an actual human hand at the end of it whipped out from behind the old woman to grab the dessert king and slam her on her seat. Yes. Take her knife, Midoriya. A deal is a deal, she lost fair and square. The old woman said with a heavy sigh. Why do you hate me so much, Yamato-san? Izuku asked, saddened. Personally, I have nothing against you. There is not even quirkism or the like behind it, I swear. But me and the others, together with Samui, go way back, all the way back to middle school. We are a tight-knit group of friends, and since one of us needed help in dealing with you, we all grouped together to avenge him. Sorry, but between you and Samui, I will stay by his side. If you want me to step back and stop bothering you as you said I was doing, then you will have to win this challenge of yours, and it won't be easy. She answered. I am ready. Good, because neither I, or my students, or my teachers will show mercy. I never asked for it, I just want to be left alone, I never had anything against you. I am just defending myself. Fair enough. 𝐒𝐭𝐲, you are up next. Defeat him, please. Yamato asked, sounding exceptionally tired all of a sudden. Yes, madam, the vegetable king answered while stepping forward. Want to know why you lost? Mako asked. Ahoo. Michiko, still crying, muttered. Here, try it. Mako explained while handing her a tart. Crunch. Oh, the dessert king muttered in surprise once tried it. You used a lot of ingredients, and while it is exemplar that you could mix them all together in a very ingenious way to make an astounding dessert, the main ingredient, the apples, were just a small part of it. He instead used only apples and roses, and even then, the apples were still the main protagonist of the whole thing, and he cooked them in different ways too, in the bread, in the butter, as a confiture and soaked in flavorful water. He gave apples facets, and all of them worked splendidly together once he made them fit in place. The young woman explained. I see, the dessert king muttered, sniffling. And judging by your puking fit, he was also very skilled in turning a flavor bomb of roses into a frame to enrich the apple taste. Don't remind me, I had to rinse my tongue a lot to relieve myself of the taste. I have no clue how he managed to handle that thing like he did. Michiko answered, gagging. Glad to see you understand. Have no fear, though, the next match will be his last. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 will use his secret weapon, Mako declared, enjoying the look of horror flashing on the Desert King's face at her words. Both of you are ready? Minato asked after the working station had been fully cleaned. Yes, both young men answered together. Good, you can start whenever you are ready. I am ready. Choose your ingredients, 𝐒𝐭𝐲-san. Izuku said. We'll use beef as the main ingredient. Your small war against Inoshiki Academy ends now. The other answered with a dark tone. Beef. Izuku muttered, confused as to why the so-called vegetable king chose meat for their fight. I see. Good job, 𝐒𝐭𝐲. The boy is finished. Yamato instead understood what her student was doing, and her smile turned into a fearsome mask of putrid malevolence. The terrifying true power of the vegetable and soup kings. Inoshiki Assault Arc Part UA University, cafeteria, while the students were happily gorging themselves, with more than a few actually following the livestream showing Izuku's ongoing massacre of Inoshiki Academy's best students at the same time. The university's boss Nezu was showing the school's own chef a collection of video snippets both from the challenge itself and from the database the guys from I-Island felt generous enough to share with the Ratbearman Chimera. The Chef Pro Hero Lunch Rush silently watched each and every video in silence, sometimes rewinding back whenever a particular scene attracted his interest. So, what's your verdict? Nezu asked once given to the pro hero what he felt was enough time to study the videos. In answer, Lunch Rush removed the tube from the gas mask-like mask he was wearing to talk with a whisper of voice. I want to meet him, he said while returning the phone to Nezu. I can try to make him come here if you want, the other answered. A thumbs up was all the answer the pro hero gave. Do tell me, though. Could you replicate what he does? If I cut an ingredient, they die, I can't make living skeletons. Yes, that food honor thing is kind of a middle finger to the laws of nature. What about the rest? Hard to say. Ah. He is holding back. I can tell. The hero answered, and his reconnecting the tube to his mask meant he had already talked enough. Okay. Sign language it is then. Nezu muttered with a groan. You know why I do this. Lunch Rush signed with a shrug. I know. You said the boy is holding back. Can you guess how much he is hiding? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked, sighing. Hard to say, I can give you a wild guess based on personal experience. The pro hero took a moment to think, then his hands moved like a flash to give his answer. It would still be a start, the Ratman Chimera conceded with a sigh. This is a normal chef. One of the kids he is fighting with, for example. The pro hero said while filling a teacup with water. Okay. This one is that old woman, Yamato. Lunch Rush then said, filling a big pot in several liters of water. Okay. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 muttered, unsure. This is your boy. The pro hero then simply opened the kitchen faucet and let water run in the sink without putting in the cap. Lunch a minute, the pro hero signed. The water just kept running. There. This should be a good estimate, but I may be wrong and the kid could be better still. The pro hero said once finally closed the faucet. I see. And where would you put yourself compared to him? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked, unsure. I don't know, that is why I want to meet him. Sigh. I'll see what I can do. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 answered, sighing. If Recovery Girl asks, I called dibs before her. Lunch Rush added. Over my dead body, you idiot. The short woman roared once barged inside, showing clearly she was spying on them. He cooks well, I can make him shine. The chef pro hero signed with a growl, his hands were moving fast enough to put a ninja from Naruto to shame. His dishes heal people. I want to study him. Recovery Girl hissed back in answer. You are just jealous he healed Toshinori while you couldn't. Jealous. Jealous. I am not jealous, you walking food dispenser. Gasp. There they go again, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 muttered with a groan. While this was happening, a bit of drama was also taking place at one of the tables in the cafeteria, in the section housing the tables of the older students. Then marry him if you like him that much. We are done. Finished. The full conversation had been missed by everybody in the cacophony of every student there either eating or talking, but all of them saw the tail end of the duo's quarrel, because it was not every day they saw somebody ever smiling like 𝐒𝐻𝐻 roar like a furious beast before storming out of the university in tears. Mirio, with his head still dripping broth from the big plate of ramen the young woman emptied on his head at the apex of her heartbroken rage, merely sighed and removed plate and noodles from his hair without saying a word. You fed up, his childhood friend, Tamaki, muttered with his head glued to the tabletop, and barely moving his head to the side enough to avoid the puddle of broth now drenching his friend and his section of the table. She will come around. She will understand that I am doing this for the well-being of everybody. Mirio answered with a new sigh. I think she is tired of waiting for you. Tamaki muttered. She will come around. She will come around. Mirio answered, maybe more to reassure himself than his friend, though. If you say so. All Might's legacy is too important. If my body hurts so much while using his quirk, it means I am not strong enough yet. I need to train hard, 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Just be patient, I need to put you aside only for a little while. Once sure I will be worthy of being All Might's successor, I will return to you. Just wait for me. Mirio thought in determination. Meanwhile, in Oshiki Chef Academy, classroom. I may understand using beef as our ingredient considering how versatile it is. But are you really sure you also want to use so many artichokes with it? Izuku asked, looking on curiously at the insane amount of artichokes the vegetable king was cleaning and preparing. Izuku had expected a vegan-style recipe from the young man, considering his title as the vegetable king. But instead Takeo had surprised him by choosing beef as the main ingredient and then starting to clean way too many artichokes to use with it. He could tell there was some serious smell of bullshit coming from the guy now. Of course. You see, I understand where Sadao and Michiko went wrong. You played on the sole main ingredient strength every time while they added other ingredients as a support to their main one, with the final result of it being overshadowed. Either the apples or the sori could have worked perfectly well alone, like you showed, but in their haste to show off and suppress you instead, they failed to fully grasp the very ingredient they personally choose, like you instead did. I plan to unleash the full power of artichokes on you instead, and I need some good beef to properly do it. Both will be the key to your defeat. The second king answered, while still cleaning more artichokes and only using their heart to cook. Then why did you not choose artichokes as the challenge theme? He asked, confused. That's a secret. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 answered with a wink, making the girls in the class swoon hard. Izuku instead merely looked at the vegetable king with narrowed eyes and a thoughtful expression. That sounded like an insult to my skills. 𝐒𝐿 said with a whine. I am just saying yours was a big oversight. You just didn't have the right focus on your chosen theme, that's all. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 answered, smiling sheepish. Toshio actually did things properly and used bare meat only, he just wasn't able to match his tricks. Mako, Soup King, added with a huff. I just followed the rules. I was given an ingredient and I used it the best I could. You make it sound like I cheated. Izuku answered, appalled. Nobody said you cheated, Midoriya. Relax. Yamato answered, rolling her eyes. What? The woman asked. You defended him, her son, Minato, muttered in shock. I am not a broken record, Minato, I can have mixed opinions about somebody, she answered. So I want him broken and defeated, but I can also recognize his skills. The two things are not mutually exclusive. Now I recognize you. Minato answered, sighing in dismay. With Izuku, using so many artichokes. I see, there seemed to be a strange flash in the green-haired chef's eyes, as if witnessing a memory of his past being reenacted a second time. Ah! 𝐒𝐿𝐲 muttered in confusion as his enemy discarded the ingredients he had chosen before for a new batch. I am suching recipes, I hope you don't mind. Izuku muttered while creating a small mound of flour he then emptied in the middle to form a volcano-like shape. Is he? Minato muttered with wide eyes. Pizza! 𝐒𝐿 squealed loudly in excitement as the flour soon turned into dough. Izuku then started to masterfully spin it around, slap on his workstation and then flatten and spin around again above his head at ludicrous speed. You want to defeat my roast beef? With pizza? 𝐒𝐿𝐲 asked. You focus on boiling those artichokes and adding lemon juice to not make them lose color. I will deal with my own dish by myself. Izuku replied with a cheeky smile. TCH. Done with the kneading and twirling, Izuku once more flattened the dough into a thin circle. He moved aside to rest so as to shift his full attention to his own cut of beef, to the ginger and the onions he had chosen as new ingredients. Swieing. Once again ignoring what was and what was not possible for a quirkless human to do, the young chef gave a single slice that instead cut beef, ginger and onions into slices of exactly the same thickness, at the same time. 1/2 inch wide stripes for the meat, human hair thin slices for the vegetables. A big skillet was then put on the fire, inside some oil and the ginger that was cooked until fragrant. The beef and the onions were then added and cooked until both turned a pleasant brownish color, with the smell produced already embracing the nose of the people present. Damn, this smells nice. A girl from the back admitted in awe. He is simmering all that. Is he making beef shigarine as a topping? Mako muttered, uncertain. Toshio's meat expertise would have helped a lot now, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 admitted, sighing. Satisfied with the meat state of cooking, Izuku added to the skillet 1 tablespoon of mirin sauce, 5 tablespoons of sake, 3 tablespoons of sugar and 3 tablespoons of soy sauce and kept simmering everything at a low flame and moving the skillet's content around gently so to not make anything stick or burn. The 3 tablespoons of sesame seeds Izuku prepared beforehand went then rapidly toasted on a side pan and then added to the meat once most of the liquid in the skillet had been absorbed by the beef to properly coat it. Left the meat to rest as well for a moment. The circle of pizza dough was recovered and gently brushed until a light layer of sauce covered its top. Izuku then added on top of it the beef shigarine and some white scallions along a generous amount of mozzarella, and moved everything into the oven to turn the dough into a crisper-looking golden brown color. Done. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 asked with a malevolent smile while removing his roast beef from the fire. For now, Izuku answered, unfazed. Do you know how a king is selected? The vegetable king asked, and the more he talked, the more his eyes turned sharp and malevolent, like a carnivorous animal's. I suspect it is about skills, isn't it? The other replied while preparing a big selection of cheeses he carefully divided into groups and then cut into tiny cubes. Exactly. Miss Yamato personally selects only the best students to create a new formation of kings every year and lets both old and new formations battle to see who remains and who is kicked out, so if you don't keep your abilities sharp, you get swayed with a new candidate. Ahu, barely interested enough to listen, the green-haired chef briefly removed the pizza from the oven to add the wide array of cheeses to the thing, for the confusion of the students and judges watching that could not properly see what the hell he was doing due to his body obscuring the pizza, and then put it back into the oven. Well, I was still in high school when I was selected as the vegetable king. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 declared with savage pride. Kai-ah! 𝐭𝐽𝐻-sama is so cool. A female student yelled in amazement. 𝐭𝐽𝐻-sama is the best. He's invincible. Another girl squealed right after. I didn't know that. How strong is he? A boy screamed in horror. Good for you. Izuku instead answered while checking his watch to see how long before his pizza was ready. A saving grace of his perfectionism semi-OCD mentality when cooking was that any form of nervousness usually plaguing him would always take a backseat so to not disturb him while working his magic. I have kept this position for years. Unmatched. Undefeated. Do you know why? Sigh. No. Izuku answered with a sigh, immediately filing the guy under the kinda negative Katsuka-like label. Because I can manipulate the taste of dishes. Both mine and of my enemies. Every time a fool tried challenging me, my dish always made theirs inedible. For example, this roast beef is one of my many trump cards. All thanks to 𝐼𝐴, a natural component that makes artichokes have their characteristic bitter taste, but a substance also able to scramble the taste buds of who eats them, causing everything eaten after that to taste sweeter by virtue of their tongue state of confusion. I guess people usually focus on the beef and ignore the artichokes when you propose this theme for your challenges. Izuku finished the guy's speech himself while rolling his eyes. A tense silence fell into the room. I've already seen a strategy like that being implemented. Last time it was inside a torta rustica, a salted cake of Italian cuisine where a cake-like dish is prepared with salted dough and vegetables in place of cake dough and fruits. You're using beef for this kind of trick threw me for a loop for an instant, then I saw the ridiculous amount of artichokes you were boiling for your sauce and I remembered the power of ☉. You yourself pretty much told me you planned to use that by quoting the true power of artichokes during your speech. Izuku explained, nailing the young man with a sidelong glare that rooted him on the spot. Example of Torta Rustica vegan Emperor Gohan was an up-and-coming chef back in 𝐿's world. At his first appearance at the same cooking tournament, 𝐿 had already taken part in several times when making his official debut, but unfortunately Gohan had tried that tactic against Setsuno of all people, trying to trick her with a vegan version of that Torta Rustica dish filled to the limit in artichokes. The old woman took only a glance at the guy's ingredient spread to literally guess the full recipe and counter it. The vegan emperor's defeat that year had been so devastating the guy almost stopped being a chef altogether. And that incident actually cemented 𝐿's friendly rivalry with Setsuno. So sure of yourself? Then let's see how sturdy your conviction is. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 answered with a chilling smile. His giant slab of roast beef he had just finished cooking while Izuku was focused on kneading the pizza dough and preparing his own beef shigarimi topping, and once moved onto a plate it mesmerized both judges and students. The vegetable king's beef was releasing endless thin strands of smoke, and when the young man did cut through it, the cross-section of the meat actually amazed the onlookers into a frenzy. That cross-section. The meat has such a brilliant shade of pink inside. That is not mere surface roasting. He made the heat permeate down to the core. That's amazing. Back in the days I was the meat king of the formation, then I learned of the power of vegetables and how they can subtly change and manipulate the taste of my dishes. It was then that I swayed focus. The area of expertise does not determine the number, skills do, and as my skills soared, so did my place in the formation. I am sorry, but I did not ask you about your backstory. Can't we just cook? Izuku asked, unsure. A growl decidedly not human escaped 𝐭𝐽𝐻's throat at that. Pray that your pizza will be enough, because my dish will devour you. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 growled with chilling eyes. Kai-ah! 𝐭𝐽𝐻-sama is so cool. Devour me as well, please. Quit your yapping. The vegetable king roared with his eyes turning golden and his teeth becoming sharp fangs. Eek! Anger doesn't make a good dish. Neither does hubris. Izuku said, looking at Whitey's red eyes in worry since it meant the robot had started sensing violent hostility coming from the young man. But savagery does. And my savage, world-ending roast beef will dominate you. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 answered, brandishing a knife with a wide blade to start mincing vegetables at high speed. Once I've chopped some horseradish and added some fresh cream and anchovies, the base for the artichoke sauce for my beef will be ready. Izuku simply stood in silence, sitting on a stool with both arms and legs crossed while looking straight at the pizza he was preparing, his eyes unblinking as he followed every minute change of the thing through the glass panel of the oven. Speechless in terror, I can't blame you. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 said in cruel amusement. Once the artichokes are added, my dish will be ready, while you will need at best 5 more minutes for the pizza to be done properly. By then the judges will have already tasted my roast beef and the ┬Ż in the sauce will have bewitched their tongue and manipulated their sense of taste. Even after cleansing their palate, the effects will still linger, and your precious pizza will at best taste like an overly sweet cake. Even your precious countermeasure will amount to nothing. Groan. I already know that they won't cleanse their palate enough to avoid the effects of ┬Ż. Now get back to cooking, we are here for this, not for talking. Izuku answered with a sigh while massaging his temples to avoid a headache from overcoming him. Ah! Your voice is grating, like the voice of an old acquaintance of mine. He too loves to hear himself talking, and that kind of person always gives me a headache. Too annoying. Izuku admitted, groaning again, and unknown to him Katsuki that was looking at the livestream actually looked hurt at his words instead of angry, to the surprise of the guy's classmates. We'll see who will laugh last. The artichokes are ready. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 hissed in answer with a scowl, and once finished boiling all the artichokes he wished to use, he rapidly chopped them all and added them to the sauce. My roast beef, artichoke heaven style, is ready. It's over for you. The vegetable king declared with a fanged smile while preparing a dish for everybody. That's it. The dish that made him become one of the kings. We can finally taste the legendary dish. A student gasped in awe from the classroom's back. The meat looked otherworldly tender and covered in a smooth sauce glittering a little in the room's light. On top of each dish, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 had also added a poached egg, making its golden color stand out in stark contrast with the pale color of the sauce and the pinkish one of the meat. Judge's table. Impressive. The center of the meat has a perfectly rosy color, pleasing to the eye but still cooked properly. It's rare to find such a balance in a dish prepared by a student. Minato admitted, impressed. Me and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 spar often. The current score is 27-27, he is the only one I deem worthy of being my rival. Mako added, she too looked pleased by the dish's looks. Ha 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 ha. This is my vegetable king. The bitterness of the cream matches the thick taste of the beef to perfection. And even the meat's juices become an integral part of the flavor that turns everything into a never-ending dream. Ah! Yamato declared, proud beyond belief. I see. So this is how it works. To everybody's surprise, Izuku's voice was not filled with despair, but in childish curiosity. Ah! You didn't just boil the artichokes. You actually removed most of the dish innate sweetness so that it would only come from the artichokes themselves and made the cream sauce subtly more bitter than usual as a base to preserve your own dish taste. All to counterbalance the huge amount of ┬Ż you wanted to add and not put yourself in danger. Not bad. The green-haired chef said while enjoying his portion. You figured that out with a single bite. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 whispered in horror. He too had been eating his dish to bask in the taste of his victory. Why, yes. I needed confirmation you actually did prepare the recipe the way I envisioned, otherwise my counter-strategy wouldn't have worked like I needed. I only missed the sauce base being extra bitter, but that will actually help me as well. The ┬Ż now is sitting on our tongue and overshadowing every other sweet taste. When the judges will eat my dish, the ┬Ż on their tongue will be washed away by their chewing and return the taste buds of their tongues to normal. Curiously though, those receptors of sweetness will remain overexcited, making every sweet taste following your beef seem even 10 times more intense. You planned for that to happen to ruin my pizza, isn't it? My dish recipe. The taste. Like you envisioned. Yes, I know I should have focused on my dish alone, But in order to make sure I was countering you properly, I had to prepare a copy of your roast beef too. Izuku answered with a shy smile. Why you prepared my dish? When? Where? Here. While preparing the beef shigarini topping, I also prepared the same roast beef you made. He answered while tapping the side of his head. You made a copy of my dish while making yours. Without looking at me. Who are you? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked in abject horror. I thought you knew. Nice to meet you. I am Izuku Midoriya, owner and chef of Green Cloud Restaurant. He answered with a formal bow. Wait. You own a restaurant. You are not just a minor chef from a rundown eatery. Sadao and Michiko yelled as one in shock. Yes, I own a restaurant. Why? Yamato-san didn't tell you. No. Our rector failed to give us some key details about you. The dessert king answered, appalled. We only knew you worked in a minor restaurant, Sadao added, faintly. His minor restaurant has a dedicated full page on Foodie Advisor with 200 reviews, all 5 stars, and the forum's rarely awarded platinum ribbon right next to the restaurant name. Marco muttered, paling a little after checking Izuku's restaurant on her phone. I just wanted you to face this challenge with a clear mind, Yamato answered, sniffling haughtily. You told us he was a nobody. Michiko screeched. Technically, he is. Yamato answered, huffing. Technically my butt, Mom, Minato muttered in dismay while face-palming, a sentiment unanimously shared by the teachers that will soon face Izuku and we're secretly watching. As an added insult, in the livestream chat the guys from I-Island, together with Momo and Okako, started shamelessly spamming the link to that forum page and the restaurant location for everybody to see. This means nothing. You can't have imagined just how many artichokes I would have used as well. With all the sirene in my dish, even plain water will taste sweet like sugar. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said with wide eyes, almost sounding desperate instead of smug. You would be amazed by how strong my imagination is. Sirene, miraculine. There are many ways to manipulate the taste of your own dish and the dishes of others. You only need to know what fruit or vegetable to extract them from and how to use them. If I wanted, I could have done the same to you with my own rose extract and the glycoproteins in it right from my challenge against Michiko-san. But I preferred to make sure the judges would clean their palate properly before our match. Contrary to you, I want to win on my merits, not with tricks. Izuku answered, finally taking his pizza out of the oven. Tricks. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 hissed. This is fine and all, but now that your pizza is ready, we will either cleanse our palate and have it turn cold, or eat it as it is and have its taste ruined by 𝐒𝐭𝐲's dish. Yamato said, smirking. Right. You have no chance to win this. My other name is Flavor Demon. My real domain is in the manipulation of taste. Bravado won't help you. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 declared. Flavor Demon. Then I'll be called the King of Chefs, if you don't mind. And as such, I won't let somebody using underhand tactics come threatening my kingdom. Izuku answered, nonplussed, while presenting his dish, a pizza with 2 kinds of topping, turning it half black and half white, only created to form a perfect Tao symbol. Yin-yang pizza, half with beef shigarini as topping and half quattro formaggi in Italian, 4 cheeses. Please start by tasting the beef slice, then the cheese one. Izuku instructed after distributing 2 slices of the big pizza to each judge and then 𝐒𝐭𝐲 and himself. The shigarini has a sweet undertone in its own taste. One may think you are basically committing suicide by making us start from that, Minato muttered. Please, do humor me, Izuku asked, sheepish. Your funeral, boy. Even if it is a very nice shigarini I am seeing. It's a bit of a pity to have its taste ruined by 𝐒𝐭𝐲's artichoke sauce. Yamato admitted. Right. I can still defeat you. To my victory. Itadakimasu. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 declared with a wide smile and then gave a huge bite to his pizza slice. The room was once more plunged into an absurdly thick silence as every judge's eyes snapped open wide. This doesn't taste sweet. This pizza is DMN amazing. Sadao was the first to snap out of her stupor, and her first words were full of astonishment. How? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 instead was looking at the slice he had just tasted in horror. For a start, it was not any normal sauce that I used on the pizza dough. I basted it with yuzu miso sauce. Izuku answered, clearly enjoying his own slice and talking with bulging cheeks in an utterly adorable scene. Yuzu is a kind of Japanese citrus. Why yuzu miso? Ahoo! My homemade yuzu miso is also extra bitter thanks to the grated yuzu peel I normally add to it to give it a more sophisticated taste. And since I knew saccharine would have increased any sense of sweetness, I had to drastically decrease the quantity of mirin sugar and white miso I used to prepare the beef as well. But, the shigarine recipe you followed, oh, that, I actually used more beef than required when using those quantities of condiments. Then why does it taste this good? Michiko asked, confused. He used Tokeo's dish to increase the taste of his pizza, Yamato answered with a low tone. What? Exactly. This version of the dish would never work without somebody consuming that much saccharine beforehand. Tokeo-san, thanks to your sauce, my own beef shigarine had the chance to shine for real. No. Even better. Thanks to your saccharine bomb sauce, my shigarine is actually even tastier than its normal version. Thank you. Izuku explained, smiling proud of himself. Why? Tokeo muttered while his body seemed to grow bigger. You were fast in pointing out your friend's mistakes, but you too made a glaring one. Had you not declared those vegetables to be the key factor of your dish, had you not boasted about artichokes being basically your secret weapon, I would have gone through with the first dish I had decided to make, and your victory would have been almost certain. I learned on my skin to be humble and careful. I hope this will help you too. Izuku said. You, Tokeo said again. Now silver fur could be seen rapidly covering his body while he kept getting more buff until he took a slightly hunched posture. Also, your biggest mistake was actually making beef not artichokes the theme of our challenge. Your wish to keep your tactic a secret gave me the key to defeat it too. Growling. By the way, to truly enjoy my dish full taste, I suggest you eat the cheese half now. Your palate should be properly ready after the beef shigarine. Izuku said, unafraid and personally taking a bite of the quattro formaggi side of his portion. The cheese. A quattro formaggi, one of the most common toppings of Italian pizza, Marco muttered while giving a bite to the second slice of pizza on her plate. Midoriya. In the meantime, Tokeo had subconsciously fully activated his quirk to turn into a feral-looking werewolf with silver fur. Amazing. Minato gasped in wonder. I kind of had to modify the original recipe, though, since ricotta's soft cow-goat cheese is not exactly an official part of the quattro formaggi. Izuku explained. Mozzarella, Parmigiano, ricotta and gorgonzola. Simple cheeses mixed together to perfection. And the taste is simply unreal. How? Michiko asked. They all are cheeses rich of salty flavor. Their mellow richness and that salty feeling goes in stark contrast with all the sweetness your tongues have been bombarded with thanks to Tokeo-san's roast beef and my shigarine. It was a royal pain to balance it, but I knew that all that sweetness would have made the cheese's taste stand out amazingly if I managed to pull it off. And I believe I managed. Not only the saltiness. You used black pepper to add extra tingling to the dish too. Marco answered, amazed. The bitterness of the artichokes paved the road to the sweetness of my shigarine, enriched by the cinnarine, and both acted as the introduction to the final part of my dish, the saltiness of my quattro formaggi. And if you taste the shigarine again, you will find the taste transformed, now having turned pleasantly bitter. This is the yin-yang pizza, sweetness and saltiness neatly separated and yet with a bit of each other in them still, all thanks to my flavor-transforming beef shigarine. Izuku explained. And all this wouldn't have been possible without you, Tokeo-san. Your dish made mine reach an even greater level. I did not just counter you, I used your own secret weapon against you. Midoriya. Tokeo's voice was now a growl with drool flowing down his fangs-filled lupine mouth. It was an amazing display of abilities. I am sorry, Tokeo, but I must vote for Midoriya. Minato said, sighing and showing a sad smile. Midoriya. Sorry, Tokeo. Michiko. You, Midoriya. You were amazing, Tokeo, but I have to. Sadao. He used your saccharine against you, that in itself was impressive, but I can't even tell how he made the same dish have two different shades of flavor. but don't worry, I will avenge you. Mako said with a merciless smile. Sorry, 𝐭𝐭, 𝐶𝐸 muttered with a low voice. Midoriya. 𝐸𝐵. The transformed vegetable king howled in madness while jumping Izuku with the rest of the class screaming in fear. Troublemaker. Whitey. Stop. Izuku yelled while jumping back and watching the stool he was sitting on getting bitten to splinters by the mad werewolf. Bump. Bump. As soon as his feet touched ground again, a duo of needles appeared in Izuku's hands and he used them on the knocking pressure points of his own shoulders to enlarge his arms' muscles and fists to thrice their sizes. Come here. 𝐭𝐭 roared. Stop. Yamato yelled with wide eyes at seeing one of her kings fully lose his cool and assault the green-haired boy a second time. Idiot, they all heard Izuku mutter with a sigh, both his hands raised high and fists clenched tight. Bodhisattva Tenderizer, the green-haired chef declared with blazing eyes as both his fists came slamming down on both shoulders of 𝐭𝐭 to fully interrupt the werewolf charge and slam him down face-first on the floor with an extremely loud bang. And the entire school shook heavily. In Buddhism, a bodhisattva bhd is any person who is on the path towards Buddhahood. In short, an attack that hits you so hard you almost reach Buddhahood. 𝐭𝐭 groaned weakly from the crater on the floor his body created under the weight of Izuku's attack, and the young man was already returning to look human as soon as he fully lost consciousness. Sigh. That was fairly pathetic. Yamato commented bitterly while watching one of her prized students lying on the floor unconscious. That is assault, mum, a crime. Minato answered. Yes, and a fairly pathetic one. You don't throw away your future just because you lost a challenge, but I guess that for somebody as prideful as 𝐭𝐭, losing to anybody else besides Mako was too much to bear. The old woman said while walking towards the door. Where are you going? Her son asked. I need to make a couple calls, one to the police force to report the attack, and one to Toshio's family. After Michiko's outburst and 𝐭𝐭 moment of madness, we are short of judges. Will I go to prison? Michiko asked, afraid. That is up to the police to decide. I will have to suspend you for a while though. You are unfit to judge for the same reason. After your attempted attack, your judgment can easily be put in question. You should have considered this before 𝐭𝐭's challenge even started. She answered, sighing. Yes, madam. The girl answered with a low sigh. I am surprised you are not covering for them, Izuku admitted. There isn't much to cover since we are streaming all this live, and even then, while I may like to see you lose, I don't want to see you drop dead. I am a chef, not a murderer, same going for my students. 𝐭𝐭 and Michiko will face the consequences of their actions. Yamato answered. I understand. He replied. In the silence that followed that exchange, the old woman quietly left the class with a somber expression. I know that asking this is foolish, or even hypocritical. Minato tried saying once seen his mother leave. Yes. Izuku asked. Both 𝐭𝐭 and Michiko will have a lot to deal with once we are done here. Can I at least ask you to not press charges? Adding a court visit on top of all this could really ruin their future. The man begged. I am sorry. Michiko added, already crying. Sigh. Apologizing after the deal means very little, you know. Izuku answered with a heavy sigh. Please, Minato begged. If they get away with this, it will set a precedent, and these things will happen again. But it won't happen again. You have the power to instantly change how society thinks and acts against the quirkless, Mr. Minato. Izuku asked. And no. Michiko's attack didn't even start. You can't know if she only wanted to scare you instead of strangling you. 𝐶𝐸 tried saying. Were you just trying to scare me, Michiko-san? He asked. Yes. The girl answered with a tentative smile. No. I really did try grabbing you, after a long war of stares though Michiko deflated and told the truth. And then? He pressed on. I don't know. I was not really thinking. She admitted. That is what I meant. Just consider it, please. Minato pleaded. Let's finish these challenges first, then you all will be free to beg him for forgiveness. Even if in his place I would have none. Mako answered, unfazed, and carelessly threw away everything she found on 𝐭𝐽𝐲's workstation to make room for her own equipment. Okay, Izuku conceded with a new sigh. Few agents will be here shortly to collect 𝐭𝐽𝐲 and our testimony. They accepted my request to let Michiko see the final challenge against Mako, but then she will have to follow them back to the police station for further questioning. An agent will wait outside for her. Yamato informed everybody as soon as she returned. Thank you, madam. Michiko answered. Did you take 𝐭𝐽𝐲's knife, Midoriya? Not yet. He answered. Here, as far as I know, this was his favorite. I'll write his name on it for you. Mako said while collecting said utensils. Thank you. But you don't seem very sad about your friend's situation. Me and 𝐭𝐽𝐲 are good friends, but I also recognize that his ego has always been a huge problem. I guess it was only his one-sided crush on me that made sure losing to me never bothered him. He probably saw it as me being worthy of him or some similar nonsense. It was only a matter of time before karma caught up to his stupidity, you reap what you sow and all that. The woman answered. One-sided crush. Izuku asked. You knew about it? Sadao chorused right after. I pride myself to be a bright woman. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 was wearing a neon sign declaring his interest in me, as far as I am concerned. Oh. Surprising. The Fish King answered. I know. While we wait for the police to arrive, I say we organize our own challenge, Midoriya. Are you up for it? Mako asked. I am ready, what is the theme? He answered. Soup. Okay. And? He asked once she did not elaborate further. That's it, we will both make soup, and there won't be restrictions on ingredients. Mostly. She answered with a predatory smirk. Mostly. We both will need to use as many ingredients as possible and make it so their taste won't clash. I saw you win while using 1 or 2 ingredients tops. I want to see if you can handle lots more. For example, I will use bear meat, Pacific sori, beef, apples, salmon, chicken and various vegetables. So your dish will double as a revenge for the fallen kings. Izuku asked with his eyebrows almost shutting up all the way to his hairline. What can I say, I have a soft spot for theatrics. She replied, laughing. Fair enough, I will use the same ingredients then, plus a few others. Izuku answered. Good. Sigh. I think I know what you are planning for, I will ask our janitors to bring the machines here. Yamato said. Machines. You'll see, Midoriya. Mako answered, smiling mischievous. 20 minutes later, just as 2 agents of the police force finally arrived to cuff 𝐭𝐽𝐲 and slowly dragged the still unconscious young man away, Toshio the Meat King entered the room to accompany the school janitors rolling inside 2 bulky and complex-looking machines the size of a fridge. I am glad you accepted returning here for this, Yamato said. I am doing this as a favor to Midoriya. After 𝐭𝐽𝐲 and Michiko screwed up he needed a proper judge, I am already looking for a new school. The plump boy answered, huffing. Fair enough. The old woman replied with a sigh of dismay. While we waited, have you thought about what soup you will prepare? Mako asked. Sort of, I think I know which one I will make to face you. Izuku answered. Good to hear. Is the host aware of the main problem with his choice? The voice of his sponsor though made its presence known soon after. Problem? He asked. In order to prepare a perfect century soup, the host will need a drop of saliva from the ingredient known as wall penguin. Does the host wish to purchase some from the system? The entity asked. So that was the last ingredient. No wonder nobody else could replicate it. Setsuno probably knew and did not tell me either, Dimenha. Izuku thought in amusement. No need. My imperfect version is still an extremely good soup. I will use that to defeat Mako. The young chef answered. So you say there won't be a theme or chosen ingredient, the only requirement is that we prepare a soup with as many ingredients as we can handle, Izuku said with a mischievous and still adorable smile. Yes. Mako answered, with a rather big chunk of ice spontaneously forming in her stomach out of worry. Good to know. Whitey, Please bring me all the ingredients they have in storage. Here are the quantities I need. The young chef asked while rapidly jotting down a note on a piece of paper. Understood. The plump robot answered and immediately ran out of the room. Every ingredient we have in our storage. Minato asked with a faint voice. Exactly. Should be many, right? Izuku asked. We will soon have a feast to celebrate the anniversary of the founding of our school, so the kitchen storage has been stocked to capacity, Yamato answered, just as unnerved. How many? Izuku pressed on just as Whitey barged in with a huge pair of burlap sacks filled to the brim in ingredients on his shoulders, and the school cafeteria's chef desperately clinging to his leg to stop the robot. 253 different ingredients have been collected, host. Whitey declared. More or less that many, Yamato confirmed with a tiny voice. Rector. Stop this monster. This thing has beaten up and undressed the entire kitchen staff. Not even the women were spared. The guy cried out in horror. Disciplinary stripping cares not about gender. All troublemakers in the way to the host's mission shall be stripped as an example to others. The robot answered while delivering the ingredients to Izuku. Monster, several girls shrieked in horror. I care not about your feelings. Your respect woman shall be used to shine this unit's backside. The system answered through Whitey's mouth, merciless as usual and making Izuku chuckle. Many outraged gasps echoed in the room, at that. Small matters aside, I will start my own soup if you don't mind. The green-haired chef declared. You can't use that many ingredients together. Mako said with wide eyes. I have watched the others use many ingredients in every fight I had with you kings, what's wrong with me doing this now? At best I used less than 10. Not over 200. Michiko screeched in shock. I know, unfortunately the century soup does require a lot of ingredients to be done. Izuku answered with a helpless shrug. Century soup. Never heard of it. Mako admitted. Imagine it as a very clear consomme. It will take a couple hours to make, but it will be oh so worth it, Izuku answered, showing an eager expression. A couple hours. Good. At least I will have plenty of time to make my own flavor pearl soup. We both will use our best dish, good. The woman said with a feral smirk. It's not really my best dish, but whatever floats her boat, I guess, Izuku muttered to himself in answer. Both contestants ready. This is the last challenge between Midoriya Izuku and the 5 kings, this time against Soup King Mako Yarikami. The theme is simply soup and will be the longest of them all as both will have 2 hours to complete their dish. Minato said with a tense tone. I ask again, are you ready? We are ready. Both young chefs answered at the same time. Then, begin. At the signal, both contestants moved at the same time. While Izuku pulled out the biggest pot he could find, Mako was already attacking a fat salmon so fresh it looked still alive. Putting the fat fish on the chopping board, she slashed downward with her customized knife branded with Inoshiki Academy insignia on the handle to fillet and skin the salmon at high speed. That is some impressive knife technique, Izuku admitted. He had instead started with the beef and bear meat, cleaning both at high speed and then seasoning them. That's not the only thing I am impressive at. Now you'll see why I remained the first king ever since I was selected. Mako answered, her feral smile showing a sinister edge that still gained her loud simping cries from the students behind her. Those guys are hopeless, Izuku commented with a sigh as his knife moved in a burst of speed that gave the illusion of 3 blades chopping down at the same time and slicing the sori he was working with into thin stripes in an instant. How can you cut that fast? Mako blurted out, awed by the sight. Hard and merciless training. Both my old teacher and my current sponsor are SLV drivers. The young man answered, sighing. Well, it matters not. It won't be the fastest chef to win, but the best. On the notes of that answer, Mako finished separating the skin, scales, meat, and bones of the salmon she was working with neatly, each movement of hers swift and extremely precise. Once finished dealing with the fish meat, the young woman sent Izuku a challenging glare and pulled out a metal rack with a big funnel on top and a tiny hole on the bottom under which she positioned a big bowl filled in a clear liquid with a light gelatinous consistency. What's that? He asked. My secret weapon. Custom made to help my heat parasite quirk show its full potential while cooking. Mako answered in glee. He is finished. Queen Mako is also known as the molecular devil. Nobody can match her expertise. A girl exclaimed in reverential wonder from the back of the class. Molecular cuisine, eh? I have dabbled in it a couple times, but in the end, I always return to more mundane cooking methods. Izuku admitted with a thoughtful expression. He actually remembered a chef from his lifetime as Zeus that specialized in that branch of cooking, mad scientist Nanakai. But no amount of amazing dishes could help Izuku stomach the guy's obnoxious manners he displayed whenever out of a kitchen. That man was just too rude and annoying. Ahaha. Then let me show you how a MSTR does it. Mako answered. One of the machines she had asked for and had been moved into the class was soon turned on, and each container on the front of the bulkiest machine went filled by the fish parts, skin inside the first, the meat in the second and the bones in the third. This is what we jokingly refer to as taste extractor. It will forcefully extract every drop of essence from whatever is inserted into the containers and pour the resulting liquids into separate vials. Mako explained, and loud shredding noises rang out as soon as she started the thing. That poor salmon is not exactly enjoying it, Izuku muttered, unheard. Hearing the voice of ingredients helped him and many of his colleagues learn that not every ingredient liked being used in molecular gastronomy. It was actually very polarizing opinion, but it was clear to Izuku how that particular salmon didn't appreciate being treated like that. Once collected the vials of salmon essence, Mako swayed containers with clean ones to repeat the process with her own seasoned bear meat, and doing it again over and over with every ingredient she had chosen. What now? While slowly stirring the soup stock he made until it started to boil gently, Izuku watched the wide collection vials now filling Mako's workstation. Now I will turn all this into appealing pearls of flavor thanks to a solution of sodium alginate and calcium chloride. Pearls I will then freeze. She answered. I don't want to sound like a grumpy old man or even a 20th century boomer, but I still find all that a bit too extreme as a way of cooking, too many chemicals involved. Izuku admitted, sheepish. To each their own. Mako answered with an annoyed huff. It was a curious sight indeed. On one side they watched Izuku carefully cut pork meat into identical tiny cubes barely an inch big, while at the opposite side Mako was instead using a syringe to collect the content of a vial of essence and pouring it a drop at a time into a small basin containing the chemical bath that turned each drop into a small gelatinous ball the size of a pea. One chef is cooking in the traditional way, the other is using the most modern equipment of the 22nd century. It's literally a battle between past and present. Minato muttered, intrigued. Like watching a samurai fighting a robot. Sadao asked with starry eyes. Exactly. The man answered, excited. Honey, you read too many light novels. Yamato commented while rolling her eyes. I am still going to say that samurai versus zombie versus robot for the love of the takoyaki princess in the kingdom of dancing squids is neither trashy nor cringe. Minato answered, huffing. Minato, the title alone made my skin crawl, the woman answered, sighing. Hater. With Izuku and Mako, the contestants were luckily too engrossed in their cooking to notice the strange byplay between mother and son, so did the audience both in class and following the livestream. Once every drop of essence from the various vials had been turned into gelatinous spheres, all neatly separated into different dishes, Mako grabbed one of the handles of her contraption with one hand, rapidly covering the entire thing with a thin layer of frost once absorbed into herself every ounce of heat thanks to her quirk. Here it is. My secret weapon. I am going to kick your nice butt, pretty boy. And as expected, the downside of her quirk as well showed up with all the absorbed heat making her self-control slip. What? Izuku shrieked at the comment about his butt. You heard me. I don't care if you can bounce a coin on that masterpiece of your butt. You're being a hot piece of but teasing every girl in a 30 meters radius with your mere presence won't save you this time. Your please molest me, Onichan. Sec aura won't work on me. Mako roared with a savage roar. Eek! Mako becomes way too forward when overheating, Michiko commented with a sigh of dismay. Not that she is wrong. Sadao added. She, just like the other girls in class, was now avoiding Izuku's eyes when the unnerved chef tried looking at them. True. I am not like that. I don't have that Onichan aura or whatever. At best I am an average plain boy. He muttered with a pout. A supremely adorable pout. Bullshit. The girls in the classroom thought as one at the same time. The same answer momentarily swarmed the livestream chat as well as every female user typed that. The same thought also crossed the minds of the fans of the original manga. That but belongs to me, kindly keep those dirty paws away from it. Momo thought in distaste while scowling at the livestream. Still glaring at the green-haired chef, Mako kept one hand on her contraption to keep it cold, while with the other she delicately poured the content of a dish to let the drops of essence gently roll into the funnel. Thanks to my quirk, I can freeze these drops instantly. Even better than a bath into liquid nitrogen. You are finished, pretty boy. Mako, still under the effects of her overheating, declared as the tiny pearl-like frozen grains started dripping down from the funnel and filling up the porcelain bowl under it. Once repeated the freezing with the content of every vial, soon pearl-like grains of different colors filled the bowl to the brim. The pearls are ready, now I can focus on the soup proper. The woman said with a sigh, moving the bowl of pearls into the fridge with a more relaxed expression. Feeling better? Izuku asked with a whisper. Yes, I will be. Luckily the effect doesn't last long once I stop absorbing heat. Sorry about what I said. It was distasteful. Mako answered, ashamed. No harm done, don't worry, thank you. You're done making pearls. Yes, I will start preparing the soup proper. How about you? I am a third of the way. To make a proper consomme 2 hours will be barely enough, but I'll manage. Izuku answered. Give it your all, then. I hate chefs who slack off. Mako answered, nodding. Said that, the young woman started preparing a chicken bone stock since the bird's meat will be the main element of the soup. Chicken soup as a base, making a tasty soup that is also clear and without oil or grease suspension will be of essence to make a successful dish. Yamato thought with narrowed eyes while studying both contestants' handiwork. In the meantime Mako had finished cleaning the knife she used to prepare the ingredients for the essence extractor and was now cutting the meat, skillfully piercing through the chicken skin right above the articulations connecting the wings to the body and cleanly separating them from the BRST. Done the same with the legs, and after quartering the chicken BRST, she delicately removed the bones to prepare the stock and rubbed every piece of meat in butter and placed the now shining cuts into an earthenware pot. Good, now. The herbs and the pepper grains. The young woman muttered, thoughtful. While the bone stock was slowly starting bubbling gently on the stove, a colorful mix of herbs and keys, along with a small pinch of black pepper, was gently sprinkled above the meat until every piece was covered uniformly. Then the pot went sealed by its lid and put above the fire. Having now her hands momentarily free of work, she moved a bit closer to see what Izuku was doing. This century soup, she asked. Yes. He answered while removing the last traces of some floating to the surface of the meat he was blanching, meat that went then added to the main pot boiling at low flame. Do you really need all those ingredients to make it? Yes. To be fair, though, a proper century soup should be left boiling for up to 10 hours, but with the ingredients I am using, 2 hours will suffice. Izuku answered. Is it a very complex dish then? She asked while peering into the bubbling pot. Very. I might lack a key ingredient that is still fermenting back in my personal kitchen, but I have experimented enough with this recipe to know how to cover for most of this problem. This I am preparing is what I call proto-century soup, but done here I plan to make the real one back at my restaurant. 10 hours even, impressive. Impressive and a slog to prepare. Of course the original recipe requires many hours to be done. The ingredients needed are so out of ordinary compared to the ones of this world that it's not a surprise the requirements are just as crazy. The green-haired young man mentally added with a sigh. Ah, you said that the missing ingredient is still fermenting. What's that? Mako asked, curious. Homemade aromatic vinegar. Secret recipe. Izuku answered with a cheeky wink, and using the lie suggested by the system. So you are fighting me with an imperfect soup? Mako asked with narrowed eyes. Imperfect implies it will be a bad soup. I am preparing a different version of the original dish, please don't insult it. It will be exceptionally good, I know. Izuku answered, sending her a side glare. We'll see. The young woman answered as she marched back to her own workstation. Some time later, while Izuku's dish was nearing the final phases of preparation, Mako's own soup was almost ready as well. As she waited for the soup to be ready, she recovered her pearls of flavor from the fridge and started collecting a few of each flavor to create a small selection of colorful beads. She then poured into small dishes, one for each judge plus two, one for Izuku and one for herself. In her pot, water boiled and steam rolled forth while the soup was constantly bubbling, filling the room in the homely scent of cooked chicken. Looking as if unsatisfied by something, Mako actually grabbed a few pearls from the ones remaining from her selection and tossed them into the soup where they melted instantly, causing the scent to change slightly while the soup bubbled even more violently. Bubbles constantly rose and popped at the surface of the soup the more pearls she added. Plop, plop, plop. This will add a bit of body to the soup taste. I added some essence of herbs, beef and pork to it, enough to add facets without overshadowing the gentle taste of chicken. Mako explained with a smirk. Using a steel ladle to scoop out the soup and show it to the people present, Izuku and the others saw that the thing was extremely clear, without a single trace of oil, which made it look pleasing to the eyes. The dense meat fragrance of the chicken intermingled perfectly with the delicate scent of the bone broth it was submerged in, with the mixture of scents wafting everywhere to tease the noses of the spectators. Swish. Pouring the delicate chicken meat soup into the various white porcelain bowls, Mako then took the dishes containing her flavor pearls and delivered everything to the judges' table. Here it is, my flavor pearls chicken soup is ready. Please try the meat and soup by themselves and then pour the pearls in the remaining broth, then you can either wait for them to melt or eat them as they are and enjoy the feeling of hot and cold they provide. Please enjoy your meal. Mako explained with a deep bow. Although the judges all thanked her for their portion, their attention kept gravitating towards the other soup still cooking, and Mako could not exactly blame them either. The soup kept bubbling and bubbling, with Izuku's ladle never stopping moving to gently squeeze out every drop of taste from everything he used. He keeps adding ingredients, Sadao muttered, shocked. And the scent still remains amazing, Michiko chorused, looking at the big pot with unblinking eyes. Beef, pork, veal, bear, shrimps, calamari, salmon, carrots, potatoes, I can tell each ingredient apart by smell and they are not in conflict, how a student shrieked in horror from the back of the room. And he keeps adding more. What the F? The girl's friend added. The preliminary preparations are done, now, the filtering. Izuku muttered with narrowed eyes. Filtering, everybody else thought, growing extremely confused. As if to answer them, they watched Izuku prepare a second big pot he topped with an extremely fine filter Whitey pulled out of the opening on his stomach. The thing was so fine the holes of its net almost could not be seen by naked eye. Now, if I did it properly, 3 times should be enough, and I will only need to make it finish cooking for a couple minutes more after that to be done, Izuku muttered while pouring the entire content of the first pot into the second once removed the cooked ingredients from it. Why filtering it? To make sure the broth is extra clear. Minato muttered, unsure. Maybe he wants to avoid any particles to float in it. Yamato answered while watching Izuku clean the first pot thoroughly to repeat the filtering a second time with a brand new and even finer filter. When the third round of filtering happened though, every whisper died down abruptly to let absolute silence take over, because nobody could comprehend what they were actually seeing. The soup that poured down from the filter now was absolutely invisible. Clearer than water, transparent to the point of absurdity, a soup they could hear sloshing about in the pot, but that they were unable to see. Perfectly done. Izuku declared with an elated smile. How? Mako demanded. It's part of the recipe. Unfortunately I lack the ingredients to finish it properly, so the 99.9% version will have to do this time. He answered. He honestly could not tell them the missing ingredient came from an animal of another world. While you finish your preparations, we will start judging Mako's soup. Minato said. Please go ahead, I will be done in a minute. Izuku answered, nodding. Good. Let's see. This soup does look delicious. Yamato admitted, sounding extremely impressed. Mako's dish could only be described as appealing, a soup with enchanting color and luster. Under the light of the room, the dish seemed to be as dazzling as a starry sky, with the clear soup emitting an enchanting fragrance as steam rose from the surface of the bowl, constantly rolling around and scattering. The soup was clear with a light yellow tinge to it, and the tiny grains in the small bowl next to it looked like small pearls emitting a hazy luster when light shone onto them. The meat had been cooked a little by itself before being cut into small round slices. Mako then added to the soup, just enough for the butter and the mixture of herbs and spices to properly enrich its taste. Not being fully cooked in the broth also meant that the meat did not break apart once scooped up with the spoon. It was a warm taste that gently warmed the heart of the eater, with the buttery soft pieces of meat giving further body to the dish. Simply wonderful, Yamato declared with a proud tone. Just by sight, this soup has already exceeded every expectation we had, but now is time to see if the taste too was a success. Minato declared. I am confident in my dish, I promise you won't be disappointed. Mako answered while puffing out her chest in pride. I know I won't be, I know you well. Yamato answered, she was the first to taste the dish. When the judges took their first mouthful of soup, the look in their eyes changed from sharp and focused into a more relaxed expression, as if reminiscing few fond memories of days long past. In the next moment, they constantly moved their spoons, scooping more and more spoonfuls to their mouths with an eager expression. Try the pearls too, those are a wonder of molecular cuisine. Mako suggested with a smirk oozing unbearable amounts of pride as she pointed at the small dish of pearls next to the soup plate. Ah, I remember your pearls. Pure taste and essence condensed into minuscule bombs of flavor. Yamato answered, eagerly collecting a few pearls of each color in her spoon. She then briefly dipped into the soup before eating them. When the essence grains entered her mouth, their cold shell formed a sharp contrast with the hot soup that further highlighted their taste. These essence grains were frozen, and the cooling sensation when they entered the mouth together with the warm soup made the judges risk swallowing their tongue in their haste to eat more as soon as the grains taste mixed with the broths. Salmon tastes in chicken soup, it's a surprise the two don't clash. Is it because of their being spheres? Sadao admitted. What she did, spherification, changed the flavor of the ingredients, didn't it? Izuku answered. Pretty much. It is still a chemical reaction. Not every ingredient can take it and maintain 100% of their original flavor. In this case it helped because it took away some edge to the salmon taste, enough for it to work with a bone broth base. Mako said. You still took a daring gamble, you have been doing this since the beginning, don't be a hypocrite. She answered. Tuche. He admitted with an amused chuckle. It was indeed surprising. The pearls were good eaten alone as well, actually refreshing the palate after eating the warm soup. Simply amazing. Minato declared with a wide smile. Mako-chan has a bit of an attitude, but she does make awesome soups. Sadao added. Never was a lover of soups, but this was admittedly nice to eat, I guess. Michiko said with a shrug. I don't really like watching meat get destroyed and transformed like that, but it was good all the same. I just wish Tokyo was here to taste it too. Toshio said with a sigh. Tokyo had a choice in taking the defeat with dignity or even making a fool of himself and whining about it. He instead chose to attack somebody in blind fury to avenge his wounded pride like a common hooligan, and assault is a crime. Yamato answered, scowling. It is still so surprising to hear you say that. I might have a personal reason to dislike you, Midoriya, but even that is not a good enough excuse to let one of my students go unpunished after an attack on your life. He broke the law, and as a proper educator it was my duty to clean up the mess and contact the police force to see him properly punished. When he will be released, if ever, he will face the consequences of his actions, and being a promising chef won't spare him that. The old woman answered. Oh, thank you. Izuku answered with a small smile. Sigh. To be perfectly honest, had things been different I would have tried snatching you as a student here with all my might. Yamato admitted with a sigh. It can still happen. Minato whispered to her with a smirk. Hush. She hissed back in answer. Ah. Izuku uttered, confused. Nothing, Midoriya. It's nothing. Are you ready? Yamato answered. "Oh, of course. I will serve it immediately," the green-haired chef said, filling several big bowls in transparent soup. "I can't see SHT. How can soup be invisible? The plates are empty." A girl in the back yelled. "That guy keeps pulling bullshit like that. Can't he cook normal food at least once?" Another roared in defiance right after. Many in fact started loudly declaring him a cheater due to the soup's appearances. "Please be quiet, and don't curse," Izuku asked with a calm and yet cold tone. He didn't actually look back at them, he just raised his right hand and slowly closed it into a fist on the notes of its cracking bones. When a flaming red aura covered his body and the arm's muscles bulged out, a loud chorus of jaws snapping closed echoed behind him as the students in the back instantly fell silent. They all remembered the one-hit KO that downed the berserkering Tokyo, and didn't wish to try their luck against Izuku and Whitey that was already glaring at them with red eyes. "That's better. Here is my proto-century soup. Please enjoy," Izuku said with a bow once delivered the full bowls to the judges and Marco. "And one for myself too," he then poured a bowl for himself to enjoy. I don't actually know how to judge this," Minato admitted with an unnerved tone. "I mean, it is a clear soup, and it does smell nice," Toshio muttered, puzzled. "Is this edible? He used so many ingredients," Michiko added. "Taste it and you'll see. It came out pretty nice, if I can say so myself," he answered while eating. "Taste it," he says. "How can a soup so transparent have any taste, I wonder," Marco muttered unsure while studying the spoon in her hand. If not for the fact she felt its weight on the spoon and heard it fall back into the bowl once poured it back in, she would actually believe there was nothing in her plate, but even the sound the soup made whenever she stirred it with her spoon was abnormal. It sounded too crisp, too clean. The scent is hard to describe, while gentle and delicate. At times you feel the meat, at others the fish and then the vegetables, the former Meat King commented. "And yet there is nothing here, clear like crystal," Sadao answered. "I wonder how you would react to the small aurora a proper century soup generates above the plate. That is the hard part to explain," Izuku thought while rolling his eyes, and coming up with at least 100 different ingredients from the gourmet world out of the top of his head that would blow their minds way harder than the soup he made. "Please taste it before it gets cold," he begged. "Right. Let's see what you did," Marco answered, shoving a big spoonful of the thing in her mouth all at once. Munch. Ah. I bit into it. The flavor almost felt solid. Like biting onto a giant steak. Marco thought in shock as her entire being went assaulted by the soup's true taste. She could see it actually. Hundreds of cows resting in an endless grass field and peacefully basking in the sun with her sitting among them. Then the flavor changed. The salmon. The sori. Marco was now deep into the bottomless sea as giant schools of fishes swam all around her. The flavor changed again. She saw a giant field bustling in vegetables, all juicy and ripe and with the warm and earthy scent of watered soil permeating the air. And the taste changed again. The squid meat. And again. The pork meat. And again. Shrimps. And again. And again. And again. Each bite, each spoonful had a different taste. Always changing. Always transforming. The judges too were drowning in that taste, just as awed as Marco was. "The bear meat," the plump Meat King muttered with teary eyes as he once again came face to face with the same bear of his own challenge, right in the middle of the animal's beloved woods. But this time he didn't feel hostility, as if the female bear had already forgiven him, making weep harder. "The sori's fat and meat in this soup taste so good." Sadao ummed in bliss while still playing around with those fishes in her own little fantasy. "Apples and roses again, he is twisting the knife in the wound," Michiko muttered while eating her bowl of soup. She too was crying faintly. "Impossible, you can't pile up so many flavors on top of each other like this, food doesn't work like this," Yamato muttered with a weak tone, each syllable trembling in badly restrained horror. "I can taste both Tokyo's roast beef with artichokes and the pizza that defeated him, Toshio's bear mincemeat katsu and the red braised paws, the cartoccio of Sadao and the scorched carpaccio, even Michiko entremet and the queen's apple tarts are faintly present, The same tastes of the dishes he and the kings made in the various challenges are all present, and then many, many more. Minato said while looking at Izuku in disbelief. The century soup is not just a dish, is a testament of the greatest ingredients of the current century and a thank you to the ingredients of old. A taste both ancient and fresh, and pretty much a complete full-course menu condensed in a single dish. My only regret is that this is the incomplete version, unable to showcase the full scope of its taste. But I plan to make it properly and add it to my restaurant menu. Izuku explained. The revelation that the proper version of the soup could be leagues better still in taste threw the entire room into a deep silence of disbelief. Analysis: host Izuku can add the century soup to the menu, but will still be forced to purchase the wall penguin saliva as an extra until he reaches level. Then the ingredient will instead be stocked like every other condiment. The system answered. Fair enough. He thought in answer. Mako in the meantime had finished her plate of soup and had fallen on her knees with the spoon still in her mouth. The dish taste had kept changing again and again until she lost count, and every time becoming more delicious still, beyond her comprehension. How? She asked with a faint voice. Years of trial and error and countless sleepless nights. No superpowers involved, only hard work. Izuku answered, and offered his hand to help her stand back up with a gentle smile. Why does everything you make taste this good? Mako asked once back on her feet. Lots of love for the ingredients, perhaps. I too can't really explain it. He answered, shy. I think I understand, Mako answered. It was simply amazing, I feel no shame in admitting it. We will now proceed to vote. There is no need, Mr. Minato. Mako interrupted him with a sad smile. To the other's surprise, she took one of her knives and wrote her name on the blade. She then grabbed Izuku's hands and gently closed them around the handle, with her hands covering his. I have never met anybody with such skills before. You may have hidden it well, but I can tell, this wasn't even the tip of the iceberg of what you can do. And it's amazing. Mako declared with a tiny smile. Thank you. Izuku answered, uncertain. The girl was still holding his hands in hers. No. The numerous male simps in the room cried in horror at seeing the green-haired young man cuck them all, at the same time with a bowl of soup. And while the livestream chat looked ready to explode with all the messages of the Izumako shippers flooding it, the students of Class 1A stood in fear-induced absolute silence once seen Momo clench her phone so hard in her hands the thing snapped in two. She was clearly against watching some random bimbo make doe eyes to her boyfriend, especially with lots of strangers even endorsing it. How dare she? The hero student roared in her head. Back to Inoshiki Academy. I have a girlfriend, you know. Izuku tried saying once his hands were freed from their warm prison. I don't mind sharing, and I am sure you won't either. Mako answered with a mischievous smile. And what about your girlfriend will come around, eventually. She won't have a choice. She answered, unaware that Momo did hear that shameless claim from Mina's phone, and besides almost snapping in half that phone too, a feral roar did escape her, making even Aizawa dive for cover once heard that. I can't accept, he tried saying. Hoo. Sooner or later, you will. I am a patient woman, and one day I will drink you up, like a delicious cinnamon soup. She answered, boldly kissing his cheek before returning to her seat, unaware of how screwed she was. UA University, dormitories, common room. The assembled students of Class 1A and their homeroom teacher Aizawa, all brave heroes in training and a pro, stood huddled in a corner to watch in silence. Momo sitting alone at a table while watching the livestream through Mina's phone, and while the girl's expression was neutral, in a classy sort of way, a thick and dark miasma kept rolling off from her body in huge waves of darkness. This can't continue, Aizawa said. Yeah. Please teacher, do something. Toru begged. Don't worry, I have a plan. The pro-hero Eraserhead answered with narrowed eyes, making the students cheer silently for their brave teacher. Here goes nothing, Bakugo, go talk to her. The teacher then said, why me? Katsuki answered with a low, whispered shriek. You are the top dog, right? Yeah. I am the top dog, not the sacrificial lamb. Send the grape-headed Morin, nobody will miss him if she tears him in half. The blonde punk replied. Mineta already escaped. Aizawa answered. Fing useless midget. Todoroki the pro hero tried asking. I am the class Kudera, not the student with suicidal thoughts. Shoto answered. I'll go. Okiko said with a trembling voice as she rose to her feet. That reminds me, Momo's hissed answer at that made her turn chalk-white pale, though. You work with Izuku as his waitress, meaning that you actually spend more time with him than me? I hope you are not developing feelings for him that will create a love triangle situation that will culminate with me having to share him with you, so to not see a dear friend of mine suffer from her broken heart after several chapters of headache-inducing love doubts that will plague everybody involved. Momo asked with utterly soulless eyes drilling a hole in Okiko's head. I won't go. Okiko answered by sitting back down on the floor behind the couch, the group's chosen hiding spot. Tokoyami, is up to you. You are the guy with suicide thoughts. Tsuyu said. I don't have those. I am the stereotypical goth character. There is a difference. The bird-headed young man answered with wide eyes. Sorry then. Croak. Okay, plan B. Aizawa declared while whipping out his phone. MIC. I am cashing in that favor. I need you to come here and placate a jealous teenage girlfriend. Can't I just go fight all for one and his Nomu army alone and naked? No. Be a man, wear a Kevlar vest and come here. Also, bring some gold imperial leaf tea, it should appease the demon long enough for me to talk her into calming down. Goddammit, give me 5 minutes to update my last will and I'll be there. Present MIC answered with a defeated sigh. Done, we'll have somebody to bear the brunt of the first explosion and give us an opening to fix this. Aizawa declared with a sigh. What about Shinso? Can't we ask him? Kirishima asked. I tried that already, apparently female fury makes her immune to my quirk. She also did not appreciate my meddling. I've got to remember that if I really join this class of psychos. Shinso answered while adjusting the ice bag over his recently gained black eye. Oh. So that's how you got that. Class 1A is not for pussies, Grapehead is the only anomaly. Katsuki answered. Said that, all of them stood in silence as they waited for MIC to come and save their lives. Back to Izuku, Inoshiki Academy Sai. This is the last one, Izuku said once, putting Marco's knife inside the cabinet as well. Should I call my teachers now? Yamato asked. No, there is no need. 5 challenges are more than enough for one day. If I hurry back I will be able to organize the dinner service, so I will save some energy for my job. He answered. I understand. Shall we do it tomorrow then? No need, I don't want to interrupt your lessons. Next week at the same time. Next week. Yes, it's feasible, just enough time to take care of both ingredients and equipment. But, can I add something to the challenge? The old woman answered. What is it? Nothing extreme, just a matter of theme. You want to challenge me and my 4 best teachers, that would be 5 themes: boiling, steaming, frying, stewing, and carving. Is it acceptable to you? It's okay for me, who will do which? Izuku asked. I will be the one facing you in carving, I will send you a letter detailing the other names tomorrow. Yamato answered. Good for me. If this is all, I will be going. Thank you for accepting my challenge, the young chef said with a deep bow. Had I known you were like this, I wouldn't have accepted, the old woman replied with a sigh. This isn't over. I want a rematch. Michiko said from the sidelines. Me too. Sadao chorused. Hoi! 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 I will be the first. I will have my revenge as well, so beware, Marco added, smirking. Whenever you want, Izuku answered with a wide smile, and under the shocked look of the students of Inoshiki Academy, the green-haired chef walked out of the private school closely followed by his robot bodyguard carrying the ornate wooden cabinet now holding the knives of the legendary 5 kings everybody thought were invincible inside their school. My beloved Samui. I wonder if you have any idea who you have put us against. Yamato muttered to herself with a sigh, unheard by the others. Later that day, Park, 1 bus stop down. God, why I had to challenge a school at the opposite side of the city. Izuku said, sighing, while making his way through the park towards the bus stop at the opposite end of the place to catch the second bus that will take him back to his restaurant. Crackle. A loud rumble and a brief flash of light was all the warning he got before a deluge started rattling everything with raindrops the size of golf ball. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Thank you, Whitey, 𝐒𝐿 said with a grateful tone as the plump robot promptly pulled an umbrella out of his stomach and opened it above the chef's head. Now safe from the freezing rain, the curious duo made their way through the rapidly emptying park. Awesome. It rains too. Until 𝐒𝐿 saw a tall girl with extremely long hair sitting under a tree while hugging her knees tight to her chest, and judging by her red and puffy eyes, she had been crying for a while. You okay? 𝐒𝐿 asked in worry once near her. Ah. 𝐒𝐲 blurted out in answer, surprised to see somebody as strange as him near her. A young chef clad in professional uniform accompanied by a tall robot with a big belly was not something one saw every day. I asked you if you are okay, 𝐒𝐿 said again with a warm, gentle smile. I will be. Probably, 𝐒𝐲 answered, still with downcast eyes. Need an umbrella? He asked while handing her his own, and seemingly uncaring of the rain drenching him completely in a matter of seconds. What about 𝐒𝐿? You. My helper Whitey is very resourceful, 𝐒𝐿 answered with a grin as a new umbrella appeared in the robot's hand to protect him. Thank you, the girl whispered, grateful, now at least able to walk away from under the tree. That robot. Does it mean you are that chef people talk about? The one that challenged a private school for chefs? She asked. Yep, that's me, just finished the first round. Midoriya 𝐒𝐿, nice to meet you, he answered. Hadu 𝐒𝐲, pleasure is mutual. Can I ask what happened? I don't want to talk about it, 𝐒𝐲 answered. Fair enough, I won't pry in somebody's personal matters, 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻. A loud thundering sound, similar to a sink getting unclogged, rumbled free from 𝐒𝐲's stomach, and with her face turning bright red the young woman dearly wished for the earth to open under her feet and swallow her whole to hide her shame. On the contrary, though, I would be remiss if I ignore an empty stomach crying for help, 𝐒𝐿 added, smirking, and watching amused as 𝐒𝐲's face did the impossible and turned redder still. Oh, God, the woman groaned in shame while burying her face in her hands. Come along. I am going to my restaurant to start preparations for the dinner rush. I will give you some appetizers to keep you occupied until proper dinner starts, 𝐒𝐿 said, walking forward and motioning her to follow him. I don't. Today's specialties are beef Wellington, takoyaki, katsudon, and oden, and today's special desserts are angel fruit cake and sake torte. Or else you can choose from the traditional menu. I added the dishes I prepared during my challenges in Inoshiki Academy as well, 𝐒𝐿 answered, mercilessly, without turning to look at her. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. What came from 𝐒𝐲's stomach in answer could only be described as the whimper of a dying animal. Wait for me. She finally caved in and followed him to the bus stop. The ride towards Green Cloud Restaurant was silent, with 𝐒𝐿 and Whitey standing and clinging to the bus railing while 𝐒𝐲 sat nearby, the girl silently appreciating the chef not pushing further to know what was wrong with her. Last thing she felt she needed was somebody using her sadness as an opening to flirt with her. Green Cloud Restaurant. Once arrived, she watched as 𝐒𝐿 rapidly unlocked the door to let her in while he himself opened the drapes and turned on the lights. Take a table you like, I will be with you in a moment with a light snack. Soon it will be dinner time and I don't want to spoil your appetite. Thank you, 𝐒𝐲 answered, watching him disappear inside the kitchen while she sat at the table under one of the small trees at the very end of the restaurant, near the small window connecting the two rooms. You have a dog? She asked, trying to strike a conversation after a few minutes of awkward silence. You mean Blackie? Yes, he is my guard dog, a very amazing one. She heard him answer. I can tell he knows that, she answered, surprised to see a very human-like smirk appear on the dog's face at the praise. Both the girl and dog were resting under the same tree, and 𝐒𝐲 could guess why the animal didn't seem willing to leave once she sat at that table. For some reason sitting there was making her feel calm, relaxed and safe, in a sense. The restaurant, she surmised, was clearly the young man's pride and joy, just by looking at how spotless it was and at the insane amount of dishes carved in the 4 tall wooden tablets by the door. She could feel the love the green-haired chef put in his job. The room possessed a very welcoming feeling, and with the ample windows showing the storm raging outside in all its merciless glory, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a felt even more glad she was safely inside, even if she also felt awkward at seeing the scarce people running by look at her in envy while they braved the freezing cold downpour. She was unaware of how long she just sat there in silence, but she ended up welcoming the privacy the young chef offered her with his silence. She just looked at the strange leaves of the plant above her while deep in thought, still unable to find an answer to her myrio problem. "I don't know how you are doing this, Planchen, but you are helping me think about him without crying again. But I still don't know what to do," 𝐒𝐻𝐼a muttered with a sigh of dismay, as if hoping for the plant to actually help her. If you are wondering, those plants are called soul-appeasing trees. My sponsor got them from a Chinese botanist. My guess is that the guy named them like this because he likes wuxia too much, Izuku explained once, finally surfacing from the kitchen to present her a small tray with steamed buns on it. "So they really help people relax?" 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asked with a tiny smile finally resurfacing. "Pretty much, it's their quirk, shall we say. Here, 𝐵𝐻𝐸, steamed pork buns," Izuku proudly declared. "Oh. Luckily I had made some in advance, so I only needed to cook them. Please enjoy," he explained. In truth, those were supposed to be his snack, but he decided to sacrifice them to help an empty stomach in need. Luckily he did not add the usual insane quantity of chili he normally added to his personal portions. "Thank you," she answered, grateful. "It's good." Then came a happy squeal as soon as she gave one a bite. The wrapping, while thick, was as soft and fluffy as a cloud. The pork filling instead was flavorful and with just the right amount of chili spices to tingle the nose and perfectly frame the meat flavor. Hoo. I am glad you like them," Izuku answered, amused, and watched her wolf down the buns at insane speed. "Wow. Somebody was hungry." He then said, "Yeah. I missed lunch altogether since." 𝐒𝐻𝐼a had started answering with a wide smile while still eating, until she remembered why she was alone in that park crying her eyes out. She now just sat there looking at the last and half-eaten 𝐵𝐻𝐸 still in her hand. "You don't have to tell me anything. But you can stay here as much as you want, or at least until it stops raining," Izuku offered with a kind smile, and simply collected her empty dish to take it back to the kitchen. When the chef was halfway to the door, he heard her mutter something. "Yes. I argued with my boyfriend. I am sure things will get back to normal soon. A moment of disagreement happens to everybody," he answered. "Not this time," 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered, sighing in dismay. "We all think that, but you two will soon make peace. Just you I am tired of waiting," 𝐒𝐻𝐼a roared while slamming both fists on the table. "Eek! Troublemaker, cease making a scene or you will be punished." Whitey immediately came out of the kitchen as soon as he heard Izuku's surprised shriek. Oh, God, I am so sorry. I am just so tired," 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answered, hiding her face in her hands with a groan. "I see," the chef answered once, sent Whitey back. Sigh. "Sorry, but wait is the last thing I want to hear now. Oh. It's just, I have been a good girlfriend, you know. I pretty much changed my lifestyle so that my schedule would fit with my boyfriend's. I was understanding. I accepted the numerous times he cancelled our dates because his mentor suggested a new special training regimen. I even accepted dates getting interrupted halfway because he got a call from his teacher insisting on revising his special quirk training. Believe me, I am the DM and most accommodating girlfriend ever," 𝐒𝐻𝐼a said all in a single breath. "I can tell." Izuku tried answering, understanding that he had just been elected as the girl's confidant even if he never proposed for the job. He just took a seat and readied himself for the long rant that was clearly coming his way. And a long rant it was once her floodgates went smashed open. Failed dates, cancelled or even forgotten dates, anniversaries, handmade lunches abandoned or eaten in a rush, and phone calls cut abruptly, among other things. Whoever the girl's boyfriend was, he seemingly took his quirk training way too seriously, especially by hurrying to obey whenever either his teacher or his mentor called and abandoning 𝐒𝐻𝐼a with just a hurried "please wait a second" thrown her way. Even Izuku with his workaholic tendencies did leave himself enough free time to spend it with Momo, sure between her hero training and his job and the system constantly breathing on his neck both young man and woman had to fight hard to spend some time together, but they managed at least. It's always wait. With him. Wait. 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 She hissed. Then came the last straw. Last night we were supposed to connect for the first time. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 finally said with a depressed tone. I don't think I need to hear this, Izuku tried saying. I had it all planned out, you know. I booked a nice and expensive LVH deal, and I bought various boxes of condoms. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 kept saying, unperturbed. I really don't need to hear this. I had bought some KNKY, see-through lingerie too. The very obscene and edible kind. I don't want to hear this. And scented candles. I put scented candles everywhere. I was fully ready to unleash my inner slot. Honest. I was ready to act like a bona fide were. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 said with an angry tone. Why are you telling me this? Izuku said with a miserable groan. And then, as he was going to finally put it in. The phone rings, and instead of ignoring it and making true to his boyfriend's duties and pounding me into the mattress, he answered. He took the DMN call. He answered and listened as his mentor asked him if they could talk and he DMN left. He simply dressed back and left. He didn't even take off the condom. He left me pentupi. And with just some cherry-flavored panties to eat alone to calm down. The girl yelled, obviously frustrated beyond belief. Hearing only silence coming in answer, she finally noticed Izuku leaning forward and burying his face in his hands, a poster picture of misery. Once again 𝐒𝐻𝐈's face turned bright red in shame as it dawned on her how much she said. Please don't dash, I will keep this part a secret, don't worry. Just stop with the sordid details if we talk more, I am trying to erase from my memory that LVHTL thing. Izuku cut her off, face bright red himself. Okay. She answered, meekly. Good, with your permission, I will finish dinner preparations, then we'll talk more if you want. Thank you, she answered. But to be honest, besides listening, I don't think I can help you. What you will do about your boyfriend depends on you only, I won't nor can suggest a thing. But I know that love is never a one-way road, one has to give other than take, so I am sure your boyfriend will soon return all your patience with interests, Izuku offered. Sigh. I hope so. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 answered with a hopeful sigh. Have faith, he answered as he got up. Falling again into silent contemplation, she watched as he rapidly prepared his restaurant for the so-called dinner rush, soon filling the restaurant in a mishmash of amazing scents of ingredients being worked on. And when the time came, she watched in wonder as he managed to follow every single table, delivering and recovering plates at high speed, all the while still managing to talk a bit more with her. The food was DMN amazing too, and 𝐒𝐻𝐈 was unashamedly ordering dish after dish from the menu and piling up empty plates at a steady pace. She was more hungry than even she knew. The real drama for her though came when he brought the bill. It was then that 𝐒𝐻𝐈 noticed that in her haste to storm out of UA she had left her wallet behind. I will bring the money tomorrow morning, I swear. She cried out in horror. It's okay, don't worry. You will pay me tomorrow, I will just add your breakfast to the total. He answered with a gentle smile. You sure? Aren't we friends? I can do a favor to a friend whenever I want. The chef answered with a wink. Thank you. She answered. To be honest, after what she told him in blind anger, upgrading his rank to friend was the least she could do, especially since he didn't comment on her LVHTL story. That was a small blessing. The next day, the following morning, she was the very first customer entering as soon as he opened the restaurant doors. Good morning. How do you feel? He asked. A bit better than yesterday. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 answered. That's good. I knew you would bounce back. Nothing can stop the amazing 𝐒𝐻𝐈-chan. He said with a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Amazing even. She asked with a touched expression. The very best. His smile was mischievous and friendly at the same time, a combination 𝐒𝐻𝐈 actually liked to see him with. I have some time before lessons, can we talk some more? Of course. I am always happy to talk with my friends. Izuku answered, leaving her table briefly to prepare her breakfast. Friends, who? Why not? She muttered, watching him work tirelessly to serve his other customers and drawing a rather impressive picture of the boy in her head the more she studied him. Gentle, honest, hard-working, modest, well-mannered, shy to praises. Aren't you a sweet guy? The young woman thought, and seeing his warm smile up close when he brought her a cup of coffee finally cleared her doubts. Yes, I think we can be very good friends, 𝐒𝐿, she said to herself with a wide, happy smile. Thus the Green Cloud restaurant gained another regular customer, and Izuku a new friend. Nezu's offer. Yavin Street N. Green Cloud restaurant. The restaurant was already packed for the breakfast service, with several people standing by the door or sitting on the 4 chairs by the entrance as they waited for their turn to sit and place their orders. Whitey standing in a corner and tirelessly scanning the room to stop eventual troublemakers from bothering the customers, while Blackie was, as always, sleeping outside by the door. It may have been just 2 days since Izuku's first bout against Inoshiki Academy, but already the name of his restaurant and his own had spread far and wide through the city, drawing to him a new influx of customers, coming to try the dishes of the mysterious young chef and to see the infamous wooden cabinet containing the 5 knives he won hanging from the wall. The majority of the customers, though, were still pro-heroes, and at odd hours vigilantes under fake identities, something that almost made Whitey's own security feel redundant, but between them and the chubby bot, the green-haired chef still trusted his robot bodyguard more. Here we are. Cappuccino and espresso for Mandalay and Pixibob, and chocolate milk for Kota-chan. Izuku said once delivered the drinks. Thank you, Chef 𝐒𝐿. Both members of the Wild Pussycats said as one with a wide smile. Thank you, added the small kid with them, with a more low voice. Where are Ragdoll and Tiger? Those 2 will be here soon. God forbid Tomoko wastes an opportunity to have that sake pie or whatever with her coffee. Mandalay answered, smirking. I'll save a big slice for her then. Is everything else of your liking? Yup. DMN best chocolate croissants ever. As usual, you have an angel's touch when making desserts. Pixibob answered. Glad to hear that, Izuku admitted in relief. The eggs are good too, Kota muttered while looking straight at his plate. I still don't know how you manage to drink chocolate milk while eating scrambled eggs, but as long as Chef 𝐒𝐿 manages to make you eat your eggs, I won't ask questions. The boy's mother admitted while gently rubbing his head. Forgive him, he is a bit shy with strangers. The blonde pussycat muttered. It's okay, at least he does not have a quirk, those heroes are too annoying. The kid muttered under his breath. Kota! It's okay, it's okay. Don't worry, Izuku answered with a placating tone. You don't like quirks? He asked once bent down on his knees to meet Kota's eyes. Quirks are okay. I don't like heroes, they are stupid. The boy admitted. The wild pussycats don't look stupid to me, sometimes they kinda are. Kota. That's mean. Both women replied with an exaggerated whine. Only sometimes, though. It's still something. Izuku replied, chuckling. Maybe. The boy conceded. What's your ideal hero then? I don't want to have a hero. Why not? Because I hate them. Kota answered, scowling. If not a hero, what about a role model? Izuku asked. A what? A role model. Somebody that makes you say, I want to be like them. I want to be strong, or cool, or smart, or brave like them. Somebody that makes you feel safe whenever you think about them. Isn't that what a hero is? The boy asked, confused. Not really. The chef answered with a cheeky smile. So, do you have one? I don't think so. Kota answered, uncertain. Oh, okay. One day maybe you will find one. Yeah, maybe. Don't really need one. That is also true. Izuku conceded. Hey! Kota called out when he saw the chef excuse himself. Yes. Do you have a hero? The kid asked with a challenging tone. I used to. Now I don't. Izuku admitted with a sigh. It's okay, they do that. They are just liars, Kota commented with a sigh. Kota, Mandalay muttered with a sad tone. Not all of them. In my case, I was just wrong in believing my own hero held all the answers to my prayers. I got better now. I am sure you will soon find a real hero to look up to, Izuku answered, his smile tiny but encouraging. TCH. As if. That's never going to happen. The kid answered, returning to eat his eggs without a care in the world. With Izuku once reassured the two women with Kota that everything was okay, the young chef moved towards another table to collect the empty plates and mugs in front of the customers. You okay? The pro hero known as Ryukyu asked with a gentle smile. Of course I am. He answered, smiling. Unfortunately, some of us are in the business for the wrong reasons. I don't blame you for losing respect for heroes after meeting one of the bad ones. Pro hero Kamu Woods admitted with a sigh. I never lost respect for heroes. I still recognize what you all do for the community, don't worry. I just don't have a specific one to call my hero at the moment. Izuku explained. I can be your hero, Chef-iken. Mountain Lady offered with a smirk and a thumbs up. Only to then gasp in pain when Ryukyu slapped the back of her head. Please forgive her, she just discovered that Midnight surpassed her again in number of fans and is still salty about it. The dragon hero explained, sighing in dismay at the girl's manners. Hoo. I see. Izuku answered, chuckling. Who's prettier? Me or that hag? Mountain Lady asked. Me, of course. Midnight was heard hollering from the entrance. She and Aizawa had just entered the restaurant while accompanying Nezu. Shut your trap. You don't accept my superiority. Let's ask Chef Izuku then. So, who's prettier? Nemirai asked with a teasing smile. Who's prettier? My girlfriend, of course. Izuku answered, smirking. Whipped. Mountain Lady answered, scoffing, and getting a new slap on her head by Kamu Woods. Nope. I am desperately in love. The chef corrected her, unashamed. Around this recording of your answer and admission of love will go to Yarozu. Good thing I got her number. Midnight declared once showed the phone she was hiding behind her back. That's low and underhanded, the young man shrieked with bulged out eyes. Whatever. Message sent. I wonder how she will react to this. Nemirai answered with a mischievous smile. Barely a second later and a faint squeal-like noise was heard coming from far away, but nobody in the restaurant actually paid that voice any mind. Funny theatrics aside, I am not here for breakfast this time, Chef Izuku. This will be just an official visit. Nezu said. But I made that honey lemon cheesecake you talked about. Izuku answered, hurt. This will be an official visit where I will also have breakfast. Take that dessert out. The university boss swayed gear immediately, no shame whatsoever. I can't believe this, he's got him under his spell too. Aizawa grunted in disbelief. I also made some coffee-flavored muffins, I'll take 6. Eraserhead answered instantly, pride immediately forgotten. Aha! You two are foodies. Nemirai declared with an evil smile. You made that rainbow fruit jelly pie again, didn't you? The woman asked in dread once seen the contrite expression of the young man's face. Yes. Goddammit. Bring me half of it. Half the entire thing, he shrieked in horror. Yes. Hurry before I actually remind myself how many calories are in that. She answered, tears already falling from her eyes. It was all very overly dramatic. Once the three heroes' breakfast was served, good, now that we have sated our stomachs, I say we can talk business. Nezu said, having just finished wiping out his third serving of cheesecake and the 4 giant cups of tea accompanying it. God, these muffins will be the death of me. Aizawa muttered while still munching. What kind of business, sir? Izuku asked while collecting the empty plates the three amassed. I want you to come prepare lunch for our school today, the rat bear man Chimera declared, making a deep silence fall into the entire restaurant. I beg your pardon, the young chef asked while leaning slightly forward. Simply put, Lunch Rush wants to see you in action in person while dealing with the huge amount of picky eaters we have at UA. It is rare for him to show interest in anybody, either in cooking or heroics, but in your case he has pestered me enough to force me to either talk you into coming to UA at least once to cook, or kill him. And since I am not a murderer, I only had coming here as an option to finally have him stop asking. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 explained. Nothing else. Recovery Girl 2 has a couple of questions for you. You know why? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 whispered in answer. I see. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Why not? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 asked, and she will forever deny her tone was the whining of a spoiled kid. I have a restaurant to manage. Contrary to you heroes, I have not a stable income from publicity. I need to work to live. 𝐒𝐿 answered. I know that. That is why the school will cover the expenses by paying you the average income of the lunch hour you have here on a normal day. And I am also sure the pro heroes behind me that are blatantly eavesdropping will pay for their fill should they join us for lunch in our cafeteria if you accept. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 answered, and the various pro heroes behind him all looked sheepish, but they all nodded along as well. I don't know, 𝐒𝐿 muttered uncertainly. Host, this can be the chance to further spread the fame of your restaurant, the system whispered in the young man's head. Will the money they give me count for my experience points at least, he asked. Yes, the money UA University and the other pro heroes will pay you will be considered valid for the experience point conversion. The entity answered. Good. Okay, I'll do it. But on one condition. Which is? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 asked. I choose the menu and bring my own ingredients. I finally got my homemade aromatic vinegar ready, so I can prepare the real century soup. I want to see if the recipe is up to my standards, and I need taste testers for that. 𝐒𝐿 answered. The silence grew even more intense at those words. Every pro hero in there had tasted the mysterious proto-century soup at least once and learned of the story behind it, of the soup that can be made properly only in very limited amounts and only once a year, since the key ingredient, that vinegar, was apparently difficult to prepare and took 1 year to ferment. The proto version had already bewitched many customers no matter its ludicrous price, and the idea of tasting a version several thousand times better per 𝐒𝐿's own admission got everybody interested no matter the probable increase in price, and in case of the civilians without the same overflowing bank accounts as those heroes, caused many to look in seething envy at the few lucky BSTRs that will be able to taste it. IIT's ready, the pro hero backdraft asked with a trembling voice. Just filtered it this morning. It is now 8 a.m., and UA is having lunch at. 𝐒𝐿 asked. 13:00, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 answered. That makes it roughly 5 hours. Yes, by that time the soup will be ready. Unfortunately, I still have limited amounts of my vinegar, so I will have to split the soup in two, the proto one and the real one. 𝐒𝐿 answered, thoughtful. How many servings? Ryukyu asked with narrowed eyes. Of the real one. Not considering I want to put aside 3 bowls for a couple friends, and the 2 bowls for Momo and Okiko. 20 or so servings will be up for purchase. I will distribute it on a first-come first-served basis. Everybody else will get the proto version. Sorry, but that ingredient is still a pain to produce. The chef answered with a contrite expression. Only 20 portions, somebody screeched in horror. Of course the teaching staff of UA will get first pick. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 declared, unconcerned. Fair enough. 𝐒𝐿 conceded after a short pause of thought. Bullshit. A multi-voice roar exploded from behind the short animal hybrid. Luckily Kota's ears had been promptly covered by Mandalay so to protect him from hearing that cussing. This is abusing your power. Plain and simple. A pro hero yelled in outrage. Haters gonna hate. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 answered, smirking. Ah. Good to see you open to the idea. Shall we send somebody to pick you up or you can manage by yourself? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 asked. Don't worry, I am not afraid of taking a bus or 2 to get there. 𝐒𝐿 answered. Good to know. We will wait for you then. I suggest to arrive a bit earlier, to acclimate yourself with our kitchen. You will work alone after all. Of course, Mr. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, the chef answered. Perfect, now tell me what menu you wanted to bring, so I will be able to tell you if our budget can cover it or if you need to change something. Of course. The young chef answered, nodding, and already making a mental checklist of the ingredients he will use, all coming from other worlds, just to flex a tiny bit on those heroes. It was not childish for him to do so. Right. Later that day, UA University, corridors, the students of Class 1A were, as always, loudly talking between themselves while making their way towards the university's cafeteria, and offering a polite greeting to the other students once joined the crowd of young men and women clamoring to get their fill. "Orozu," Rumi uttered with a terse tone. "You Sugiyama." Momo replied, just as coldly once met the eyes of Class 1B's star. "The rivalry is in full swing." Tsuyu asked with a whisper. "It happens when you openly declare you will steal a girl's boyfriend." Pony whispered back. "Oh, boy," the other replied with a soft, defeated croak. "Hoi! You heard the rumors. Seems like there will be somebody else preparing our lunch." A student from the support department was heard saying to his classmates. "Ah." Mina was heard muttering, curious. "Somebody else? Who?" Mai asked. "Dunno." "Somebody from outside," Mina muttered. "You will tell me how it was later. I will have lunch elsewhere today," Momo answered with a small smile. "Oh, your Momo will get some food from her husbando. See if you can bring back some dessert, please," the pink girl answered, smirking. "I'll see what I can do," she replied, chuckling amused. "Would you look at that? I think I will do the same," Rumi said with a challenging tone. "I seriously hope you will just go to some random fast food restaurant. I will have lunch wherever I want, Yorozu. And I feel like pampering myself by having some cutie green-haired chef preparing me lunch," the bunny girl answered, sneering. "You are towing a line you better not overstep, you Sugiyama," Momo hissed with narrowed eyes. "Please don't fight in the corridors. It is against the rules. Seriously, your Momo-san, you should lead by good example," Tenya said, aghast. "Yes, you too, Rumi. We are not hooligans," Itsuka chorused, sighing. "Stay out of this," Rumi growled in answer. She was already cessed that between Momo's constant visits and Okiko's own interference she had hardly any time to enact her small hunt for the cutie chef. At least in school she won't have people walk all over her. Thing amazing. Now we'll need to eat SHT food for some RETD's publicity stunt. Goddammit, I will have lunch outside. Tetsu was heard cursing in the background. "I agree with a blowhard, incredible." Katsuki agreed with him, surprisingly. "Ahahaha. Why so gloomy? Something's wrong," a new voice said in amusement. "Ingenium." A girl from the second-year group squealed in excitement once seeing the pro hero, and many others, joined the students in the ample cafeteria from a side entrance. "Big brother!" Tenya himself exclaimed in wonder at seeing his brother there. "Hey there! I was passing by and I decided to come snatch a bite," Tensai answered, gladly accepting his brother's hug and returning it with gusto. "Oh, my God! 13 is here as well." Okiko squealed in or right after. "Nice to see you again, kids. I am glad you all recovered well from the intense visit to my USJ," the astronaut-dressed woman said while waving playfully to the awed students looking at her. "Hoi! Hoi! Hoi! There is a line already." The youngsters' surprised mood seemed to prolong into infinity as Hawks and Mountain Lady, soon followed by Kamu Woods, entered the place as well. "Damn it! I told you we would have been late." Tomoko of the Wild Pussycats swore loudly once seeing the other pros already there. "In my defense, the traffic was a nightmare," Tiger tried saying with a small voice with behind him the other two women looking in annoyance at the crowd of pros already taking over tables left and right. "So many pros. Why?" Kaminari gasped in wonder as many other heroes arrived on the scene. "There is Endeavor too," Shoto added in distaste, even if the memory of the man's defeat at Izuku's hands still helped him sleep well at night. "I smell some bull here," Gyro muttered, thoughtful. "I assure you it's just a coincidence," Tensai answered with a forced smile. "Big brother," Tenya muttered, confused. "Blame Nezu for this, it was his idea," Powerloader said while hurrying to fetch a table. "Nezu-san," many students muttered, confused. "Hey! Isn't that girl the one from the livestream?" Mineta said in surprise once seen the three strangers Nemurai was accompanying inside. "Yeah. That Soup King girl," Kirishima confirmed after recognizing Marco from the livestream. "What is she doing here?" Momo asked. "That girl and the other two are guests of the guy Nezu coerced into cooking for us today." Aizawa explained once joined his class. Guests. Toru chorused while watching Marco, Toshio and Sadao Soup King, Meat King and Fish King take a seat with a few pro heroes at a table very close to the window connecting the cafeteria's kitchen to the rest of the room. I don't get dash thump. 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 When Whitey actually walked out of the kitchen to stand by the window to scan the whole room, many in the know immediately understood who the mysterious chef was. Whitey-san Whitey, many yelled at the same time. Ha 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 ha. I should have known. Aizuku-an always wanted to come here after all. Okako was heard laughing in amusement right after. Hoo hoo hoo. Well, would you look at that, it seems like my lunch came to me instead. Momo said with a tiny and cute chuckle. Boss Izuku is the chef. F yeah. Tetsu declared with a wide, fanged smile. So the nerd did manage to get in here at least once. In hindsight it was just a matter of time, Katsuki muttered to himself, and curiously, he felt more amused than angry at the idea. Let's get a table then. I want to have an encore of our super lunch. Mina said, excited. Mina-san, I remind you that you will have to pay any extra servings out of your own pocket. Our meal plan covers for one serving only. Tenya immediately reminded her. Don't be a stick in the mud, Tenya-chan. I just got my allowance so it's not a problem. She countered. Wait. Big brother. Are you actually here to eat his food? Not to visit me? He then asked, looking at his brother with a betrayed expression. No. I am here to visit you. No, he isn't. Mountain Lady yelled in the background. Tensai, mind your business, Wizen. Tensai screeched once seen the broken expression on his brother's face. In the meantime, with Izuku, cafeteria kitchen, I have to admit it, this is nice. Izuku said once finished studying the ample room and the professional equipment in it, everything was top of the line. Yes, Lunch Rush was adamant in demanding only the best, justifying the cost in our annual budget meeting has been a pain. Nezu answered. But the results show. This is an amazing kitchen. Izuku admitted, and the chef pro hero Lunch Rush flashed him a grateful thumbs up. Host, this kitchen is barely good enough for a future god of cooking, do not lavish mediocrity in praises that are not deserved, the system said. Jesus. Too much, system, too much. The young man grimaced at the merciless boasting. Could the entity be capable of jealousy? It always seemed to get jealous if other kitchens were complimented. It's not jealousy, host. The system is only stating facts. It's almost time, are you ready? Nezu asked while still eyeing the 3 giant crates Whitey had deposited in the middle of the room from which they watched Izuku take out ingredients and his own utensils. Yes, I gave the ingredients a preliminary preparation before leaving my restaurant, like seasoning, and actually finished cooking most of the dishes here while we waited for the lunch break to start. Only, Izuku answered, unsure. Yes. Why did you make me change one of the menus I suggested completely, he asked. That livestream of yours had caught the interest of many of my students and pretty much my entire teacher staff. So I wanted to play the nice guy and give them a chance to try one or more dishes, the Ratman Bear Chimera answered, smirking. After much deliberation, both Izuku and Nezu agreed on 2 menus. Menu A, rainbow steamed fish buns fried tofu udon soup hamburg steak rainbow mochi skewer with chocolate parfait. Menu B, spicy pork baozi or scorched carpaccio proto-century soup red braised bear paws or yin-yang pizza queen's apple tarts. Of course every ingredient used in those dishes came from other worlds, like the coral fishes, the berserker bear meat, the jewel meat, the albino boar, the king python and the scorpiodile and more. All ingredients Izuku either earned by fulfilling the system's missions or captured himself in his first sortie in another world. He kinda wanted to flex HRD on them at least once. And he earned those ingredients either through abrupt missions or by going dimension hopping, so he was gonna use them. The true century soup dish was listed as a dish sold outside the 2 menu with a counter of the servings still up for purchase. And many eyes bulged out in horror at seeing the absurd price of the thing. It was pretty much legalized robbery. And even any extra dish, should one want seconds or try a different dish from the possible choices in the second menu, were expensive as well. It was basically Izuku holding them by their feet and shaking them to empty their wallets. God almighty, a girl with thorns for hair yelled in shock from somewhere in the back once checked the price list. So expensive. You are a bad influence, Momo. Toru cried out with a childish whine once seen the prices. Me. Why? Momo asked, confused. I guess it was a given, he had to probably prepare most of it beforehand and bring everything here. Shoto guessed. There they are. My fish buns. Tensai was heard declaring happiness. Big brother, Tenya uttered with a broken heart. Don't tell me you hate coming second to a plate of fish buns. Kaminari said, amused. Be quiet, the tall young man hissed in embarrassment. Now kids, remember the rules. Get in line and place your order and wait for your portion. Nemurai said once near the table of Class 1A. Of course, Professor Midnight, the class replied as one at Momo's prompting. A last thing. Yoirozu. Uraraka. Yes. I was asked to tell you this, you will find a special extra in your own portion, and our guest chef wants you to know that should you want you can order that true century soup free of charge and without having to get in line for it. Congratulations. The woman added with a mischievous smile, she then left to join the teacher's table. Both girls shrunk a little under the combined glare of the rest of the table. Nepotism, pure and simple. Mina hissed with narrowed eyes. You can't use your being his waitress to cheat, Okako-chan. Tsuyu added with a disappointed-sounding croak. Totally unfair. Aomar cried with an overly dramatic tone. Haters gonna hate, HN. Okako answered, huffing. The roar of childish anger that came in answer eclipsed any other noise in the cafeteria. In the kitchen, almost time, you ready? Lunch Rush asked after checking the time. The century soup is finally ready and can be served, we can start. Izuku answered. Most of the more complex dishes had been prepared beforehand, like the dessert, the century soup and the fish or meat buns, or had been pre-cooked once he arrived at the university, but most of the work on the dishes still needed to be done at the moment of the order for the final product to be as much good as possible. That exercise of speed cooking was what the chef pro hero was after, and Izuku was more than ready to take on the challenge. We start now then. Lunch Rush declared as he rang a little bell he had mounted outside the kitchen just for that occasion, and the long line of students and pro heroes ready to order took maybe a tenth of a second to form. They are pretty hungry and eager, will he swoosh. The pro hero's thoughts derailed gruesomely when he saw the young man having already turned into a blur of motion to prepare the Hamburg steaks, paws and the noodles and fried tofu for the udon soup. And that is a quirkless, the pro hero thought in surprise. Boa meat passed for beef simmering on a wok, tofu getting gently turned around to be fried into cute golden cubes with the utmost care in another, noodles being pulled by hand to become thin string smooth as silk, and both pork, in truth the meat of the giant albino boar, and crocodile meat being minced by hand at ludicrous speed to be then mixed together into several Hamburg steaks and pan-fried. All at the same time, or so it looked from outside. Whoever the young man's doctor was, Lunch Rush decided, needed a good beating because those were not normal human abilities. Main room, menu B. Whitey declared when the first tray was delivered to him by Lunch Rush himself once ready. Yes. Pony squealed happily as she rushed to her table. What do you want? The robot asked the next in line. Can I disassemble you, Whitey-chan? Please. Pretty please. Mai asked, moving forward to place her order. No. Place your order. It will take a minute. I will put you back together right after. She begged. No. Please. That chef built an amazing baby. I wanna see how he did it. The young woman begged again with a drawn-out whine. No. Please just order your food, woman. I am starving here. Tetsu bellowed from Warei in the back. What is happening? Lunch Rush asked once seen the line stopping already. The psycho from Class 1H is blocking the line. She is harassing the robot. A girl from the second-year classes with butterfly wings answered from behind Mai. I am not harassing him. Place your order, Hatsune, or I will ban you from the lab for a week. Powerloader, fourth in line behind Mai, said with a groan. Menu A. My finally ordered with an annoyed grunt. Understood. Whitey answered, and when a couple minutes later he gave her her order and she left, the cheering that followed her departure made her grow even more sour. Small issues aside, many noticed that Izuku seemed to remember the preferences of his usual customers without them even asking, as seen by Tensai getting an extra helping of rainbow buns for the pro hero's clear delight, Mandalay getting her dishes gluten-free, or Hawks getting everything in his order extra spicy. All this without slowing down the DLVY of even a second, as both students and teachers barely felt any substantial difference in waiting time between lunch rush or Izuku. If ever, the guest chef seemed even slightly faster. Uraraka. Yes. Okiko asked once it was her turn. Host Izuku says you can have mochi no matter the menu you pick. They will be delivered at double the amount and size, as a thank you for your hard work as a waitress of Green Cloud Restaurant. Do you also wish the True Century soup to be added to your order? Whitey asked. Yes please. Menu B with giant mochi and true soup. She answered immediately. Understood. I love you, boss. The girl, crying fat tears of happiness at seeing the numerous and huge mochi that had been added to her order, declared with a loud voice. I know. The feeling's mutual. Izuku's voice echoed from inside. Menu B with True Century soup, Momo asked right after as it was her turn, and she clearly did not glare at Okiko for that outburst. She merely followed the girl's every move with narrowed eyes until she sat at their table just because she feared Okiko could trip along the way. Understood. Host wants to know if you want a slice of tiramisu added to your order as an extra or if you prefer a coffee parfait. The parfait, thank you. Yes. Nepotism. Sheer thing nepotism. Mina hissed from her third place in line behind Momo, and many nodded along with her. At the tables, everywhere one looked, there were hungry mouths greedily getting their fill of the feast in front of them. The mochi skewer was a long wooden needle with 7 golf ball-sized or grapefruit-sized, in Ochoako's case dessert ball-colored, as the name implied, like the rainbow, red for the ones with red beans paste filling, green for the green tea ones, yellow for the mango-flavored ones, and so on. Each bite is amazingly soft and yet chewy, elastic and flavorful. That guy did this. My God, this is amazing. The student called Monoma said in amazement while devouring the fried tofu soup in front of him. Each cube had a crunchy exterior, but once bitten it revealed a creamy filling that submerged the mouth in taste every time he chewed. That's Boss Izuku for YA. That guy cooks like a god. Tetsu answered, angrily swatting away the floating hand that tried to snatch a piece of his small yin-yang pizza. A version of it Izuku made with a normal recipe instead of the one he used against the Vegetable King that instead needed insane amounts of cinnarine to be consumed beforehand to become tasty. This mine, you beach. F off. He roared. I just wanted a bite, moron. The girl replied once recovered her severed hand and reconnected it to her arm. This is yet another proof that our Lord exists. He gifted one of his children with a divine talent for cooking. Another girl, the one with thorns for hair, added. Ibara-san, if you really have to preach even while eating, at least swallow first, you are shooting Bowsy crumbs everywhere. Pony begged with a scrunched nose. I am so sorry. The young woman shrieked in shame. So much for the well-mannered Maria. Itsuka muttered, smirking. Your future husband is still a MSTR in cooking, Rumi-chan. Pony said. Yep. I am trying to snatch him, but don't worry, soon he will be mine. Rumi answered, smirking. Fried tofu soup. Class 1A table. Nobody could tell the ingredients used came from other worlds. Even Tamaki's own quirk was not reacting outside of his expectations when eating his own food, but what was certain was that the ones that had not tried Izuku's food before silently swore to visit the chef's restaurant again, all under the knowing looks of the other people in there that were instead regulars of Green Cloud Restaurant. Boss Izuku's mochi are so good. Okiko declared in tears while inhaling her food with zero manners. Maybe I should change your name from Round Face to Kirby. Are you even breathing? Katsuki asked, disgusted. NOM. 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 Can't be worse than Denki-san, Tokoyami admitted, looking impressed by the eating speed of the guy. It's not their fault, everybody acts like this the first few times, but the effects do lessen once one gets used to eating Izuku's food. Momo explained, looking unaffected as she was eating with impeccable manners. Well, not all of us have the benefit of eating this whenever we want, Toru answered, huffing. Nor do we have your bank account, Tsuyu added with a whisper. I often enjoy this for free, actually. Especially when he comes to my house to give my mother cooking lessons. She replied. My jealousy is immense and my lunch is partially ruined. Mina uttered in disdain. Have you ever used him as a plate? His abs, I mean. Gyro asked, and for once Momo did lose control and choked a little in her food. AGK. What are you saying? She asked with a shriek. Well, did you? The girl pressed on. WWL. I may have. C considered it. Once or twice, Momo admitted with a very low voice, a burning red face and a completely ashamed expression. It takes courage to admit that I am impressed. Mizo admitted chuckling. Ike. Lucky BSE of a chef, Mineta muttered in disgust, while still enjoying his food, to his dismay. Once finished serving everybody, after having delivered the last order and the last dish of true century soup, Izuku finally surfaced from the kitchen to see the results of his work, hundreds of people eating to their heart's content the food he prepared, something that filled his chest in pride for a job well done. And the applause the people in the room gave him once they saw him get out turned him into a shy blushing mess as he had not actually expected it. As he had requested, though, whoever got their hands on the true century soup did not open the lid of the special container it had been put into. Izuku had reassured them that the special container would have kept it at the right temperature without spoiling the taste, and he personally trusted the system to create and give him containers with that ability, until the time to open them came. You did well, you actually surpassed my expectations. Lunch Rush declared while using sign language. Could have gone faster, but one can't accelerate the time needed for ingredients to cook, so more than just being fast in preparing, cooking still required the same time, he answered. For now, host, the system replied. True, but the fact remains that both speed and results were way beyond what I expected after seeing you go against the students from Inoshiki, the pro hero said. I don't usually crush my opponents, I don't want to scare anybody by winning too hard, because I am not that kind of person. Izuku admitted. Understandable. By the way, those ingredients you used. Their quality is astounding. I would like to inquire with your sponsor if they are open to the idea of selling us some to use here in the cafeteria. I'll try asking. Izuku answered. Thank you. Is it time for those containers to be open? I think the ones that managed to snag that true soup deserve to eat it. Lunch Rush asked. Right, sorry about that. I wanted to make a spectacle out of it, to be just a bit dramatic for once. Izuku admitted sheepishly. A spectacle. This the pro hero asked with his actual voice, too taken aback to remember to use sign language. Yep, the young chef answered, smirking, and clapping his hands to get everybody's attention. Sorry to disturb you, but I would like to apologize to all the ones that paid extra for the soup. You can open the lid now. I just wanted the dish to have your undivided attention. Sorry again, you can eat it now. He said to the people in the room with a sheepish smile, and without waiting for a second prompt, the lucky ones did hurry to open the soup containers they were given, all at the same time. Teacher's table, finally. Marco said in glee. Vlad. Are you eating that, or eating that? Nemirai asked, unnerved by the man's lewd MMMS as he chewed. Shut up, the teacher answered, face red in embarrassment. Nom. Are you still eating bear meat? Sadao in the meantime asked in disbelief. I asked Boss Izuku for a third serving. God almighty, this is to die for. The bear meat he prepared in our challenge can't even be compared to this. Tokyo answered while still gorging himself in red braised bear meat, a tender and spicy flavor he was rapidly getting addicted to. Yeah. If you keep this up your cholesterol will certainly murder you. The Fish King answered, taking away his plate. No. I still have to like it clean. I said nothing to you getting 4 plates of carpaccio, you hypocrite. I am saving your life, Morin. It will be a worthy death. Give it to Dash. The only warning everybody got was the hissing sound of the airtight seal of the soup container's opening before a blanket of aroma conquered the entire room, and while gentle, the divine scent of the true century soup still managed to impose itself on everything else, silencing the room instantaneously. At the other tables, Jesus, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 admitted in awe at the amazing scent coming from 𝐒𝐻𝐲's soup. Even if she now sat far from him, the scent still punched him on the nose. 𝐒𝐻𝐲, he heard Tamaki shakily call his name from next to him. Something you want? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 asked once noticed he was looking at her. 𝐒𝐻𝐲, I wanted to apologize, he said. 𝐒𝐻𝐲, look. Apologize for what? There is a long list of bad things you did to me. You'll need to be more specific. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 said. 𝐒𝐻𝐲, oh God. You know why I did it. It is too important. What's so important about it? What's more important to you? Me or your training? Gee guys. I have a legacy dash, good. If it is that important then take care of that legacy, whatever that means since you are telling me nothing. But do not expect me to be the good trophy girlfriend that will just stand there looking pretty and waiting for you. Our relationship is officially dead, and consider yourself lucky we are still friends at all. She hissed. 𝐒𝐻𝐲. What? That soup created an aurora. Tamaki muttered in shock while looking at the ceiling. A soup can't make is that a DM in aurora borealis. 𝐒𝐿𝐲's angry answer turned into a high-pitched shriek once he looked up to see that yes, 𝐒𝐻𝐲's soup and the others generated a giant aurora covering the ceiling of the entire cafeteria. Nobody could wrap their heads around the strange phenomenon, but by following the strands of color connecting the aurora to various tables, it was impossible to not understand that indeed it was the century soup to produce that mirage, no matter how impossible that was. Don't worry, it's perfectly normal. Izuku reassured them with a gentle smile. It's not normal. Tenya shrieked. An aurora is created by the ions of the solar wind colliding with the atoms of oxygen and nitrogen from the Earth's ionosphere. A soup can't replicate that. That is why I say it is an extremely difficult dish to prepare. Something that I need an entire year to make properly. What I did during my challenge against Inoshiki was an extremely rushed version, this isn't, and the adding of my homemade aromatic vinegar not only changes the taste for the better, but it also causes the chemical reaction that generates the aurora. Simple as that. Izuku answered. What chemical reactions cause this? Nezu asked, entranced by the aurora coming off from his and the other teacher's table. I have not the faintest clue. Power Loader admitted. Me neither. Recovery Girl added. What about you, lunch? Nezu tried saying. 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐲. The chef pro hero was seen falling on all fours to cry his eyes out as a waterfall of tears was seen pouring down from under his mask, and by the empty container next to him, they all knew he had already eaten the soup. He broke our chef. Amazing, I hope the boy offers a takeout service, because he will have to take responsibility for this. The university boss groaned in dismay. The soup is supposed to make people happy. Izuku shrieked in horror. Unfortunately, the feeling of defeat was stronger than the century soup's ability, host. Have no fear, he will recover in a couple of days. The system reassured him. A couple of days. Everywhere else, luckily, the reactions of who ate the dish was more in the norm, with happy smiles and even laughter echoing from the various tables, with the smiles being either silly giant beady ones, or more normal wide and happy smiles. My God, it's so much more intense than the one he did before. It's delicious. It's godly. Mako admitted in awe, her smile a bit silly with how wide it was. Stop hiding, Shota. Let me see your smile. MIC, showing the silliest smile of them all, prodded his friend to force him to stop hiding his head from under his arms. Go away. Aizawa hissed, but any threatening intent he tried to put into his words failed. Spectacularly, and his face simply refused to obey and form a frown, and he refused to show a similar stupid smile like MIC was. Why ha ha ha. Amazing. I can't stop smiling. Toshinori in the meantime did the impossible and hulked out just a bit more even if already in his all-might form thanks to the soup, and his teacher's outfit gained few holes in the area of his biceps as he flexed subconsciously. Nana, if only you were here, you would have loved this, he also thought with a bit of melancholy, unaware that part of her was inside his quirk, and she was indeed loving the feeling the century soup managed to instill all the way deep into One for All and the imprints inside the quirk. Pomph! Holy SED, fat! Gunhead yelled in surprise at seeing the pro-hero Fat Gum jump from his skinny form all the way to his fat form in just a couple spoonfuls. The now giant guy admitted in shock. Why are you eating his food, Endeavor? That brat caused you so much pain. A woman with burning acid green hair hissed. Because at the end of the day, his food is still good. Endeavor admitted, and seeing him smile was secretly deemed creepy by the man's colleagues. It was a very alien sight. I should kick his butt and teach him respect, though, the woman said, grumbling. Burnin, the chef's robot is here. Do you want White-san to essay you and beach slap you away again? NG asked without looking away from his soup. The woman, the pro-hero Burnin, shrieked in fear when Whitey momentarily looked straight at her with red eyes as if he had heard them. Thought so. Endeavor muttered while fully focusing on eating, and ignoring his secretary now hiding behind him to avoid the robot's eyes. As more and more declarations of awe and delight resounded in the room, Izuku grew certain. The century soup was a success that will make sure his restaurant name gained just a bit more fame thanks to gossip, and his making the real one only once a year will mean that he will also have the chance to sell something else during the rest of the year. Say, you think they will get him to work here if enough of us sign a petition? Minoma asked. Yeah. Let's try. Unlikely, he wants to reach the top, and to do that he needs to be as free as possible, Momo answered, shaking her head. That's a pity, Mizo admitted, and watching as the young chef neared the teacher's table to talk with the kings of Inoshiki Academy and the pro-heroes there. The number one chef, eh? Yes. Yes, it suits him. Katsuki thought with a near-silent saddened sigh escaping him. Izudash before he could actually call the young chef over, though, the hero student heard somebody behind him take a hissing breath between her clenched teeth. While some students actually seemed interested enough in Izuku to try chat him up once he was done talking with the teachers of UA, Momo could not help but notice how most of them were actually girls, talking with Izuku and asking questions about his cooking or his restaurant, or even showering him in praises for how he acted in the livestream challenge. But Momo didn't feel threatened, she knew she had nothing to worry about. I am a Yoirozu. We are always collected, well-mannered and proper. I am not a brutish, violent savage getting angry and territorial. I am a cultured woman that never lets her instincts take over. I am Yoirozu Momo, and Momo thought in pride while holding her back straight. Here is my favorite chef. Finally coming to meet your favorite customer. Rumi chose that exact moment to shamelessly hug Izuku's side and casually burying the entire left side of his head in her chest, exactly where she had casually left several buttons of her school uniform's blouse open to form some outrageous cleavage for him to get smothered into. Momo smash puny where, the student of class 1A mentally roared in fury. Control yourself, Momo-san. You are frothing at the mouth. Tenya muttered while shaking her a little. You are right, I have dignity. I can control myself, I can do this. She answered, taking a deep breath and recovering her self-control. This until Nejaya decided to jokingly join the hug from Izuku's other side as well, so to rub her face in his fluffy messy hair, thus completely burying the chef's cherry-red face in a marshmallow heaven many boys in UA could only dream and wank about. Jealousy look soon overtook the males in the room. No, I can't do this. Unhand him. The class pres bellowed, marching towards Rumi and Nejaya and forcefully prying her boyfriend free from the bubby trap the young man was buried in. God, I envy him. What's wrong? Feeling the heat of the competition, Rumi asked with a smirk, and moved closer to Momo so that they got nose to nose, unfortunately smashing their chest together as a result, and causing many boys in the room to gain captivated corny looks. I don't need to feel any competition. Because that would mean I consider you an actual threat. Momo answered, eyes narrowing dangerously. So I am no threat to you. Good to know. So you won't mind me taking him to see a movie with me, yes? As friends. Alone. Rumi said, smirk turning even more malignant. Oh, of course. 𝐼𝐼𝐾 is a gentleman and won't fall for your petty tricks. She answered, albeit with a nervous tone. She still knows nothing about him. She will clearly choose a movie he absolutely hates. She then thought, trying to reassure herself. Stupid comment about tricks aside, I am glad to see you so sure of yourself. Because I happen to have 2 tickets for the premiere of Assault on Hero Island 2, and I want to go there with him. Rumi said, crossing her arms. SHT, he loves that movie. Momo thought in panic, remembering well the tickets for that same movie she herself bought for the 2 of them. But surely Rumi's seats were bad. Middle row, perfect seats in the middle of the room. Rumi said, as if reading the girl's mind. You beaten again, hers were at the corner all the way in the back. And while good seats for some hard petting dry humping, for a movie those were bad seats. How do you know he loves that movie? Are you spying on him? She demanded. He loves it. Really? Nice. The bunny girl looked honestly surprised at the admission. No. He hates it. He prefers horror movies. The gorier the better. Momo tried a last-minute desperate, and kinda pathetic, lie. Soon followed by a mental apology to her precious Cinnabon boyfriend. Liar. Rumi said with a fang-filled smile. Why am I worried? It is still up to him to decide if he will come or not. I have nothing to fear. He won't come with you in a theater where you will be alone, in the dark. Momo said. Slew. Oh, Rumi-chan. Your tongue is so long and hot. I'm no. That won't happen. That will never happen. She thought in desperation, and banishing that disgusting image from her head. She herself hadn't done that to him yet, and she won't let Rumi do it to him either. Oh, really? Why don't we ask him then? Rumi said with a challenging tone. Yes, let's ask him, just because you apparently like being rejected. Momo answered. Aizu. Where has he gone? Both girls said at the same time once seen the chef and Whitey were both gone. Nejaya and a girl from class 1A kind of dragged him away to give him a tour of the school, at Nejaya's insistence. Tamaki offered with a bored tone. What? That beach? Rumi roared. What girl from 1A? Momo asked. I think it's the one that makes stuff float. Why? He answered. A strange tick took over the girl's left eye at that, then came the roar of betrayal. Eureka! Why did Nejaya drag him away? Do they know each other? Since when? Are they close? How close? Are they friends? More than friends? Less than friends? Why did she never tell me she knows him? Why him then? Mirio in the meantime kept looking at the door he saw Nejaya disappear into while dragging Izuku away by his arm, with a worried Okiko following behind them at the girl's insistence. He wasn't jealous. They were obviously just friends, and nothing will be born from that now that Nejaya declared she and Mirio were done and she was once again single. So Mirio wasn't jealous. Absolutely. Not even a little. Not at all. He was not jealous. Nejuri, he muttered with a long whine. Jesus. Dad told me the guy was a magnet for trouble, and he was right. Maybe I should really keep an eye on him, just in case. Tamaki instead gave a self-deprecating sigh and shook his head. With Izuku, classroom, hee. Here it is. My classroom. Nejaya declared proudly once opened the door wide. I don't think we should be here. Izuku said, unsure. Come on. They are all occupied with lunch. And I am sure Mr. Nezu won't mind it too much. I just showed you the gym and this room, not a single secret place. The young woman answered. She was also floating in the air, something that, unknown to Izuku, meant she was in a good mood. Maybe if we are fast they won't notice. Okiko added, just as nervous as he was. To the 2 girls' surprise, though, the young chef soon fell silent as he walked inside the classroom while gently running a finger on the chalkboard. The room was empty, neat and clean. Boss! Okiko tried saying. As in a trance, Izuku chose a desk near the window and sat down without a sound. His eyes were unfocused and just staring far ahead at the chalkboard, but his gaze actually reached far beyond everything. Iken? Nejaya asked, worried. He was a student of UA, He wore a pristine uniform he kept with the utmost care and was eager to become a pro-hero like All Might. He had a quirk, he could breathe fire like his dad, and his mom had helped him design a hero costume. Dad said he should go as Green Dragon as his hero name, and both father and son would keep laughing at the kinda cringe idea. Aizu, both Momo and Rumi finally found them, but as soon as Momo saw the strange look in the chef's eyes, she covered Rumi's mouth with a hand. "Please. Let him, just once." Momo whispered, making the bunny girl's eyes widen in realization. Of those 4 girls, Okiko and Momo were the ones that knew him best, that knew how much he longed to be a hero, how much he wished to be their classmate and join the lessons, and they also knew how much it hurt him knowing he was denied all that because he was a quirkless. Oh, 𝐒𝐲, maybe getting a clue about his inner turmoil, dropped her smile in favor of a more sad expression. He was sitting at his desk taking notes while the pro-hero Eraserhead droned on with his usual drowsy tone of voice. Okiko sat next to him while Momo sat in the first row, back straight and fully focused. Kaken was sitting not too far from him, clearly bored but not missing a thing either. "Midoriya, pay attention," Aizawa said. "Sorry, sensei," he answered shyly. "Problem child," the teacher sighed in dismay, but still continued his lesson as if nothing was out of ordinary. They were Class 1A, and they will one day become heroes. Host, it was the voice of the system to shatter the dream, and Izuku found himself sitting at the desk in the empty classroom while wearing his green chef uniform. Oh. That was all his reaction to the realization it was all an illusion, only his daydreaming. It did not sound like disappointment, not rage nor sadness. It was an empty, atonal noise. "Sorry, I was lost in thought," you were saying. It scared the girls how perfect the natural smile he showed to them was. Looking at that one would have easily thought it was sincere. "Nothing important." "Sorry about all this, I didn't mean to hurt you," 𝐒𝐲 answered. "It's okay, just a bit of childish daydreaming. Nothing to get worried about." To his surprise, Okiko, who had sat next to him while he was mentally elsewhere, decided to give him a comforting hug that buried his face in her neck so that she could rest her chin on top of his head. She smelled of vanilla and Okiko, it had a nice scent. "You would have been an amazing student. I would have loved to have you as a classmate, Izuku," she muttered, sighing. "Hey, cheer up. I am no longer a crybaby. I will be okay. I just had a down moment, nothing more." The chef's cheerful tone came out slightly muffled, but everybody still heard it. "If you need to talk, though. We are friends, remember. I am not just your waitress, okay? We're friends." Okiko said. I know," he answered, jokingly poking her on the forehead once released from her hug, and chuckling at the cute eek squeak she released once hit. "We are still friends too, right?" 𝐒𝐲 asked with a small voice. In answer he simply got up and opened his arms wide. A tenth of a second later the taller girl propelled herself forward like a human bullet to hug the life out of him, and had Izuku not used his own abilities, he knew she would have shot him down the floor. "Thank you, 𝐒𝐲-chan. You gave me a appealing gift, even if it lasted only an instant." "But it hurt you," she muttered, hiding her face in his messy hair in shame. "Not at all," he answered, smiling wide and patting her back. "Liar," the 4 girls thought at the same time in sadness. "I better get going, I don't want you to be in trouble," Izuku declared, freeing himself from 𝐒𝐲's hydraulic press hug and walking towards the door where Whitey was already waiting for him. The robot had already collected everything left from his cooking and had reached him. "Izuku," Momo muttered. "It's okay, no harm done." "And those were only friendly hugs," he said, chuckling. "It's not about that, silly," she answered. Her own smile was tiny and still forced. "Just be a good hero for us both, and I will be happy." "Okay," he offered, and the third tight hug of the day really went close to breaking something as his spine gave a faint crack sound. "I'll be the best hero, for us both," she answered, tightening her hug even more, making him release a strangled groan. "Hey?" Rumi asked when she saw Momo finally release him. "Yes. I have 2 tickets for Assault on Hero Island 2. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to go with me, but I guess now is not a good moment," she muttered. No, I believe a good movie would be a nice idea. I don't mind seeing it with a friend." Izuku answered with a gentle smile. Okay, and? It's not a plot of mine, okay. She admitted. I trust you, he answered. Good, so. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'll be a gentleman, promise. Me too, I'll be good. Rumi answered, her usual cocky smile slowly resurfacing. But I won't say a thing should your hand get curious about me while we watch the movie. Miss Jealous here will never find out, she added, maybe a bit forcefully, to lighten the mood. I have nothing to fear from him. From you on the other hand, I will keep my eyes on you. Momo answered. Good, I heard it's hotter when there is somebody watching. Please don't joke on this, I am not that kind of guy. Izuku replied, giving a fast kiss to Momo at her request and one to Rumi's cheek once she nagged him enough. Usajayama. On the notes of Momo's outraged scream, the young chef neared his robot bodyguard and gave it a gentle pat on his big rotund belly. Let's go, Whitey, he said, gaining a nod from the robot that immediately fell in step with him as both left the school. Izuku, Okako muttered with a sad expression, very aware of how nice hugging him felt, and yet still unable to say if she actually liked him or not, and the sense of guilt about her increasing attraction to him once considered his relationship with Momo did not help at all in abandoning those budding feelings, quite the contrary in fact. With Izuku, the ride back to the Green Cloud restaurant was spent in complete silence by the young man. Even the system's own words of encouragement fell on deaf ears as that same daydream happened again and again inside Izuku's head over and over for the entire duration of the 2 bus rides he needed to return home. As he had said once already, his power of imagination was extremely strong, and it only helped making everything more painful with how real everything felt. You okay, kiddo? Blackie asked when he saw the drained expression on his protégé's face up close. I'll be. I will prepare your noodles immediately, he answered, mechanically. Take your time, this lord is not a puppy. I can wait a bit more. The dog offered with a disinterested tone once studied the chef's face for a little while. Okay. Izuku answered as he unlocked the door of the restaurant and entered. Sigh. It was not a good day for him, unfortunately, the Lord Dog muttered to himself. The empty room that greeted Izuku upon entering helped very little in cheering him up, even if it was his beloved restaurant. He knew he had to prepare for the challenge against the teachers of Inoshiki Academy and Yamato herself, since contrary to the kings, his next batch of enemies will be proper pros, not students, so preparation was essential. I need to prepare, those teachers won't show mercy, Izuku said to himself. Host can rest assured, the system was not lying. The path towards the role of god of cooking will lead you to greatness. The host will be a hero to the people, only in a different manner, the entity reassured him as soon as the young chef entered the kitchen. I know. It is not that the problem, he muttered while leaning on his workstation. Pat. It's okay. Let it all out. It was a fleeting feeling, but Izuku felt his appetite demon give him a gentle pat on the back while flashing him an encouraging smile. Plick. Plick plick plock. And right after, in the absolute silence of the empty kitchen and restaurant, the soft noise of tears falling down on a pristine clean chopping board was clearly heard.